My little darling Ruoxue, I'm here tonight is destined to be a spring night unforgettable for both of us. In the dimly lit room an atmosphere of intimacy lingered. Tang Ao sharply inhaled a breath of cold air, forcing himself to calm down. Damn, no wonder she's the top female lead in this book. After taking my medicine, she's utterly irresistible. But unfortunately. As he spoke, Tang Ao glanced toward the window and sighed. As the big villain, I have no fortune to enjoy this. Soon the protagonist will appear and kill me, and you two will clap for love. Then you'll forever be devoted to the protagonist, becoming a member of his harem. As soon as Tang Ao finished speaking, a black shadow burst through the window and struck straight at his heart. With a sharp pain in his chest, Tang Ao coughed up a mouthful of blood. Before he could even utter a groan, he collapsed to the ground lifeless. No one noticed that the corners of his mouth curled upward, his face wearing an unusually bright smile. It really hurts. Tang Ao rubbed his chest. Ha 3 years I've been acting with you all for 3 years. Today I, Tang Ao, have finally survived the ending of this villain role. Having said that, Tang Ao stretched luxuriously, opened his eyes, and looked around. Seeing the 300 square meter mattress he was lying on, Tang Ao fell into deep thought. What the hell? 3 years ago he had just driven his loan-financed Cadillac to the Heavenly Pleasure Club ready to enjoy himself. A massage and some foreign language study, but before the fun could even begin his vision went black, and he was transported into this novel world. The novel was titled The Counterattack of the Prodigal Young Master. The Dragon King returns as a beautiful CEO's bodyguard. Tang Ao had read it before. In the book, Tang Ao, as a super-rich second-generation heir, was hopelessly obsessed with the female lead Lin Ruoxue, becoming her ultimate simp. Over 3 years his pursuit of Lin Ruoxue drove his own mother to death. To this, the original Tang Ao, a complete simp for the female lead, declared that a mere mother was nothing as long as he could grovel at Lin Ruoxue's feet. All costs were worth it. The Tang family's vast fortune, enough to rival a nation, became the stepping stone for the protagonist, Yi Qin's meteoric rise. Ding. Due to the host's influence, after the host Tang Ao's death, the female lead Lin Ruoxue, in order to protect her chastity, ended up dying together with the protagonist, causing the plot to collapse. Please restart and survive until the novel's ending while fulfilling the plot. The host can return to the original world and obtain a 7-colored flower that can grant 7 wishes. FK. Just a couple of complaints, and the consequences are this severe. Butterfly effect. As a brainless power fantasy, intelligence is something none of the characters should possess. Your complaints awaken the female lead's intelligence. Tang Ao slapped his thigh in deep reflection, then his eyes rolled. System, this 7-colored flower you mentioned, can I get any wish granted? Of course. Can I have an Aladdin's lamp? Yes. Awesome. After completing each plot segment, the host will receive a mysterious reward. Stay tuned. Hearing this, Tang Ao's eyes sparkled with excitement. The system's promise was too tempting. If he could return to the real world, wouldn't he just get whatever he wanted instantly with unlimited wishes? Just going through it again. Worth it. System, where is the plot now? Chapter 9. Tang Ao's 99th confession. Bodyguard, Yi Chun promoted to shield. Really starting from the beginning. This was the first time the protagonist slapped someone's face, and as the villain Tang Ao was just background. Tang Ao quickly got up and dressed. He absolutely could not be late for this first plot scene. Looking at himself in the mirror, sunny, handsome, with 8-pack abs, Tang Ao silently encouraged himself. In less than 20 minutes, he drove a luxurious Bugatti Veyron, holding a bouquet of roses, and arrived at the front gate of Lin Ruoxue's company. His car was parked directly in front of the company's main entrance. It was rush hour, and the area was bustling with people. The security guards, instead of driving him away, stared at Tang Ao's car with interest. Employees who had been in a hurry also stopped. Several young women watched Tang Ao open the car door as if they had seen their moonlit dream. They couldn't close their legs and almost drooled. Young Master Tang is here again. This is the 99th day in a row he's come to confess to the CEO. Our CEO is so lucky to receive young Master Tang's favor. If it were me, I'd laugh in my dreams. Exactly. He's come to confess for 99 days straight. Do you think our CEO will say yes today? She should. She should write. Otherwise she'd be too ungrateful. Listening to the chatter of the passers-by, Tang Ao smirked scornfully. With a single glance, he spotted the female lead Lin Ruoxue, whose face had turned completely dark just inside the company gate. Lin Ruoxue's small fists were clenched tightly, her face cold as ice. Her long flowing hair cascaded over a pure white business suit. 2 proud, tempting little rabbits seemed ready to pop out, drawing all eyes. Black stockings clung tightly to her legs, accentuating their nearly perfect curves. No wonder she was the #1 female lead in this book. Just one glance, and you could feel a man's conquering desires stirring, making you want to hold her tightly in your arms. This damn charm was truly irresistible. And Lin Ruoxue, upon seeing Tang Ao's arrival, also heard the comments from her subordinates. Ungrateful. Lin Ruoxue's fists clenched even tighter. She had her principles. Years ago, when her family's company was on the verge of bankruptcy, she had single-handedly saved it from collapse, developed it to its current scale, and supported the entire Lin family's living expenses. She had a greater ambition, to build Lin's pharmaceutical company into a world-leading enterprise through her own strength. She would not accept Tang Ao's proposal. Until this goal was achieved, she would not accept anyone's proposal. Lin Ruoxue took a deep breath and slowly walked out of the company gate. Today, she would publicly reject Tang Ao and make him give up for good. Lin Ruoxue looked at the bright red roses in Tang Ao's hand. Just as she was about to speak, a familiar voice echoed in her mind. Truly the #1 strong female lead in this book. This aura and those eyes. 3 parts sarcasm, 3 parts indifference, 4 parts nonchalance. Absolutely perfect. Who's speaking? Lin Ruoxue jerked her head up, looking around, but unable to locate the source of the voice. Hearing this, Tang Ao quickly presented the flowers, putting on a devoted, lovesick face. Ruoxue, I love you, like a mouse loves corn. I can give you everything, and I will love you forever. Wow. The surrounding employees exclaimed in awe. Will President Lin agree today? If it were me, I would be so blissfully happy that I'd faint into his arms, spinning in the magic of love. If a man confessed to me for 99 consecutive days in a Bugatti Veyron, I would be devoted to him for life, even if he were a bit flirtatious, and had many other women, I wouldn't mind. You say you like Mr. Tang. You just covet his Bugatti and his vast wealth. You are despicable. Hearing the murmurs around her, Lin Ruoxue's icy-cold cheeks added another layer of chill. She clenched her fists tightly, thinking how to make Tang Ao give up completely. You don't know anything. Lin Ruoxue is a woman who only cares about her career. Once she rejects me, and then the troublemaker shows up, he'll set a flag to let Yi Chun get slapped in the face. Then I can leave work and go have fun. These words, echoing in her mind, made Lin Ruoxue's expression suddenly change. That voice is Tang Ao's. But Tang Ao is clearly standing right in front of her, his lips never moved. How could she hear him speak? Could it be that she can hear his inner thoughts? And moreover, he confessed just so that she would reject him. Someone will come to cause trouble later. The information is too overwhelming. Lin Ruoxue couldn't react. According to the plot, 3 years later, if it weren't for being cooked rice by Yi Chun, Lin Ruoxue would never have been taken into his harem. Actually, Lin Ruoxue is pitiful. After being with Yi Chun, she completely became a mere ornament. Hearing this, Lin Ruoxue's delicate body trembled uncontrollably, and a layer of fine cold sweat broke out on her forehead. This is absolutely impossible. How could she one day become a mere ornament for a man? Hallucination, it must be hallucination. It must be because she hasn't rested well lately that she's having such ridiculous hallucinations. Is this woman in heat? Her face is turning red and pale, and her forehead is covered in cold sweat. Oh my, this shouldn't be happening. Hurry up and reject me. If you don't, the troublemaker will be here soon. Tang Ao's heart was pounding. A rough voice suddenly came from behind them. Oh dear, Lin's pharmaceutical company sold fake medicine and ruined me. Help! Is there anyone who can get justice for me? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the burly man who had spoken collapsed limply to the ground, foaming at the mouth, while rolling his eyes upward. His whole body began to convulse violently, and he kept groaning and howling, looking extremely terrifying. The scene before her shocked Lin Ruoxue. Just now Tang Ao's inner voice said someone would come to cause trouble, and now it had actually come true. The troublemaker had really appeared. Is Lin Ruoxue broken? Why is she not reacting at all? Forget it. Once the troublemaker comes, the protagonist, Yi Chun, will arrive soon. The name Yi Chun kept flashing through Lin Ruoxue's mind. She seemed to have heard that name somewhere, right? Isn't he the personal bodyguard that her grandfather forced on her despite her strong objections? In the future, she, Lin Ruoxue, would become part of Yi Chun's harem. Harem? Oh my god, how is that possible? Shocked, Lin Ruoxue glared angrily at Tang Ao. He called her in heat and said she was broken. Does he think she can't hear what he's thinking? Wait. It seems he really doesn't know that she can hear his thoughts. Look, even at a time like this, the president is still gazing affectionately at Mr. Tang. Is this what they call a woman in love, only seeing her lover? It's over, it's all over. The president has fallen. I will be the man she can never have in her life. Will. The murmurs around made Lin Ruoxue quickly lower her head, not daring to look at Tang Ao again. Her usually icy-cold cheeks began to feel slightly hot. The burly man lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth, convulsed for a full 2 minutes, almost suffocating from the spasms. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he screamed hoarsely, "Help! Someone is dying here." With that, he stuck out his tongue and convulsed even more violently, spewing more foam, looking even more horrifying than before. For a moment, everyone's attention was drawn to the burly man. Ambulance! Someone call an ambulance. This man might not make it. Just now he seemed to say that he became like this after taking medicine from Lin's pharmaceutical. Oh my god, Lin's pharmaceutical actually sells fake medicine and kills people. I think no one will dare to buy their products anymore. Such a garbage company should go bankrupt, and all the management should be sent to prison. As the president of Lin's pharmaceutical, Lin Ruoxue's eyes sharpened instantly. She stared fixedly at the burly man on the ground, her 2 willow-like eyebrows tightly knitted together. Why now, of all times, at the end of the workday? Around here, besides the company's employees, there are mostly passers-by unrelated to Lin's pharmaceutical. Building a reputation takes years of hard work, yet its collapse often happens in an instant. If this matter is not handled well, it won't just ruin Lin's pharmaceuticals' reputation. The entire company's products will suffer a sharp decline in sales, and it might even go bankrupt. Impressive, impressive. This guy is really putting on a show. That stupid woman Lin Ruoxue must be completely convinced now. Now we just wait for the protagonist Yichen to appear and save the day. Tang Ao's inner voice was like a reassurance, calming Lin Ruoxue's anxious heart a little. So it was all an act. But that bastard Tang Ao actually called her a stupid woman. You're the stupid one, you and your whole family. Lin Ruoxue glared fiercely at Tang Ao, the murderous look in her eyes impossible to hide. Tang Ao was overjoyed inside. Great. Lin Ruoxue has finally returned to normal. This is how an aloof goddess should be. However, by now Yichen should be making his grand entrance. Why isn't he here yet? Everyone don't panic. This man is faking it. There's nothing wrong with him. From the crowd a man stepped out. He wore a gray short-sleeved shirt, ripped jeans, and white sneakers with a sinister smile curling up at the right corner of his mouth. He's here, he's here. He walks with a smirk, crooked mouth, loving no one. Tang Ao gasped inwardly and stepped back, giving the stage to Yichen. As a supporting character, how could he steal the protagonist's spotlight? But unexpectedly Tang Ao felt something soft under his foot. He looked down and saw that he had stepped right on the crotch of the convulsing burly man. Oh, it hurts like hell. The burly man, face contorted in pain, sprang up from the ground, clutching his crotch, hopping like a jack-in-the-box with a strong spring. There was no sign of him being at death's door. Oh my god, this guy. Is he here to scam Lin's pharmaceutical? Wait, this guy seems to have pulled the same stunt at Zhou's pharmacy before. Just pure extortion. This is fraud. Call the police and have him arrested. As expected of Mr. Tang. Not only is he rich and handsome, he must have seen through this scammer from the start and deliberately stepped on him. Why is fate so unfair? Why do all the good men fall for someone else? Mr. Tang, you're so handsome. I want to have your babies. Watching the cheering and applauding crowd, and then the scammer scuttling away, clutching his crotch faster than a rabbit, Tang Ao was bewildered. What's going on? These lines should have appeared after the protagonist made his move. Why are they all being used on me? Isn't this stealing the protagonist's thunder? Will the protagonist let me off easily? Tang Ao looked at Yichen not far away. Sure enough, the protagonist's face had turned as purple as a liver, like someone who had been forced to hold in a half-finished bathroom trip. More uncomfortable than eating a secret recipe burger. Watching Tang Ao's frustrated and speechless expression, Lin Ruoxue couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. So you're afraid of Yichen? With his limelight stolen, Yichen strode over with a darkened face blocking between Tang Ao and Lin Ruoxue. Mr. Tang, Ruoxue doesn't like you. Stop wasting your efforts. Yichen gave Lin Ruoxue a reassuring glance. To be honest, Ruoxue and I are already engaged. We are true lovers. As for you, go back to where you came from. In Yichen's view, Lin Ruoxue surely disliked Tang Ao and was annoyed by his persistent pestering. By acting as her shield, he could provide her with a powerful excuse to reject Tang Ao decisively, making Tang Ao give up entirely. Lin Ruoxue had no reason to refuse, thus greatly bridging the gap between them. As the Dragon King returning from the outer domain with dominance, the Lin Pharmaceutical Company, under Lin Ruoxue's control, was his first step toward rising again in the Dragon Kingdom. Using Lin Pharmaceutical as a springboard, he would expand and thrive, achieving glory anew in the Dragon Kingdom. As for Lin Ruoxue, such a stunning beauty was certainly destined to join his harem. The colder and more aloof she was, the stronger Yichen's desire to conquer became, driving him to pursue her relentlessly. Tang Ao suppressed his inner excitement, dutifully putting on an arrogant and domineering facade. You. What are you to be worthy of engagement with me? Staring at Lin Ruoxue, whose aura radiated icy frost, Tang Ao was dumbfounded. What the hell? Watching Tang Ao's deflated look, Lin Ruoxue felt immense joy. How dare he call her lovesick, broken, a foolish woman? If he wanted to cooperate with Yichen to show off today, she would deliberately oppose him. Besides, this Yichen exuded a rogue vibe, and even intended to add Lin Ruoxue to his harem. Now Lin Ruoxue felt only revulsion at the sight of him. Instead, looking at Tang Ao now, she no longer felt the previous disgust. Yichen clenched his fists so hard his nails nearly dug into his flesh. President Lin. He lowered his voice. I am Yichen, your personal bodyguard. Trust me, I can permanently rid you of this Tang Ao trouble. Tang Ao has never been my trouble. Lin Ruoxue's words were startling. Let me tell you, the reason I never agreed to him was that I was testing his sincerity. Now I officially announce that I accept Tang Ao's courtship. From now on, I am Tang Ao's girlfriend. Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed, leaving no trace of the icy beauty. Lin Ruoxue. Yichen was furious. If not for being in the Dragon Kingdom, he would have killed Tang Ao on the spot. When had the Dragon King ever suffered such humiliation? Where did this conceited man come from? Doesn't he look at himself in the mirror? How could trash like him compete with Mr. Tang for a woman? Exactly. Mr. Tang outshines this pauper by miles in looks and wealth. Did Fish Liang give him the courage to say such things? A vicious glare from Yi Chun sent a chill down Tang Ao's spine. It's over, it's over. Lin Ruoxue has gone mad. Yi Chun holds a grudge against me. I probably won't survive to the next episode. Hearing Tang Ao's thoughts, Lin Ruoxue couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle at his distressed expression. That smile stunned everyone who knew Lin Ruoxue. Oh my, did you see that? President Lin smiled. She smiled at Mr. Tang. 3 years. President Lin hasn't smiled in 3 years. Indeed, only someone like Mr. Tang deserves a bowtie smile. True love, this is true love. Please get married on the spot. Lin Ruoxue's smile left Tang Ao dazed as well. The smile was breathtaking, but Tang Ao had no time to admire it. His ears were filled with the crackling of bones grinding, each sound like a heavy hammer striking his heart. Sensing Tang Ao's fear and recalling that he had just helped her resolve the Hitandran trouble, Lin Ruoxue pulled Tang Ao behind her and said sternly to an enraged Yi Chun, if you dare lay a finger on Tang Ao, I guarantee you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Thinking this, Tang Ao's eyes darted as he feigned ecstatic surprise. Really? Ruoxue, I never imagined you loved me so much. How about this right here in front of everyone? We share a passionate French kiss to prove our love. Seeing Lin Ruoxue's slightly parted lips and astonished gaze, Tang Ao felt a secret glee. Lin Ruoxue can't possibly like me. She's like an eternally frozen block of ice. Whoever marries her will be cursed. With her as a girlfriend, even one's ancestral graves would be dug up. Though I don't know what Yi Chun did to anger her, a French kiss would disgust her. Faced with such an outrageous demand from me, the villain, she would agree to let Yi Chun be her shield. Then the plot can proceed smoothly. Perfect. Imagenius. Yi Chun suppressed his urge to kill Tang Ao and spoke earnestly. Ruoxue, enough of this stubbornness. Yesterday was my fault. I swear before everyone that I won't make you angry again. Tang Ao, thinking the same, puckered his lips and even licked them to disgust Lin Ruoxue. Little did he know every thought was heard clearly by Lin Ruoxue. At that moment, Lin Ruoxue's face turned pale and ashen, clearly furious from humiliation. Just as Yi Chun and Tang Ao believed, she would take the sensible path and use Yi Chun to kick Tang Ao away. Lin Ruoxue did something that shocked everyone for a century. She threw herself onto Tang Ao, pressing her fragrant lips tightly against his. The electric touch instantly short-circuited Tang Ao's mind, leaving him utterly incapable of thought. Heavens! Lin Ruoxue actually kissed him in front of everyone. Yi Chun felt a surge of rage, his pride, and was subjected to unprecedented humiliation. He stomped hard on the ground, and the marble tile beneath his foot instantly turned to dust. Tang Ao, just you wait, I'll be back. After spitting out this harsh threat, Yi Chun stormed off in a fury. As the revered dragon king, the women he fancied always flocked to him willingly. It was the first time he had faced such repeated setbacks and public disgrace. As for Tang Ao, if looks could kill, he would have died over 100 times by now. In a secluded corner, Yi Chun slammed his fist into the wall. Tang Ao, since Ruoxue values you so much, I won't kill you. If you want to play, well, play slowly. In the end, Lin Ruoxue will only be mine. Yi Chun. After a long moment, their lips parted. A glistening thread of silver stretched between them. It was sweet. Lin Ruoxue's head nearly buried itself in her chest. In all her years, she had never done something so absurd. Her first kiss, given so easily to this man before her. Lin Ruoxue, you're utterly insane. Tang Ao, snapping back to reality, was frantic. Yi Chun had stormed off, clearly harboring deep hatred for Tang Ao. Could a villain targeted by the protagonist ever come to a good end? Tang Ao seriously wondered if he would survive to the finale, or even see the light of tomorrow. Lin Ruoxue took a deep breath, now in excellent spirits, her beautiful eyes twinkling playfully at Tang Ao. Why don't you like me anymore? Who likes you? If it weren't for the plot, do you think I'd willingly play your lapdog? Despite thinking this, Tang Ao put on a deeply devoted facade. How could that be, my darling? I love you the most. For you I'd turn into a wolf, for you I'd embrace madness. This is so disgusting. I can't believe such nauseating words came out of my mouth. Tang Ao was on the verge of collapse, but Lin Ruoxue was entirely different. She was in high spirits now. Compared to Yi Chun, who schemed to get close to her, this Tang Ao, whose thoughts she could hear, was far more genuine. Yet deep down she felt a hint of dissatisfaction. She had beauty and was the CEO of Lin's Pharmaceutical. How could Tang Ao not like her? All right, Tang Ao, since that's the case, I have a class reunion tomorrow. You'll come with me. Seeing you will surely delight my old classmates. Class reunion. Tang Ao thought carefully. He recalled a class reunion scene in the original story, but in that scene there was no Tang Ao at all. According to the original novel, the class reunion was supposed to be attended by the protagonist Yi Chun as a shield. Faced with old classmates' relentless pursuit, Yi Chun would display his prowess and earn Lin Ruoxue's favor. Now Lin Ruoxue wanted him to take the role of the shield at the reunion. What a joke. The plot was already far off course. Any more deviation, and it would be completely derailed. Darling, you know me. I have a blind date with Zhou Chao tomorrow. I really want to go to your reunion with you. As the one who loves you so much, I'd definitely refuse her, but I'm sorry, parental orders must be followed. I have to go through the motions. What a joke. I Tang Ao, a rebellious rich second generation. When have I ever listened to my parents? Would I tell you that this is just an excuse to keep the plot on track? But Zhou Qiao rivals Lin Ruoxue in looks, figure, and status. Most importantly, she's had a crush on me for years. According to the book, I Tang Ao am Lin Ruoxue's lapdog, and Zhou Qiao is my lapdog. Lin Ruoxue silently repeated the name, her fists unconsciously clenching. A family more prominent than the Lin family, Zhou Qiao directly controlled Dazhou Pharmaceutical, which was 4 times larger than Lin's pharmaceutical. Zhou Qiao had always been one of Lin Ruoxue's rivals to overcome. Fine, since that's the case, I won't go to the reunion tomorrow night either. He'll accompany you on your blind date. Lin Ruoxue's words struck like a thunderbolt, and Tang Ao's heart nearly leaped out of his throat. You're coming on my blind date. Who in the world brings a girlfriend to a blind date? A love triangle. White album drama. It's not even the season for that. Dear lady, please don't cause trouble. The class reunion is a crucial plot point. You can't miss it. Your classmate bonds run deep. How can you skip the reunion? In life, there are only 4 kinds of people you must never let down, and classmates are among the most important. Not only should you go, but for safety, you must bring your personal bodyguard. Tang Ao said this firmly, then quickly turned and got into the car. Hurry, leave now, before this crazy woman does something even more outrageous. Yichin, you've got to step up. I can only help you this far. If you can't win Lin Ruoxue even with this, then I'm truly out of options. My deep devoted lapdog persona can't collapse. All the key plot points ahead rely on it. Seeing Tang Ao trying to flee in panic, Lin Ruoxue had an idea. She pulled open the passenger door and sat in. Drive me home. Huh, I thought you had your own car. You're my boyfriend now. Do I have to go home alone? Tang Ao's forehead beaded with sweat. Of course not. Driving my girlfriend home is a boyfriend's duty. With the roar of the engine, Tang Ao sped off in his Bugatti Veyron, leaving behind a trail of envious glances. As the car started, his phone rang. Tang Ao habitually answered through the car's Bluetooth speaker. A frustrated female voice came through. I heard you went to confess to Lin Ruoxue again today. You've brought shame to the Tang family. Who is this? The voice was unfamiliar. Tang Ao was baffled by the scolding. Already fuming, he wasn't about to be polite. I'm your mother. My mother. I already drove her to her grave. Who are you trying to fool? I'm your father. Your damn father. Tang Ao hung up and focused on driving. Lin Ruoxue stared at him suspiciously, but she couldn't hear his thoughts now. The car's display showed the caller's number. Though unnamed, she recognized it. Tang Ao's mother had once called to warn Lin Ruoxue not to toy with Tang Ao's feelings. The same number. Was Tang Ao now so rebellious that he spoke to his family like this? Lin Ruoxue felt she couldn't quite understand him anymore. Who talks to their own mother like that? Soon the car's speakers rang again. Again, no name. Tang Ao answered. A deep, powerful male voice came through. I heard you drove your mother to her grave and became my father-in-law. This voice. Why did it sound so familiar? Daddy. Recognizing the unmistakable voice on the phone, Tang Ao identified the caller. Don't call me dad, I'm not your father. Tang Ao's father on the other end seemed so flustered that he blurted out such nonsensical words. Lin Ruoxue in the passenger seat burst into laughter, covering her mouth with one hand and holding her stomach with the other, her body trembling. Tang Ao, only you could do this. You're truly a master of making a mess. Tang Ao shot a glare at Lin Ruoxue, calmed his mind, and after a moment of thought suddenly realized, I remember now, my mother hasn't been driven to death by me yet. So, the one who just called me was my biological mother, whom I longed to care for, but couldn't. To be fair, Tang Ao spoke from the heart. After driving his mother to her death in his past life, even knowing it was just plot in a novel, he still felt deep pain. Now, knowing his mother was still alive, he felt genuine joy. Tang Ao. His words were like pouring gasoline on a blazing fire. Both male and female voices roared his name in fury, one sharp, one deep, each brimming with rage. What do you mean by long to care for, but couldn't? What do you mean not driven to death yet? You're such a filial son. I don't care where you are, get back here in half an hour or else. Your monthly allowance will be cut to 5 million. See how you survive. Before Tang Ao could answer, his parents argued on the phone. Tang, are you trying to starve my son? Who can live on 5 million? Tell me, have you been planning to kick us out so you can live a life of luxury and pleasure? Honey, that's absolutely not true. Don't be angry. If I didn't say that, would that brat come back obediently? 5 million is too little. Son, listen to me, be careful on the road. Come back before dark if you can. Even if you don't, it's fine. Mom will give you an extra 5 million on the side. You'll only get 10 million a month from now on. It's not much, but at least you won't starve out there. Lin Ruoxue in the passenger seat was stunned. Was the competition among rich second generations so fierce that 5 million a month could lead to starvation? Her own Lin's pharmaceutical company had a monthly net profit of only 5 million excluding salaries and costs. What kind of terrifying existence was the Tang family? Tang Ao smiled bitterly, feeling a warmth in his heart. Alright, I'll come back tonight. Mom, I love you. On the other end, a woman dressed in luxurious clothes with expensive cosmetics, unable to hide the wrinkles on her face, suddenly had tears in her eyes. When did this rebellious son change? I bet he's in trouble again. I need to find out what foolish thing he's done. Before Tang Ao could continue, the line went dead with a series of beeps. After hanging up, Tang Ao silently vowed, "Rest assured, Mom, in this life, they'll be careful. I won't drive you to death just to follow the plot of pursuing Lin Ruoxue." Lin Ruoxue in the passenger seat felt a chill run down her spine. If Tang Ao had said this to her face, she would have thought him mad. But at this moment she was certain these were his true thoughts, his most genuine feelings. So, Lin Ruoxue had a bold guess. Tang Ao had died once. Perhaps in his past life he was indeed her most loyal follower, but with her personality, he likely ended up with nothing. Before his death he had a revelation and was given a second chance. So Tang Ao's constant talk about the plot was just his fear that events would deviate from his experience, that he'd lose control. This explains why he still acted like a lovesick fool, even though he no longer liked Lin Ruoxue. So that was it. So Tang Ao had sacrificed so much for her, even losing his own mother. Lin Ruoxue, feeling she had uncovered a huge secret, couldn't help covering her mouth with both hands. What's wrong? Seeing Lin Ruoxue staring at him with emotion, Tang Ao was confused. Will you keep pursuing me? I mean, what if one day we get engaged, or even married? What are you thinking? Tang Ao's heart skipped a beat. This woman is probably already planning which kindergarten our kids will go to. That's terrifying. Lin Ruoxue, please stay sane. You're Yi Chen's harem. If I marry you, Yi Chen will skin me alive. I need to make her drop this unrealistic fantasy. As the female lead, you can't be so one-sided toward me, the villain. Ruoxue, I have to be honest with you. We Tang men are all vigorous. You alone can't satisfy me. I want. You know what I mean. Tang Ao believed Lin Ruoxue would understand his implication. I'm such a clever one. This gives her the perfect excuse to despise me. Maybe we should break up for now. Don't worry, I'll pursue you even harder in the future. You jerk. Hearing those words from Lin Ruoxue's lips, Tang Ao couldn't have been happier. He glanced over and saw Lin Ruoxue gazing at him with affection without any disdain or disgust. Tang Ao's heart sank. Oh no, big trouble. Does Lin Ruoxue have a cuckold fetish? Does she like being cheated on? Is she that twisted? What do I do now? Jerk. Lin Ruoxue raised an eyebrow, glaring at Tang Ao with fierce eyes. If he weren't driving, she would have wanted to lift his skull and use it as a bowl. How dare he say she had a cuckold fetish? That was utterly ridiculous. Phew. Seeing Lin Ruoxue's reaction and feeling the drop in temperature in the car, Tang Ao let out a long sigh. Great, Lin Ruoxue is back to normal. This is how a cold female lead should be. Throughout the ride, Lin Ruoxue didn't say a word. Soon the car stopped at her doorstep. Lin Ruoxue was a career-oriented woman. Though a CEO, she lived like an ordinary person, renting a house, pouring everything into Lin's pharmaceutical without buying herself a fancy mansion like other executives. Opening the car door, Lin Ruoxue seemed to think of something and turned to Tang Ao, saying seriously, "How about coming up for a glass of water before you go?" She didn't know why, but the thought of parting from him made her reluctant. She instinctively wanted to talk more to understand him better. Even she didn't know when she had become so curious about Tang Ao. Seeing his hesitation, she thought he was worried about meeting her family, and quickly added, "Don't worry, I live alone." Does she think I'm a child? Water. Boiling water takes time, and it's almost dinner, so we'll be hungry. Next thing, she'll offer to cook noodles. Oh no, Lin Ruoxue has truly lost it. She wants to sleep with me. Lin Ruoxue's face turned purple with rage. She slammed the door shut. Tang Ao, you bastard. Seeing her fuming outside, Tang Ao didn't dare linger. He floored the accelerator. Damn, what a loss. I've been single for over 20 years, and my first kiss was wasted on a crazy woman. As Tang Ao's Bugatti Veyron sped away, Lin Ruoxue's ability to hear his thoughts faded until it vanished. Staring at the direction he had gone, Lin Ruoxue touched her red lips, recalling the electric sensation of their lips touching in front of Lin's pharmaceutical first kiss. Huh, mine too. Lucky you, you jerk. On his way home, the system's voice suddenly echoed in Tang Ao's mind. Congratulations, host, for completing this round of the storyline. You have received a cash reward of 23333. Yuan. A string of bewildered question marks surfaced on Tang Ao's forehead. As a super-rich second generation who barely manages to get by on a monthly allowance of 10 million, how could I possibly need this paltry 20,000? This reward from the system feels less like a gift and more like an insult using money. 2333. It seems to be just a laugh. Tang Ao couldn't help but curse under his breath. System IF. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, Super Rebound. Super Rebound, a passive skill. When suffering severe damage, it nullifies the damage and launches a counterattack of equal force. He slammed on the brakes, leaving 2 long skid marks on the road as the Bugatti Veyron filled the cabin with a heavy smell of burnt rubber. What a surprise. A genuine surprise. IF. My days are getting better and better. Tang Ao quickly corrected himself. System, Daddy, you're amazing. My previous thoughts about you were all misunderstandings and prejudices. I knew you still love me. With a bug-like ability like Super Rebound, he no longer had to worry about overacting and being killed in one blow by the protagonist. If he had possessed this skill in his past life, he wouldn't have lost his life from Yi Chen's kick. This was a bug-level skill that grew stronger with the opponent's strength. Please continue your efforts, host. Completing the next story point may grant you an even more generous mystery prize. System, what's the next story point? Reply to host. Heartbroken Tang Ao goes to Lin Ruoxue, intending to discuss life with Zhou Linger. Yi Chen steps in to save the talented but misguided young girl. My. Tang Ao was a bit bewildered. In his past life, wasn't this something that happened a month later? How is the next story point fast-forwarding directly to this step? System, when is this story point? Reply to host in 1 hour. Due to the host's influence, some parts of the storyline have experienced a tiny deviation. Please do not worry, this is normal. This is one of the key plot points, so the host should treat it with caution. Like hell, I believe you. Now that my confession to Lin Ruoxue has been accepted, how could I be heartbroken? This doesn't fit the character's persona, nor is it logical. As soon as Tang Ao finished speaking, a crisp phone ringtone sounded. It was a text message from Lin Ruoxue. Tang Ao, from now on I am severing all ties with you as boyfriend and girlfriend. We are irreconcilable enemies. Off. Tang Ao's mind went numb upon seeing the message. What was happening? Had System Daddy made Lin Ruoxue see the light and reclaim her aloof persona? Tang Ao was stunned for a moment, then a news feed ad popped up on his phone. To pursue Lin Ruoxue, the Tang Group made me do this. Yi Chen had made his move against Tang Ao. After leaving Lin's pharmaceutical company, Yi Chen grew angrier and angrier, finally unable to resist making a call. Within 10 minutes, I want all information on Tang Ao, Lin Ruoxue, and the man who blackmailed them at the entrance of Lin's pharmaceutical. With a single command from the Dragon King, the world's intelligence systems began to operate. Yi Chen's phone call caused a global stir. From thousands of miles away in Sakura country, can anyone tell me why the Dragon King's palace, which has been quiet for 2 whole years, suddenly burst into action like this? Who is their target? What? The Dragon King is now in Dragon Country. That's wonderful. We've finally found a lead on the Dragon King. Good heavens, someone notify Princess Anna immediately. If she doesn't want to see our country annihilated, it's time for her to make a sacrifice. Take the private jet now and head to Longquan City in Dragon Country. My king, do you truly intend to marry your only princess to the Dragon King? Marry? No, Anna is not worthy of marrying that man. Anna's mission is to serve that man as a maid to fulfill all his needs and to appease the Dragon King's wrath against our Sakura country. Thousands of kilometers away in Bear 2 country, chaos. The world is about to descend into chaos. Which reckless fool in Dragon Country has the audacity to offend the Dragon King of the Dragon King's palace? At the other end of the blue planet in Eagle Country, spread the word. No matter who the Dragon King's target is this time, all my people in Eagle Country are to listen carefully. Only obey and cooperate, or never oppose the Dragon King. Those who dare to oppose the Dragon King are already dead. Reporting to the Dragon King, everything has been arranged according to your orders. The videos slandering and defaming Tang Ao have been released across the entire network. According to reliable sources, Lin Ruoxue has already conveyed to Tang Ao that they are now irreconcilable enemies. Hearing this, a smirk involuntarily curled at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth, revealing his trademark sinister crooked smile. Very good. Well done, everyone. Take a rest. It's time for me to relax my muscles a bit. Dragon King, if I may be so bold as to ask. According to our investigation, this Tang Ao is nothing more than a good-for-nothing spendthrift rich second generation. He's not even worth a single toe on your foot. With just one command from you, our Dragon King's palace can make him disappear from this world at any time. How dare you? Thinking of the image of Tang Ao and Lin Ruoxue kissing in public, Yi Chen ground his teeth in hatred. This Tang Ao dared to kiss the woman I have my eye on in public. I will make him taste every kind of suffering in this world and leave him forever mired in endless regret and pain. I want him to watch with his own eyes as the woman he loves lies in my arms whimpering. With that, Yi Chen hung up the phone and snorted coldly. Tang Ao, let's see how you can fight me now. Don't lose too quickly. I still want to savor the sight of your desperate struggle. On the other side, Tang Ao had already finished watching the video that popped up in the car. There was only one character in the video, the burly man who had tried to fake an accident at the entrance of Lin's pharmaceutical company today. He publicly confessed and admitted to the scheme of feigning illness for blackmail. However, he placed all the blame squarely on Tang Ao. The burly man swore on the lives of his entire family that everything was deliberately orchestrated by Tang Ao in his pursuit of Lin Ruoxue and to gain the favor of Lin Ruoxue, and that Tang Ao had paid him a large sum of money. In an instant, Tang Ao became the target of public criticism. No wonder Lin Ruoxue was so furious as to send that breakup message. System, what's going on? I don't recall this part from the original script. According to the original novel's plot, that burly man wasn't instigated by anyone. He just had a gambling addiction and needed money, so he came to stage the accident. Host, please do not worry. The storyline has only deviated by a tiny bit. Everything is within controllable limits. Alright then. Tang Ao shrugged helplessly. If that was the case, the goddess he had just won over had now turned against him. From the storyline's perspective, Tang Ao certainly had ample reason to be heartbroken. But in reality, heartbroken my ass. It would be best if Lin Ruoxue never forgave Tang Ao for the rest of her life. That way Tang Ao could boldly maintain his simp persona. I'm so heartbroken. I'm in so much pain. Inside the car, Tang Ao turned the steering wheel while deliberately crying out in anguish. No, since there's still time, I have to go to Lin Ruoxue. Before the plot starts, I need to find two gentle and lovely young ladies to play some doujiju. Beat them until they're utterly defeated. To ease my mood. What normally required a 40-minute drive, Tang Ao completed in just 20 minutes. In this segment of Saving a Fallen Girl, there was another villain in the original story who bullied her. A grotesque pervert with a bloated face whose collection of electric toys terrified the innocent maiden, making her scream for help. The girl's name was Zhou Linger, a distant cousin of Tang Ao's devoted admirer, Zhou Qiaoer. At this moment, with her mother critically ill, she had taken the desperate step of coming here to raise the 500,000 yuan in medical fees. Tang Ao, however, took a liking to her at first sight, and as if auctioning a commodity, forcibly inflated Zhou Linger's price from 500,000 to over 2 million. Colloquially known as price gouging. Naturally, Tang Ao won. In terms of personal wealth, he had never lost throughout the entire book. Just as the pitiful Zhou Linger was about to be violated, the protagonist, Yi Chun, made a domineering entrance, stepping on the faces of both Tang Ao and the grotesque villain to save the damsel in distress. He single-handedly took down dozens of security guards and made a majestic exit, then demanded that Zhou Linger become his woman, generously offering millions to completely capture her heart. Yi Chun had truly struck gold. Thereafter, Zhou Linger gradually grew into one of the most central figures in the protagonist's camp. When Yi Chun went missing during a crisis, she took the reins alone and resolved a predicament that even Yi Chun found daunting. In essence, this was a transaction where one was willing to give and the other to take. In this plot, Yi Chun, like the original Tang Ao and the grotesque villain, was merely spending money to obtain Zhou Linger. The only difference was Yi Chun's superior martial prowess and his protagonist's halo. They were all out for the same thing, yet the protagonist was forcibly elevated above others. This shoddy book? I wonder what reward this mission system will give me. I hope Zhou Linger doesn't act as crazy as Lin Ruoxue. Stepping out of his Bugatti Veyron, Tang Ao gazed at the opulent Lin Ruoxue, feeling a sense of disorientation. He had only been to this place once in his past life, and that time was specifically to deliver himself for Yi Chun to slap in the face. But now, there was still a full half hour before the plot began. Oh, Master Tang, what wine blows you here? As soon as he got out of the car, Tang Ao was surrounded by a group of beautifully dressed women. The wall was so white, the lights so round and smooth. Good heavens, why hadn't he remembered there was such a delightful place to unwind in his past life? Tang Ao's visit directly alarmed the manager of Lin Ruoxue. As a top-tier rich second-generation, Tang Ao had a certain reputation throughout the entire Dragon Nation. In the manager's eyes, such a figure was a dripping with fat money tree. Looking at the fawning manager, Tang Ao waved his hand grandly. Book me the most expensive private room, prepare a deck of playing cards, and pick 2 of your best girls from here. Half an hour later, no matter how the landlord game is going, come knock and call me out. Fight. Fight the landlord. The manager was taken aback, eyeing Tang Ao with suspicion, then broke into a knowing smile. Master Tang, you really know how to have fun. Fight the landlord indeed. Rest assured, our top-tier rooms are fully equipped. If there's anything you don't understand, just tell them. I guarantee this will be a landlord experience you'll never forget. With that, the manager respectfully escorted Tang Ao upstairs. In the blink of an eye, in the manager's office, a tense Zhou Linger stood gracefully in a sailor suit, feet together before the manager. Beside her stood a seductive woman with light makeup, dressed in leather jacket and pants with big wavy hair. Zhou Linger, you should know what kind of person Master Tang is. If you can't latch onto his coattails, don't even think about the 500,000 for your mother's medical bills. Even if the dog in your grandmother's village gets sick, you won't have to worry about the money. Zhou Linger bit her lip tightly, her eyes red, having fully prepared herself mentally before coming here. She wouldn't have come if she weren't at her wit's end. In Longquan City, although she had a distant cousin like Zhou Qiaoer, her mother had sworn she'd rather die than accept charity from Zhou Qiaoer's family. Zhou Linger was just a fresh female college graduate. Forget 500,000. Even a fraction 50,000 couldn't be scraped together from everyone she knew. In an era of exorbitant bride prices and million yuan houses, countless families like Zhou Linger's couldn't even muster 50,000 in savings. Some people better not act holier than thou later. Know your place. If it weren't for the fact that you and I are the only 2 virgins in Lin Ruoxue tonight, a guest as distinguished as Master Tang wouldn't have you accompanying him in 1,000 lifetimes. The manager stared eagerly at the speaker's heaving bosom, swallowing hard. Sister Hong, you're our top star here. Whether we can land Master Tang depends entirely on you. Sister Hong snorted lightly, just a little fledgling. Leave it to me. He'll make sure he's completely hooked on our place. As for you, she looked Zhou Linger up and down with a contemptuous click of her tongue. Learn well. With that coy attitude, Master Tang will never like you. With that, Sister Hong swayed her hips out of the manager's office, and Zhou Linger quickly followed with small steps, head bowed. Knock knock knock, Master Tang am here. To Zhou Linger's astonishment, Sister Hong's voice had transformed into a completely different syrupy tone, so saccharine that even Zhou Linger, a girl herself, couldn't help but get goosebumps. Inside the room, Tang Ao's heart nearly leaped out at that greeting. The door opened, and then closed tightly. Zhou Linger glanced up at Tang Ao, swallowed hard, and silently encouraged herself. For Mom's medical bills, Zhou Linger, you can do this. The room was dimly lit. Sister Hong sashayed toward Tang Ao with a model's gait, peeling off her leather jacket as she moved, revealing vast expanses of snow-white skin that made Tang Ao gulp involuntarily. Good heavens, what a body. Too bad. It's still smaller than Lin Ruoxue's, and her face isn't as pretty either. Hearing Tang Ao's inner voice, Zhou Linger jerked her head up to look around, but found no source wearing the same bewildered expression as Lin Ruoxue. This lift of her head allowed Tang Ao to clearly see her face, startling him so much he nearly fell off his chair. Oh my god, that manager sure knows how to handle things. How did he send Zhou Linger here ahead of time? Hearing the voice again, and seeing Tang Ao's shocked expression, a bold conjecture formed in Zhou Linger's mind. Could this be Tang Ao's thoughts? Could she hear Tang Ao's inner voice? Master Tang, I've been waiting so long for you. Sister Hong breathed hot air into Tang Ao's ear and neck with a syrupy tone. The inexperienced Tang Ao couldn't handle such stimulation, his face turning as red as a pig's liver. Good heavens, she's practically a siren. What cadre could withstand such a test? But, what do I do now? Listening to Tang Ao's inner thoughts, Zhou Linger couldn't help but silently curse in her heart. Phew, scumbag. He was nothing but a lecherous womanizer. If it weren't for the fact that it involved her mother's life, she would never have had any dealings with someone like Tang Ao in her entire life. Tang Ao didn't notice Zhou Linger's cold glare. His gaze was fixed straight ahead. Without a word, Hong Jia pressed Tang Ao's head against her chest. The scent of a maiden mingled with a faint trace of perfume. Tang Ao felt as if he had completely sunk into a sea of tenderness, momentarily losing his bearings. In contrast, Hong Jia was far more experienced. As she peeled off Tang Ao's coat, she breathed warm air into his ear. Her smooth little tongue, like a nimble loach, lightly touched his earlobe. Tang Ao felt as if his entire body was about to ignite, burning and weak. A beast seemed to rampage wildly in his heart, nearly leaping out of his throat. Heavens, this is too thrilling. Ew, I've never experienced such excitement in my life. While finally the heavens have opened their eyes. Can I finally grow into an adult today? This is my first time. A small step for me, Tang Ao, but a giant leap for my entire life. Heavens, a lecherous, notorious playboy like Tang Ao, and this is only his first time. Zhou Linger was utterly incredulous. According to rumors, this young Master Tang's ex-girlfriends could at least hold hands and form a line circling Longquan City twice. From the earlobe to the neck, Tang Ao could no longer suppress the beast within him. He reached out and embraced Hong Jia, his large hands wandering from her fragrant shoulders downward. The door to the unknown world was about to open. Bang, bang, bang. Just then a sudden knock sounded. Tang Ao jolted, startled as if caught in the act, and leaped off Hong Jia. Heavens, could it be someone checking the rooms? How could that be? This is the most luxurious suite in Lin Ruoxue. Such inspections would never reach here. As she spoke, Hong Jia hooked her arms around Tang Ao's neck and wrapped her legs around him, hanging onto him. No joke. Opportunities like this to hook a premium client like Tang Ao were rare. This could be a life-changing event for someone like her, and Hong Jia would not allow any mistakes. Open the door. I'm a police officer. Hey, race my badge. I suspect illegal activities are taking place in this room, and am conducting an inspection. A sharp female voice startled Tang Ao, who quickly dropped Hong Jia to the ground and frantically dressed himself. Caught in his first-ever room inspection, Zhou Linger turned pale, with fright, her icy-cold little hands unsure where to place themselves. Hong Jia's face showed surprise as she stammered, "How is this possible? How could the police be inspecting this place?" Outside the door stood Li Shiyun, dressed in plain clothes along with several colleagues in similar attire. Li Shiyun was a police officer. If Tang Ao saw her, he would be astonished, for Li Shiyun was one of Yi Chen's harem, the only police flower in all of Longquan City, or indeed the entire story. Having grown up with Tang Ao, she was practically his childhood sweetheart, brimming with a sense of justice. After Tang Ao was killed by Yi Chen, Li Shiyun, even at the cost of her position, relentlessly pursued Yi Chen, causing him no small amount of trouble. Today, having received a tip about a notorious criminal near Lin Ruoxue, Li Shiyun and her team changed into plain clothes to investigate. Just as they apprehended the criminal and were about to return to the station, Li Shiyun heard Tang Ao's voice in her mind. The layout of this top-tier suite in Lin Ruoxue is excellent. It's not inferior to the opulent Tang family. I can't wait. There are so many beautiful girls here. I wonder if I can handle it. I hear the first time is quick. What if they mock me? Being rich is great. By the way, is the room number 696? Could this be a hint? As a police officer and Tang Ao's childhood friend, Li Shiyun immediately recognized his voice. Since becoming a cop, she hadn't seen Tang Ao for 2 full years. After much hesitation, she decided to lead her team to Lin Ruoxue. The manager of Lin Ruoxue smiled obsequiously. Officer Lee, there's no one in here. Everyone in Longquan City knows that Lin Ruoxue has always been a legitimate business, never engaging in anything illegal. Li Shiyun sneered. She had just heard Tang Ao's inner thoughts again, and he was about to take a giant step in life, and this manager still had the nerve to claim they ran a legitimate business. He'll warn you one last time, open the door. The manager spread his hands and shook his head firmly. I'm sorry, this room is reserved by the boss. No one has the key except him. Li Shiyun glared at him darkly. Tang Ao's thoughts had made it crystal clear. He was in this room with 2 women, and the manager still tried to brush her off. Li Shiyun waved her hand decisively. Break it down. Charge in. He'll take full responsibility. Just then a male colleague tugged at her sleeve in concern. Shiyun, calm down. If there's no one inside and a guest complains, you might face disciplinary action. Worse, forcing entry could ruin your career. Exactly. Those who come to Lin Ruoxue are all wealthy or powerful, the movers and shakers of Longquan City. Even your uncles and cousins frequent this place. I've heard that there's never been any illicit dealings here. Shiyun, I think we should leave. Yeah, these luxury suites are no joke. That door alone is worth at least hundreds of thousands. If we damage it, our meager salaries can't cover it. In the past, faced with such severe consequences and the rational advice of her colleagues, Li Shiyun might have listened and left obediently. But now she was absolutely certain that Tang Ao and 2 women were in that room. Li Shiyun snorted coldly, took a step back, and then charged forward, kicking the door with all her might. As she left a deep shoe print on the gilded 696 numbers, the door burst open with a bang. So this is your confident assurance that no one was inside? Li Shiyun shot the manager a disdainful look before turning her disappointed gaze toward Tang Ao in the room. It really was him. Why had he become like this? When they were children, in Li Shiyun's eyes, Tang Ao was the most righteous person in the world. If it weren't for his encouragement, she would never have embarked on this path of upholding justice. When they were young, in Li Shiyun's eyes, Tang Ao was the most righteous person under heaven. If not for his encouragement, she would never have taken the path of upholding justice. Seeing Li Shiyun coming to inspect the room, Tang Ao was utterly stunned. What's going on? Shouldn't she appear next month? This scene doesn't include her. Oh my god, is this the so-called slight deviation? This plot has gone completely off track. Characters who shouldn't appear are appearing. A character who shouldn't be here. Fine. Li Shiyun instantly felt a surge of inexplicable anger. Tang Ao, am I interrupting your good time? Li Shiyun glared at Tang Ao coldly, her gaze like needles piercing through him. How could that be? I just came to play cards. Ask the manager if you don't believe me. Li Shiyun is still naive now. If I remember correctly, she's had a crush on me since childhood. Seeing me in a place like this must make her furious, right? Tang Ao. Li Shiyun, like a hedgehog with its quills raised, pointed at Tang Ao's nose and shouted him, not angry, not at all. Li Shiyun's reaction stunned all her colleagues. What's going on? Is this the reaction of someone not angry? She says she's not angry, but her eyes could devour someone. As the most promising and dedicated policewoman, Li Shiyun had never been so agitated in 2 years of solving cases, and no one had ever seen her so furious. Over 2 years, everyone knew Li Shiyun had a strong sense of justice. No matter how close the relationship, if she caught someone breaking the law, even just running a red light off duty, they would face punishment without exception. And those who had been punished, no matter how tight their previous bond, would receive only a formal notification from Li Shiyun when she decided to penalize them, without a single extra word or any outburst of temper. Li Shiyun's colleagues were stunned, staring blankly at Tang Ao, trying to discern something extraordinary about him. Everyone has 2 eyes and a mouth, so why did he earn the favor of the police flower? And why was Li Shiyun so furious even when he was suspected of soliciting prostitution? What they didn't know was that, as Li Shiyun fumed, a blush crept onto her cheeks. Having her secret crush seen through was so embarrassing, and that only made her angrier. Tang Ao knew his temper, yet he dared to lie to her. Tang Ao, he'll give you one more chance. Tell me, did you come here just to play cards? If I tell the truth, that I'm mainly here to help Zhou Linger raise medical bills and relax a bit, she'll never believe me. Zhou Linger is pitiful. In the original plot a month later, she barely gathered the last 500,000 by almost selling herself, but her mother missed the optimal treatment window. The money was gone, and her mother couldn't be saved, which allowed Yi Chun to take advantage and take her into his harem. Now the plot has advanced a full month. These 2 days are exactly the best time for Zhou Linger's mother's treatment. Tang Ao's words made both Zhou Linger and Li Shiyun freeze. Zhou Linger stared at Tang Ao, her eyes shimmering. Tang Ao had come specifically to help her. But how did he know about her situation? It was too bizarre. Meanwhile, Li Shiyun studied Tang Ao with disbelief. It seemed Tang Ao had truly changed, becoming a man full of lies, spinning tales without a second thought, even deceiving himself. The Tang Ao she had secretly admired, the one who guided her onto the path of justice, was dead. Just as Li Shiyun had given up on Tang Ao, Zhou Linger's phone rang. In panic, she accidentally pressed the speakerphone button. Is this Zhou Linger? I'm your mother's attending physician. If you can pay the remaining 500,000 for surgery within 2 days, we can schedule it for the day after tomorrow. Honestly, I'm quite confident about this operation. Delaying further will only worsen your mother's condition and reduce the chances of success. Hearing the voice from the phone speaker, Zhou Linger and Li Shiyun both froze. It was exactly as Tang Ao's inner thoughts had predicted. These 2 days were truly the best time for Zhou Linger's mother's treatment. Tang Ao knew what would happen in the future. Li Shiyun's gaze toward Tang Ao now held a hint of guilt. So Tang Ao wasn't as bad as he seemed on the surface. He still had a kind heart. He came to Lin Ruoxue to save someone. As long as the money was raised in 2 days and the optimal treatment time was seized, her mother could be saved. Li Shiyun waved her hand grandly and pointed at Zhou Linger. Tang Ao, are you planning to take advantage of her vulnerability and sleep with her in exchange for the surgery fee? Tang Ao's heart skipped a beat as he saw Yi Chen approaching in the distance with a girl's waist in his arm and thought of his mission. Yi Chen, you're finally here. I've been waiting so long for you. Zhou Linger is your woman. I'd never sleep with her. But this plot requires me to create an opportunity for you to show off and save face. Since you're here, start the act. You'd better stand up for your woman. Yes, I want to sleep with her. Tang Ao puffed out his chest, raising his voice to ensure Yi Chen outside the door could hear. Hearing Tang Ao's words, Yi Chen cooperatively stopped in his tracks, staring coldly at Tang Ao. She needs money for surgery, and I need someone to pleasure me. 500,000 for her service. That's not too much, is it? The manager grew anxious, frantically signaling Tang Ao. Young Master Tang, what nonsense are you talking about? Didn't you come to play cards? Manager, sorry, but I'm just a lowly villain. Now that the protagonist is here, I have to offer my face for him to slap, otherwise the plot can't move forward. Play cards. What a joke. With 2 such alluring beauties in the same room, would you only play cards? But anyway, I haven't done anything yet, so no crime has been committed. Zhou Linger, I can give you 500,000 right now on the condition that you become my dog. Damn, these words are disgusting. I'm about to throw up. Zhou Linger must be terrified right now. I'm sorry, but this is all to cooperate with Yi Chen. If I don't say this, he won't have a good reason to slap my face later, and the plot can't advance. Why isn't Yi Chen coming out to show off yet? My provocation must not be enough. Zhou Linger, I'm sorry, but I have to turn up the heat. Please don't blame me. Do you know what it means to be my dog? It means you're not allowed to wear clothes without my command. You'll have to wear a leash and crawl on the ground like a dog. If you refuse, I guarantee your mother will die waiting. Please don't accept. Even if you don't accept, they'll still pay the money. If only I weren't a villain. Would Tang Ao. Are you even human? Do you think money makes you almighty? Can money let you do whatever you want? As Yi Chen spoke, he tried to pull the pitiful Zhou Linger into his arms, but she dodged in terror. Yi Chen chuckled awkwardly as he straightened up and said, don't be afraid. He'll handle this today. The moment Yi Chen laid his eyes on Zhou Linger, his gaze brightened. Clad in a blue and white sailor uniform, her face was tender yet breathtakingly beautiful. In terms of figure, stature, and appearance, Zhou Linger was in no way inferior to Lin Ruoxue. More importantly, her youthful innocence and the soft fuzz on her cheeks told Yi Chen that she was still untouched by the world, likely never even having been in love. A girl like this, if still in university, would undoubtedly be the campus belle. Yi Chen also heard about the matter of 500,000. Seeing Zhou Linger's pitiful demeanor before Tang Ao stirred a deep sense of conquest and protection within him. Of course, what mattered more was that just over an hour ago, Tang Ao had publicly kissed Lin Ruoxue, the woman Yi Chen had claimed as his own, and confirmed their relationship. Now as Yi Chen made his move, there was a subtle undercurrent of vengeance. You dare to take my woman? Fine, then he'll not only reclaim mine, but also snatch away the one you desire. He wanted to possess Zhou Linger to humiliate Tang Ao thoroughly. Truly the protagonist, barely meeting her, and already he thinks of pulling her clothes openly, taking advantage while planting the image of a heroic savior in Zhou Linger's heart. What a pity, a flower cast upon a dung heap. If I recall correctly, Yi Chen, that lecher, always uses the guise of heroism to do shady deeds. Hearing Tang Ao's thoughts, Zhou Linger, still dazed, sensed Yi Chen's restless approach. Summoning strength, she didn't know she pushed him away just before he could take liberties. Don't come near me. To put it bluntly, she might be forced into selling herself, but that didn't mean she would endure such humiliation. At that moment, she felt a strong urge to turn and flee to escape this place. But she couldn't leave. If she left, she wouldn't be able to gather the funds for her mother's medical treatment, and she would lose her mother forever. What a pitiful girl. I recall Yi Chen's money is still tied up in overseas procedures. AYTLL take at least 3 days before he can come up with 500,000. By then her mother's treatment will be delayed. Oh well, there aren't many filial girls like this these days. After Yi Chen slaps my face, he'll front the surgery fee in his name. Zhou Linger stared at Tang Ao, her eyes brimming with tears of gratitude. This sight melted Yi Chen's heart. He tried once more to embrace her, but failed again. Miss Zhou Linger, don't be afraid. With me here, I promise no one will harm you. Hearing Yi Chen's impassioned words, Tang Ao knew it was time for his performance. He cleared his throat, put on an arrogant expression, and swaggered up to Yi Chen, pointing at his nose with bravado. You're just Lin Ruoxue's bodyguard, a hired dog from the Lin family. How dare you come to a place like this? Who gave you the courage to fight me for a woman? Do you even have the means? Only Zhou Linger and Li Shiyun noticed his calves trembling as he spoke. Yichen, please go easy on me later. As the most powerful man in this world, don't kill me in a fit of rage. If you do, create opportunities for you to show off. As Tang Ao's words fell, a series of cracking sounds came from Yichen's bones. Anyone could see that Yichen was genuinely enraged. What are you doing? Yichen, do you dare to strike me in front of everyone? To everyone's surprise, Li Shiyun stepped between Yichen and Tang Ao, shielding him protectively. Li Shiyun felt immense joy. Tang Ao had never forgotten his original intent. His sense of justice had never faded. He was willing to bear infamy and insults to help the unfortunate Zhou Linger, even paying the 50,000 medical fee in Yichen's name. 50,000 was no small sum. In smaller cities, it could buy a decent apartment in a good location. These days, no one's money falls from the sky, and no rich second generation would casually donate 50,000 anonymously to a stranger they've just met. Li Shiyun now firmly believed she had been full of misunderstandings and prejudices about Tang Ao. Yichen raised an eyebrow, and upon seeing Li Shiyun, his eyes couldn't look away. He leered at her, marveling at his luck today. How had he missed such a stunning beauty before? Unlike the ICCO Li Shiyun or the innocent sailor uniformed Zhou Linger, this woman had a simple ponytail, her skin a healthy bronze from rigorous training. Though somewhat flat-chested, she exuded a wild charm that was especially alluring. As the saying goes, a flat chest can conquer the world. Yichen wondered if his romantic luck had arrived, and silently resolved to add Li Shiyun to his harem. Well, Yichen is truly a stallion. Seeing her for the first time, and he's already drooling like a fool. I bet he's thinking about how to get both Li Shiyun and Zhou Linger, enjoying both in his arms. It's ridiculous. As the protagonist, he can love one after another without being hated. Instead, it's seen as his charm. But if I, a villain, dared to show affection to any female lead, I'd be condemned by all. Hearing Tang Ao's words combined with Yichen's incessant advances toward Zhou Linger and his lecherous gaze at her, Li Shiyun felt nauseated. Without hesitation, she kicked Yichen. At the same time, Zhou Linger, having also heard Tang Ao's thoughts, felt Yichen's hand creeping toward her again. Anger surged within her, and she bit his arm with all her might. The sharp pain made Yichen lose his composure. He flung Zhou Linger away, but in doing so failed to dodge Li Shiyun's attack, taking a solid kick to the stomach. Though Yichen's body was formidable, Li Shiyun, as a police officer leading missions, was no weakling. The kick left Yichen pale, feeling as if his intestines were tangled together, staggering back several steps in agony. Tang Ao was stunned by the scene, feeling numb all over. What the hell is going on? Who the hell can translate this for me? What the hell is happening? Can anyone translate what the hell? It's chaos. The whole plot is in chaos. Li Shiyun, you are destined to be Yichen's future lover. He is your husband. How could you strike him? Zhou Linger, what madness has seized you? I am the villain here. Though Yichen's intentions are ulterior, he came to rescue you, to play the hero, saving the damsel in distress. You are about to become his woman. How could you bite him? Hearing Tang Ao's inner thoughts, the spark of fury within Li Shiyun's heart was doused with a torrent of gasoline. She lunged forward, once more executing a flawless arrest maneuver that pinned Yichen to the ground before he could recover from the searing pain. Her movements were fluid and seamless, a display of such striking grace that even Tang Ao couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. What a woman Li Shiyun is, truly magnificent. If I could marry a wife like her, strolling through the streets would be filled with absolute security. Hearing Tang Ao's thoughts, a faint smile curled at the corners of Li Shiyun's lips. Meanwhile, Zhou Linger, who had been thrown to the ground, staggered to her feet, casting an envious glance at Li Shiyun. So Tang Ao admired women of strength, did he? From now on, she would have to work hard to train her body. What are you all standing around for? Why aren't you arresting this pervert? Li Shiyun's words stunned everyone present except Zhou Linger. Li Shiyun's colleagues were utterly baffled, their gazes shifting to Tang Ao, who still wore an arrogant expression. Sure. Shiyun, have you lost your mind? He is the pervert, isn't he? This brother here was acting out of righteousness and courage. This man just declared in front of everyone that he would put a dog leash on that girl named Zhou Linger. Yes, I am the pervert. Why are you hitting him? Tang Ao himself stepped forward, equally bewildered. Is there no justice? Is there no law? He merely stepped up to defend the weak, and you grind his face into the ground. Tang Ao's inexplicable actions once again stunned everyone except Zhou Linger and Li Shiyun. Bro, others might say that, but what right do you have to speak up for Yichen? Anyone could see that Yichen was about to throw a punch at Tang Ao. Seeing Tang Ao's reaction, Zhou Linger quickly shuffled over to him on small steps. I am willing. He is not a pervert at all. Holy crap. Tang Ao felt a jolt of numbness course through his entire body. Why were both Li Shiyun and Zhou Linger rebelling, straying from the script? How could anyone withstand this? Had they picked up the wrong lines? Zhou Linger, do you even know what you're saying? Yichen, pinned to the ground by Li Shiyun, roared in fury. Miss Zhou, don't be afraid. Are you being coerced by this man? If you are, just blink, and we police will stand up for you. Yes, young lady, you mustn't say such things. His demand just now stripped you of your human dignity. No matter how desperate for money, you can't debase yourself like this. Several officers glared at Tang Ao, itching to tear his skin off. In their eyes, Tang Ao must have used some trick to bewitch Li Shiyun. Such an innocent young girl was all too easy to threaten and deceive. No one is coercing me. Truly everything I do is voluntary. Damn it, Zhou Linger must have gone mad from my words earlier, spouting such scandalous things. Heaven save me. How can I keep playing this role with her like this? The protagonist Yi Chun has lost all his dignity. I have to find a way to salvage the situation. Alright, stop doubting. I did coerce her. You all heard me say it. In all of Longquan City, no one but me can give her 500,000. I said it. Tang Ao paused, then turned his gaze to Yi Chun, who was pinned to the ground. But Yi Chun, since you, a mere bodyguard, dare to oppose me, I'll give you a chance. If you can come up with the 500,000 Zhou Linger needs within 3 days, I will not only apologize to her, but also kneel in public and slap myself 3 times as penance. Ha ha ha, I'm such a clever devil. With that challenge, how could Yi Chun refuse? Then he'll secretly pay the surgery fees in his name. In the end, he'll win Zhou Linger's heart. The plot gets back on track, and he can use my self-slapping to show off magnificently. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun, ignoring the pain in his abdomen and Li Shiyun's firm grip, shouted excitedly, Tang Ao. You said that. Of course. Seeing Yi Chun accept, Tang Ao was overjoyed. What are you waiting for? This Yi Chun just attempted to molest Miss Zhou Linger, and he leered at me. Indisputable evidence of sexual harassment. Get over here and help. Li Shiyun's words exploded like a bombshell in everyone's minds, shattering their thoughts into dust. Shiyun, do you have proof? Yes, Shiyun. Although Yi Chun and Zhou Linger did have some physical contact, anyone with eyes can see he was trying to calm her down. Yi Chun quickly tried to defend himself. Officer, how can you slander me like this? I am a law-abiding citizen. I only instinctively tried to comfort her when I saw she was frightened. Anyone would. Shut up. Li Shiyun didn't know why, but hearing Yi Chun's voice now made her sick. A lecher like him dared to think of adding her to his harem. Was he worthy? The incident happened so fast that others didn't notice, but Li Shiyun clearly saw that ever since Yi Chun appeared, his hands had been restless, trying to take advantage of Zhou Linger. Li Shiyun pointed to the body camera on her shoulder, the truth of what happened. Zhou Linger, I want you to speak for yourself. It's all recorded here. Zhou Linger's eyes darted between Yi Chun and Tang Ao. Biting her lip, she told the truth. He kept trying to grope me. I sensed something was wrong and dodged, but then he tried to hug me. I didn't know what to do. I was so scared I bid him sob. As she spoke, tears of grievance streamed uncontrollably down her face. She had told the truth, omitting only the part about hearing Tang Ao's thoughts. If not for that, she wouldn't have calmed down so quickly and noticed Yi Chun's sneaky moves. It was Tang Ao who had alerted her, allowing her to evade Yi Chun's wandering hands and protect her innocence. Without him, she would have been taken advantage of and still felt grateful to Yi Chun. Is that true? This man used the guise of heroism to commit molestation. How despicable. Shiyun, I'm sorry, I misjudged you. I thought you were wronging a good man, but now I see you were right. Shiyun, use my cuffs. They've been specially reinforced by the tech department. Suddenly Yi Chun was the target of universal condemnation. Yi Chun was stunned, and so was Tang Ao. No one could fathom how things had come to this. I won't accept this. Yi Chun struggled and shouted as the officers led him out of the room. Why am I the only one being arrested? You all saw Tang Ao's every word and deed. Why isn't that scoundrel being taken? I suspect you're abusing your power for personal gain. Upon hearing Yi Chun's words, several police officers exchanged glances, their eyes complex, as they stared at Tang Ao and Zhou Linger. One of them couldn't help but fix his gaze on Zhou Linger and advised, Young lady, we can help you raise funds for the medical expenses. But don't submit to him against your will just because of money. If you're truly uneasy, we can pool some funds to cover the medical fees first. Hearing this, the other officers frowned. Every family has its own troubles. Being a police officer is just a job, and their salaries aren't high among various professions. Most of them here especially were auxiliary police without official positions, earning only about 3,000 yuan a month. Not to mention 500,000, even 50,000 yuan would take a year and a half of saving without eating or drinking. As police officers, they still had to face bride prices, houses, cars, and the cost of milk powder for children after marriage. No one had much spare cash. But then an officer excused himself to the restroom, pulled out his basic phone from his pocket, and said, Honey, how much savings do we have? 60,000. Maybe. Could we take out 50,000? There's a life at stake here. Thank you, honey, thank you for understanding. Don't worry, I'll quit smoking and definitely secure a full-time position this year. After hanging up, he couldn't help but reach into his pocket, instinctively pulling out a cheap cigarette and bringing it to his lips. He paused, then took it down and put it back, returning to the room. He secretly showed 5 fingers, and then another officer left the room. Sorry about the bride price, talk to mom for me. He'll make it up later. I need to take 100,000 out of the 200,000. Sorry, I'm a police officer, a life is at stake. This money is to save a life. As long as I have the ability, I can't stand by and watch someone fall into the abyss without doing anything. Soon, except for Li Shiyun, all the officers had left the room under the pretext of using the restroom. Through signals, Li Xian's 6 colleagues could only scrape together 300,000 yuan. Li Shiyun subtly gave them a reassuring gesture. She could cover the remaining 200,000. They all looked at each other and gritted their teeth, saying, "It's just 500,000 yuan. We can pull it together for you now. Don't feel any burden." That's right, one must live with dignity. Miss Zhou Linger, you're still young. There's a beautiful life ahead of you. Don't let yourself fall into the abyss. Tang Ao couldn't help but feel admiration for the officer's words. Zhou Linger, being young, might not see it, but Tang Ao, who had lived 2 lives, was different. These officers were all in their own clothes. The total value of all their clothes and shoes combined probably didn't exceed 1,000 yuan. The one at the back was worse off, still using a knockoff keypad phone that cost less than 100 yuan. It was clear they weren't well off. Li Shiyun had long fallen out with her family to become a police officer, and she now rented a basement room less than 10 square meters. Truly a group of good officers willing to help Zhou Linger with her medical expenses even when their own lives were tight. No, I can't let their kindness go to waste. Don't worry, this money doesn't need to come from you. Zhou Linger's eyes welled up with tears of gratitude. Thank you all. I'm really not being threatened. It's all Yi Chen's slander. The officers sighed deeply, gave Zhou Linger a meaningful look, and before leaving specifically advised, if there's any problem, call the police immediately. No matter who it is, well, rush to the scene to protect you. Girl, you must protect yourself when you're out. Faced with this situation, since the involved party Zhou Linger didn't pursue the matter and clearly stated it was voluntary, and there was no concrete evidence of threats, they had to let it go. Yi Chen, with handcuffs on, was escorted out by 2 officers. Just as he was about to leave the door, he suddenly turned back, his eyes as fierce as if they could devour, making even Tang Ao shiver. Then Yi Chen moved his fingers slightly, producing a silver needle from somewhere. With a flick of his fingertip, he shot it fiercely toward Tang Ao's abdomen. As the Dragon King, Yi Chen had long been seasoned on the battlefield. This silver needle was his most important weapon, capable of healing, reviving the dead, and even killing. Yi Chen didn't intend to kill Tang Ao, he only wanted to slowly torment him, waiting for Tang Ao to kneel like a dog and beg for mercy. His silver needle was aimed at the spine in Tang Ao's neck. If it struck, Tang Ao would be completely paralyzed from the neck down. Unless Yi Chen personally intervened, no advanced medical treatment, exquisite skill, or precious elixir could make Tang Ao stand again. This was an ambush that even Tang Ao himself hadn't noticed. The protagonist Yi Chen had always been a true villain who avenged every grievance and rarely let an insult go overnight. Watching the silver needle accurately hit its target, Yi Chen's lips curled in smug satisfaction. Tang Ao, in a few days you'll come kneeling to me. Then he'll take everything from you, and you'll be a real cripple begging on the streets with a flatbed cart. But no one expected that the next second Yi Chen felt a sharp pain at the spine of his neck like a needle prick. Yet as a martial artist, he could clearly sense that no foreign object had struck his neck spine. In the next moment, Yi Chen's body went limp, collapsing like a pile of mud at the doorway. The 2 officers escorting him frowned and barked coldly. Yi Chen, stop playing dead. Get up. Yi Chen, don't think playing dead will let you escape justice. Let me tell you, your only way out is to cooperate. Yi Chen's face flushed bright red, his eyes bulging like copper bells as he stared incredulously at Tang Ao, who was rubbing his neck. How is this possible? How is Tang Ao completely unharmed? Why did it seem like he himself had been hit by the silver needle he had just shot, unable to move from the neck down? Yi Chen racked his brains, but couldn't figure out what had happened. Everything that was occurring had completely exceeded his understanding. Never before had such an absurd thing happened. At that moment, Tang Ao, who was rubbing his neck, heard the system's voice. Super counterattack triggered. Please be cautious, host. The world is dangerous. Boys must protect themselves outside. Super counterattack. How had this suddenly activated? Damn, Yi Chen is on the ground now. That means he just attacked me. Ha ha ha, Yi Chen, who would have thought? You old schemer, you dare to ambush me today. Then savor the taste of your own ambush. Hearing Tang Ao's inner thoughts, Li Shiyun, who had been suspicious, suddenly understood. This Yi Chen was a dangerous man. He had managed to ambush Tang Ao, even with his hands cuffed, and being escorted by 2 burly plainclothes officers. Fortunately, Tang Ao was unharmed. Li Shiyun stared at Yi Chen, her eyes almost spitting fire. Daring to play tricks in front of us. For a rogue like him, if you want, get up, just drag him away. Yi Chen was speechless with fury, his lungs about to burst. He almost ground all his teeth to powder, and finally, unable to contain his raging anger, he screamed maniacally, Tang Ao. Yi Chen will never stand with you. 30 years on the east side of the river, 30 years on the west. Don't bully the poor youth. The humiliation I suffer today, I will repay 100-fold in the future. With that, Yi Chen fell silent, allowing the 2 plainclothes officers to drag him away, desperately, trying to repair the spine in his neck. 3 days at most, 3 days, and he would regain his mobility. When that time came, he would make Tang Ao endure the most brutal tortures in the world. After Yi Chen was dragged away, Zhou Linger looked at Tang Ao with concern. Are you okay? Tang Ao nodded and stretched lazily. Of course I feel great. Great as in great my ass. The damn plot is now a mess. Yi Chen, who should have been showing off his power, is now being dragged away like a dog. Apart from that 30 years on the east side of the river, 30 years on the west, where is there any trace of a protagonist left? What was most terrifying was that Zhou Linger and Li Shiyun seemed to have drunk some bad wine today, constantly speaking up for me. And Lin Ruoxue's behavior was equally bizarre. In the ultimate villain here, as Yi Chen's harem, were they collectively rebelling? Was the whole world conspiring against me? In such a mess, how could the story possibly move forward? Li Shiyun fixed her gaze on Tang Ao, greeting him with fervent enthusiasm. Tang Ao, after all these years you haven't changed a bit. Tang Ao, recalling Yi Chen being taken away and observing Li Shiyun's cheerful demeanor, couldn't help but grumble inwardly. According to the plot, when we parted years ago, she was still an innocent girl. Back then I was all about justice and righteousness, a model youth. Now look at this cynical wreck I've become. How can she say I haven't changed? What a joke. Is my acting that terrible? I've strictly followed every villain standard. Where did I go wrong to give her that illusion? Maybe I should go home and buy a copy of An Actor Prepares to Polish My Skills. Glancing at Li Shiyun's flat chest, Tang Ao replied, "Oh, you too." Li Shiyun chuckled softly at his insincere demeanor, while Zhou Linger beside her couldn't help but giggle, covering her mouth. Tang Ao furrowed his brow and asked Li Shiyun, puzzled, "What are you laughing at?" "Can't I laugh at something happy?" Hearing this, he turned to Zhou Linger. "And you, what are you laughing at?" Zhou Linger quickly wiped the smile off her face and replied timidly, I also remembered something happy." "Oh." Tang Ao looked from Zhou Linger to Li Shiyun. "What made you so happy?" A blush swiftly crept from her cheeks to her ears as Li Shiyun said tenderly, "Today, I might have found someone who makes my heart race again." Tang Ao nodded vaguely. "So, you're in love?" "Sort of," Li Shiyun affirmed silently, adding in her heart, "That someone is you." Tang Ao then turned his gaze, "And you?" Zhou Linger lowered her head, nearly burying it in her chest, and nodded like a pecking chick, whispering weakly, "I. Today too. You two like the same man." As he said this, Tang Ao had a sudden epiphany. Exactly. These two like the same man. They're both part of Yi Chen's harem. Great, I thought everything had gone haywire. Who would have thought? Even like this, they're still hopelessly in love with Yi Chen. Is this the charm of a protagonist? The protagonist's halo. I'm so envious. Wah, if only I were the protagonist. But alas, I'm just a villain at the protagonist's mercy, ready to be slapped down at any moment. Tang Ao's inner thoughts made Zhou Linger and Li Shiyun stomp their feet in frustration. How could he think she liked Yi Chen? Li Shiyun now couldn't bear another moment of conversation with Tang Ao. He was too dense. She had made it so clear. Hadn't he noticed the word again in her words? Today was her first meeting with Yi Chen, while with Tang Ao, it was a reunion. That was practically a direct confession. How could he think she liked Yi Chen? Now the mere sight of Yi Chen disgusted her. If she had to be part of his harem, she'd rather bite off her tongue in defiance. Farewell. Li Shiyun shot Tang Ao a furious glare before turning to the manager and others at Lin Ruoxue. "Though I didn't catch you red-handed this time, anyone with eyes can see what this room setup is for. He'll be visiting often. You'd better not offer any such services." The manager immediately broke into a fawning smile, his features nearly crumpling together, as he ingratiatingly said, "How could we? Lin Ruoxue has always been a legitimate establishment. If you're uneasy, I can arrange a complimentary service experience for you. Of course, a clear conscience fears no shadows. We welcome your frequent visits for supervision." What a righteous speech. I almost believed it. Manager ID award you the Best Actor prize. Oomph. Li Shiyun silently noted Tang Ao's inner thoughts, then turned to give him a deep, lingering look before preparing to leave. But the beaming manager blocked her path. "Officer. This door. See, it's completely deformed and unusable now. The police will compensate you." With that, Li Shiyun strode away. Watching her retreating figure, Tang Ao suddenly realized that the plot seemed to have come together in some inexplicable way. Next, Li Shiyun would escort Yi Chen back to the police station. I recall Yi Chen's first trip to the station was by Li Shiyun's hand, and she personally interrogated him. The classic interrogation dialogue is coming. First asking his name, then gender, and Yi Chen retorts, "Can't you see for yourself?" as the iconic opening. Then Yi Chen boasts that they're not qualified to judge him. Li Shiyun scoffs, and he uses his formidable martial prowess to take down everyone in the room, calmly calls his organization, and is politely escorted out, leaving Li Shiyun fuming with humiliation. Li Shiyun paused mid-step, her stride growing more resolute as she murmured under her breath, "He has a powerful organization behind him, needing a phone call. Yi Chen, just wait. I won't give you that chance." Under the manager's crestfallen gaze, Tang Ao was escorted out of Lin Ruoxue. Glancing at the alluring sister Hong, Tang Ao couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. In the end, he hadn't managed to grow here. As Tang Ao walked a few steps away, Sister Hong whispered in Zhou Linger's ear, "Zhou Linger, if I were you, I'd catch up now and get into Mr. Tang's car. In our line of work, our bodies are just tools. One session nets you 500,000. You'd be making a killing. What use is all that education for a woman? After this, sell yourself for a few years to rake in cash, and plenty of honest men will take you in. Don't be foolish during your prime, when you can spread your legs and earn a fortune in gold." "I don't agree." Zhou Linger shook her head like a rattle drum. No matter who covered this medical bill for me, even if the loan terms are. That way I'll pay it back. I'm not a prostitute. I know it's hard to save money. If not a year, then two. If not two, then three. I Zhou Linger may be poor, but am definitely not what you think. With that, Zhou Linger strode out of Lin Ruoxue, leaving behind the disdainful manager and Sister Hong, whose astonished gaze mingled with a trace of pity and envy. The manager spat contemptuously on the ground. What an inflexible fool. She's been stupefied by books, a total bookworm. Acting like a saint while selling herself. What a joke. For some reason Sister Hong felt a sting in her eyes. Manager, which hospital is her mother in? While driving home, the system's voice echoed in Tang Ao's mind. Congratulations to the host for passing this round of the storyline. Reward 1, kidney function. Current kidney function 6. Please take care to maintain it. A sigh of relief escaped him. It wasn't easy, but he had finally cleared another hurdle. These female leads were certainly not easy to deal with. Then Tang Ao noticed the kidney function the system had just mentioned. Kidney function 6. Barely passing. Please face your physical condition, host. According to the novel's character setting, the meaning of 6 here is 6 seconds. Only 6 seconds. He could only be a true man for 6 seconds. Tang Ao couldn't help but slam his hands on the steering wheel, his face full of humiliation. Damn. It's been too long since I used this thing. How could I forget about this? But it seems that by passing the storyline I can enhance kidney function and extend the time. Rewards are completely random. Considering the host's physical condition, the probability of this reward can be increased. Alright, there's still hope. Congratulations, host. You have received the task reward, the leg stretching and eye rolling pill. Leg stretching and eye rolling pill, as the name suggests, after taking this pill you'll stretch your legs and roll your eyes. Everyone who has tried it says it's excellent. Staring at the small pill that had materialized in his hand, Tang Ao carefully wrapped it in a tissue. System, what specific illness does this pill cure? Please explore on your own, host. Fine, since it's from the system, its effect must be extraordinary. But after the system gave me the super rebound skill, I used it in the next storyline, and it played a crucial role. Otherwise I would have been paralyzed by Yi Chen's scheme by now. So this leg stretching and eye rolling pill must be a key item for the next plot. I need to make good use of it. Before long, Tang Ao returned to the Tang family villa. In the opulent living room, brightly lit, Tang Ao's father and mother from the novel were already waiting at home. As Tang Ao entered, their gazes fixed on him. Remembering the bold words he had spoken on the phone, Tang Ao felt a wave of pressure. He braced himself and greeted them. Dad, Mom. Tang Ao, you must explain yourself today. What spell did that Lin girl cast on you to make you treat her like this? Tang Ao was taken aback, inwardly grumbling. Lin Ruoxue. Who would want to be her lackey? But if I don't play this role, the plot can't move forward. With that thought, Tang Ao looked up, putting on a resolute expression, as if ready to sacrifice for love. Stop talking. I will only love Lin Ruoxue for the rest of my life. My love for her is unwavering, and no one can shake it. You. Tang's father clutched his chest in anger, while Tang's mother sighed in frustration, feeling like a failure. Son, as someone who's been through it, your mother has to advise you. It's not that our Tang family is biased against Lin Ruoxue, but she really isn't right for you. From the day you first confessed to her, your father had her investigated. This woman can go to the bathroom, without her phone, fall asleep at the drop of a hat, and wake up the moment the alarm rings. If you're with someone so ruthless, she'll chew you up and spit you out. Hearing this, Tang Ao paused, silently agreeing, as expected of Lin Ruoxue. She's truly ruthless to herself. Being with a woman like that would definitely be hard. I'm just going through the motions to advance the plot. There's no way I'd actually be with her. Mom, don't try to stop me. If anyone dares to prevent me from pursuing Lin Ruoxue, I'd rather die. Tang's father and mother exchanged a glance, their eyes full of disappointment. Tang's mother let out a long sigh and said slowly, "Come out, Xiao." Xiao? Which Xiao? Tang Ao was bewildered by his mother's words. Was there a fourth person here? Tang Ao looked around in confusion. With a creak, the wardrobe door by the TV wall slowly opened, and a woman in a white floral dress stepped out. Her hair cascaded to her waist, and her chest seemed ready to burst free from her dress. Her legs, without an ounce of fat, were clad in pure white stockings. The woman before him made Tang Ao catch his breath. Zhou Xiao. Wait, wasn't I supposed to meet her at the arranged marriage meeting tomorrow? Why is she here early? Seeing Tang Ao's dumbfounded expression, Zhou Xiao couldn't help but smile. That smile nearly stole Tang Ao's heart away. Oh my god. As expected of Zhou Xiao, every smile, every gesture shows she's a true lady. Compared to her Lin Ruoxue, that ice queen is completely outshone. This ridiculous plot is unbelievable. Anyone with a sane mind would definitely choose Zhou Xiao. She's beautiful. Her family, the Zhou family, is a super clan rivaling the Tang family, and most importantly, Zhou Xiao really likes me. Oh my god, if it weren't for completing the plot, I would absolutely definitely choose Zhou Xiao. As these thoughts echoed in Tang Ao's mind, Zhou Xiao froze. Something seemed to stir in her eyes, sparkling like a magical Pandora's box, radiating infinite charm. Her little heart began to race faster than ever before. Zhou Xiao felt like she could barely breathe. A thing called happiness enveloped her completely from the inside out. From the moment Tang Ao arrived home, she had heard every word of his inner thoughts without missing a single one. At first she thought she might be hallucinating from not resting well after traveling non-stop from abroad for 3 days. But as Tang Ao's thoughts poured out one after another, and she watched his brilliant performance before his parents through the wardrobe crack, Zhou Qiao was absolutely certain she could hear Tang Ao's true feelings. Tang Ao liked her. What could be happier than knowing the person you like likes you back? One-sided devotion is just being a lackey, but mutual affection, that's true love. Although she didn't fully understand why Tang Ao had to pretend to only love Lin Ruoxue for something called the plot, none of that mattered now. In terms of family background, the Tang and Zhou families were well matched. The elders of both families had good personal relations, and they had even arranged a childhood betrothal between Tang Ao and Zhou Qiao. Zhou Qiao was absolutely certain that as long as Tang Ao's heart belonged to her, being together was just a matter of time. Unaware of all this, Tang's mother looked at Zhou Qiao with a guilty expression. "Qiao, you heard everything. I'm so sorry. I spoiled him since he was little, and now there's nothing I can do." Tang's father also stepped in to smooth things over, speaking with a heavy heart. "But times have changed and free love is encouraged now. Qiao, you're a good girl. Though I hate to admit it, that brat Tang Ao really isn't worthy of you. You have no idea what absurd things he did today. To pursue Lin Ruoxue, he even hired people to put on a show in front of her family's pharmaceutical company, and now he's been exposed." Hearing Tang's parents say this, Tang Ao sighed quietly in his heart. "Sorry, Qiao. Though I long to be with you, Contrary to the Tang family's expectations, Zhou Qiao was not disheartened. Instead, she exclaimed excitedly, "Tang Ao, Gij's affections are his own affair. I, Zhou Qiao, am confident I am no less than any other woman. I believe that if only he gets to know me better, he will surely come to like me." Having discerned Tang Ao's true feelings, Zhou Qiao felt an unprecedented sense of assurance and confidence. She had always been a courageous woman. "Since childhood, I have always adored Tang Ao Gij. I did in the past, I do now, and I always will." Tang's father, about to sip his tea, was so startled by her words that he sprayed a mouthful of tea across the room. Tang's mother, overjoyed, sprang up from the leather sofa, handed him a napkin, and then guided Zhou Qiao to sit in her own seat. This was the matriarch's throne. Tang Ao and his father knew this well. Any woman daring to take that seat would incur Tang's mother's wrath. Even Tang Ao, deeply indulged since childhood, would be severely punished for bringing a woman to sit there. Yet now that seat of immense importance in Tang's mother's heart was offered directly to Zhou Qiao. Heavens, truly worthy of Zhou Qiao. My mother has acknowledged her as the daughter-in-law to succeed her. Though she says nothing, my father surely understands her intent. Zhou Qiao is the future matriarch of the Tang family, chosen by my mother. Hearing Tang Ao's inner thoughts, Zhou Qiao's large watery eyes widened even further. Tang's mother, holding Zhou Qiao's hand, felt immense fondness, but still spoke with regret. "Qiao, I understand your feelings completely. But my son has been spoiled since childhood. He is unworthy of you, especially after today's deeds have spread online. If your parents learn of this, they will surely oppose this union." Having wiped away the spilled tea, Tang's father shot a stern glare at Tang Ao. Indeed, knowing brother Zhou, he has high expectations for his only daughter's future husband. When he hears of Tang Ao's behavior today, he will be furious. I expect a call from him any moment. Before he could finish, his phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Tang's father pulled a wry face and gestured at the phone with a bitter smile. "See, what did I tell you? Speak of the devil and he appears. Your father's call is already here." As he spoke, he covertly observed Zhou Qiao, noticing her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Tang Ao, as if her eyes were about to embed themselves in him. The look of love cannot be feigned. As seasoned adults, Tang's parents could clearly see that Zhou Qiao genuinely adored Tang Ao. Feeling the intensity of Zhou Qiao's gaze, Tang Ao inwardly groaned. That look. She's waiting for an explanation, surely she's waiting for one. But today's events were not of my design. According to the plot, that extortionist's family had long since perished. He lived alone, relying on scams. This must be the protagonist, Yi Chen's retaliation against me. But how can I say this? Regardless of whether anyone believes me, Yi Chen is settling scores. If he hadn't done this, Lin Ruoxue wouldn't have cut ties with me. I have to shoulder the blame myself, otherwise that madwoman Lin Ruoxue will cling to me, and how can I continue being her simp to advance the plot? With this in mind, Tang Ao nodded resolutely and admitted, "Yes, I did it. I used a small trick to win Lin Ruoxue. Its exposure only shows my lack of finesse. He'll try again next time and ensure it's flawless." To put it simply, Tang Ao's words meant he saw no error in his ways and would dare to do it again. This declaration made both his parents glare at him. "You ungrateful wretch. How did I raise such a son?" Seeing Tang Ao rebuked by his parents, Zhou Qiao, now fully aware of the truth, silently etched the name Yi Chen into her mind. This Yi Chen dared to frame Tang Ao. Whoever he was, whatever his status, she would make him pay. I believe Tang Ao Gij is kind at heart. I don't mind these matters. In this life, I will have only one husband, and that is Tang Ao. Tang Ao looked at Zhou Qiao with a complex expression. According to his knowledge of the plot, her words were more than mere promises. In the original story, Zhou Qiaoer stood by Tang Ao through all his follies, helping him tirelessly. Even after Tang Ao was eventually killed by Yi Chun, she turned into the novel's greatest female demon, only to be slain by Yi Chun in the finale. Her dying wish was to have her ashes scattered over the sea. Because after Tang Ao's death, Yi Chun had scattered his ashes over the ocean. Unable to be with him in life, this was Zhou Qiaoer's lifelong torment. Tang Ao, you blind fool. Why pursue that Lin Ruoxue when such a wonderful girl is before you? Well, what do? I adore her, but if I accept her now, my simp persona will crumble. And I can't be a man for only 6 seconds. Damn it, once I go from 6 seconds to 6 hours. No 6 days, I'll abandon this cursed plot and hold Zhou Qiaoer close for a blissful lifetime. Tang Ao silently resolved. If not for his ridiculous renal deficiency, he would have rushed to embrace Zhou Qiaoer tightly right then. Zhou Qiaoer stared at Tang Ao, her eyes growing brighter. Never in her life had she felt such joy. Tang's father, after hearing her declaration, decisively pressed the speakerphone button. From the other end came Zhou Qiaoer's father's deep voice. Brother Tang, I'm sure you know why I'm calling. Tang's father, looking troubled, quickly apologized. I'm truly sorry, Brother Zhou. A son's misdeeds are the father's fault. It's my neglect and discipline that led to today's absurdity. Rest assured, I'll ensure he never. Brother Tang. The voice on the phone was impatient. Don't think I'm ignorant just because I'm abroad. I've already had someone investigate. That precious son of yours has done quite a deed. He was such a well-behaved child as a boy. How has he become this way? Since the other party had been so blunt, Tang's father could only sigh helplessly. Brother Zhou, what do you suggest? According to the schedule, Qiaoer should arrive at your place tomorrow. He'll have her change her plans. As for the childhood betrothal, at our age it's too late to start over. Let's call off the engagement. We can still be good brothers. Break off the engagement. Tang's father clutched his chest, appearing to have aged decades in an instant. Brother Tang, I know you value your pride. I won't make things difficult for you. Let's do this. Your Tang family will issue a statement publicly declaring that it was your son Tang Ao who disliked Qiaoer, and that your family initiated the dissolution of the engagement with ours. That way your reputation in Longquan City won't suffer much. Moreover, on the other end of the line, Zhou's father paused, then said meaningfully, your son Tang Ao has been utterly infatuated with that girl Lin Ruoxue in recent years. Everyone in Longquan City knows it. Setting aside today's despicable tactics, his 98 consecutive confessions, such persistence and depth of feeling. Even you in your youth could hardly compare. Tang's father let out a long sigh. Both were shrewd men. The conversation had reached this point, and he knew there was no room for redemption unless... Dad, how can you make decisions about my life without consulting me? Zhou Qiaoer suddenly spoke up. Tang's father's eyes lit up with surprise, while Zhou's father on the phone was startled. Qiaoer, why are you with the Tang family? You weren't scheduled to arrive until tomorrow. Dad, I want you to take back. Qiaoer, rest assured it's all my fault. In my youthful recklessness, I arranged this betrothal for you. Today, even if I have to throw away all my dignity, I will help you reject this marriage. I love Tang Ao. In this life, Zhou Qiaoer will marry no one but him. What did you say? Zhou Qiaoer's words struck like a bombshell, exploding simultaneously in both the Tang and Zhou households. Qiaoer, have you lost your mind? What kind of man is Tang Ao? How could he possibly be worthy of? He is worthy. He alone in this world is worthy of being my husband. Father, if you insist on separating us, then I will have no choice but to sever our father-daughter relationship. Qiaoer, do you know what Tang Ao has done in recent years? Do you know what he did today? Zhou Qiaoer nodded. I know everything. It is precisely because I understand that I am all the more certain. My judgment has never been wrong. Tang Ao is the man worthy of my lifelong devotion. What sorcery has that scoundrel Tang Ao used to bewitch you? Zhou's father on the other end was furious, his voice trembling. But no one knew his daughter better than he did. She had always been decisive, bold in love and hate. Once she made up her mind, no force on earth could sway her. Enough. Since my daughter has set her heart on it. Qiaoer, you must promise me this. If you suffer any grievance there, tell me immediately. Although the Zhou family's business is no longer in the country, if the Tang family dares to insult you, we are not to be trifled with. These words were both an acknowledgement and a veiled threat to the Tang family. Tang's father and mother were overjoyed. Though Zhou's father's words were harsh, he had clearly agreed to the marriage. Tang's father quickly pledged, Brother Zhou, rest assured. From now on, Qiaoer is as good as my own daughter. If that wretched Tang Ao dares to act up again, I'll tie him up and break his legs myself. Tang Ao, standing nearby, was stunned. This marriage might actually go through. Heavens! Zhou Qiaoer is so fiercely determined. If I were her father, I'd be furious. Raising a daughter for over 20 years only to have her taken by a swine and the whole root yanked out. I have to do something. If the two families force this marriage through, I can't defy both sets of elders. If I end up married to Zhou Qiaoer, how can I maintain my persona as Lin Ruoxue's devoted admirer? With that thought, Tang Ao lifted his head and said discontentedly, "Zhou Qiao, you're delusional if you think you can have me. My heart will forever belong to Lin Ruoxue. You ungrateful wretch." If Zhou Qiao weren't present, Tang's father would have kicked him out of the house. Such a wonderful daughter-in-law. She doesn't even despise your shameful deeds, and you dare to say such vile things to hurt her. Tang's mother, abandoning her usual indulgence, said sternly. Tang Ao apologized to Miss Qiao and Uncle Zhou. That's impossible. Tang Ao shook his head resolutely. You can't force love. From the moment I first saw Lin Ruoxue, I was deeply captivated by her. Whether it's Zhou Qiao or any other woman, I can never love anyone else in this life. Tang Ao. From the phone speaker came Zhou's father's roar. Even through the device, Tang Ao could feel his fury, as if he wanted to leap out and skin him alive. It's working, huh? I'm a genius. Now that I've thoroughly enraged Zhou's father, this marriage can't possibly go through no matter how much Zhou Qiao likes me. Speaking of which, if I recall correctly, the Zhou family will soon be attacked by Yi Qin's Dragon King Hall. Their stock price will plummet. After a fierce battle, the Zhou family will end up losing over $1 billion in cash flow. If this marriage goes through today, the Tang family will be dragged in to save them, leading to a protracted commercial war with Yi Qin's Dragon King Hall. In that process, I will leak business secrets in my pursuit of Lin Ruoxue, causing the Tang family's complete collapse. My parents. One will be driven mad by the shock, the other will die of a heart attack upon learning the truth. In this life, Tang Ao can accept any other plot, but this one must change. Hearing Tang Ao's inner thoughts, Zhou Qiao was startled. Yi Qin again, it was Yi Qin. Who exactly is this Yi Qin that he inspires such fear in Tang Ao? Zhou Qiao clenched her fists, vowing silently no matter who this Yi Qin is, no matter what schemes he tries, she would never let him harm Tang Ao again, nor allow Tang Ao's family to be destroyed. My mind is made up. This engagement. Husband. Alright, stop being angry with me. Like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, Zhou Qiao's words nearly made Tang Ao's soul leave his body. What did she just call me? Husband. She called me husband. Heavens, why am I so excited? I want to hear it again, sob this feeling. It's so blissful. Zhou Qiao's heart leaped with joy. She nestled into Tang Ao's arms like a delicate bird, feeling his heart pound like a drum. The shyness on her face gradually faded. Husband, I'm sorry. I won't make you angry anymore. Please don't punish me by putting on this act, okay? Zhou Qiao, you can say whatever you want, but don't talk nonsense about food. You. Tang's father and mother both gaped, their mouths wide enough to fit a fist inside. Meanwhile, at the Zhou family's end of the phone line, Zhou Qiao's parents stared at their phone as if struck dumb, utterly astounded by their daughter's sudden cry of hubby. Qiao, what's going on here? Haven't you and Tang Ao not seen each other for over 3 years? Have you two been in contact all along? Feeling Tang Ao's scorching warmth, Zhou Qiao's body involuntarily began to heat up. Her cherry-like lips breathed hot air against his neck. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I just wanted to make you jealous, so I lied about having dated over a dozen boyfriends abroad. I only wanted to see you get jealous, you know. I understand that your pursuit of Lin Ruoxue is just out of stubbornness to spite me. A cascade of question marks flashed through the minds of everyone in both the Tang and Zhou families. What kind of fierce and shameless words were these? Heavens, others might not know, but I do. Zhou Qiao has remained pure all these years. Not only has she never had a boyfriend, but up until the very end, apart from Tang Ao, no man has ever held her hand. If such a misunderstanding really happened, how could I possibly be jealous? What's gotten into Zhou Qiao? Such bold words she dares to utter. Zhou Qiao, you started this. Since you want to seek excitement, let's take it all the way. Zhou Qiao, don't think I don't know. I've seen the photos. You were in the same room with over a dozen men. Hiss, before Tang Ao could finish, he felt a sharp, piercing pain in his waist. Zhou Qiao's hand was tightly pinching a piece of flesh on Tang Ao's waist. It truly hurt. By now, Zhou Qiao's face had flushed a deep liver-like red. She stealthily glanced at Tang's parents beside her, only to find them both wide-eyed with curiosity, wearing expressions of utter gossip lovers. Without a doubt, the Zhou family on the other end of the phone must be wearing the same faces. Too outrageous. Accusing her of being in a room with over a dozen men. That was a photoshopped picture I made to test you. Didn't you notice the difference in resolution? The whole image is 720p, but only I am 1080p. If you still don't believe me, I can show you the original. Zhou Qiao looked at Tang Ao with a seductive gaze. Hubby, please stop making a fuss, okay? Each successive hubby, the softness of her two little bunnies pressed against his chest, and the warm breath occasionally escaping her lips to his neck, made Tang Ao feel as if 10,000 ants were crawling inside him. Heavens! This was too thrilling. Zhou Qiao, you're nothing short of a siren. A sly smile curled at the corner of Zhou Qiao's mouth. This was the boldest move she had ever made in her life. Had she not been certain of Tang Ao's feelings for her, she would never have dared to speak such daring confessions right in front of both sets of parents. Alright, I admit I was wrong. Others may not know the truth, but I understand completely. You told me that your continued pursuit of Lin Ruoxue is because her repeated rejections bruised your pride, and you wanted to punish me by making me jealous. Tang's father and mother suddenly understood. Seeing Tang Ao and Zhou Qiao, clinging so intimately to each other their earlier anger completely dissipated. Qiao, why didn't you ever tell us this? On the other end of the line, Zhou's father still felt a pang of discomfort. His precious little darling had already become so close with Tang Ao, using such an affectionate term as hubby in private, and he knew nothing about it. Although the two of you have been betrothed since childhood. But, as a father, he couldn't help but feel a natural unease. Daddy, I'm sorry. Tang Ao didn't want to keep it from you either. It's all my fault. I was too shy, and with this misunderstanding blowing up, I didn't dare to say anything. Goodness, everything is perfectly patched up now. Since we've come this far, if they don't get married on the spot, it'll be hard to wrap things up. No, I need to salvage the situation. I have to maintain my image as a spoiled, rich, second-generation sycophant. Nothing you say matters now. Until I win over Lin Ruoxue, no one is going to arrange my marriage. Not even if the heavenly king himself came down. I said so. All right, hubby, I understand, and what I love most is your competitive spirit. He'll support you and help you win Lin Ruoxue. Once you do, we'll get married and have a cute baby, okay? This. There was no way to respond to that. Tang's father and mother were too shocked to speak. Were young people really this wild these days? Zhou Qiao, Tang Ao's fiancée, was actually volunteering to help him pursue Lin Ruoxue, and she said it right in front of both the Zhou and Tang families. Heavens, what was happening to this world? Instinctively, Tang Ao thought of the stretch legs and stare eyes pill given by the system. His all-knowing and all-powerful system daddy must have foreseen this moment. With that thought, Tang Ao acted without hesitation. He pushed away Zhou Qiao, who was almost clinging to him, pulled the stretch legs and stare eyes pill from his pocket, and swallowed it directly. The effect was immediate. As soon as it went down, Tang Ao felt a warm current spreading from his stomach, gradually extending to his limbs. An extremely comfortable sensation permeated every cell of his body. It felt as if a billion professional masseurs were each pressing on a single cell of his body simultaneously. Tang Ao was so blissful that his eyes rolled back, and he couldn't help but stretch his limbs into a big shape, sprawling on the sofa and letting out a long, lazy yawn. Such comfort. Tang Ao never imagined that the effect of the stretch legs and stare eyes pill would be such a divine, soothing experience. But happy moments are always fleeting. In less than 10 seconds, that intense comfort vanished. Still savoring the lingering bliss, Tang Ao noticed Zhou Qiao's expression had turned odd as she looked at him with concern. Zhou Qiao's willow leaf brows were tightly knitted into a knot for some reason. The next second, she couldn't help but cover her mouth tightly, rushing toward the Tang family's bathroom with a series of dry heaves. What's going on? Did I miss a crucial part of the plot? Could this be morning sickness? The next moment, a foul stench hit him, and Tang Ao pinched his nose tightly. Mom, who crapped their pants? Why does it smell so bad? Tang Ao turned to look at Tang's father and mother, only to see them both pinching their noses and frowning at him. This smell seemed to be coming from himself. What the hell? Tang Ao leaped up from the bed, ignoring everything, and rushed into another bathroom, scrubbing himself vigorously. Tang Ao swore that this was the most thorough bath he had ever taken in his life. He used body wash 9 times. As Tang Ao walked out of the bathroom in a fresh set of clothes, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. The stretch leg and eye-closing pill has been fully absorbed. Kidney function 10, appearance 30, stamina 50, health 100. You have gained the buff, immunity to all poisons. Immunity to all poisons, temporary buff, immune to all toxins for 36 hours. Current host body status: kidney function 16, appearance 99, stamina 60, health 140. Reference standard values for ordinary people: kidney function 3600, appearance 60, stamina 100, health 80. Glancing at his abysmally low kidney function, Tang Ao silently shed a tear in his heart. A peculiar line inexplicably drifted into his mind. How much sorrow can one man bear? Like a flock of eunuchs climbing a brothel's stair. Fortunately, nothing had happened tonight at Lin Ruoxue. Otherwise, what a profound psychological shadow he would have cast upon her. How would he ever face Zhou Linger again? As a man, Tang Ao had long heard that the first time tends to be quick, but back then his kidney function was a mere 5. Secretly resolving to boost his kidney function as soon as possible, Tang Ao examined himself in the mirror. This damned allure, the appearance enhancement from the stretch leg and eye-closing pill, was visibly remarkable. This appearance was in no way inferior to the young idols who once graced the grand stages in his past life. At the same time, Tang Ao could clearly see that the contours of his muscles had become more pronounced and the 8-pack on his abdomen had grown more defined. The face of a youthful idol paired with the physique of a rugged warrior. What girl wouldn't be utterly captivated at the sight? At this thought, Tang Ao felt a surge of quiet delight. Changing into a fresh set of clothes, he returned to the living room. Tang's father and Zhou's father were still on the phone. Zhou Qiao was seated in the spot usually reserved for Tang's mother, while Tang's mother was tightly holding Zhou Qiao's hand, gazing at her with ever-growing fondness. Tang Ao couldn't help but mutter inwardly, if I took a photo right now and claimed Zhou Qiao was actually my mother's biological daughter, at least half the people would believe it. Zhou Qiaoer, who was deeply engrossed in conversation with Tang's mother, heard his inner thoughts and looked up at Tang Ao. Wow. With just one glance, Zhou Qiaoer's eyes were utterly captivated. Did men always get a boost in looks after a shower? Why did Tang Ao seem so much more handsome than before? She yearned to bury her entire body in his embrace. This unprecedented intense urge startled even Zhou Qiaoer herself. When had she become such a lovesick fool? Tang, old friend, it seems we're both aging. Old men with one foot in the grave. Let the young handle their own affairs. Since they don't want us elders meddling and insist on pursuing this so-called free love, we as parents shouldn't force them. From the phone speaker, Zhou Qiaoer's father's voice had lost all trace of anger. Tang's father nodded in agreement. Of course, I truly don't understand today's youth either. But rest assured, if this brat of mine dares to make Qiaoer suffer, you won't need to lift a finger. I'll take care of it myself. Ending the call, Tang's father looked at the transformed Tang Ao with a flicker of surprise in his eyes. This rascal looked as if he had undergone plastic surgery, but at first glance he seemed rather impressive. What a pity, though. The things he did were always so reckless. A fine girl like Zhou Qiaoer. If it had been in his youth, he would have seized the opportunity without hesitation. He hoped this brat would wise up soon. With Qiaoer's intelligence and skill, managing both the Tang and Zhou family fortunes would be a breeze. If he let this scoundrel take over the Tang family, now they'd likely be bankrupt within days. At this thought, Tang's father shot Tang Ao another glare, then turned to Zhou Qiaoer with a kindly expression. Qiaoer, for the time you're in the country, you'll stay in the room next to Tang Ao's. When I heard you were coming back, I had the room thoroughly cleaned inside and out. Everything has been disinfected, so feel free to use it. Let us know if you need anything. Thank you, uncle. The word uncle stirred a faint regret in Tang's father's heart. If only he could turn that uncle into dad. What? The room next to mine. Hearing this, Tang Ao's heart jolted violently. Others might not know, but Tang Ao was all too aware. In the Tang residence, his room was the largest, spanning over 400 square meters, most of which was occupied by a massive mattress. To return to his own room, he had to pass through the room now assigned to Zhou Qiaoer. If Zhou Qiaoer stays next door, doesn't that mean every time I go in or out, he'll have to enter her boudoir first? It's fine during the day, but if I come home late at night? Heavens, who could resist that? No way, absolutely not. Hearing his inner thoughts, Zhou Qiaoer flashed a sweet smile. All right, thank you, uncle. They'll be troubling you and auntie during this time. Tang's mother shot Tang Ao a glare without a word. Well, since Qiaoer agrees, it's settled. It's getting late, so get some rest. Tang Ao, take Qiaoer to her room. Tang Ao had no choice but to steel himself and lead Zhou Qiaoer to her room. Without a moment's pause, he strode straight back to his own 500 square meter chamber. Just as he was about to sleep, the system's voice echoed in his mind again. Congratulations, host, for passing this round storyline. Reward, kidney function 5. Current kidney function 21. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the reward. Handsome guys fall from a height without dying. This is a skill possessed by most protagonists, ensuring they find a way out after being forced off a cliff. Heavens. Another great item, but why did the description feel so off? This was a protagonist skill. But I, Tang Ao, am just an ordinary villain. What use does a villain have for a protagonist skill? Could I possibly defeat the chosen one? What an international joke. In the history of my past life, the last person who tried that despite having every advantage was crushed by a protagonist whose name contained the word Shio, summoning a great meteor shower for a dimensionality reduction strike. The protagonist status is not something a mere villain can shake. Oh, well, having an extra life-saving tool isn't bad. Better get some rest early. Who knows what kind of trouble tomorrow might bring. With that thought, Tang Ao let out a huge yawn. Just as he was about to settle into a good sleep, a seductive voice whispered in his ear, "Your bed is so big and soft, hubby." As she spoke, Zhou Qiaoer playfully nibbled on his earlobe with her teeth. This vixen. Tang Ao felt every hair on his body stand on end. Alone together like this, Zhou Qiaoer, what are you trying to do? Honey, I don't know what's going on, but lately I've been feeling like something's about to happen to the Zhou family's financial group. Tang Ao couldn't help but shiver. Each honey made his entire body feel like it was melting. You. Stop calling me honey. We're not even together yet, and I don't like you. Oh, Zhou Qiaoer said with disbelief. Then what would you like me to call you? I heard that boys like to be called daddy, or maybe you prefer master. Stop. Enough. Whoa, this is too tormenting. Is this the happiness that single dogs will never experience? If only I really had a girlfriend like Zhou Qiaoer. Mom, this girl has drained all my strength. What should I do? This problem is too hard. Ooh, I can't solve it. Tang Ao was completely numb. Nice try, but don't ever call me that again. I don't like it. Zhou Qiaoer was laughing hysterically inside. Tang Ao always said one thing, but meant another. He was clearly overjoyed, yet he remained stubborn. However, she hadn't come specifically to tease Tang Ao. The reason she visited his room at this hour was for another very important matter. After hearing from Tang Ao's inner thoughts that the Zhou family was about to lose over $1 billion due to Yi Qin's organization, this matter lodged itself like a thorn deep in Zhou Qiaoer's mind, leaving her tossing and turning, unable to sleep. After much deliberation, she decided to come and ask Tang Ao directly. Even if you refuse to speak, I can still hear your thoughts. Zhou Qiaoer had reason to believe that hearing Tang Ao's inner voice today was heaven's way of playing matchmaker. Tang Ao was her destined one. Zhou Qiaoer's perception is terrifying. She can sense such things in advance. But even if I told you, you wouldn't believe it. Talk is fine, but why are you pressing yourself against me? As she spoke, Zhou Qiaoer hugged Tang Ao even tighter. A faint, subtle fragrance entered his nostrils, utterly delightful, and completely unlike artificial perfume or pollen. It seemed to be her natural scent. Why don't you like it? Faced with Zhou Qiaoer's doubt, Tang Ao lied, of course not. My heart only belongs to Lin Ruoxue. Being held by you like this makes me feel unclean, unworthy of Lin Ruoxue. Though he said this, Tang Ao couldn't help but secretly revel this feeling. It's so strange. Even through the blanket, I can still feel her body heat. So comfortable, I wish I could hold her longer. It would be even better if she slipped into the covers. Zhou Qiaoer curled her lips, and like a slippery loach slithered under the covers. At that moment, both were wearing only thin pajamas. Feeling each other's body heat, both Zhou Qiaoer and Tang Ao recoiled, as if shocked by electricity. Their bodies stiffened, unsure of what to do next. Both were inexperienced, so they simply lay still, breathing, maintaining a delicate distance. For some reason, Zhou Qiaoer felt a thrill like stealing forbidden fruit in the Garden of Eden. Just then a third voice suddenly echoed in the room. Tang Ao, as your father, I need to have a serious talk with you today. The voice grew closer. Tang Ao looked at the suddenly illuminated ceiling light, then at the unmistakable shape of two people under the covers. Tang's father was only about 30 steps away. What to do? Exposure was imminent. If they were caught lying together under the same blanket, it would be too awkward. What do we do? My dad is almost here. Zhou Qiaoer didn't dare to breathe. Hearing Tang Ao's voice, she felt an inexplicable panic. As a well-bred young lady from a refined family, she hadn't yet fully confirmed her marital relationship with Tang Ao. If Tang's father discovered them in the same bed today, how could she ever face him again? With this thought, Zhou Qiaoer steeled herself. Like an octopus, she burrowed into Tang Ao's arms, pressing tightly against his body. From the outline of the blanket, the two seemed to have merged into one, except the volume was a bit large. Tang Ao's mind went blank. Little Tang Ao grew restless. Zhou Qiaoer, embarrassed and angry, pinched Tang Ao's waist hard as a warning. Tang Ao gritted his teeth, experiencing a bittersweet sensation. Seeing that Tang Ao didn't respond, Tang's father, who had already crossed the long mattress to stand before Tang Ao's bed, said with displeasure, "You little brat, I know you're awake. Stop pretending." Tang Ao had no choice but to brace himself and reply, "Dad, it's late. I need to rest." "Rest? Screw rest. Miss Qiaoer must have gone out as she's not in her room." "Out? Dad, you'd be shocked to know that Miss Qiaoer is right in front of you." Feeling another sharp pain in his waist, Tang Ao gritted his teeth and didn't cry out. "Dad, stop beating around the bush. What exactly do you want to talk to me about? Son, you've grown up, and I've never forced you to do anything. But today, you're lying. Don't think I don't remember. When I was 6, you broke Mom's favorite lipstick, then took out her makeup case, handed it to me, and told me to play with it. That day I got my butt spanked black and blue." Tang Ao hadn't actually experienced this incident. It was something his father had drunkenly revealed as a joke during a drinking party. Tang Ao had overheard it during a previous storyline. Tang's father's face stiffened, and he didn't know what to say. This little brat, he can remember such a trivial thing from so long ago. Tang Ao's words made Zhou Qiaoer in his arms shake with laughter, nearly costing Tang Ao his life. "My dear lady, please stop rubbing. Our pajamas are so thin this could really start a fire. Don't you know how alluring you are?" Tang Ao's inner thoughts instantly calmed Zhou Qiaoer. No one saw that under the covers, Zhou Qiaoer's entire body was flushed red, a happy smile on her face. At the very least, at this moment, she had proven one thing completely. Tang Ao truly liked her otherwise. Mischievous little Tang Ao wouldn't have reacted so strongly. "Son, are you okay? Are you running a fever? Your face is so red." Tang's father noticed something was wrong and gently placed his hand on Tang Ao's forehead. "Your forehead is so hot. They'll take you to the hospital right now." Without waiting for a reply, Tang's father prepared to lift the blanket and carry Tang Ao out. Oh heavens! If the blanket were lifted, his relationship with Zhou Qiaoer would be impossible to explain, even if they jumped into the Yellow River. Tang Ao swiftly interjected to stop him. How could I possibly fall ill? You're overthinking it. I just did a set of exercises before bed, and I'm tired. Once I cool down, I'll be fine. I'm in excellent shape right now." Tang's father finally breathed a sigh of relief. "You brat, but you really should work on strengthening your body. Don't end up unable to carry your bride on your wedding day. That would be a laughingstock." Somehow Tang Ao felt a faint stir of emotion. This cheap father of his was unbelievably good to Tang Ao, flawless beyond any nitpicking or fault-finding. No matter how great the trouble Tang Ao stirred up, it was always Tang's father who covered for him. Had it not been for his father's repeated protection, Tang Ao would have been killed countless times by Yi Chun and his organization in the previous storyline. "I know, Dad. Actually, you don't need to worry about my marriage at all. As a villain, sweet love and marriage are something I'm simply not worthy of. They're luxuries reserved for the protagonist." Dad, it's not that I don't want it, it's that our family's strength simply won't allow it. Not just our family. Even if our family and the Zhou family joined forces, we'd still be nothing but a super experience pack for Yichun. According to the plot, I'm supposed to formally marry Zhou Qiao 3 years from now, and on that very wedding day the Tang family will be destroyed. Half a year later, Yichun will finish me off, and the Zhou family will also fall apart. To save herself, Zhou Qiao will be cast out to fight Yichun alone. The plot has already deviated. If I marry Zhou Qiao, and now the storyline will likely accelerate. In the bed, Zhou Qiao suddenly understood, and her heart was moved beyond words. So this was why Tang Ao kept emphasizing the so-called plot, and why he repeatedly rejected her against his will. It was all for the good of the Tang family, the Zhou family, and Zhou Qiao herself. And yet Tang Ao bore it all alone, silently struggling against the so-called plot, and that guy named Yichun. A sudden image flashed in Zhou Qiao's mind. Tang Ao, clad in armor, standing firm with his blade, facing an army of thousands alone. With one slash, he tore through the heavens. Zhou Qiao silently swore in her heart, Tang Ao, even if you have to fight the entire world, I, Zhou Qiao, will stand firmly by your side. If Tang Ao knew what Zhou Qiao was thinking, he'd probably be torn between laughter and tears. He had never thought of fighting the world, let alone the protagonist Yichun. All he wanted was to follow the plot, fulfill his role as a villain, and reap the plot rewards. You brat, him your own father. If I don't handle your marriage, who will? Listen to me, I've been through it all. That girl Zhou Qiao. In terms of looks, she's a beauty who could topple kingdoms in ancient times. In terms of family background, she's a perfect match for our Tang family. Most importantly, she really likes you. Seeing Tang Ao's distracted look, Tang's father, disappointed that his son wouldn't live up to his hopes, slapped him hard on the butt. You brat, him talking to you. Are you even listening? Tang Ao was scared out of his wits. If that slap had been half an inch off, it would have landed on Zhou Qiao. If Zhou Qiao couldn't help but scream, it would all be over. Tang Ao nodded frantically. Dad, don't touch me. I'm an adult now. I understand what you're saying. You want me to pull back from the brink, give up Lin Ruoxue, and be with Zhou Qiao, right? I get it. So you've finally come to your senses. Then let me ask you, do you know why your mother and I insist you be with Zhou Qiao? What else could it be? Because I'm a good for nothing, Tang Ao said, pouting with displeasure. My actions over the years have convinced you and Mom that I'm nothing but a useless spendthrift. You're afraid it'll squander the Tang family's fortune, and Zhou Qiao is a rare business genius. Good for you. Tang's father couldn't help but give Tang Ao another hard slap on the butt. So you knew all along. You're well aware that you've been idle and useless all these years. Dad, if you touch me again, I'll lose my temper. Tang Ao protested angrily. I'm not stupid. I can see that you and Mom are utterly disappointed in me. If I accidentally gave you a grandson, you'd rather pass the family business to him than to me. Tang's father was taken aback. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and scrutinize his son, as if seeing the young man he had raised for over 20 years for the first time. Stop staring. Even though I'm useless and probably won't achieve anything, there's one thing I'm sure of. It'll definitely be better than you in the future. Tang's father glared, his eyes bulging. You brat, with your current attitude, your father built this fortune from scratch. Not to brag, but someone like me is a rare gem among men. What could you possibly be better at than me? It's simple. I can tell you for sure your father isn't as good as my father, and your son won't be as good as my son. You can't outdo me in terms of fathers, and you'll never outdo me in terms of sons. Tang Ao's words nearly made his father cough up blood. Isn't your father me? And isn't your son my grandson? In other words, Tang Ao knew exactly where his problem lay, but refused to change, choosing to give up completely on the spot. Under the covers, Zhou Qiao hugged Tang Ao tightly. After hearing his words, she finally broke down, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh, her body trembling against his. This guy Tang Ao was just too funny. Now Tang Ao was in a difficult spot, unable to voice his misery. My dear lady, laugh if you must, but please don't rub against me like that. We're only separated by 2 thin layers of pajamas. If you keep this up, there will be serious consequences. Don't you know how devastating you are to a young man? Coupled with Tang Ao's inner thoughts, Zhou Qiao felt the restlessness of little Tang Ao. Her body tingled as if struck by lightning, and her heart raced like it had been injected with stimulants. Tang's father looked at Tang Ao with a pained expression. Tang Ao, you understand all the principles, so why can't you just? Dad, stop trying to persuade me. Everyone has different pursuits. Your goal might be to expand the Tang family business, but my life's ambition is simple, to pursue Lin Ruoxue. In truth, my goal is to diligently complete the plot to transcend seconds into minutes and minutes into hours, ideally to reach the heavens. Pursuing Lin Ruoxue is just a plot mission. He'll never actually win her over. A woman like Lin Ruoxue, cold and occasionally crazy. I wouldn't take her even if she were free. Hearing Tang Ao's inner thoughts, Zhou Qiao felt a secret joy. Tang's father was so furious that his hair seemed to stand on end. He pointed at Tang Ao, unable to utter a word for a long time, until finally he blurted out, "You ungrateful wretch. How did I raise such an ungrateful wretch?" With that, Tang's father stormed out in a rage, slamming the door behind him without looking back. Tang Ao let out a long sigh. You Can come out now. Oh, my old man, why can't he walk a little slower? This kind of blessing isn't available every day. Zhou Qiaoer chuckled secretly in her heart. Instead of leaving the bed, she hugged Tang Ao even tighter, boldly pulling his head into her embrace. For a moment, Tang Ao was so blissful he could barely breathe. If this is hell, then let me be tormented a little longer. Joyful moments always seem fleeting, slipping away like water from one's mind. No matter how hard you try to squeeze out more, there's none left. Soon Zhou Qiaoer slithered out of Tang Ao's blanket like a slippery loach, not forgetting the purpose of her visit to his room. Honey, I've been feeling uneasy lately, especially just now. I have a nagging sense that something bad is about to happen to our Zhou family's Dazhou pharmaceutical. The thought makes my heart race and keeps me from sleeping. Something is indeed about to happen. A subsidiary of your Dazhou pharmaceutical, Zhou's special spirit, will soon be targeted by the protagonist, causing its stock price to drop 30 points for 3 consecutive days. But I can't tell you that. It's a necessary step for Yi Chen's rise. If I did, your family might set a trap for him and ruin his chances. Besides, a loss of a few billion in cash flow is just a drop in the bucket for the Zhou family. This time Yi Chen is only targeting a small subsidiary of your Dazhou pharmaceutical group, nothing that would cripple the Zhou family. Hearing Tang Ao's inner thoughts, Zhou Qiaoer couldn't help but smile. So that's it. A loss of a few billion from a mere subsidiary is nothing but a tiny fraction for the behemoth Dazhou pharmaceutical, barely worth mentioning. But the Zhou family is no fish waiting to be gutted on the chopping block. The Zhou family is not to be trifled with. Honey, good night. Make sure I'm in your dreams tonight. With that, Zhou Qiaoer hurriedly left, heading briskly to her own room. She needed to inform her family so Dazhou Pharmaceutical could prepare in advance. Tang Ao was baffled, clueless about what had gotten into Zhou Qiaoer. Dreams of you? What's the point of that, and what's going on? You didn't even let me answer your question. Why are you leaving so cheerfully? Not going to ask anymore. No wonder they say a woman's heart is as deep as the ocean, utterly unpredictable. Forget it, time to sleep. Before opening Tang Ao's door, Zhou Qiaoer muttered to herself, "Don't worry, I won't let that Yi Chen harm you, and he won't have a single good day." As she opened the door, Zhou Qiaoer froze. It wasn't because of anything else, but because Tang's mother stood before her holding 2 bowls of ginseng soup. Her eyes were filled with confusion and a hint of anticipation. "Qiao, why are you coming out of this room?" Zhou Qiaoer's heart, which had just calmed, began to race wildly again. For some reason, she felt a thrill like being caught in a secret rendezvous with a lover. Her face flushed crimson as she quickly explained, "Well, you see, I came to borrow Tang Ao's shampoo." Tang's mother eyed Zhou Qiaoer skeptically and nodded. "That's odd. I remember arranging everything in your bathroom yesterday, all brand new and fully stocked. There shouldn't be a missing bottle of shampoo. Maybe I forgot. Sorry about that. Tomorrow I'll deduct the maid's wages for such sloppiness." Hearing that the maid would be penalized, Zhou Qiaoer felt guilty. She couldn't bear the thought of an innocent, hardworking person being wrongly blamed because of her. No, it's not that the shampoo was missing. It's just that I'm not used to that brand, so I went in to ask Tang Ao if he had any other kind. Yes, that's it. Tang's mother finally understood and believed Zhou Qiaoer. "If you need anything, just tell me. Don't be shy. Here, I made this ginseng soup myself. Drink it to nourish yourself." Taking the soup, Zhou Qiaoer took a sip while it was still warm. The soup was indeed comforting, warming her all the way from her throat to her heart. Late at night, the matriarch of the top wealthy Tang family had personally brewed ginseng soup for her, a clear sign of how much Zhou Qiaoer meant to Tang's mother, no less than Tang Ao himself. Tang's mother truly saw her as her future daughter-in-law. Zhou Qiaoer smiled sweetly. "Thank you, Andy. It's delicious." Tang's mother feigned displeasure, "Still calling me Andy? Qiaoer, let me be clear with you now. The only woman worthy of being that rascal Tang Ao's wife is you. No other woman will ever get past me." Seeing Zhou Qiaoer lower her head, too shy to meet her eyes, Tang's mother realized she might have been too hasty. She stepped into Tang Ao's room. "Get some rest. Just leave the bowl there, we'll take it when I leave. Make yourself at home. Don't be shy." With that, Tang's mother strode coldly toward Tang Ao, who was in the middle of the room. "Son, wake up. Drink this ginseng soup before you sleep." Oh, Tang Ao obediently crawled out from under the covers and downed the soup in one gulp. Tang Ao was used to this by now. Every so often his mother would personally brew tonics and bring them to his room to keep him healthy. It wasn't that the doctor had ordered such nourishment, rather Tang's mother believed that with his daily carousing, he must need it. There's a kind of weakness called your mother thinks you're weak. This bowl of ginseng soup was like the long underwear in an ordinary family. Your mother thinks you're cold, so she digs it out and makes you wear it. Seeing Tang Ao finish it in one gulp, Tang's mother beamed with affection. "Son, what did you mean by that phrase you said on the phone today? A son's greatest regret is when his mother is no longer there to be cared for." Tang Ao couldn't hold it in and spat the last mouthful of soup back into the bowl. "You're always so careless, son. Besides, Qiaoer, what other girl would want to marry you? Mom, love can't be forced. I'm really sleepy. Can I get some rest?" Tang Ao let out a big yawn, trying to dodge his mother's soul-searching questions. "You rascal, even if you don't say it, I know. You're growing up and starting to think about taking care of your father and me in our old age. I'm happy. No need to be shy, I understand." I'm just waiting to hold my grandchild. Tang Ao was at a loss for words. He really hadn't thought about that. He had no choice but to play dumb mom. Alright, I get it. Get some rest. Tang's mother said, turning to leave with the bowl, then asked casually, by the way, when I came in just now I saw Zhou Qiao walking out of your room. I thought you only liked that girl Lin something. What did you call her in your room for? Tang Ao's heart skipped a beat. Oh my god, what a coincidence. Zhou Qiao leaving his room had been spotted. He racked his brain and finally came up with an excuse. Well, she came to borrow shampoo. I see. Tang's mother's face fell with disappointment, and she sighed softly. Get some rest then. Before leaving Tang Ao's room, she made a point to check the bathroom. The shampoo had indeed been used with a few water stains still on it. Tapping her head, Tang's mother left Tang Ao's room. Picking up the bowl from Zhou Qiao's table, she looked at the girl who was now wearing a face mask, and a glint of cunning flashed in her eyes. When I came in just now I think I saw that the shampoo in Xiao's bathroom still had its packaging unopened. Zhou Qiao's heart jolted with a sudden shock, and she hastily amended her words. I just misspoke. I actually went to borrow some body wash. Oh, I accidentally said shampoo by mistake. So that's how it is. Tang's mother paused for a moment, then nodded with a meaningful look. Now she had a basic understanding in her heart. Xiao, get some rest early. Seeing Tang's mother leave, Zhou Qiao let out a long sigh of relief. That was close. She had nearly been exposed. Fortunately, Tang's mother hadn't thought much of it. Little did she know that her explanation had perfectly revealed herself. Closing the door, Zhou Qiao checked the time. It was already past 10 in the evening. On the other side of the world, her father was in the middle of his day. Thinking of the crucial information she had gleaned from Tang Ao today, Zhou Qiao pulled out her phone and dialed a number. Hello? Qiao, it should be late at night in China now. Why aren't you asleep? Has someone bullied you? Have the Tangs tried to take advantage of you? Don't worry, I'm coming right. Hearing the concerned voice on the other end, a warm current surged in Zhou Qiao's heart. Dad, I'm fine. The Tangs have treated me well. I'm calling because there's something very important I need to tell you. Oh. Her father let out a slight sigh of relief. Is there anything more important than my daughter's marriage? Sweetheart, I support young people and free love, but as someone who's been through it, I have to advise you, based on my investigation, that Tang Ao has a notoriously bad reputation in China. Don't let him fool you. Don't worry, Dad. Look whose daughter I am. How could I be easily deceived? Speaking of this, Zhou Qiao couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile. He might fool everyone else in the world, even his own parents, but he can never fool me. You can rest assured. She had no intention of revealing that she could hear Tang Ao's inner thoughts. This matter sounded too absurd, and even if she told her father, he wouldn't believe it. That's good. Zhou Qiao put on a serious expression and spoke solemnly. Dad, what I'm about to tell you is truly important. It concerns the future fate of our Zhou family, and even the Tang family. You must listen carefully. Hearing the gravity in Zhou Qiao's voice, her father nodded gravely on the other end. Dad, our great Zhou Pharmaceuticals subsidiary Zhou's Special Elixir is about to be attacked. Barring any surprises, its stock price will drop by 30 percentage points over 3 consecutive days. Her father paused for a moment, then turned to his secretary who had been waiting nearby. Do we have a subsidiary called Zhou's Special Elixir under Great Zhou Pharmaceutical? I don't recall it. The secretary answered promptly. Zhou's Special Elixir is the smallest subsidiary under Great Zhou Pharmaceutical. It's understandable you don't remember it. Among all our group companies, it's the poorest performer, with an annual operating profit of only a few hundred million and a market value that has never exceeded 10 billion. This company is about to release a new drug, and its stock price is expected to rise by at least 10 percentage points. After stating the basic information, the secretary emphasized, even if this company goes bankrupt, it won't have a major impact on the entire Great Zhou Pharmaceutical Group. Hearing this, Zhou's father finally relaxed completely. See, daughter, this is hardly a big deal. Dad, you must take this seriously. Everything I've said is true. This matter directly concerns the future fate of our Zhou and Tang families. Hearing her father's dismissiveness, Zhou Qiao stomped her feet in anxiety. Only then did Zhou's father muster a bit of attention, asking, concerns the fate of our Zhou and Tang families. Is someone trying to target both families? Who would dare to lay a hand on us? Are they tired of living? It's Yichun, and the organization behind him. Yichun? I've never heard of him. Zhou's father looked questioningly at the secretary nearby. After racking his brains for a long time, the secretary said incredulously, when we investigated Tang Ao today, we found that Lin Ruoxue, whom Tang Ao has been pursuing, recently hired a new personal bodyguard named Yichun. That's him. That bodyguard Yichun. Silence. Zhou Qiao listened to the phone, hearing no sound for a full half-minute, and asked in confusion, Dad, are you okay? Ha, a bodyguard. Ha, just a mere bodyguard, and he could affect the future of my Zhou family and the Tang family. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Qiao, I never thought you'd learn to crack jokes. Through the phone speaker came the sound of Zhou's father laughing wildly. Zhou Qiao had never heard him laugh so uncontrollably, even making a honking sound. Seeing that her father didn't believe her at all, she grew anxious and emphasized, Dad, everything I said is true. Oh, Shower, tell me who told you this. Even if Zhou's special elixir is the worst company under our great Zhou pharmaceutical group, it's not something a mere bodyguard can manipulate. Zhou's father now strongly suspected that Zhou Qiaoer had been deceived. Zhou Qiaoer didn't hide anything from him and said directly, Tang Ao told me. This is true. This Yi Chun is a top priority dangerous figure. We must be on guard. Tang Ao. Zhou's father's voice suddenly rose several decibels. That brat spends his days idly. I don't know what's going on between you two, but the materials I've received show he stopped at nothing to pursue that Lin Ruoxue. He's probably hit a wall with this bodyguard and wants to use our Zhou family to clean up his mess. Qiaoer, based on what you've said, I think Tang Ao is utterly untrustworthy. A worthless, smooth-talking playboy. You must not be fooled by him. Maybe you should come back right away. Father, Tang Ao is not as despicable as you think. You have no idea what heavy mission he bears. If you still acknowledge me as your daughter, prepare in advance. With that, Zhou Qiaoer hung up the phone in a huff. She knew her father's temperament well. Right now, he was full of misunderstanding and prejudice toward Tang Ao. Even if she said this, he wouldn't believe her. But in a few days, when Zhou's special elixir stock price began to plummet, her father would naturally believe her words. On the other side of the planet, in the luxurious office of a high-rise building abroad, Zhou's father stared at his phone with a grave expression. Though he knew it was unlikely, he couldn't help asking his secretary, do you think what Qiaoer said could be true? Chairman, speaking professionally, it's absolutely impossible. In my view, it's clear that Tang Ao has used sweet talk to bewitch your daughter. After a long deliberation, Zhou's father said sternly, in the next few days, keep a close watch on the stock price of Zhou's special elixir. If there's any significant drop, inform me immediately. Honey, time to get up. A wave of warmth hit his right ear. Sleepy and dazed, Tang Ao rolled over in bed, drifting back into dreams. Oh nay. This time the warmth attacked his left ear, her voice so syrupy that Tang Ao's skin prickled with goosebumps. That voice, so alluring and seductive. Suddenly Tang Ao jolted awake and sprang up from the bed. Good heavens! Zhou Qiaoer was now crouching by his bedside, gazing with keen interest at his hair, which was tousled like a bird's nest. In a flash, she whipped out her phone, opened the camera, and froze Tang Ao's image in that moment. Today you have to accompany me to a class reunion. Huh, class reunion. Tang Ao felt a flicker of familiarity, as if he had heard those words somewhere before. Right yesterday, after Lin Ruoxue inexplicably accepted his confession of love, she had mentioned wanting him to go with her to a class reunion. Was it a coincidence? Tang Ao asked doubtfully. You still have classmates in Longquan City. That's none of your concern, Zhou Qiaoer said, shaking her phone. I have a selfie I took while nibbling your ear just now. If you don't come with me, you'll show it to your parents. You. Tang Ao never expected Zhou Qiaoer to pull such a stunt so early in the morning. She was even threatening him with an ambiguous photo. Good grief, was it this dangerous for a boy to stay at home? Of course I won't let you help for nothing. If you come with me, I'll only call you honey from now on. Who cares? I don't even like you. Tang Ao turned his head away, silently grumbling to himself. Zhou Qiaoer is truly a demon who seduces men to death. That single honey made my whole body tingle. If I could hear her call me honey so tenderly every day, that wouldn't be so bad, would it? But if I agree so easily, who knows what she'll do next to push her luck? Forget it, better not agree. Who knows if this class reunion will stir up some trouble. Hone, please come with me. I haven't been back in so many years. First, I don't know the way. Second, I'm not familiar with those classmates. I'm scared. What if someone has ill intentions toward me? Zhou Qiaoer said pitifully, leaning down to bury Tang Ao's entire head in her chest. Zhou Qiaoer was only wearing a thin nightgown. As she rubbed against him, a button accidentally came undone, revealing a vast expanse of snowy surging curves that dazzled Tang Ao's eyes. Good heavens! Zhou Qiaoer is really stacked. Whoever marries her will surely be very happy. After what felt like an eternity, Tang Ao felt he could no longer sink into this indulgence. He pushed Zhou Qiaoer away. You, hugging and cuddling so early in the morning. I'm telling you, give it up. My heart will always belong to Lin Ruoxue. No one can shake her place in my heart. Oh. Zhou Qiaoer stared at Tang Ao with a very expressive look, struggling to fasten the button that had come loose earlier. So according to you, you didn't like what I just did? Of course not. Tang Ao's reply was resolute and unwavering. If she couldn't hear Tang Ao's thoughts, Zhou Qiaoer would have been fooled by him. How could I not like it? Intimacy is the strongest driving force for development. Woo-woo, I like it so much, but I can't sink into it. I have to stay strong. I still have to complete the plot. I can't get drunk in the gentle embrace. What if I send our ambiguous photo to your parents and officially announce that our relationship has progressed? How about that? Go ahead, who's afraid? Do you even know who I am? The title of Longquan City's top playboy isn't for nothing. I've hugged and cuddled with plenty of women. You're nowhere close. If only everything I just said were true. Damn, plot it set me up as Lin Ruoxue's loyal simp, unable to look at any other woman besides her. Plus, Lin Ruoxue's genuine disgust toward me means that after all these years as a top-tier rich second generation, I've never even held a girl's hand. Woo-woo, if word of this got out, no one would believe it. But this woman actually dares to threaten me like this. That crosses my bottom line. I Tang Ao am made of iron and steel. Am soft to kindness, but hard to pressure. The more you threaten me, the more I'll resist to the end. A mysterious smile curled at the corner of Zhou Qiao's lips. She grabbed Tang Ao's hand, and the soft touch momentarily made him dizzy with confusion. Then she guided his finger to lightly tap on her phone screen. She had actually deleted the 3 ambiguous photos she had just used to threaten him. How could I bear to threaten you? Saying this, Zhou Qiao took both of Tang Ao's hands in hers, swaying them in front of her, putting on a pitiful expression. Please go with me. I know my Tang Ao honey is the best. I really need you to come with me, because I'm so scared. Please, good heavens. Zhou Qiao actually has such an adorable side. Who can resist this kind of assault? Should I agree? Agree. In the end, Tang Ao followed his heart and nodded. Zhou Qiao flashed a victory sign and cheerfully walked all the way to the door of Tang Ao's room. The door creaked open. It wasn't Zhou Qiao who opened it. It was Tang Ao's mother carrying 2 bowls of hot congee. The moment she saw Zhou Qiao, her face lit up with a brilliant smile. Qiao, I thought you'd gone out for your morning exercise. Annie. Somehow Zhou Qiao felt a pang of guilt. As she took the bowl of congee from Tang's mother, she couldn't help lowering her head. Why didn't you knock before coming in? Knock when entering my own son's room. Why would I do that? This is the son I raised with my own sweat and tears. Tang's mother said with conviction, casting a meaningful glance at Zhou Qiao. Here to borrow the shower gel in the bathroom again. Zhou Qiao nodded, staring at the cordyceps in the congee bowl, thinking back to the ambiguous moment she had just shared with Tang Ao. If Tang's mother had come in 5 minutes earlier, that would have been. Zhou Qiao's ears were filled with the pounding of her own heartbeat. She didn't know what to say, feeling nothing but a deep sense of dread. If she had been caught red-handed by Tang's mother, Zhou Qiao would have been so embarrassed she could have dug a 3,000 cubic meter underground warehouse under the 300 square meter mattress with her toes. Sorry, Qiao. The auntie in charge of purchasing recently took leave to go home, and the shower gel in Tang Ao's room is only available from her. Unfortunately, the Tang family doesn't have any extra bottles of the same kind right now. You'll have to make do for a few days. Hearing this, Zhou Qiao breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Now she had a legitimate above-board excuse to enter Tang Ao's room. It's no trouble at all, auntie. I feel like the Tang family has been very good to me, much more comfortable than my own home. That's good. Drink your congee quickly. I'm going in now. Tang's mother looked at Zhou Qiao, liking her more. Zhou Qiao quickly carried the congee back to her own room. Tang's mother, beaming, came over to Tang Ao. While urging him to drink his congee, she asked in a seemingly casual tone, I happened to run into Qiao when I came in just now. What was she doing in your room so early in the morning and only in her nightgown? She was just hungry. You know, she's been abroad for years and has finally returned to our Longquan. She craved local food and came in to ask about good breakfast spots nearby. Xiao Yo, Tang's mother said, looking at him meaningfully. Actually, your father and I have already drafted our will. If anything ever happens to us, the Tang family assets, you plan to give them to Qiao? Tang Ao nodded indifferently. I have no objections. With so much money, I wouldn't know how to manage it anyway. In the future. Tang's mother tapped his head in mild anger. You brat, what are you thinking? You're our biological son. We want to leave this fortune to you, not to Qiao. Huh? To me, eh? Tang Ao looked at his mother in disbelief. He recalled that in the original storyline his parents had never intended to leave him the inheritance. Not for any other reason than his behavior had broken their hearts. Why would you give it to me? Tang's mother nodded firmly. Of course. But we're not at ease handing it over just like that. You know the saying, an innocent man may suffer calamity because of his wealth. If you suddenly acquire such a vast fortune without the strength to support the Tang family enterprise, disaster will follow. It could even cost you your life. Seeing his mother's concern, Tang Ao nodded in agreement. I understand. It's like a dynasty. If the new emperor is an ignorant fool when power is transferred, he'll likely be treated as a figurehead by his ministers or even become a sacrificial pawn in political struggles. Tang Ao's words earned great approval from his mother. So son, at this critical moment you can't afford to be confused. Mom, rest assured. Tang Ao gave her a reassuring look. I won't be confused. Just go ahead and draft your will peacefully. If you ask me, be generous. Donate all the wealth to the state. As for your son, he'll just cling to Lin Ruoxue's coattails and live off my wife's fortune. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Tang Ao couldn't help clapping his hands in excitement at his own cleverness. If he actually did this, it would bring him at least 2 major benefits. Without the identity of the Tang family heir, he could pursue Lin Ruoxue with complete freedom. Even with the heir status, Lin Ruoxue had been indifferent to him. Yesterday, she inexplicably agreed to his confession, but fortunately, Yi Chun intervened in time to salvage the situation, allowing Tang Ao to start his pursuit of Lin Ruoxue anew. Moreover, on the other hand, the Tang family is separate from the Tang family enterprise. As the ruler of a super conglomerate, even if that conglomerate went bankrupt one day, the wealth of the ruler's household would still be far beyond ordinary imagination. As long as he shed the identity of the Tang enterprise heir, no matter how much Tang Ao offended the protagonist Yi Chun in the future, it wouldn't directly involve the Tang enterprise. This way, while maintaining his villain persona, he no longer had to worry about dragging the Tang Enterprise into trouble or suffering Yi Qin's retaliation. The Tang Enterprise would be donated to the state. Even if Yi Qin by the final climax had become all-powerful, he would never dare to openly oppose the state. He would be condemned by countless people. And as long as Yi Qin didn't target the Tang Enterprise, Tang Ao's father wouldn't commit suicide out of shame from bankruptcy, his mother wouldn't go mad, and the Tang family could remain a complete family of 3. Mom, this is a great idea. You and Dad should finalize the will and announce it to the world through the media today. Tang Ao was so happy, he almost jumped for joy. Tang's mother placed a hand on his forehead. No fever, so why are you talking nonsense? Mom, I'm serious. The other day the doctor said my stomach is weak and I'm only fit to live off a woman. I think Lin Ruoxue is a perfect meal ticket. You. Seeing Tang Ao's earnest expression, Tang's mother realized that her son might actually mean it. This wasn't entirely a joke. The son of a top-tier wealthy family, wanting to live off the female CEO of a mediocre small company. Xiaoyo, don't you think? This is utterly shameful. Shameful is great. Tang Ao clapped his hands. That's exactly what I want. To help the protagonist show off as a key villain, how could he not face humiliation? Many villains don't even get the chance to be humiliated before they die. If you feel sorry for me, I can go to the media myself and announce that I unilaterally renounce my shares in the Tang Group. You brat, how dare you? Tang's mother never expected that her attempt to bring Tang Ao and Zhou Qiao closer would be met with his agreement. And an even more extreme suggestion. Her original idea was simply to hand the company over to a foundation and let Tang Ao receive a fixed monthly salary. She had assumed that between a limited salary and nearly unlimited trillions in assets, Tang Ao would unhesitatingly choose the latter. But now Tang Ao had stubbornly picked a third option that wasn't even on the table, rejecting both. Tang's mother was momentarily at a loss for words. After all, he was her own flesh and blood, her only son, and at this age it was too late to have another. Suppressing her anger, Tang's mother thought to herself that the child must be going through a rebellious phase. She decided not to argue with him. If it weren't for seeing Zhou Qiao leave Tang Ao's room twice, last night and this morning, especially with their inconsistent stories, she would have truly believed Tang Ao had no interest in Xiao. After breakfast, Tang Ao and Zhou Qiao left the Tang villa one after the other. Tang's mother stood by the floor-to-ceiling window in the attic watching Zhou Qiao get into the passenger seat of Tang Ao's Bugatti Veyron. By now she had completely calmed down. Through meticulous analysis and reflection on Tang Ao's recent behavior combined with their conversation, that morning Tang's mother reached a conclusion that even startled her. A smug smile curled at the corner of her mouth. Father of my child, after all these years our Xiao Ao has truly grown up. Heaven, you've played quite a joke on our Tang family. She had already recounted last night's events and this morning's conversation to Tang's father. Now his face was also brimming with excitement, as if he had shed 10 years of age. That rascal, I noticed it too. He's deliberately hiding himself. Last night when I got up and passed by Qiao's room, guess what I heard her saying on the phone? She said to her father, Tang Ao is not as worthless as you think. You have no idea the heavy mission he bears. Tang's father spoke, his face growing increasingly agitated. He took a large gulp of water to suppress his excitement. At that moment, I wondered if I was hallucinating. Our son is remarkable. He hides things deep, even keeping us both in the dark. But thinking about it now, the fact that he could compare the Tang family business to a traditional dynasty doesn't surprise me at all. His acting was so flawless that even I almost believed that woman Lin had turned his mind to mush. Your son is far cleverer than you imagine. He's grown up knowing to be vigilant in times of peace. I suspect he already has a complete plan working silently behind the scenes only to emerge and astonish everyone at the last moment. Look, everyone says Zhou Qiao is a business prodigy, even sharper than her father. But now isn't she completely under our son's control? Tang's mother beamed with pride. His relentless pursuit of Lin Ruoxue these past few years must have deeper meaning. Husband, I feel our son is playing a grand game, but I can't see through him right now. Tang's father nodded in agreement. They say a father knows his son best, yet even I, his father, cannot fathom him. But Tang Ao carries my Tang bloodline. How could he be mediocre? I didn't believe in Xiao Ao before, but now I fully trust him. He's more than capable of handling everything perfectly. Do you know why I'm so certain? Just that statement about surrendering the Tang Group's shares to the state convinces me that my son Tang Ao is a 9 million business genius. Tang's mother nodded deeply. I initially found that decision absurd and even infuriating, but now I see it's the best choice. Though our Tang family may lose a fortune in the short term, how could the state treat us unfairly? Compared to our son being trapped in endless internal power struggles within the group, donating the shares will actually propel the Tang Group forward. At that point, even if future generations of Tang are mediocre, as long as the group stands, our descendants will have a foundation. Tang's father's eyes were full of admiration and relief. He nodded firmly. This sacrificial move. Where did the rascal learn it? Dear, go invite a lawyer to our home. Let's draft the will exactly as our son suggested. And make sure the media is present, just as he said. Tang's mother gazed out the window with pride. He's truly my son. Years of patience to lull potential rivals into complacency. Such foresight runs in my blood. Tang's father widened his eyes, staring at her and surprised him. She shot him a glare, and all his questions instantly dissolved. If Tang Ao had heard his parents' conversation, he would have shaken his head like a rattledrum. It was all a misunderstanding. He had never manipulated Zhou Qiao, she had attached herself to him. He had never planned any grand scheme. His only goal was to play his role as the villain, follow the plot, offer his face for the protagonist to slap at the right moments, and finally complete the game to embrace a happy life. All of this was their misconception and prejudice. Meanwhile, Tang Ao drove Zhou Qiao to their destination, an antique-looking restaurant. He parked boldly at the entrance, and gazing at the signboard fell into deep thought. A weathered plaque bore 3 gleaming golden characters, "Ihia 1 box of duck. 1 person 1 mouthful of duck." Tang Ao blurted out. The manager, panting from a hurried run, froze in place upon hearing this. Master Tang, what did you just say?" Relying on vague memories and seeing the manager in a crisp suit with a fawning expression, Tang Ao finally recalled where he was. This was the very restaurant where Lin Ruoxue had brought her bodyguard Yi Chun to attend a class reunion. According to the plot, Tang Ao had no role in Lin Ruoxue's class reunion. However, if Zhou Qiao and Lin Ruoxue were classmates, Tang Ao wouldn't believe it. The original story never mentioned this, and they had never crossed paths in the narrative. But was the world so small? The reunion Zhou Qiao was attending happened to be at this very restaurant. Still, it made sense. This was the most upscale restaurant in Longquan City. Dining here was a status symbol for many. And given Zhou Qiao's status, she wouldn't accept a shabby venue for her reunion. The riddle of 1 person 1 mouthful of duck was originally intended for the protagonist Yi Chun in the novel. In fact, this restaurant was an investment of Yi Chun's Dragon King Palace in Longquan City. Since Yi Chun's identity as the Dragon King was highly secret, this riddle was set. According to the agreement, whoever solved it at the entrance would be the owner. Truly small hermit hides and chickens, great hermit hides and ducks. If he hadn't read the original novel and known the story of 1 person 1 mouthful of pastry, Tang Ao wouldn't have blurted it out. Spotting Yi Chun stepping out of a taxi dozens of meters away, Tang Ao shook his head repeatedly. No, I said nothing. He recalled the upcoming plot, if I remember correctly, because Yi Chun had no invitation, the restaurant security would block him as a bodyguard. At that moment, a wealthy second-generation villain still obsessed with Lin Ruoxue would step up to mock Yi Chun publicly. Yi Chun would solve the riddle, be respectfully invited in by the manager, slap the rich classmate's face, and upgrade their room from a standard one to the best VIP suite. A perfect power move. Now that he had solved the riddle, Yi Chun's situation would be awkward. This riddle was the key to the protagonist's face-slapping moment. Listening to Tang Ao's thoughts and following his gaze, Zhou Qiao also noticed Yi Chun in cheap clothes with a crooked smirk. Her eyes sparkled as she smiled at the manager. "Didn't you hear clearly? Tang Ao just looked at your sign and blurted out 1 person 1 mouthful of duck. Manager, your restaurant sign is quite interesting." Zhou Qiao's words made Tang Ao's heart leap into his throat. "Dear lady, why did you have to add that? Now what will Yi Chun do? How will he save face and dominate? It's my fault. Why can't I control my mouth?" Seeing Tang Ao's frustrated expression, Zhou Qiao grew unusually excited. She wanted to teach Yi Chun a lesson and watch him be humiliated publicly. Though it was their first meeting, Zhou Qiao's disdain for Yi Chun surpassed everyone else's, even Lin Ruoxue's, who arrived late and missed Tang Ao's inner thoughts. The manager's face paled, and he was momentarily speechless before dropping to his knees. "Master Tang, you finally come. I've been waiting so long." Tang Ao grimaced and quickly stepped back. "Please pretend I was never here." The manager glanced at the invitation in Zhou Qiao's hand and slapped his forehead in realization. "You're here for the class reunion." With things having come to this, Tang Ao could only steel himself and nod. I was just speaking off the cuff just now. You can pretend you didn't hear anything." The manager stared blankly at the visibly displeased Tang Ao, then at the stunningly beautiful Zhou Qiao beside him. As if waking from a dream, he said, "Rest assured I didn't hear a thing." From the day he took over this restaurant, he had been informed that its true owner was an extremely low-profile individual. Tang Ao's reaction now only confirmed this fact. Watching Tang Ao and Zhou Qiao enter the restaurant with utmost respect, the assistant manager couldn't help but whisper, "So this is our boss. Unbelievable. Our boss is actually young Master Tang. But I recall our boss is a person of great importance." Young Master Tang. Doubt filled the assistant manager's eyes. Young Master Tang's reputation in our Longquan City is... "You don't know a damn thing." The manager snapped, flicking the assistant manager's forehead. "Let me tell you, the more powerful someone is, the better they are at hiding their true self. Being too flashy and outstanding is like a tree that stands out in the forest. It's bound to invite trouble. Use your brain. Who is young Master Tang? Who is the Tang family? How could the sole heir of such a top-tier family be worse than an ordinary person? But judging by young Master Tang's actions over the years, he's nothing but a worthless A playboy who can't take his eyes off Lin Ruoxue. The assistant manager remained utterly perplexed. Manager, couldn't this just be a blind stroke of luck? I really want to crack open your skull and see how much water is in there. The assistant manager's words infuriated the manager. The world of the elite is something small fry like us can never imagine. You'll understand later. I dare to guarantee right here that young Master Tang will become a prominent figure in the entire world. As for Lin Ruoxue, she's just a front young Master Tang uses to hide his true self. He does it deliberately to make outsiders believe he's a worthless good for nothing. So that's how it is. The assistant manager nodded, half understanding. I was wondering, though, Lin Ruoxue is beautiful with young Master Tang, and the Tang family's influence behind him, a little pressure would have had Lin Ruoxue obediently walking into his room to please him. How could he have been rejected over 90 times? Is this the grand strategy of the elite? Learn from me. Remember, keep it a secret that young Master Tang is our boss. I'm certain he's playing a long game. If the boss gets the meat, well, at least get some soup. As they spoke, Lin Ruoxue and Yi Chen arrived at the restaurant entrance one after another. Seeing Lin Ruoxue, both managers put on their most amiable smiles. Miss Lin, you're here. Please come in. Lin Ruoxue looked at the two managers in surprise. Something was strange today. As the president of Lin's Pharmaceuticals, Lin Ruoxue was no stranger to Heroine restaurant. She often hosted business partners here. But every previous visit the manager had worn a stern face. Today, for the first time, he greeted her with such enthusiastic warmth. The sudden warmth flattered Lin Ruoxue. Having arrived late, she hadn't seen Tang Ao or heard his thoughts. She asked, puzzled. This might be rude, but I have to ask, why are you so warm today? Something out of the ordinary always had a reason. Lin Ruoxue never believed in free lunches. The manager stood tall and straight before her, speaking with vigor. This is the true service attitude of our Heroine. We always give our guests 120% enthusiasm. Miss Lin, are you here for the class reunion too? Lin Ruoxue nodded and took out an invitation identical to Zhou Chao's from her bag. The two managers welcomed her in with beaming smiles. Then, like a Sichuan opera face, changed, their expressions turned icy cold. They blocked Yi Chen, who was shabbily dressed, and trying to follow Lin Ruoxue inside. Stop right there. Where's your invitation? Yi Chen frowned and pointed at Lin Ruoxue, who had turned to look back. I'm President Lin's personal bodyguard. We're together. Eyeing Yi Chen's cheap clothes, the assistant manager couldn't help but pinch his nose. Wow, I've heard braggarts, but you're the worst I've ever seen. Aren't you afraid of chipping your teeth? Look in the mirror. What kind of person is Lin Ruoxue? Would she hire a piece of trash like you as her personal bodyguard? I really am Ruoxue's bodyguard. You can ask her. Lin Ruoxue stood at the restaurant entrance. Nearby diners were already pointing at her. This guy looks like a street punk to me. Has the Lin family gone broke that they'd find someone like him for Lin Ruoxue's bodyguard? I don't think so. Did you hear what he called Lin Ruoxue? Ruoxue. So intimate. I don't think he's her bodyguard. I agree. Tang Ao just went in. I bet Lin Ruoxue can't stand his pursuit, so she deliberately found this lowlife to disgust him. The murmurs inside the restaurant made Yi Chen's face darker than charcoal. He was furious. As the Dragon King, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Upon hearing that Tang Ao had already arrived, Lin Ruoxue, unable to care about anything else, stopped a waiter. Is Tang Ao here too? He's upstairs in the room on this invitation. Lin Ruoxue's face lit up with joy. She had long wanted to talk to Tang Ao face to face. She had been late because she went to the Tang residence first, only to find Tang Ao had already left. She needed to ask Tang Ao about the confession video of the Hitandran scammer from last night. After watching it, Lin Ruoxue was 100% skeptical. At the scene yesterday, she had clearly heard Tang Ao's thoughts. She knew better than anyone that the scammer wasn't arranged by Tang Ao. He didn't even want to be with her. But the Lin family, especially Lin Ruoxue's parents, were already furious that she had agreed to Tang Ao's courtship. After seeing the scammer's false confession framing Tang Ao, they cursed him behind his back and forced Lin Ruoxue to cut ties with that scumbag. Lin Ruoxue knew her family meant well. Under their earnest persuasion, she could only send a breakup text to Tang Ao. It was what he wanted anyway. But now a huge doubt lingered in Lin Ruoxue's heart. Was this video fabricated by Yi Chen out of jealousy, or did Tang Ao deliberately smear himself to make her loathe him? Lin Ruoxue desperately wanted the answer. If Yi Chen had fabricated it to frame Tang Ao, she would utterly despise him. He really is my bodyguard. Throwing this at the manager by the door, Lin Ruoxue hurried upstairs without looking back. Yi Chen smirked. Can I go in now? The manager and assistant manager exchanged glances, their eyes meeting, then firmly shook their heads. Sorry, no invitation, no entry. Even if you were the Jade Emperor, you can't go in. That's the rule. Today, no, from now on, I Yi Chen and the rule here. Seeing Lin Ruoxue disappear upstairs, Yi Chen was thoroughly enraged. He declared arrogantly, one mouthful of duck per person. As Yi Chen's words fell, he noticed the two managers staring at him with peculiar expressions, and a surge of joy swelled within him. In his mind, uttering this riddle would undoubtedly prove his identity as the owner. The two managers were simply too stunned to react immediately. Once they came to their senses, they would naturally acknowledge him as their boss, profusely apologizing while respectfully ushering him inside. From then on he could not only stride legitimately into the restaurant, but also by virtue of his status, as the owner dramatically elevate Lin Ruoxue's standing at her class reunion, earning him a wealth of goodwill from her. Just as Yi-chun was lost in his delightful reverie, the manager's next words struck him like a thunderbolt. I knew there was something off about you. How dare you come here pretending to be someone you're not? Do you even know where you are? The assistant manager, seeing the manager's fury, quickly waved over the restaurant's security guards. You lot, throw this man out. Don't let anyone like him near our restaurant again. As the menacing guards encircled him, Yi-chun clenched his fists, veins bulging, barely restraining his rage. With his last shred of sanity, fine, what's the meaning of this? I just gave you the riddle from the sign. Have you all forgotten? The manager fumed. You think memorizing the riddle that young Master Tang Ao solved gives you the right to usurp our establishment? Beat him. Beat him to death. You. Yi-chun felt his lungs about to burst with fury. Tang Ao, you've ruined my plans again. You actually solved my riddle. Fine, very well. Do you think this can stop me? Yi-chun refused to wait idly. Because of his failed ambush on Tang Ao the previous day, which left him injured, he forcibly used a precious secret medicine he had hoarded for over a decade just to escape. That elixir, worth hundreds of billions, was the combined wealth of the Dragon King Hall. Thanks to the secret medicine, Yi-chun could move freely, unlike yesterday, when he was paralyzed after being struck. But its effects were limited, granting him only a tenth of his usual strength. All these losses were Tang Ao's fault. Yet even with only 1/10 of his power, he would not be trampled by these guards. Channeling all his fury into his fists, he lashed out at the encircling guards. With each punch landing in the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 burly guards collapsed like dead fish. Even so, Yi-chun's anger still burned fiercely. This restaurant was one he had funded years ago. Every one of these guards he had just beaten was in essence in his employ. These two managers were no different from his subordinates. Yet now Tang Ao had solved the riddle first, turning everyone who should have been on Yi-chun's side against him. His own employees were now attacking their boss. Such a tale would make outsiders laugh their jaws off. Unforgivable. Seeing Yi-chun's fighting prowess and his fierce glare, both managers couldn't help but swallow hard. You. What do you want? Don't come any closer. Relax, I'm not here to bother you. Soon you'll be begging for my forgiveness. With that, Yi-chun twisted his lips with an air of superiority and strode boldly through the restaurant's main entrance. The Lin family is in for it now. A mere bodyguard dares to strike someone from one box duck. Last time someone caused trouble here, their entire family knelt at the door for 3 days and nights before being forgiven. I bet 5 cents the Lin family will come to apologize and fire this arrogant bodyguard. I didn't expect him to have some skill, but hiring such a simple-minded, brawny bodyguard. The Lin family is just asking for trouble. Amid the clamorous chatter, Yi-chun's hands clenched so tightly his nails nearly pierced his flesh. He was almost bursting with rage. If not for Tang Ao solving the riddle first, such talk would never have filled the restaurant. All of this was Tang Ao's fault. As Yi-chun entered, the manager hastily said, "Call the police, call the police." Meanwhile, watching Lin Ruoxue enter, welcomed by her old classmates, Tang Ao inwardly groaned, heavens, Zhou Qiao and Lin Ruoxue were actually classmates. This is bad. Yi-chun will be here soon. At this class reunion, I'm afraid he'll end up as one of those antagonists who gets humiliated. Forget it, I'll just maintain my simp persona for now. With that thought, Tang Ao quickly put on a lovesick expression, feigning immense joy as he approached Lin Ruoxue. Ruoxue, you're here? Even though you sent me a breakup text last night, I, Tang Ao, will love you forever. Tang Ao's words instantly silenced the lively room. Everyone stared at Tang Ao and Lin Ruoxue, eyes gleaming. Some even grabbed melon seeds, eagerly anticipating the drama. Lin Ruoxue got straight to the point. What about last night's video? I want an explanation. Video. Right, some guy staged an accident at Lin's pharmaceutical and claimed Tang Ao put him up to it. Is there more to this? I don't think young Master Tang is that kind of person. With his wealth, he could have any woman he wants. Why resort to such dirty tricks? Tang Ao stared at Lin Ruoxue, thinking, though I didn't orchestrate this, I have to say. Yi-chun, well done. As expected of the protagonist. Without you, I'd never know how to make Lin Ruoxue take the initiative to break up with me and turn back into that aloof female CO I could never win over. Ha ha ha, this is essential for me to be a good simp in the future. Alright, everyone quiet down. I, Tang Ao, have always been above board. Everything that guy in yesterday's video said is true. He paused deliberately, then declared loudly, Ruoxue, it's only because I love you so much. Please be my girlfriend, okay? Seeing the barely contained smirk on Tang Ao's face, Lin Ruoxue felt an urge to hit him. This guy? Did she really disgust him that much? Infuriating. Tang Ao's words stunned everyone in the room. Wow, is this what they call being boldly honest about being a jerk? I kinda want someone to chase me like that as expected. Even a rich man's fart smells good. Ugh, disgusting. This Tang Ao has no shame. His schemes exposed, how dares he still pursue Lin Ruoxue? Does he take her for a fool? The room erupted into chaos, with nearly everyone pointing fingers at Tang Ao and Lin Ruoxue. Zhou Qiao walked up to Lin Ruoxue with a beaming smile, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Even Zhou Qiao had to admit deep down that in terms of appearance and temperament, Lin Ruoxue was a stunning beauty, no less than herself. Especially her eyes, which with just one glance made Zhou Qiao feel they were kindred spirits. If they had met in the business arena, Zhou Qiao would have surely taken the initiative to befriend Lin Ruoxue. But today, Zhou Qiao smiled radiantly at Lin Ruoxue. "Hello, I'm Zhou Qiao. Though this is our first meeting, I've heard Tang Ao mention you." Lin Ruoxue's eyes widened in disbelief. You're Zhou Qiao. I've heard classmates talk about your legendary tales, but unfortunately by the time I transferred to this class, you had already passed your exams and gone abroad to study. You're my idol. Meeting Zhou Qiao here filled Lin Ruoxue with indescribable joy. Zhou Qiao had always been the goal. Lin Ruoxue strived to reach a guiding lighthouse on her voyage across the vast ocean. The Lin family's pharmaceutical company under her leadership had been striving to emulate the Dazhou pharmaceutical empire that Zhou Qiao managed. A polite smile graced Zhou Qiao's face. Then before the gaze of all present, she took Tang Ao's hand, interlacing their fingers. "By the way, I must formally introduce everyone to my fiancé, Tang Ao." Like a stone cast into a still lake, the entire room was stunned. Lin Ruoxue was utterly dumbfounded. She never imagined that her idol would be engaged to Tang Ao, her persistent loyal simp. For some reason, despite knowing full well that Tang Ao did not love her, and despite her genuine admiration for Zhou Qiao, hearing this news from Zhou Qiao's own lips made Lin Ruoxue feel as if something precious had been stolen from the depths of her heart. A hollow, aching emptiness. Good heavens! Our super prodigy Zhou Qiao is actually engaged to Master Tang. What a waste! A beautiful flower planted on a pile of cow dung. All money makes the world go round. Even if he's openly useless, he can still marry a breathtaking beauty like Zhou Qiao. What do you call this? Master Tang was born at the finish line that we ordinary folks can never reach, even if we fly. Boo-hoo, if only I had a family like that. The entire room turned sour, as if transformed into a lemon factory. Everyone chattered enviously, their faces etched with jealousy. Lin Ruoxue looked at Tang Ao, her spirit shattered. You're engaged. Since when? Tang Ao was completely numb. Dear lady, you really love stirring up trouble, don't you? I've told you before, my love for Lin Ruoxue is eternal. Why must you say this publicly? Are you forcing me to hurt you? Boo-hoo, I'm sorry, Qiao. Though I like you very much, you leave me no choice. Tang Ao shot Zhou Qiao an apologetic glance, steeled his resolve, and struck a passionate pose. Ruoxue, don't listen to her nonsense. I, Tang Ao, will love only you in this life. As he spoke, Tang Ao tenderly took Lin Ruoxue's cold hand. As for the engagement, don't believe her. It's true that there was such an arrangement, but after I vehemently opposed it, and even threatened to die, my family dropped the matter. I declare here and now before everyone, from this day forward, I, Tang Ao, will have only Lin Ruoxue as my wife. Having seen the vast ocean, I cannot be content with a stream, except for Ruoxue, and no snow can compare. Ruoxue, my feelings for you are like an endless river flowing ceaselessly. Even if the seas dry up and the rocks crumble, my love for you will never diminish by even a fraction. Having to utter such nauseating words in public again. But most of what I said is true. I never liked Lin Ruoxue anyway, so naturally there's no love for her to diminish. Ha ha ha, I'm such a clever one. A cold fish like Lin Ruoxue. Surely no man in the world could ever love her. But Zhou Qiao is different. She's proactive, beautiful, and best of all, she's always sending me perks. If I could marry a wife like Zhou Qiao, I'd be laughing in my dreams. But marrying an ice block like Lin Ruoxue, that would be a lifetime of misery. As Tang Ao finished speaking, he witnessed an utterly bizarre scene. Lin Ruoxue, whom his words had supposedly professed love for, had her already cold face frosting over with even more layers of frost. Her eyes glared at Tang Ao, nearly spitting fire. In contrast, Zhou Qiao, whom he had explicitly rejected, was beaming with joy. Her gaze at Tang Ao was tender as water, and a lovely blush tinted her cheeks. Good heavens! Master Tang is truly ungrateful. Lin Ruoxue may be outstanding, but compared to Zhou Qiao, she's utterly outclassed in both family background and beauty. Look how good-tempered Zhou Qiao is. Even when Master Tang says such things in public, even confessing his love to Lin Ruoxue, she, as his fiancée, doesn't get angry at all. She gives him all the face he needs. A woman like that? I really don't know what Master Tang is thinking. Exactly. If I were Master Tang, I'd kick Lin Ruoxue to the curb without a second thought. The jealous classmates in the room chimed in one after another. Tang Ao could fully feel the chill emanating from Lin Ruoxue. Every hair on his body stood on end. Just then, with a creak, the door to the private room slowly opened. Yi Chun stormed in, glaring at Tang Ao with murderous intent. Tang Ao felt a cold shiver run down his neck. The oppressive aura of Yi Chun, the Dragon King and protagonist, nearly suffocated him. As expected of the protagonist, with that plot armor, even without a password, he can waltz right in. Yi Chun must have thoroughly humiliated everyone at the door, right? So satisfying. If only I could be the protagonist one day and enjoy the thrill of showing off. Since the protagonist is here, I've got to create an opportunity for him to shine. Otherwise, I'd be a total failure as a villain. Thinking this, Tang Ao pulled Lin Ruoxue into his arms and said passionately, "Ruoxue, I swear I'll pursue you even harder from now on. One day you'll understand my true feelings." Seeing Lin Ruoxue held in Tang Ao's embrace, Yi Chen flew into a rage. "Tang Ao, take your filthy hands off her. Let go." Tang Ao let out a sinister chuckle. "Ruoxue, can you feel my warmth, my heartbeat? Every beat of my heart proclaims my love for you." Feeling Lin Ruoxue's body tense up like a wooden plank, a smirk curled at the corner of Tang Ao's mouth. "Nervous, aren't you? Scared, right? See if you dare to go crazy and accept my confession again. Call for help quickly. Once you shout for help, Yi Chen can charge up legitimately, and I'll take a couple of symbolic hits. As long as Yi Chen pulls off this grand show, your affection will skyrocket, and my mission will be mostly complete." Upon hearing Tang Ao's thoughts, Lin Ruoxue, whose mind had been blank and ears filled with her own heartbeat, suddenly relaxed, all her tension dissipating. Her ear happened to be pressed against Tang Ao's chest, and she distinctly felt his heart pounding far faster than her own. Thinking of this, Lin Ruoxue recalled hearing from Tang Ao's thoughts last night that it had been his first kiss. Although rumors painted Tang Ao as a playboy who had toyed with countless girls' hearts, the gossip and reality were clearly at odds. Tang Ao's racing heart was the best proof. The body's instinctive reactions couldn't lie. Seeing Yi Chen striding over menacingly poised to strike Tang Ao, Lin Ruoxue suddenly spoke up. "Yi Chen, if you dare to harm Tang Ao today, I, Lin Ruoxue, will fight you with my life." "What the hell, Lin Ruoxue, are you losing it again? I'm taking advantage of you right now, and Yi Chen is here to save you." "What do you mean by that? You don't do anything remotely human. If this keeps up, how is the story supposed to move forward? How is Yi Chen supposed to show off and get closer to you?" "President Lin, this Tang Ao is assaulting you. As your bodyguard, I must fulfill my duty and protect your safety." The crowd in the private room, who had been ready to watch the drama, finally caught on. "So he's a bodyguard. I thought I didn't recognize him. He's not in our class at all. This bodyguard seems clueless. Young Master Tang is a big shot. He could crush him with a wave of his hand. Anyone with half a brain would know Tang is someone this guard can't afford to offend." Yi Chen suddenly understood and shot Lin Ruoxue a grateful look. So Lin Ruoxue was worried about him being retaliated against by Tang Ao, which was why she stopped him from acting. She still cared about him after all. With that thought, Yi Chen's body stiffened and his resolve to rescue Lin Ruoxue from Tang Ao's clutches strengthened. He declared righteously, "President Lin, I know you mean well, but as your bodyguard, seeing you fall into this scoundrel's hands, I'll risk my life to save you from this misery." "Yi Chen, how dare you?" Seeing Yi Chen completely misinterpret her intentions and even raise his fist at Tang Ao, Lin Ruoxue's heart tightened. She quickly broke free from Tang Ao's embrace and stood in front of him. "Yi Chen, I'm officially firing you. Get out of here." Yi Chen was deeply moved. "Don't worry, President Lin, I know you're just concerned. Though I'm just a bodyguard, a mere Tang Ao can't do anything to me. You." Lin Ruoxue was furious. She couldn't understand why, even after speaking so clearly, Yi Chen still insisted on being delusional. She had never worried about Yi Chen. At this moment, her only concern was Tang Ao. What if Yi Chen injured him? Though Tang Ao's earlier thoughts were infuriating, not only did he not like her, but he also thought being with her would be painful. Still, anger aside, she couldn't bear to watch him get beaten. Seeing Yi Chen truly about to strike Tang Ao, Zhou Qiaoer stepped forward too, standing shoulder to shoulder in front of him. "You're Yi Chen, right? If you dare to touch a single hair on Tang Ao's head today, I'll pluck every hair from your body. If you raise a fist against him, I'll make sure you never raise a fist again. If you so much as brush his clothes, I'll leave you with nothing to wear." Sob. Zhou Qiaoer's words are so domineering. "I love it to marry a woman like her. You must have saved the galaxy in a past life, right? It's a pity, Zhou Qiaoer, you've misplaced your affection. I'm just a lowly villain, charming as I may be, but I'm not worth your love." Zhou Qiaoer's lips curled up, her heart filled with sweetness. She had never felt this happy in her entire life. The one she liked her back, and they saw each other as the best. This mutual happiness was a dream countless singles longed for, but couldn't attain. Meanwhile, Lin Ruoxue's face was etched with grievance and loss. She had been the first to step in and protect Tang Ao. Why did his eyes only fall on Zhou Qiaoer and not on her? Had Tang Ao's approach, showing up 99 times in a row at Lin's pharmaceutical building to confess, really been just for the so-called plot with not a shred of genuine feeling? Was she truly that worthless? No. Lin Ruoxue shook her head and clenched her fists tightly. She was no worse than Zhou Qiaoer. Zhou Qiaoer only had a more prominent family background and a higher starting point. An unprecedented urge to win Tang Ao's affection flooded Lin Ruoxue's mind, and she had never been more lucid. Though Zhou Qiaoer had Tang Ao's heart because of the so-called plot, Tang Ao, to keep the world line under control, would always cling to her and pursue her. In other words, while Tang Ao's heart wasn't with Lin Ruoxue, his presence was by her side. This wasn't too bad a situation. With that, Lin Ruoxue lifted her head again, glaring fiercely at Yi Chen. "Yi Chen, get out of here. You're not welcome. Know your place. I've never worried about you. My only concern is Tang Ao." Ruoxue. Yi Chen's eyes reddened with emotion. "A mere Tang Ao isn't worth your fear. Today I'll prove to you that to me Tang Ao is nothing but a pathetic ant. With that, Yi Chen leaped on the spot, shooting straight to the ceiling. He then kicked off with force, denting the ceiling by the size of a fist, and hurtled directly toward Tang Ao. For this strike, Tang Ao poured in all his strength, combining old grudges and new hatred. With such amplification, Yi Chen was unleashing at least 30% of his power. 30% might sound modest, but those who had witnessed more were all dead, including many self-proclaimed peerless masters. This blow was meant to cripple Tang Ao, if not kill him. Tang Ao was utterly terrified, his heart in a panic. Lin Ruoxue, are you trying to get me killed? What might have been settled with a couple of slaps has now turned into Yi Chen aiming for my life. Inside the private room, some timid girls had already covered their eyes with their hands in fright, peeking through their fingers to observe the situation before them. Zhou Qiaoer and Lin Ruoxue were even more shocked. Yi Chen's sudden outburst had caught them completely off guard. Faced with Yi Chen descending from above, they had no time to react. Watching Yi Chen draw closer and closer, seeing the look in his eyes that seemed to want to devour him alive, Tang Ao's heart instead settled with unprecedented calm. He had the system father after all. The more Yi Chen's strike went all out, the more it threatened Tang Ao's life, the more likely it would trigger the ultimate weapon that grew stronger with adversity, super rebound. Yi Chen, whose fist was about to smash into Tang Ao's chest, was extremely confident in this blow. Yi Chen decided he no longer wanted to pretend. He would kill Tang Ao with this one punch and then reveal everything to everyone. He wanted Lin Ruoxue to know how powerful her bodyguard truly was. He wanted the manager and employees of the restaurant who had just mocked him to kneel before him and beg for his forgiveness. He wanted to grind Tang Ao's bones to dust to quell the hatred in his heart. The whistling wind of his punch arrived first, blowing Tang Ao's hair and clothes backward. The fist landed precisely on Tang Ao's chest, and Yi Chen's heart surged with joy. Tang Ao, let's see if you die this time. But the next second, Yi Chen's face changed drastically. He felt as if his fist had struck an alloy armor. An excruciating pain shot through both his fist and chest. Yi Chen's body flew backward like a kite, with a broken string spitting out a mouthful of blood. All color drained from his face. Staring in Tang Ao's direction, Yi Chen's mouth hung wide open, his jaw nearly dislocated. Yi Chen was utterly stunned. His full power strike, delivered with absolute confidence, hadn't even moved Tang Ao half a step. Tang Ao stood there as if nothing had happened, scratching his head with a somewhat shy expression. This Tang Ao's strength was unfathomable. Others might not see it, but as the person involved, Yi Chen, a battle-hardened Dragon King war god, could clearly tell that his full-force punch hadn't even harmed a single strand of Tang Ao's hair. Tang Ao was a master who concealed his true abilities. Looking at Tang Ao's face, so much younger than his own, and his heroic bearing, an unprecedented sense of crisis flooded Yi Chen's mind like a tidal wave. Tang Ao was bound to be the greatest enemy on Yi Chen's path to rise. Yi Chen flew straight backward until he crashed into the door, his body slumping weakly to the ground, as if all his bones had been removed. He felt his right fist was nearly shattered, and as for his chest, his entire internal organs were wailing in agony. At this moment, Yi Chen was filled with shame and indignation. Since he could remember, even when facing hundreds of thousands of enemy troops alone, he had never been so humiliated as today. All of this was thanks to Tang Ao. Compared to Yi Chen, Tang Ao was the true master who feigned weakness to deceive his opponent. Tang Ao, are you okay? Tang Ao, how are you? I know a bit of medicine, let me check your body. Unlike Yi Chen, who was avoided by everyone like a rat, Lin Ruoxue and Zhou Qiaoer stepped forward with concern, each tightly holding one of Tang Ao's arms. The damned soft touch. Lin Ruoxue's eyes were full of guilt and regret. She regretted not being decisive enough to fire Yi Chen last night. If he hadn't come here, Tang Ao wouldn't have been hurt. Zhou Qiaoer's eyes were red with anxiety. Ignoring all proprieties, she reached out and pulled open Tang Ao's coat, meticulously examining him. No need to check him, fine. Tang Ao felt like he was going crazy. Zhou Qiaoer's fingers seemed electrified. Wherever they touched, his skin tingled intensely. Impossible. Zhou Qiaoer shook her head worriedly. Don't speak anymore. I heard the sound just now. Trust me, you can rely on my medical skills. As she spoke, Zhou Qiaoer continued to examine Tang Ao carefully. Lin Ruoxue watched them with a hint of jealousy in her eyes, a trace of envy flickering within. If only she knew medicine like Zhou Qiaoer. Now that Tang Ao was injured, all she could do was support him like a block of wood, unable to do anything else. Yi Chen took a while to recover from his dazed state. Seeing Tang Ao enjoying such attentive care with women on both sides, and then seeing the hatred in Lin Ruoxue's eyes when she looked at him, Yi Chen couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Others might not know, but Yi Chen was all too aware. Injured. Tang Ao hadn't suffered any harm at all. Instead, Yi Chen himself was severely wounded all over. If he didn't receive timely treatment, his life would be in danger. Yi Chen shot Tang Ao a fierce glare, then quickly pulled a small medicine bottle from his pocket. In his haste, he poured all the pills into his mouth, feeling his heart bleed. He wasn't just consuming medicine. He was consuming the hard-earned wealth he had accumulated over the years. If this small bottle of medicine were put up for auction on the market, it could buy 100 Lin's pharmaceutical companies at a high price. Yi Chen chewed the pills savagely, his face twisted as if gnawing on Tang Ao's flesh. Then without further thought he sat down cross-legged to begin absorbing the precious medicinal power. On the other side, after thoroughly examining Tang Ao, Zhou Qiao looked at him with disbelief. How is this possible? You really aren't injured. Only then did she realize something was off with Tang Ao. Tang Ao, why is your breathing so heavy? Your face. Why is it so red? It shouldn't be. I just checked, and your body should be very healthy. Healthier than any man I've ever seen. Looking at Zhou Qiao's earnest expression, Tang Ao felt a mix of emotions he couldn't express. Dear lady, with all that touching pressing and leaning in to listen, what man could withstand such temptation? This is a normal reaction, the kind any normal man would have understand. Geez, how could I say such things in front of so many people? Zhou Qiao's hand snapped back from Tang Ao's body, as if shocked, her face flushing crimson. She had been so worried about Tang Ao's condition that she hadn't realized how intimate she had been with him. When Lin Ruoxue heard Zhou Qiao's final verdict that Tang Ao was truly fine, she let out a long sigh of relief, a heavy burden lifted from her heart. In that brief moment, countless possibilities had flashed through Lin Ruoxue's mind. If Tang Ao were injured because of Yi Chen, she would set aside all her affairs to accompany and care for him until he recovered. If Tang Ao were severely paralyzed, Lin Ruoxue was determined to take care of him for the rest of his life. If Tang Ao were to die because of this, she would devote her entire life to avenging him against Yi Chen. Fortunately, Tang Ao was unscathed. Lin Ruoxue coldly looked at Yi Chen, who was sitting cross-legged by the door, and walked step by step toward him. It seems young Master Tang has some skill after all, taking such a fierce attack squarely on his chest without a scratch. That brainless bodyguard, on the other hand, reaped what he sowed, and can't even move now. Hiring such a reckless brute as a bodyguard, the Lin family must have been blind. Exactly. Lucky he didn't hurt young Master Tang, or the Lin family would be in deep trouble this time. What are you talking about? Even without injury, the mere fact that this bodyguard dared to lay hands on young Master Tang in public means the Lin family is already in serious hot water. If Lin Ruoxue doesn't handle this, well, the Lin family will be erased from Longquan City forever. The private room buzzed with murmurs from all sides. Lin Ruoxue stood before Yi Chen, her face growing darker by the moment. Yi Chen, you're fired. Thanks to you, including my grandfather, every member of the Lin family will have to visit the Tang family this afternoon to apologize and beg for forgiveness. Yi Chen forced his eyes open, his voice weak. Ruoxue, let me explain. This was all an act. Enough. Yi Chen, haven't you ruined me enough? Lin Ruoxue couldn't hold back her tears. I can't understand what my Lin family did to deserve such deliberate revenge from you. Hearing her sobs and seeing the two streams of clear tears sliding down her cheeks, Yi Chen hung his head in defeat. I am sorry. I was wrong. Sorry. If you truly feel sorry for our Lin family, then stay far away from me, and far away from young Master Tang. I'm telling you now, and I'm telling everyone, anyone who dares to lay a hand on young Master Tang is laying a hand on our Lin family. My Lin family may be small, but we mean what we say and follow through. Go ahead and try. With that, Lin Ruoxue stepped forward, swung her arm, and landed a resounding slap on Yi Chen's face. This slap is for you, a bodyguard who disobeys your employer's orders. Then she raised her arm again and delivered another fierce slap. And this slap is for your arrogance, daring to attack young Master Tang. After 2 consecutive slaps, 5 bright red palm prints appeared on Yi Chen's face, swelling visibly by the second. A supreme humiliation. Yi Chen felt as if he might explode on the spot. A surge of anger rushed to his heart, and a metallic sweetness rose in his throat. He spat a large mouthful of blood onto the ground, the blood mixed with unabsorbed herbal residue. This single gush of blood expelled at least a third of the medicinal power. His body could no longer hold up, and his head tilted to the side as he collapsed heavily to the floor. Tang Ao's eyes nearly popped out. Heavens! Lin Ruoxue, did Liang Jingru give you the courage? You're part of Yi Chen's harem. With those 2 slaps, you've just slapped away your future husband. Yi Chen, I really did my best. Why did you have to get so worked up? You could have just come over and slapped me a few times to show off. Wouldn't that have been nice? Why all the killing intent and hostility? With your martial skills, why did you have to pick a fight with me? If Yi Chen could hear Tang Ao's inner thoughts, he might have coughed up another mouthful of blood and died on the spot, becoming the most aggrieved protagonist in history. Hearing Tang Ao's thoughts, Zhou Qiao raised an eyebrow, her gaze toward Lin Ruoxue, turning icy cold. So Lin Ruoxue and this Yi Chen, who had brought ruin to the Tang family, were a couple. As the heiress of a top-tier noble family, especially after hearing Tang Ao's thoughts and understanding his feelings for her, Zhou Qiao was utterly confident in her own charm. Moreover, there had never been any enmity or interaction between her and Lin Ruoxue before. So even though Tang Ao had openly pursued Lin Ruoxue multiple times, she had never considered targeting Lin Ruoxue until now. But now, since Lin Ruoxue was part of Yi Chen's harem, she was Tang Ao's enemy. Tang Ao's enemy was Zhou Qiaoer's enemy. In her heart, Zhou Qiaoer silently added Lin Ruoxue and even Lin's pharmaceutical to her list of enemies. Just then the private room door was shoved open, slamming solidly into Yi Chun, who lay sprawled at the entrance, eliciting a muffled grunt. "Damn, which blind fool is blocking my Zhang San's door?" With an exclamation, a man dressed in designer brands, sporting a thick gold chain with thinning hair and a protruding belly, strode in. He looked down at Yi Chun with disdain. "Who's this guy? He looks unfamiliar. Definitely not one of my classmates. Why is he lying here like a dog blocking my door? Serves him right for getting hit." With that, Zhang San disdainfully stepped over Yi Chun and opened his arms to the old classmates inside. "Hello everyone. I'm Zhang San. Sorry I'm late. Some foreigner insisted on discussing business with me this morning. Just a small deal of 10 or 20 million, you know. I said let's skip it, but he kept chasing me to talk. What could I do?" Wow, now this is a truly lovable and charming villain. Zhang San. Just the name screams outstanding antagonist. I need to jot down this agri-pooling technique in my little notebook. Everyone in the room turned their attention to Zhang San. He waited a full half a minute, but the cheers he expected never came. What's going on? This shouldn't be. Was his little speech not obvious enough? Thinking this, Zhang San deliberately raised his wrist, flashing the gleaming Rolex on his arm. "That client insisted on giving me this Rolex after we closed the deal. Said it's worth over 100,000, and if I didn't take it, I'd be disrespecting him. When your company gets big, you can't help but make money. I don't even need that 100,000. Seeing everyone still staring at him with complicated expressions, Zhang San frowned and decided to turn up the heat. "I make over 100,000 every day without lifting a finger. I've got so much money, I don't know how to spend it. I really miss the days when I only made 500 a month. Those were the best times." Well said. As a fellow villain, I've got to give you a thumbs up. Tang Ao couldn't have been happier. Watching Zhang San, he felt like he'd found a kindred spirit. On the other side, Zhang San noticed something bizarre. After his boastful monologue, everyone looked at Tang Ao in unison, ignoring him completely. Instead, Tang Ao clapped excitedly. "Well said, well said." Following the sound of applause, Zhang San looked over. The moment he recognized Tang Ao's face, his heart skipped a beat, and he fell to the ground in shock. Zhang San had clearly fallen on his backside, so why did his face sting so painfully? By now he fully understood why no one in the room had flattered or echoed him. Heavens! In front of whom had he just been showing off his wealth? Tang Ao, as the ultimate rich second generation, was known to everyone in Longquan City. Zhang San, who moved in business circles, was well aware of just how terrifying the Tang family's wealth was. The Tang family's 1-minute cash flow exceeded the 10-year revenue of his measly little company. And he had been bragging about his money in front of Tang Ao. Wasn't that like a beggar showing off his copper coins before the emperor? Though he hadn't been struck, Zhang San could feel his face swelling grotesquely like a pig's head. Tang Ao needed to do nothing but stand there quietly listening to his insufferable boasts, and that alone was the most stinging slap of all. Zhang San gave himself a sharp slap across the face. "Tang, young Master Tang, my apologies. I just couldn't control my mouth and let out a few foul farts. Please don't take offense. By the way, why are you here? I recall. We never attended school together, did we?" Tang Ao nodded noncommittally. "Indeed, we're not classmates." Zhou Qiaoer cast a cold glance at Zhang San, then, as if staking her claim, pulled Tang Ao's arm into her embrace. "Tang Ao is my guest. He is my fiancé." The moment Zhang San saw Zhou Qiaoer, clearly his eyes nearly popped out. Wasn't this the legendary prodigy from their class, the freakish genius, Zhou Qiaoer, whose life seemed blessed by fortune itself? Zhou Qiaoer was not only stunningly beautiful, but also ranked first in every subject. While others were still buried in their studies, she had already been admitted to the world's top medical university, mastered unparalleled medical skills, and after graduation, helped her family manage the colossal Dayo pharmaceutical with impeccable efficiency. And now this heavenly maiden was clinging to Tang Ao's side. Compared to Tang Ao, Puck Zhang San felt that even comparing himself to Tang Ao was a grave insult to Tang Ao's status. Like comparing a piece of dung to pure gold, though their colors might be similar, they were utterly incomparable. At that moment, Zhang San felt as if he had been soaked in a vat of vinegar, his entire being sour with envy. Even more baffling to Zhang San was that faced with Zhou Qiaoer's almost aggressive pursuit, Tang Ao looked utterly displeased. "Don't listen to her nonsense." Tang Ao quickly shook off Zhou Qiaoer's hand. "My heart belongs only." Tang Ao then turned to Lin Ruoxue with a worried expression. "Lin Ruoxue, you should apologize to him. He came to help you because he was worried about your safety. In this day and age, a dedicated bodyguard like Yi Chun is rare. You should thank him, not fire him." Though the plot had already shattered, Tang Ao still tried desperately to salvage it, doing his utmost to protect Yi Chun. Lin Ruoxue hung her head like a defeated kitten. "Tang Ao, you don't need to plead for him. He nearly hurt you with his recklessness. As his employer, he'll take full responsibility. He'll grant you one request, as long as you spare the Lin family." "Grant me one request." Tang Ao was momentarily taken aback. Then, "Any request at all." Lin Ruoxue suddenly lifted her head, locking eyes with Tang Ao. In her gaze he saw fear, reluctance, and Anticipation. Lin Ruoxue took a deep breath, steeled herself, and nodded. Of course. Any request. Good heavens, what was that look of expectation in her eyes? Zhang Xin, standing nearby, was utterly dumbfounded. Not only was there Zhou Qiao throwing herself at him, but now Lin Ruoxue, who as the whole city of Yintian knew had vehemently rejected Tang Ao's 98 confessions, was telling Tang Ao she would fulfill any request. This was simply unbelievable. On one side Zhou Qiao, on the other Lin Ruoxue. Good heavens, was this the unimaginable joy of being a top-tier rich second-generation heir? Was this the so-called fortune of having both wives? Hearing Tang Ao and Lin Ruoxue's exchange, Yi Chun struggled to lift his head, his eyes glaring fiercely at Tang Ao. Tang vengeance has its target. Today's matter is solely my responsibility. It has nothing to do with the Tang family. If you have any guts, come at me. Picking on a woman is no sign of strength. As expected of the protagonist, uttering such words was undeniably cool. Even gravely injured, he's still determined to protect Lin Ruoxue. She must be moved to tears inside right now. Good. Excellent. Now the plot is getting back on track. At least Lin Ruoxue and Yi Chun's relationship can take another step forward. But Lin Ruoxue, hearing Tang Ao's inner thoughts, looked at Yi Chun and found him utterly hypocritical. Now he was spouting big words, but earlier he had completely ignored her command to stop fighting. He was nothing but a simple-minded brute with brawn. If she were forced to marry such a man, she would rather boil herself alive in a live-streamed iron pot. Enough. Yi Chun, stop pestering me. Do you think you look cool now? Do you think you're being manly? Yi Chun and Tang Ao both stared blankly at Lin Ruoxue. In their minds they couldn't help but ask themselves, isn't that the case? The more Lin Ruoxue spoke, the angrier she grew, unable to contain her fury. She kicked Yi Chun hard in the backside. From the first moment I saw you, you disgusted me. If Grandpa hadn't threatened to disown me unless I kept you, do you think I would have let you be my bodyguard? As for now, the sight of you makes me nauseous. You are the most repulsive person I've ever met. Lin Ruoxue's words drained the last trace of color from Yi Chun's face. His lips turned pale, and he looked extremely weak. It was clear that her words had deeply wounded his heart. Tang Ao frowned and scolded Lin Ruoxue. How can such cold words come out of your 37-degree mouth? As he spoke, he desperately tried to think of a way to mend the rift between Lin Ruoxue and Yi Chun. Lin Ruoxue, you've gone too far. Yi Chun, don't listen to her. I believe that one day Lin Ruoxue will fall hopelessly in love with you. I don't need your hypocritical kindness. Yi Chun clutched his burning backside where Lin Ruoxue had kicked him, his eyes filled with humiliation and hatred. Hearing this, Lin Ruoxue was also furious. Tang Ao, let me make this clear today. Even if every man in the world died, I wouldn't spare a glance at this Yi. If anyone tries to force me to be with that disgusting creature, I'll kill him first, and then myself. Tang Ao was shocked. He knew that in the final moments of his past life, Lin Ruoxue had followed through. According to the system's information, she had perished together with Yi Chun to protect her chastity, forcing the plot to restart. Yi Chun, lying on the ground, heard Lin Ruoxue's final declaration and nearly ground his teeth to dust. He hated Tang Ao for repeatedly ruining his plans, for stealing everything that should have been his. From the beginning at the Lin family pharmaceutical company, Tang Ao had stolen the opportunity for Yi Chun to publicly humiliate the fraudster and win Lin Ruoxue's favor. At Shangrua Water, Tang Ao had stolen the chance for Yi Chun to play the hero and bring Zhou Linger into his harem. And today at the restaurant entrance, Tang Ao had not only solved the riddle Yi Chun left to prove his identity, but had also driven the final wedge between Lin Ruoxue and Yi Chun. Compared to this, even a father's murder or the annihilation of a clan couldn't match such enmity. If you have even a shred of humanity left, help me up. Upon hearing this, Tang Ao was overjoyed. That's right, while I help you up, if you seize the moment when I'm off guard and slam me hard to the ground, wouldn't that slap my face? Yi Chun, you've finally come to your senses. Rest assured, Tang Ao will definitely play along perfectly. Just as Tang Ao extended his hand, Zhou Qiao and Lin Ruoxue spoke in unison. No. They exchanged a glance, and Lin Ruoxue, and knowing her place, lowered her head, yielding the stage to Zhou Qiao. Zhou Qiao pulled Tang Ao behind her, staring warily at Yi Chun. Who do you think you are to deserve Tang Ao personally helping you up? What if you harbor resentment and try to harm him? Heavens, how did Zhou Qiao think of that? I was just speculating. Could it be that Zhou Qiao is a worm in my belly thinking the same as me? Is this what they call a telepathic connection? Wow, what's this sudden surge of happiness in my heart? Zhou Qiao's face brimmed with pride and joy. Fool, right now, I am indeed the worm in your belly. I am the chosen one who can hear your thoughts. Oh, fate has destined us to be together. Tang Ao, are you even a man? Do you only know how to hide behind a woman and let her shield you? Failing his scheme, Yi Chun struggled to his feet while shouting and cursing. A provocation. Yi Chun must be plotting how to deal with me. He's trying to lure me closer. Would I give him that chance? No need to think. Any normal person wouldn't, but as a qualified actor, I have to seize the opportunity. Qiao, step aside. Today I must properly. Tang Ao had just pushed Zhou Qiao aside mid-sentence when he found Lin Ruoxue standing between him and Yi Chun. Yi-chan, if your hatred cannot be quelled, then strike at me. Do not harm Tang Ao. If anything happens to him, I, Lin Ruoxue, will stop at nothing to make you pay. Lin Ruoxue, you are just messing things up. Can someone tell me why Lin Ruoxue has been acting so crazy lately? Zhou Qiaoer also eyed Lin Ruoxue suspiciously. With a woman's intuition, she sensed that Lin Ruoxue was not simple. She immediately grabbed Tang Ao's right hand. Bah, how shameless. You women talk as if you're devoted to Tang Ao till death, but in reality you've ruthlessly rejected his confessions over 90 times. If anyone here has hurt Tang Ao the most, it's undoubtedly you, Lin Ruoxue. Zhou Qiaoer's words gave Tang Ao an urge to applaud. Those words were too well said. This was a novel world, otherwise what normal person would continue confessing after being rejected over 90 times? Even one rejection is enough to break one's heart. Tang Ao wasn't a masochist with such inclinations. Zhou Qiaoer's words had truly voiced Tang Ao's innermost thoughts. Lin Ruoxue slightly lowered her head, unwilling to back down against Zhou Qiaoer. This is between Tang Ao and me. It's none of your business. If you're truly capable, then make Tang Ao confess to you 99 times. A killing blow. Lin Ruoxue is still sharp-witted. My persona is that of Lin Ruoxue's devoted simp. If I suddenly confess to Zhou Qiaoer, my character would collapse. I definitely can't confess to Zhou Qiaoer, let alone 99 times. This counterattack is fierce. Zhou Qiaoer has no room to fight back this time. Completely contrary to Tang Ao's expectations, Zhou Qiaoer, after hearing Lin Ruoxue's words, didn't get angry, but instead showed a face full of tenderness. Between Tang Ao and me, there's no need for such things as confessions, because we've already met each other's parents. My parents are very satisfied with Tang Ao, and his parents are very satisfied with me. Thank you for rejecting him over 90 times, though otherwise how could I have had the chance to be with Tang Ao? Zhou Qiaoer's words turned the tables, leaving Lin Ruoxue completely speechless. Indeed, no matter how you look at it, the fact that Lin Ruoxue had mercilessly rejected Tang Ao over 90 times was indisputable. This was the true killing blow. Lin Ruoxue was utterly defeated, her face filled with sorrow. Others might not know, but Lin Ruoxue was all too aware. Tang Ao didn't like her at all. Or to be more precise, Tang Ao had already lived at least one past life confessing to Lin Ruoxue nearly 200 times. Perhaps those 99 confessions in the previous life were genuinely from his heart, but Lin Ruoxue knew her own personality, as she must have deeply hurt Tang Ao's heart, causing him to despise her so much in this life. Thinking of this, Lin Ruoxue couldn't help but feel a pang of grievance. She suddenly regretted sending that decisive breakup text to Tang Ao last night under her family's pressure. If she hadn't sent that message, she could now stand by Tang Ao's side as his girlfriend, and this situation would never have arisen. Only at this moment did Lin Ruoxue realize that Tang Ao had always given so much for her. And what had she given him? Nothing but repeated rejections and a cold breakup text last night. With this thought, Lin Ruoxue raised her head and looked at Tang Ao earnestly. Tang Ao, name any request. Even if it means going to get the marriage certificate today, I, Lin Ruoxue, won't hesitate. Her words immediately made Zhou Qiaoer tense up. Tang Ao stared at Lin Ruoxue and couldn't help but swallow. Heavens, truly worthy of young Master Tang. Though he was repeatedly rejected on the surface, the ice of Lin Ruoxue's heart had long melted under his persistent confessions. Lin Ruoxue is so fortunate to have young Master Tang's unwavering pursuit. How enviable. If my husband were even a tenth as good as young Master Tang, I'd keep him in bed for a week. Heavens, is this the charm of true wealth? I, Zhang-san, have wasted my entire life. Woo, young Master Tang, can you spare a leg hair for me to hug? Tang Ao waved his hand, and the private room fell silent. Looking at the earnest Lin Ruoxue, Tang Ao couldn't help but swallow. He could fully sense Zhou Qiaoer's tension as her hand tightly gripped his right hand, her fingertips turning ice cold from nervousness. How did the plot suddenly turn out like this? Should I accept or reject? If I reject, it doesn't fit my simp persona, and the story will collapse. But if I accept, the story collapses even worse. What seemed like a multiple-choice question was actually a death sentence. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck Tang Ao. Right, I'm no longer a child. Only children follow the questions and make choices. I, Tang Ao, may not have launched a rocket yet, but am already a full-fledged adult. Lin Ruoxue, do you think I, Tang Ao, am the kind of man who would take advantage of another's vulnerability? No, you are mistaken. Whatever I desire I shall obtain with honor and righteousness. Tang Ao's impassioned declaration left everyone in the private room stunned. Didn't you say you would agree to one condition of mine? Very well, then I ask you to treat emotions objectively and fairly. Before you truly fall for me, do not rashly accept my courtship. Tang. Young Master Tang. Have you lost your senses? Think again. This is Lin Ruoxue, the one you've confessed to over 90 times. Hearing this, Zhang San sensed his moment to shine. He believed Tang Ao was merely too embarrassed to agree in front of so many people. If I may speak frankly, based on my understanding, if a woman has rejected you over 90 times consecutively, she will never develop feelings for you in this lifetime. Young Master Tang, this condition was proposed by Lin Ruoxue herself. If you simply nod in agreement, you will still be above reproach, and no one will dare gossip. Tang Ao looked at Zhang San and nodded in approval. If only it were that easy. This is exactly the effect I want. Then raising his right fist high, Tang Ao improvised a line that best suited his persona as a devoted suitor. In life money is precious, freedom is more so, but for love sake both can be cast aside. Only love must not be betrayed. If it is not born from genuine affection, then two people should not be together. As these words were spoken, everyone in the room suddenly felt Tang Ao's figure grow tall and imposing as if bathed in holy light. Who could have imagined that Tang Ao said all this merely as a pretext to maintain his devoted suitor persona and reject Lin Ruoxue? Well said, indeed, well said. Young Master Tang, to be honest, before today, I thought you were an incorrigible scoundrel, a bastard, a prodigal. When Lin Ruoxue just explained that the video was a frame-up, I didn't believe it for a second. But now I fully believe you are innocent. I apologize for my previous misunderstandings and the curses I uttered behind your back. A man in a suit inside the private room bowed deeply to Tang Ao. Please forgive me, I am sorry. Young Master Tang, I also ask for your forgiveness. I am sorry. We misunderstood you before. I was just thinking in this day and age children from wealthy families should receive better education and have higher moral standards. How could it be as absurd as the rumors online? Exactly. Just look at young Master Tang's character. There's a reason the Tang family has reached its current stature. Their family values are evident. We have no choice but to admire you. Young Master Tang, I salute you with this drink. In an instant, Tang Ao became the undisputed center of attention in the room. Almost everyone was sincerely praising him except for Lin Ruoxue and Zhou Qiaoer, who looked at him with complex expressions. After discerning the rejection in Tang Ao's words, a flicker of disappointment passed through Lin Ruoxue's eyes. Then, what condition do you wish to impose on me? Haven't I already stated it? Tang Ao stood tall and spoke with a resolute voice. If you do not truly love me, then do not accept my confession. That is the only condition I set for you. Rest assured, I will not trouble the Lin family, nor will I seek retribution for Yi Chen's earlier rudeness. Truly worthy of young Master Tang. A real man. He's on fire. Tang Ao's words can outshine the vast majority of men in the world. Some scumbags spout disgusting lines like, if you like her, just drug her. Unbeknownst to Tang Ao, this entire scene was being recorded on a phone by a girl in the corner of the room who stood only 1.50 meters tall and wore a baseball cap. Satisfied, the girl stopped recording and began editing the caption on the spot. She was a paparazzo for Longquan City's largest television station, having gone 2 full weeks without digging up any explosive news. Today, hearing that Zhou Qiaoer of Dazhou Pharmaceuticals would also attend this class reunion, she had infiltrated the private room in advance. To her own surprise, no one discovered that she wasn't actually a classmate. A few even warmly greeted her, claiming to have had a crush on her during their school days. And now she had finally struck gold. The video about Tang Ao from last night was pure slander and fabrication. The legendary super prodigal Tang Ao was not a beast, a bastard, or a parasite sucking his parents' blood, but rather a man of high morals and excellent character. Such a shocking reversal was absolute dynamite, especially with the heat from last night's video. This news story would surely capture massive attention. Meanwhile, Yi Chen staggered to his feet, his skin a sickly pale, as if a gust of wind could knock him over. No one saw Yi Chen pull a small wooden box from his pocket. With a light tap of his finger, a tiny insect as thin as a strand of hair crawled out. This was one of Yi Chen's ultimate trump cards. The insect's body contained enough poison to kill 100 elephants. With a single bite, it could inject all its venom into the host, leaving no cure. Within 3 days, the victim's internal organs would begin to rot. No matter how advanced the medical treatment, the process could not be reversed until the body completely decayed from the inside out. The most terrifying aspect of this insect was that unless the body fully rotted later, the host would not die immediately. In other words, the victim would have to watch themselves rot from the inside out like a corpse until death finally came. From the moment of infection for a full 2 months, every day would bring the suffocating sensation of death. This cruel method was originally intended for the Asiatin-identified enemy. Now he decided to use it on Tang Ao. He wanted Tang Ao to fully experience the agony of this venomous insect, or else his hatred would not be appeased. With this thought, Yi Chen used the last of his strength to command the insect to crawl to Tang Ao's side. Under his control, the insect bit deeply into Tang Ao's calf. Feeling the insect die after fully injecting its venom into Tang Ao, a faint smile curled at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth. Tang Ao, this time, not even a primordial celestial can save you. At the same time, the system's voice echoed in Tang Ao's mind, buff, invulnerable to all poisons, activated, blocking lethal toxin, heart-eating goo worm venom. Tang Ao was shocked. Yi Chen, you actually tried to poison me. Lin Ruoxue and Zhou Qiaoer were both taken aback. Zhou Qiaoer quickly grabbed Tang Ao's arm, carefully checking his pulse. Fortunately, I had prepared in advance. The poison was useless against me. Damn, I nearly lost my life here. But, from another perspective, this precisely proves that Yi Chen now hates me to the bone and is determined to see me dead. It seems my role as the villain has been quite successful. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qiao and Lin Ruoxue finally breathed a sigh of relief, glaring fiercely at Yi Chun. Yi Chun, who had been secretly gloating, felt a pang of guilt. What was going on? Why were these two women staring at him like that? Could it be that they had discovered his secret manipulation of the poison worm to drug Tang Ao? That was absolutely impossible. The poison worm was as thin as a strand of hair. It couldn't be seen without a magnifying glass. No matter how hard Yi Chun racked his brains, he couldn't fathom that Zhou Qiao and Lin Ruoxue were glaring at him precisely because they knew he had poisoned Tang Ao. Lin Ruoxue in particular was seething with rage. She strode over to Yi Chun and viciously kicked him in the groin. Yi Chun had no time to react. The pain instantly made tears burst from his eyes. Get out of here and never approach Tang Ao again. Otherwise Lin Ruoxue will beat you every time I see you. As she spoke, Lin Ruoxue pulled open the door intending to kick Yi Chun out. Her sudden outburst stunned everyone in the private room, especially Tang Ao, who was full of confusion and bewilderment. What's gotten into Lin Ruoxue? Why is she suddenly kicking Yi Chun again? A female friend who was close to Lin Ruoxue couldn't help but cover her mouth in shock. Oh my God, is this still the gentle and refined Lin Ruoxue? I've known her for over 20 years, and she has never acted like this. Perhaps this is a matter of comparison. With a gentleman like Master Tang as the shining example, someone like Yi Chun isn't even fit to polish his shoes, yet he dares to offend him. If I were Lin Ruoxue, I'd be even angrier and more irritable. Zhou Qiao watched Lin Ruoxue coldly. In her eyes, Lin Ruoxue's behavior was nothing but pretense. Like crocodile tears, it was merely a trick to deceive its prey. In Zhou Qiao's view, this was more like a case of mutual consent. After all, she had learned from Tang Ao's inner thoughts that Lin Ruoxue and Yi Chun were a couple. Just as Lin Ruoxue opened the door, two men in police uniforms happened to be about to knock. The moment she saw the police, Lin Ruoxue instantly softened. The restaurant manager, upon seeing the weakened Yi Chun, was filled with indignation. He pointed a finger at Yi Chun and shouted at the policeman, who looked more than a decade younger than him. Officer, it's this thug. He barged into our restaurant and even injured 7 of our security guards. Hearing the term officer from the manager's mouth, the two policemen paused, their faces showing wry smiles. They scanned the room and, seeing no signs of a violent conflict, breathed a slight sigh of relief. Following the manager's finger, they saw Yi Chun gritting his teeth and leaning against the wall to keep from collapsing. You again. Last night you caused trouble at Shanshan Ruoxue. Considering it was your first offense, we let you off with a warning. But today you barged into a restaurant and attacked its security guards. This is absolutely lawless. Come with us. Oh my God, Lin Ruoxue's bodyguard is living quite the high life. A place like Shanshan Ruoxue costs at least a few thousand. I wonder what Lin Ruoxue is thinking now. Thank goodness Master Tang is here today, otherwise I feel like Yi Chun became her bodyguard because he has improper intentions toward her. This is terrifying. I can fully understand why Lin Ruoxue was so furious and hit him. If it were me, I'd hit him even harder. Upon hearing that Yi Chun had gone to Shanshan Ruoxue to cause trouble, Lin Ruoxue's gaze toward him grew even more disgusted. I didn't cause trouble. I explained everything yesterday. I was being a hero, saving a damsel in distress. Seeing Yi Chun's aggrieved and angry expression, the policemen's faces turned cold. Enough? Everyone in Longquan City knows what kind of place Shanshan Ruoxue is. And you expect us to believe you were being a hero there? This policeman had witnessed Yi Chun's case the previous night. Despite clear evidence and witnesses, for some reason, after Yi Chun was brought in, he had no contact with the outside world. Yet someone higher up had ordered his release without explanation, infuriatingly Shiyun so much that she had thrown down her hat and cursed over the phone. As a righteous officer, he naturally harbored a deep anger toward Yi Chun, who had escaped justice. Believe it or not, I swear on my conscience that I was only trying to be a hero. Hearing Yi Chun's defense, the two policemen couldn't help but laugh. Oh. So today when you barged into this restaurant and injured its security guards, was that also to be a hero? I barged in because this is my restaurant. Those security guards, as my employees, not only refused to cooperate with me, but also tried to lay hands on me, their boss. As a boss disciplining his subordinates, what's the problem? Well, I'll be damned. Today I've seen it all. You sure talk big without fear of your tongue slipping. The manager was so angry he laughed and called out to the room. And the manager of this restaurant. Do you think a meticulous person like me could mistake his own boss? Someone quick bring some reality to this guy. He's living in a dream and can't wake up. The private room erupted in laughter. Amid the humiliation, resentment, and pain, Yi Chun shot a vicious glare at Tang Ao. Tang Ao. Don't say I didn't warn you. You've contracted a severe illness and within 2 months you'll be dead. If you want to live, I'm the only one in the world who can save you. With those words, Yi Chun was escorted out of the restaurant by the two policemen. Yi Chun's words made Tang Ao laugh. He silently thought to himself, Yi Chun must think I'm an idiot. This poison has no cure. Knowing his tendency to show off, he's probably trying to regain the upper hand. But the poison has no effect on me. Should I consider giving him a chance to save face by pretending to be poisoned later? It might work. Although this wasn't in the original plot, since the atmosphere has been built up as a qualified villain, I should play along. With that thought, Tang Ao burst into a sinister laugh. Severe illness? You're fooling no one. If I'm really as you say, you'll change my surname to Yi. Thanks to Tang Ao, the manager arranged for the classmates to switch to the most luxurious private room. Amid the flattery and the constant chorus of young and promising, Tang Ao gradually lost himself. Finally, after a hearty meal and drinks, Tang Ao was helped out of Ihiya by Lin Ruoxue and Zhou Qiaoer. Tang Ao, don't drink and drive. Let me take you home. Almost simultaneously, Lin Ruoxue and Zhou Qiaoer said to Tang Ao. Realizing they had spoken the same words, the two women glared at each other. The atmosphere grew tense. Tang Ao could almost smell the gunpowder in the air. These two women had been chatting back and forth at the dinner table, acting like long-lost best friends. Indeed, women are all natural-born actresses. Tang Ao's intoxication instantly dissipated by more than half. Miss Lin, if I recall correctly, you drove yourself here, didn't you? Without waiting for Tang Ao's reply, Zhou Qiaoer put on a deceptively kind smile and gazed at Lin Ruoxue with a cheerful expression. That smile sent a shiver down Tang Ao's spine. A smile hiding a dagger. Lin Ruoxue, not quite grasping the implication of Zhou Qiaoer's words, nodded in bewilderment. It's my personal car. Before today, no man has ever sat in my passenger seat. As she spoke, Lin Ruoxue bit her lip lightly and flashed a radiant smile at Tang Ao. Master Tang, would you allow me to drive you home today? My driving skills are excellent, actually. I feel we've never truly understood each other before, and I'd like to take this chance to get to know you more deeply on the way home. Deeply? Tang Ao's mind involuntarily stirred with excitement. Just how deep could it be? Lin Ruoxue nodded solemnly. Her words had hinted quite clearly. She was creating an opportunity for Tang Ao. A moving car was a relatively enclosed space, a perfect place for a confession. Lin Ruoxue had already decided that if Tang Ao confessed for the 100th time, she would accept him. Previously, due to misunderstandings and prejudice, she had always held a poor impression of Tang Ao. Even though he had earnestly confessed to her 99 times, Lin Ruoxue's heart had never stirred. But now for some reason she yearned to accept his confession and try being with him. She didn't want to follow the plot Tang Ao spoke of. Becoming part of Yi Chen's harem would strip her of her true self and the career she had worked so hard to build. And being with Tang Ao was the best way to break the current deadlock. Besides, after hearing Tang Ao's inner thoughts and understanding his true intentions, Lin Ruoxue felt an immense sense of defiance. As a beautiful woman with a strong drive for career success, she possessed a fierce competitive spirit. Anyone with eyes could see that Zhou Qiaoer liked Tang Ao deeply. At the same time, Lin Ruoxue could sense Zhou Qiaoer's hostility toward her through her words and gaze. Defeating Zhou Qiaoer was Lin Ruoxue's lifelong pursuit. Even an emotional victory counted as a victory. As soon as Lin Ruoxue finished speaking, Zhou Qiaoer immediately grasped her underlying meaning. So she was actually planning to compete for my man. Zhou Qiaoer will never give you Lin Ruoxue the chance to hurt Tang Ao. Zhou Qiaoer reached out directly to Tang Ao, and in front of Lin Ruoxue, she pulled the Bugatti Veyron key from his waist, deliberately shaking it. Before Lin Ruoxue, sorry Miss Lin, we drove here. And Tang Ao and I have been living together since last night, so we'll be going home together. No need to trouble you, Miss Lin. Tang Ao breathed a long sigh of relief upon hearing this. Zhou Qiaoer is really clever. I had no idea what to do just now. As Lin Ruoxue's loyal simp, I had no reason to refuse such a proposal. Lin Ruoxue's sudden kindness and offering to drive me home must mean she's plotting something. It's either trouble or deceit. Who knows what crazy ideas she'll come up with. Better not give her any chance to be alone with me. Thank goodness, Zhou Qiaoer thought fast. Zhou Qiaoer, I love you to bits. With that thought, Tang Ao put on a deeply regretful expression. Ruoxue, you know me. My love for you is as vast as the blue sky above. You must be exhausted today. How could I bear to trouble you to drive me home? I do feel sorry for you. But Zhou Qiaoer is different. Rest assured, in my heart, there's only you, and he'll only ever care for you. Let Zhou Qiaoer handle the bother of driving me home. Tang Ao silently applauded his own brilliant rhetoric. This speech was simply perfect. It maintained his simp persona while gracefully rejecting Lin Ruoxue. Tang Ao felt his acting skills and improvisational abilities had taken a great leap forward. This was a small step on Tang Ao's acting journey, but a giant stride in ensuring the plot's stable development. Yet Tang Ao's joy was short-lived. After hearing Tang Ao's words, which even made him cringe, Lin Ruoxue, who had been exalted by his passionate declarations, showed no sign of happiness. Instead, she pouted in dejection like a little girl whose favorite doll had been snatched away. In contrast, Zhou Qiaoer, whom Tang Ao had belittled, now wore a triumphant, radiant smile, as if Tang Ao had just confessed to her instead of Lin Ruoxue. No wonder the elders say a woman's heart is as unfathomable as the ocean. Zhang Wuji's mother in the drama was right. The more beautiful a woman, the less she can be trusted, and the more beautiful, the more she deceives. One who's clearly overjoyed puts on a bitter face, while one who's deeply pained smiles brighter than anyone. Oh, if only I could master their acting skills. That look, those eyes brimming with tears, it's perfect. Anyone would think she's truly heartbroken. You're such a blockhead. Lin Ruoxue stomped her foot in anger and strode toward her car without looking back. Zhou Qiao naturally slipped her arm through Tang Ao's, pulling him close. The breeze stirred the branches and a few rays of sunlight filtered through the shade, casting a glow upon Zhou Qiao. Tang Ao gazed at her as beautiful and ethereal as a celestial maiden and was utterly captivated. Tang Ao's stare was too blatant, causing Zhou Qiao's heart to flutter like a startled deer. Flustered, she lowered her head, her hands nervously fidgeting, unsure where to place them. What are you looking at? Tang Ao sighed from the depths of his heart. Zhou Qiao, you are truly beautiful. I may not be well read, but I believe the words beauty that sinks fish and topples geese, shames the moon, and puts flowers to shame pale in comparison to you. Zhou Qiao's face flushed redder than an apple, her breath quickened, and her eyes curved into crescent moons as she beamed. Really? Do you really think so? Tang Ao nodded, restraining the urge to pull her tightly into his arms. Zhou Qiao, would you promise me one, silly, not just one thing? Even 10, 100 things, as long as I can do them, I, Zhou Qiao, will promise you. Her voice grew softer as she spoke, and she leaned in to whisper in Tang Ao's ear, her tone affectionate and audible only to him. After all, you're my husband, aren't you? Tang Ao couldn't help but shiver, his face reddening, as he quickly stepped back half a pace. Don't be like this. I hope you won't develop feelings for me. Go back to the Zhou family and stop meddling in the Tang family's affairs. Just focus on managing great Zhou pharmaceuticals abroad. Most importantly, don't oppose that guy named Yi Chun. As soon as Tang Ao finished speaking, he felt a soft body press into his arms. Zhou Qiao threw herself into Tang Ao's arms in full view of the public, embracing him tightly. The manager, seeing them off at the entrance along with all the staff of He stood dumbfounded. After a moment, led by the manager, they all burst into applause in unison. Among all the applauding onlookers, the manager was the most excited and enthusiastic. He murmured to himself in a voice only he could hear, "No wonder he's our boss. Truly remarkable. With just a single meal, he's completely won over Zhou Qiao from the Zhou Pharmaceutical." A reporter, holding up his phone to snap photos of Tang Ao and Zhou Qiao, exclaimed in awe, "Good heavens, a work of art. This is absolutely a perfect masterpiece. The composition, the lighting, it could easily grace the cover of a top-tier magazine. Truly worthy of Master Tang. Rich heirs are something else entirely. Us poor sods chase after girls all day, and they won't even give us the time of day. But Master Tang doesn't have to lift a finger, and such an exquisite beauty throws herself at him." Meanwhile, Zhou Qiao's heart was overwhelmed with emotion. She understood clearly that Tang Ao was trying to protect her. He wanted to bear the coming pain all by himself. But now that she knew the truth, how could she stand idly by? "Tang Ao, give it up. I, Zhou Qiao, am bound to you for life." Tang Ao couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He truly didn't want to see the wonderful Zhou Qiao force step by step back onto the path of the ultimate villain. "Zhou Qiao, don't you understand? I, Tang Ao, don't like you at all. We'll never have a good ending together, and besides, my heart has long belonged to Lin Ruoxue. A forced melon is neither ripe nor sweet. Even if you have my body, you'll never have my heart. To someone who hasn't had a drop of water in days in the desert, does it matter if the melon is ripe or sweet?" Zhou Qiao smiled radiantly, her gaze burning with deep affection. Seeing this, Tang Ao knew he could no longer persuade her. At the same time, the engine of Lin Ruoxue's car roared to life not far away. Moments later, Lin Ruoxue's car crashed into the parking stopper at high speed. A plume of black smoke rose, accompanied by a strong smell of rubber. Lin Ruoxue stepped out of the driver's seat with a dark expression and strode over to Tang Ao and Zhou Qiao. "Sorry, but it looks like my car won't start today. Could you trouble yourself to give me a ride home?" Zhou Qiao shook her head decisively. "Sorry, Miss Lin, but the Tang family and your Lin family aren't on the way. If I recall correctly, they're in completely opposite directions." A killing blow. Zhou Qiao emphasized the words "our Tang family and your Lin family" with particular weight. Each word felt like a nail pounding wildly in Lin Ruoxue's heart. Tang Ao finally sensed Zhou Qiao's hostility toward Lin Ruoxue. So that was it. If he could make Zhou Qiao understand just how deeply and unshakably devoted he was to Lin Ruoxue, she might back off. Tang Ao wouldn't miss such an opportunity. He cheerfully opened the passenger door for Lin Ruoxue. "Of course it's on the way. Ruoxue, being able to drive you home today is a blessing I've earned over several lifetimes. Please don't misunderstand what just happened. I don't like Zhou Qiao at all. I gave her a good scolding before you came." As he spoke, Tang Ao closed the passenger door and opened the driver's side. As everyone knew, the Bugatti Veyron had only 2 seats, one for the driver and one for the passenger. That meant the car could only carry 2 people. Seeing Tang Ao so eagerly escort Lin Ruoxue into the passenger seat, Zhou Qiao's face was filled with confusion. "Tang Ao, you've been drinking. You can't drive. If you get caught, you'll go to jail." "Who said I'm driving? Of course you have to drive." Tang Ao stated bluntly. "Zhou Qiao, please make sure Ruoxue gets home safely. If even a single strand of her hair is damaged, I will never forgive you." "Huh? You want me to drive Lin Ruoxue back to the Lin family? Then what about you?" Zhou Qiao's face showed 100 signs of reluctance. I have some personal matters to attend to. Something of vital importance, a matter of life and death. Tang Ao's expression was more serious than ever. Is there a problem? You just said you do not just one thing for me, but even 100 things without hesitation if you could write. Zhou Qiaoer took a deep breath. After a long silence, hearing no inner thoughts from Tang Ao, her face fell with deep disappointment. It seemed she had been too hasty and upset Tang Ao. Now he was off to do something important, unwilling to take her along. Seeing Zhou Qiaoer's crestfallen look like a defeated rooster, Tang Ao's heart ached. Qiaoer, don't blame me for being heartless. If I don't do this, how can you give up and leave me? Following me, you have no future. Besides, I'm about to help Zhou Linger's mother. The Zhou Linger family and your Zhou family have always been at odds. If you show up, there'll be trouble. The next second, Zhou Qiaoer performed a perfect Sichuan opera face change right before Tang Ao's eyes. In his gaze, she went from utter dejection to a beaming smile in less than 5 seconds. Zhou Qiaoer made a reassuring gesture and nodded happily. Don't worry, you'll get her home safely. Honey, make sure to come home early, okay? They'll be waiting for you in my room, all cleaned up for you to knock on my door. She spoke these words in a low voice audible only to Lin Ruoxue inside the car and Tang Ao outside. Tang Ao immediately caught on to Zhou Qiaoer's little scheme. She was trying to provoke Lin Ruoxue. Although everything Zhou Qiaoer said was true. For Tang Ao to get to his room, he had to pass by Zhou Qiaoer's room, so of course, he would have to knock on her door. Seeing Lin Ruoxue's mouth agape wide enough to fit a whole goose egg, Tang Ao knew Zhou Qiaoer's words had hit their mark. This was another chance to make Lin Ruoxue dislike him. Tang Ao quickly nodded at Zhou Qiaoer. Don't worry, you'll be back as soon as I can. Get going now. With that, Tang Ao walked straight over to Zhang San, who had just opened his car door, and without a word climbed into the passenger seat. As a fellow charming and lovable villain, Tang Ao felt an instant kinship with Zhang San, as if meeting a long-lost relative. This move startled Zhang San immensely. He had always considered himself lowly, thinking that Tang Ao, not looking down on him, was already the utmost respect. He never imagined that today Tang Ao would sit in his passenger seat and look at him with such warmth. And Master Tang, what is this? All women are nothing but trouble. Old Zhang, I need a favor. Take me somewhere. As fellow travelers on this path, I'll grant you a great opportunity. How about it? Zhang San was so thrilled, he nearly slid out of the driver's seat. Good heavens, had the Zhang family ancestral grave been struck by lightning. Master Tang wanted his help, and even promised him a great opportunity. This happiness came all too suddenly. The car stopped at the hospital entrance. Zhang San stepped out from the driver's seat and gazed at Tang Ao, who was closing the car door with utter bewilderment. Young Master Tang, didn't you say you were going to bestow a great fortune upon me? Why are we at the hospital? Could it be that some important figure is ill now? No, that's not it. Tang Ao gave Zhang San a meaningful glance, then spoke in a tone so cordial that Zhang San, despite racking his brains, could not fathom. Zhang San, you don't realize it yourself, but we are essentially the same kind of people. Zhang San was utterly stunned, shaking his head like a rattledrum. Young Master Tang, please don't jest with me. How could I ever be worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as you? I am quite serious. Do you remember that fellow named Yi Chun from the shop just now? He is your fortune. Of course I remember. A vivid image of Yi Chun sprawled on the ground like a dead dog flashed through Zhang San's mind, and he slapped his forehead in sudden realization that Yi Chun dared to offend you and covet the woman you have your eye on. Rest assured, leave this to me. I guarantee that by tonight that Yi Chun will be in the ICU of this very hospital. Tang Ao's heart jolted. What the hell, buddy, are you that fierce? That's not what I meant, you've misunderstood. Tang Ao's heart leaped with alarm as he quickly interjected. Why send him to the ICU? Besides, with characters like us, we can't contend with him. Hearing the word us and Tang Ao's words, Zhang San was deeply moved. He carefully replayed Tang Ao's words in his mind and nodded with profound agreement. Young Master Tang, rest assured, I understand your meaning completely. You can count on me. Since you've taken me into your confidence and entrusted me with such an important matter, if I mess it up, I'd be a waste. I certainly won't drag you into it. Zhang San's expression grew increasingly fervent as he clenched his fists and bowed deeply to Tang Ao. Young Master Tang, for granting me this face and bestowing such a fortune, I will not let you down. Await my good news. With that, Zhang San yanked open the car door, floored the accelerator, and sped off, his inner excitement echoing the roar of the engine. As a seasoned veteran of the business world, he fully understood that in the vast sea of commerce, especially among the wealthy, it wasn't just about social niceties of violence and conflict were common occurrences. It was precisely by leveraging this that he had succeeded in building his fortune from scratch to his current standing. After all, a certain big shot once said that with 100% profit, capital dares to trample on all laws. And for Zhang San, the profit was far more than 100%. In ancient times, this would be a great opportunity where one person's ascent could elevate even their chickens and dogs to heaven. Tang Ao watched Zhang San's car vanish into the distance, utterly dumbfounded. What exactly did this guy understand? I feel like what he grasped is somewhat skewed from what I intended to convey. But since he said so confidently that he understood completely, there shouldn't be any mishaps. I must be too tired lately. All these leading ladies I've encountered since yesterday have been nothing but trouble, making me paranoid now. I hope Zhang Sen won't let me down. Just provoke Yichin a bit, then offer your face for him to slap. After doing this a few times, decisively seize the chance to join his camp. Then life will be carefree. Zhang Sen, I've pointed out the path for you. As fellow villains, this is as far as a brother can help you. Just don't offend Yichun to the point of no return. I have the system, so no matter how strong Yichun gets, he can't kill me. But you don't have a system. After these ruminations, Tang Ao strode into the hospital. As soon as Tang Ao stepped inside, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the current round's task. Reward, kidney function 30. Current host status, kidney function 46. Appearance 99. Stamina 50. Health value 140. Buff poison immunity. Remaining time 28 hours. This reward was incredibly generous. A full 30 points of kidney function. This was absolutely fantastic. Kidney function at 46. A little more, and he could reach a full minute. Staring at his crotch, Tang Ao silently encouraged himself. For the sake of future sexual bliss, he must keep up the effort and strive for greater glory. But the system's voice hadn't ceased. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the ability reward. Someone's coffin lid. Someone's coffin lid. The higher your appearance, the less impact your body sustains from a high-altitude fall. Current appearance 99, meaning a fall from 99 meters will not be fatal. Holy crap. In the hospital corridor, Tang Ao exclaimed, drawing a wave of odd stares. He quickly composed himself, lowered his head slightly, and walked away from the crowd, suppressing his inner excitement as if nothing had happened. This was a permanent ability. Another life-saving divine skill bestowed by the system. With this, Tang Ao had a stronger trump card and greater confidence, allowing him to play his villainous role more recklessly and dance wildly on Yi Chen's nerves. Although there had been some recent mishaps that prevented Yi Chen from successfully showing off and executing his schemes smoothly, Tang Ao believed that his acting as a villain was solid. The groundwork he laid before Yi Chen's displays was highly effective, and the look in Yi Chen's eyes as if he wanted to devour Tang Ao alive was the best proof. The next step was to put in even more effort in the upcoming plot and polish his acting further. Tang Ao was confident that with his help, Yi Chen would pull off flawless and exhilarating displays that would leave everyone in awe. Before he knew it, Tang Ao had arrived outside the ward of Zhou Linger's mother. At that moment, the ward was packed with family members of patients. Zhou Linger tightly clasped her mother's hand on the bed, and the two nervously watched the woman in the adjacent bed. These family members had all been notified to come and bid their loved ones a final farewell. Now the doctors looked grimly at the family of the patient in the neighboring bed, pointing to the ECG monitor that was frantically alarming and nearly a flat line. Should we attempt resuscitation? The family members' eyes were red. Yes, we must save her no matter the cost. The doctor nodded, adrenaline prepare for injection. The doctors and nurses bustled about carrying out the final rescue measures. Unfortunately, after a full 10 minutes, the ECG remained a flat line. The doctors shook their heads helplessly at the patients. Instantly, the entire ward was filled with the sound of family members weeping, a scene of grief and lamentation. Zhou Linger's mother closed her eyes tightly, trembling as she struggled to sit up in bed. Linger, I want to go out for some air. The clamor of voices and the oppressive atmosphere of sorrow permeated the ward so much so that when Zhou Linger stepped out and sat on a chair by the door, she didn't even notice Tang Ao standing at the entrance. Linger, let's take me home. Mother won't seek treatment anymore. Zhou Linger's eyes reddened instantly. Mom, what are you saying? The doctor said the heart that matches yours will arrive in the next couple of days. The surgery has a great chance of letting you live a normal life. You can't do anything foolish at such a critical moment. Zhoumu looked at Zhou Linger with affection and shook her head. Linger, I know you're filial, but I know the surgery costs are still tens of thousands short. Our family can't afford it. Zhou Linger quickly shook her head. Mom, the surgery fee has been taken care of. Don't worry, it'll be fully paid in the next 2 days. Hearing this, Zhoumu's face was full of disbelief. Linger, don't lie to me. Because of my illness, we've already borrowed from every relative we could. The surgery fee, it's impossible to gather. Just then a doctor in a white coat walked straight up to Zhou Linger, and her mother frowning slightly. The patient should be resting in bed now. How can she get out of bed without permission? Sorry. Zhou Linger lowered her head apologetically. Auntie Lu in the next bed just passed away despite rescue efforts. The doctor took a deep look towards the ward and let out a long sigh. Don't worry, I'll do my best in this surgery. Based on the current condition, the success rate is at least 70%. How's the surgery fee coming along? Doctor, we don't want to continue treatment. Zhou Mu's request caused the medical record clip in the doctor's hand to fall with a clatter. After a moment of silence, the doctor bent down to pick it up, saying reluctantly, the success rate is really high. If you miss this chance, you'll only have 3 months at most. But if the surgery succeeds and you recover well, you could even live to see your daughter's children. Zhou Mu shook her head, awkwardly, regret evident in her eyes. I'm sorry, you're a good doctor. But this illness, I really don't want to treat it anymore. The doctor looked young with dark circles under his eyes. He looked up and Tang Ao could clearly see the doctor's eyes reddening. After a full 5 minutes of silence, the doctor didn't expose the financial plight of Zhou Linger and her mother. He took a deep breath and pulled out his phone. Tang Ao, being tall, could see the doctor open the mobile banking app and check the balance. He clearly saw the bank page showing a meager 4-digit number with a decimal point. Just a few hundred yuan. Then the doctor opened the fund software, which showed a balance of nearly 200 yuan, but with a loss of 300 yuan. His finger hovered over the sell button, hesitating for a long time. Just letting go would complete the operation. Finally, this simple action took the doctor over a minute. When he finally let go, Tang Ao could clearly see his hand trembling. So I can lend you 200 privately. In the hospital can organize a donation for you. At least, we can scrape together a few more tens of thousands. Seeing Zhou Mu's hesitation, the doctor said hoarsely, money can be figured out, but if a person is gone, they're truly gone. I hope you'll consider this carefully. With the success rate of this surgery, it would be a shame to miss it. After saying this, the doctor left without looking back, leaving only a few strands of hair on the floor. Zhou Linger and her mother looked at each other in silence. Tang Ao didn't stay any longer. He took a deep look at the bed number of Zhou Mu's ward and headed straight to the payment counter. He paid the full 500 yuan without a cent less. Just as he was about to leave, he saw the same doctor at another payment window. Dr. Chen, what brings you here? You know the condition of the patient in bed 30. Can you apply to the hospital for surgery before payment? I know the amount is large, but it's a matter of life and death. I can put down 200 as a deposit. Dr. Chen, you're such a good person. Are you really sweet on that girl accompanying bed 30? Don't be ridiculous. I have a girlfriend. We've been together for 10 years, and we'll get married once we save up for a down payment. Stop teasing me. This is serious. Please make sure to ask for me. I can transfer the money tomorrow once it arrives. As Dr. Chen spoke, the nurse at the payment window suddenly exclaimed, Dr. Chen, wait. Someone just paid. The surgery fee for the patient in bed 30 is now fully covered. Huh. Dr. Chen's face showed disbelief, then he said nervously, check again. Could it be a system error? They were just talking about discharging because of the surgery fee. The nurse's fingers flew across the keyboard, and soon she gave a definite answer. Dr. Chen, the system is fine. I've checked 3 times. Mr. Tang paid the 500 surgery fee just 5 minutes ago. Hearing this news, Dr. Chen let out a relieved sigh. His furrowed brow gradually relaxed, as if a heavy weight had been lifted from his heart. Then a bitter smile crept onto his face, and he muttered under his breath, I was too hasty. I should have waited to sell the fund. I hope it doesn't go up today so I can get back in. Zhou's Special Spirit's new drug is about to hit the market. This fund's main position is Zhou's Special Spirit stock. It's bound to make a big profit. These words startled Tang Ao. Good heavens, Zhou's Special Spirit. Isn't this the company that Yi Chun is about to take down? Anyone who buys in these days is doomed. Tang Ao thought for a moment, walked up behind Dr. Chen, pretended to make a phone call, and said in a low voice only Dr. Chen could hear, Tang Ao. Sell all your shares of Zhou's Special Spirit today. Zhou Linger from Dazhou Pharmaceutical just told me their new drug has problems. The stock will crash soon. Don't invest in this company's stocks or funds these days. Dr. Chen was stunned and murmured, Tang Ao. That name sounds familiar. He opened his browser and typed the name. The headline showed a photo of Tang Ao and Zhou Qiao holding hands intimately at Ihaya, with Lin Ruoxue standing angrily in front of Yi Chun, both serving as the background. Seeing Dr. Chen pocket his phone and stride away, Tang Ao smiled knowingly. Good people should be rewarded. If Dr. Chen was smart, he could make a small fortune with this information. Just as Tang Ao was about to leave without a trace, he caught sight of a familiar, alluring figure. Sister Hong. What is she doing at the hospital? The hospital was bustling with people. Hong Jia appeared deeply troubled, lost in her thoughts, and passed by Tang Ao without even recognizing him. Under Tang Ao's gaze, she walked straight to the payment window and said, Excuse me, could you check if the patient in bed 30 is surnamed Zhou? As luck would have it, the window she approached was the very one Dr. Chen had visited moments before. The young nurse answered without hesitation. Of course the surname is indeed Zhou. Hong Jia bit her lip, a flicker of struggle in her eyes, took a deep breath, and pulled a bank card from her pocket. Closing her eyes, she handed the card forward and said, Payment, 500,000. This action startled Tang Ao. This scene wasn't in the original novel. In the original story, Hong Jia was merely a pitiful woman adrift in the mundane world. After the first meeting between Yi Chun, known as the supreme good like water, and Zhou Linger, she vanished without a trace, as if she had evaporated into thin air. In other words, Hong Jia was nothing more than a disposable character sketched in a few strokes in the original work. How could she now be using 500,000 to help pay for Zhou Linger's surgery? Was she really that wealthy? Keep in mind this was Longquan City, where the average monthly income was barely over 3,000 yuan. Being able to pull out 500,000 was an amount that even many families who considered themselves well off could only dream of reaching. The young nurse at the payment window gaped so wide she could have swallowed an egg whole. First Tang Ao, then Dr. Chen, and now Hong Jia. all had come to pay for Zhou Linger's operation. 3 people had arrived in just 10 minutes each, carrying hundreds of thousands of yuan. Good heavens, even helping someone pay a 500,000 yuan surgery fee had become this competitive now. At that moment, beyond her shock, the nurse couldn't help but ask curiously, "What is your relationship with the patient?" Hong Jie paused for a moment. "We were colleagues for a day, but we aren't anymore." The young nurse nodded knowingly. "There are still so many kind-hearted people in this world. I've suddenly regained my faith in this society." Huh. Hong Jie looked at the nurse with confusion. The nurse's eyes curved into crescent moons. "It's like this, the surgery fee for the patient in bed 30 has already been paid." "You're too late." "Already paid? Was it a man surnamed Tang?" Seeing the nurse nod, Hong Jie froze, her eyes filling with deep sorrow. "That foolish girl. Sigh. Could you please refund it?" The nurse shook her head. "Don't worry, the card hasn't been charged yet. Every cent in your account is still there. I mean, can you help refund the surgery fee paid by that gentleman surnamed Tang?" "I'm sorry, unless Mr. Tang comes to handle it in person, this surgery fee cannot be refunded." Hong Jie's eyes reddened, and her face showed signs of panic. "Can I use my 500,000 to replace his payment?" Seeing the nurse shake her head firmly, Hong Jie let out a long sigh, her face filled with regret and sorrow. "I'm sorry, I'm too late." She closed her eyes tightly and stood still for a long while. She would never forget the outrageous words Tang Ao had spoken the previous night at the Supreme Good like water. Tang Ao's money was not free. He had declared publicly that if Zhou Linger took his money, she would have to become his dog, unable to wear clothes without his command, and with a dog chain around her neck. This was an inhumane, perverse insult. After a whole night of agonizing, Hong Jie had gritted her teeth and brought all the savings she had accumulated over the years to the hospital, only to find she was too late. If only she had come sooner. Hong Jie stood there for a long while before leaving with a face full of sorrow. Tang Ao watched the woman with a complex gaze, his eyes completely devoid of the frivolity he had shown upon first meeting her yesterday. After thinking for a moment, Tang Ao slapped his forehead and cued again at the payment window. Tang Ao, the one who just paid for bed 30. "Hey, erase the receipt. I made a mistake in the registration. The money wasn't actually from me. Could you reissue the form and record the payer as Yi-chun?" After the nurse changed the name from Tang Ao to Yi-chun, Tang Ao walked out of the hospital with satisfaction. "Good thing I used my head just now, or I might have made a huge mistake." Tang Ao was a villain, and doing such a righteous deed didn't fit his persona at all. Moreover, this was also a unique opportunity for a heroic rescue. A heroic rescue should definitely be the protagonist scene. Recording the payer as Yi-chun would not only allow Tang Ao to maintain his villainous image in front of Zhou Linger, but also greatly help the currently strapped Yi-chun rapidly build a closer relationship with her. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Just as Tang Ao was about to leave the hospital, a crisp voice called out from behind him, "Master Tang, why are you at the hospital?" Tang Ao turned around and saw Zhou Linger bent over, panting heavily, her hands on her knees. She looked up at him with a face full of surprise, her eyes sparkling like little stars, twinkling and shimmering. Good heavens, shouldn't Zhou Linger be worrying about where to find the surgery fee right now? Why does she look completely different from the dejected state she was in at the ward door? Zhou Linger grinned, her smile exceptionally bright. I just heard from the doctor that a gentleman surnamed Tang had paid the surgery fee. I knew it was you at once, Master Tang." Wait." Tang Ao's heart screamed in alarm. "You've got it wrong. It wasn't me. If Zhou Linger finds out that I paid her 500,000 yuan surgery fee, it'll be a disaster. I won't be able to play my villain role properly." With that thought, Tang Ao improvised a lie. "I just got to the hospital and felt a bit unwell. I came to see a doctor. As for your surgery fee, I never intended to help." Seeing Zhou Linger still staring at him with delight, Tang Ao decided to add more fuel to the fire. "Little girl, everyone in Longquan City knows what kind of person I Tang Ao am. If you want me to pay for your surgery, there's a price. Have you forgotten what I said at the Supreme Good like water yesterday?" Zhou Linger blushed deeply. She had clearly heard Tang Ao's inner thoughts. She took another small step toward him, leaving only a fist's distance between them. You really want to see? They'll go buy a dog chain right now." This dialogue is all wrong. Since when did Zhou Linger take such a wild path? This doesn't fit your pure school beauty persona. Wake up. Zhou Linger, have you lost your mind? Do you have any idea what you just said? Tang Ao felt utterly unsettled. No one knew better than him how outrageous such a request was. It was easy to put a dog leash on a perfectly fine person, but taking it off would be a different story. Moreover, Zhou Linger was one of the heroines. Her head almost buried into her chest. No, I mean, if you like it, I could wear it for you to see, but no naughty stuff. Hearing this, Tang Ao let out a long sigh. "Just look, and no naughtiness. Zhou Linger, don't be foolish. I didn't pay your mother's medical bills. The information you got is wrong. If you don't believe me, go check now. The one who paid wasn't me at all." With that, Tang Ao strode over to a registration machine, picked a department at random, and got a number. Holding up the registration slip, he said, "See, I'm here to see a doctor. You go do whatever you need to do." Zhou Linger's big eyes fixed on Tang Ao blinking, but her gaze refused to budge an inch. The more Tang Ao looked, the more his heart tingled with unease. Good heavens, this girl might actually be serious. What a blunder. If I had just left Yi Chen's name when paying the fees, none of this would have happened. Silly girl, that talk about a dog leash was just me scaring you for show. I don't have such perverse hobbies. Forget it. Once she goes to the payment window and finds out it wasn't Mr. Tang but Mr. Yi Chen who paid, she should wake up and get back on the storyline, right? Master Tang, you're such a good person. Tang Ao, who had been about to dodge, Zhou Linger froze in his tracks. Good grief, a good person card. In his past life, impoverished and toiling away, had been handed that card by his ex-girlfriend before their breakup. Now, as a super-rich second-generation villain, was he still getting hit with it? I'm a charming and dashing villain. A role like mine should be completely incompatible with the word good. You're the good person, your father, mother, grandparents, uncles, aunts, your whole family. All good people. Zhou Linger, remember this, I Tang Ao am the #1 villain under heaven. Understood? Seeing Tang Ao fuming, Zhou Linger nodded reluctantly. Master Tang was truly a warm-hearted person beneath that cold exterior. Even when he was furious, his words, though icy and sharp, were still so polite. Though his words were harsh and biting, Zhou Linger knew that Tang Ao's heart was kinder than anyone's. 1,000 times better than that scoundrel Yi Chen. Master Tang, are you feeling unwell? Is there anything I can help you with? At that moment, Zhou Linger desperately wanted to do something for Tang Ao. Having received such a huge favor from him, she felt uneasy if she didn't repay him in some way. No need. I'm at the hospital, so of course he'll see a doctor if I'm sick. Seeing Zhou Linger follow him, Tang Ao braced himself and entered the clinic corresponding to his registration. Through the frosted glass, he could see her concerned figure. Tang Ao cut straight to the chase. Doctor, I'm sick. The doctor placed his hands on Tang Ao's wrist, listening intently to his pulse. Young man, your pulse is steady, strong, and vigorous, healthier than anyone's. Doctor, I really am sick. Tang Ao casually pulled 200 yuan notes from his pocket and placed them on the desk. Young man, what are you doing? As doctors, our mission is to heal the wounded and save the dying. 1 is 1, 2 is 2. 1,000. If that's not enough, he'll go to another department. Tang Ao's words caught the doctor off guard. The doctor's face showed reluctance as he stubbornly refused. Sir, you've come to the wrong place. I'm not that kind of person. Tang Ao's spirits lifted. He pulled out all the cash from his wallet and slapped it on the table. Hey, race over 10,000. 3 strikes, and you're out. This is your last chance. The doctor squeezed his eyes shut tightly. Tang Ao sighed and reluctantly reached out to take the money back. Just then the doctor's deep voice rang out. Young man, you do have a condition, but it's not exactly a disease in the strict sense. Your kidneys have a minor issue. He'll prescribe you 2 bottles of kidney tonic to restore your vigor. Tang Ao's body jolted. A miracle, doctor. He could actually detect that from the pulse. Doctor, since you already saw it, why didn't you say so from the start? Tang Ao stared at the stack of bills in his hand, reasonably suspecting it might just be a coincidence. Or did you just make up some ailment to pin on me? Be honest, no pressure. If you can give me a diagnosis, the money's already yours. I'm only asking out of personal curiosity. As he spoke, Tang Ao pushed the money toward the doctor. The doctor pointed at the nameplate on his chest, let out a long sigh while eyeing the stack of bills. This is a surgical clinic. Your kidney issue is internal medicine. It's like handing a college calculus problem to a kindergarten teacher. It's not my specialty. This kidney tonic you mentioned, I don't see it on the market either. The doctor's face broke into a knowing smile. It's a family secret recipe. Try it and you'll see. That 10,000 plus is just enough for 2 bottles of my medicine. Carrying 2 bottles of medicine and a diagnosis certificate, Tang Ao walked out of the clinic with a puzzled look, growing more convinced he might have been duped. Zhou Linger was nowhere to be seen. Finding no familiar faces around, he opened a bottle of kidney tonic and downed it in one gulp. Since he was currently immune to poisons, he figured he'd give it a try. No harm done. The taste was odd with a hint of Chinese herbs, but not unpleasant. The system's voice followed. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a divine medicine. Kidney function 10. Effect expires in 12 hours, then permanently 1. This effect can only activate once a month. Repeated doses are ineffective. Good heavens, it was real. This surgeon was quite skilled in internal medicine. This little hospital was truly a hidden gem. At that moment, Tang Ao felt the 10,000 plus was money well spent. Too bad it only worked once a month. If it were unlimited, he'd swear to drink this stuff like water from now on. Tang Ao quickly reached the hospital entrance. Just as he was about to hail a taxi home, he noticed a group of 4 or 5 burly men gathered near a trash bin. In their midst was a frail figure, Sister Hong. Her flowing hair was being viciously yanked. Sister Hong struggled in pain, but outnumbered, her efforts were futile. Tang Ao frowned and strode toward them, catching their words. You damn slut, you've got some nerve. If I hadn't paid for your surgeries, could you have kept hooking rich men as a virgin time and again? Not only are you ungrateful, but you dare to steal my money and give it to someone else. At the same time, a graceful figure came rushing over. It was Zhou Linger. She clutched a bank card tightly in her hand, which Tang Ao instantly recognized as the one Sister Hong had tried to use to pay for her mother's fees. Zhou Linger's eyes were red, tears streaming down her face. Stop hitting her. Please stop. Zhou Linger had originally planned to wait until Tang Ao emerged from the clinic, but barely minutes after he entered, she spotted Hong Jie approaching her. Before Zhou Linger could greet her, sharp-eyed Hong Jie immediately noticed Tang Ao amiably conversing with the doctor inside the clinic, and her expression shifted dramatically. Zhou Linger, how could you debase yourself like this? Hong Jie declared, and without another word she forcefully pressed a bank card into Zhou Linger's palm. Take my advice. Don't gamble with your lifelong happiness. Return this money to Tang Ao, consider it a loan from me. You can pay me back slowly. With that, Hong Jie turned and strode away, leaving Zhou Linger no chance to refuse. Zhou Linger panicked. Tang Ao was not the beast Hong Jie imagined him to be. Without a second thought, she dashed after Hong Jie's retreating figure. Not because Hong Jie had failed to give her the bank card's pin, but because she needed to explain that Tang Ao was truly a good man who would never demand anything so perverse or excessive. Moreover, she had to return this bank card to Hong Jie. Zhou Linger was indeed strapped for cash, but only because she couldn't scrape together her mother's surgery fees. Now, however, Tang Ao had already secretly settled that matter. To a super-rich second-generation heir like Tang Ao, a paltry sum of 500,000 might be as trivial as buying an ice cream bar, but to an ordinary person, it was a colossal fortune. Under these circumstances, even if someone offered her 500,000 for free, she wouldn't accept it. The education she received since childhood taught her that only money earned through one's own efforts brings true peace of mind. Hong Jie had run too fast, and Zhou Linger chased her all the way outside the hospital, where she witnessed a bewildering scene. 4 or 5 burly men had actually surrounded Hong Jie. As a weak and defenseless young woman, Zhou Linger instinctively felt terror. She clenched her small fists, tightly watching Hong Jie's situation from afar. When she saw the verbal altercation escalate into physical violence, and especially after hearing that these men had targeted Hong Jie because she had taken out money, Zhou Linger could no longer hold back. She couldn't stand by and watch Hong Jie get hurt because of lending her this money. Suppressing her fear, Zhou Linger saw Hong Jie's agonized struggles and burst into tears. Clutching the bank card tightly, she ran forward and shouted, "Stop it, please stop hitting her." A burly man glanced at Zhou Linger and sneered, "Where did this little girl come from? This isn't your business. Don't go looking for trouble. You can't meddle in this." Hong Jie's eyes reddened, and she was frantic at the sight of Zhou Linger rushing into danger. "He'll take full responsibility. I've already spent all the money, not a cent left. Besides, it was my own hard-earned money. What's wrong with spending what I earned myself? You slut." The leader, a burly man with a tattoo of a hairdryer on his arm, slammed his fist viciously into Hong Jie's face. The sudden searing pain overwhelmed her as she struggled in agony. Tufts of her hair were torn out, staining her pale scalp with crimson blood, a truly horrifying sight. Unappeased, the burly man delivered a heavy kick to Hong Jie's abdomen. "What do you mean your money? Without me, where would you have earned so much? Do you realize your reckless meddling ruined my big plan? 500,000. I was just short of that to complete the final task and claim a 10 million reward." Seeing the blood trickling from Hong Jie's mouth, Zhou Linger was terrified. She fell to her knees weeping and pleading, "Stop, please stop hitting her. The money." At that, Hong Jie, as if summoning strength from nowhere, roared defiantly, "Come on, kill me if you dare. I've long tired of living. Even if I become a vengeful spirit, I'll haunt you every night and give you no peace." "You're asking for death." Enraged, the burly man snatched Hong Jie's hair from his companion and grabbed her head, ready to smash it against the ground. Tang Ao, watching from the side, felt his heart race. This is sheer brutality. In broad daylight, isn't anyone going to step in? Zhou Linger, don't be foolish. The protagonist, Yi Chun, has just been taken away by the police. If these thugs set their sights on you now, Yi Chun won't be able to save you. Hearing this, Zhou Linger raised the bank card high. "Stop. Hong Jie's bank card is with me, and all her money is here too." Her words made the leading thug momentarily release Hong Jie. The group ignored her and instead encircled Zhou Linger. The leader snatched the card from her hand and delivered a heavy slap that sent her sprawling to the ground. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Hong Jie watched the scene unfold and closed her eyes in pain. Things had taken the worst possible turn. The money was gone. Zhou Linger hadn't been saved from Tang Ao's clutches, and she had suffered a brutal beating with likely more torment to come. More critically, even after taking the money, the thugs showed no intention of letting Zhou Linger go. They still hemmed her in tightly. "Zhou Linger, you fool. You've walked right into the tiger's den. Even a Calabash brother saving his grandfather wouldn't be this reckless. You can't spit fire or water. You're just handing yourself over on a silver platter. This girl's got some looks. Take them both back. That Hong Jie's already past her prime. This little one will be our new cash cow." The thug's words brought tears of despair to Hong Jie's eyes. Not only had she failed to help Zhou Linger, but she had also dragged her from the abyss of Tang Ao into an even more terrifying pit with these beasts. These people have no idea when to quit. If protagonist Yi Chun were here, had beat every single one of you to the ground like dead dogs. With that thought, Tang Ao looked around. Quite a few onlookers had gathered, but they merely watched. Each person minded their own business, unwilling to court disaster by confronting 4 or 5 brawny men. Some passers-by, upon witnessing the scene, even broke into a trot to get far away, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. At most, a handful of people took photos or videos with their phones, but for a long while Tang Ao didn't spot a single person calling the police. As the menacing thugs drew closer to Zhou Linger, Tang Ao's heart jolted. Zhou Linger can't be taken away by these people. She's a crucial heroine. If they abduct her, not only will the plot derail, but her entire life will be ruined. No, as a morally upright and cultured youth, I cannot stand idly by and watch such a tragic spectacle unfold before me. Tang Ao clenched his fists tightly, looking at the burly men whose arms were almost as thick as his thighs, feeling troubled. I can't outmuscle them, and I am not Yi Chun. How can I save this person? Relying on the abilities given by the system. But the system hasn't provided any combat-enhancing abilities. Just recently it offered a coffin board for some cow, but that's not a capability for fighting. Looking at the towering hospital building above the burly men with all the anti-theft windows securely installed from the 1st to the 6th floor, Tang Ao suddenly had a bold idea. The coffin board for some cow seems. It's not unusable. Watching the situation of Zhou Linger becoming increasingly dire, Tang Ao dared not hesitate any longer. After considering his identity, he shouted, "All of you back off. The woman, I Tang Ao have my eyes on you, dare to lay a finger on her." Tang Ao's furious shout immediately disrupted the rhythm of several burly men, and 5 fierce gazes suddenly focused on him. One of the younger men looked at Tang Ao's slender arms and legs, and disdainfully spat on the ground. Damn, another one coming to seek death. But he does look quite fresh. Boss, how about we keep him as a duck? Tang Ao, what a familiar name. The leader of the burly men looked at Tang Ao suspiciously, and soon slapped his forehead in realization. Isn't this the heir of the wealthy Tang family? Why is he meddling here instead of pursuing Lin Ruoxue? Could it be that you have taken a liking to this girl? Faced with the burly man's question, Tang Ao was momentarily speechless. If he admitted it, his villainous persona would crumble. If he denied it, it would also be hard to explain why he was taking such a significant risk. But Tang Ao is a villain. Such a trivial problem would not stump him. He organized his words slightly and declared loudly, "A fortune teller once told me that all men from the Tang family are fierce, and one wife is far from enough. To avoid shocking Ruoxue in the future, I need to find a substitute. You are all quite unfortunate. This Zhou Linger is the woman I have chosen." As soon as Tang Ao's words fell, a gust of wind blew, and the diagnosis slip from his medicine bag flew directly into the face of the leader of the burly men. The leader of the burly men snatched the diagnosis slip from his hands. Initially intending to crumple it and throw it on the ground, he glanced at the information on the slip and couldn't help but laugh loudly. "Ha ha, guess what this diagnosis slip for young Master Tang says? Severe kidney deficiency requires potent restorative medicine. Young Master Tang, if you're going to brag, at least base it on some objective facts." The leader's words immediately drew several burly men closer to gawk at Tang Ao's diagnosis slip, all of them bursting into laughter. Tang Ao felt his face flush with embarrassment. At this moment, he felt like silencing them all, including Zhou Linger and Hong Jie, who heard this conversation. After laughing until he bent over, the leader of the burly men straightened his face again, as expected of young Master Tang, truly deserving of the title of the #1 wastrel in Longhua. Although you may not be capable, your desires seem quite large. However, today I advise you not to meddle in others' affairs, and just focus on pursuing Lin Ruoxue. Since that's the case, let me be honest with you. The reason I am intervening today is because of Yi Chun. Tang Ao suppressed his embarrassment and insisted on bringing up Yi Chun. Wait a moment. You may dismiss my face, but do you know who Yi Chun is? This Zhou Linger is Yi Chun's woman. If you dare to lay a finger on her, Yi Chun will make you wish you were never born. You will only live the rest of your life in endless regret. Yi Chun, what kind of crap is that? I've never heard of him. The faces of several burly men showed extreme disdain. Tang Ao stood tall and proud. How dare you insult Yi Chun? You have no idea how terrifying he is. Let me tell you the truth, because of Yi Chun, I am determined to intervene in this matter. After Tang Ao finished speaking, the burly men exchanged glances. They quietly noted the name Yi Chun that Tang Ao mentioned. The leader of the burly men directly took off his shirt, revealing his bulging muscles. "Young Master Tang, I won't bully you. 5 against 1 would be embarrassing, so how about an onion duel? I won't attack you first, I'll just stand here and wait for you to make your move. If you can take me down, you can take these 2 wherever you want." You said it. You can't go back on your word. Tang Ao felt a surge of joy. With this statement, things would be much easier. Of course, a man must keep his word. A straightforward man. Tang Ao's face lit up with delight as he rolled up his sleeves and strode towards the burly man, towards the towering building behind him. Amid the tense gaze of everyone present, Tang Ao brushed past the burly man. Well, when it comes to pretending to be brave, this kid from the Tang family really knows how to do it. I thought he was finally going to show his strength, but who knew he would back down like this? How could we say that young Master Tang is the #1 wastrel in Longhua? Ha ha, I will laugh at him for a lifetime for this. The laughter of the burly men was particularly grating. Tang Ao unfazed reached for the anti-theft window on the first floor. What does he want to do? Is he planning to detach a steel pipe from the anti-theft window as a weapon? The leader of the burly men suddenly became serious. While he did not regard Tang Ao highly, if Tang Ao were to remove a steel pipe from the anti-theft window, the lethality would be completely different. In the tense gaze of everyone, Tang Ao hung his entire body on the anti-theft window. Due to his inexperience, his movements looked somewhat comical. Immediately, a burst of laughter erupted behind him. Tang Ao ignored it, stabilized his posture, climbed upwards, stepped on the top of the anti-theft window on the first floor, and jumped, grabbing the bottom of the anti-theft window on the second floor. What does he want to do? The burly men stared blankly at Tang Ao, climbing up, completely puzzled by his intentions. Zhou clutched her chest tightly, nervously watching as Tang Ao climbed from the second floor to the third floor's anti-theft window, then from the third to the fourth, and finally up to the fifth floor. As Tang Ao finally stopped on the anti-theft window of the sixth floor, bouncing in the air like a diver ready to jump, the leader of the burly men became utterly alarmed and couldn't help but speak up. He want to jump down from above and perish together with me, right? The moment his words fell, the leading burly man quickly shook his head. Impossible, this is the sixth floor. My life is worthless. With all his wealth, how could he be willing to die? Tang Ao gazed down from the height at the 5 burly men below his legs, trembling slightly. Tang Ao was not afraid of heights, but jumping off a building. It was his first time. For most people, leaping from a height above 6 stories. In a lifetime, there is only one chance. A person's center of gravity leans toward the head. Jumping from above the 6th floor, they would likely land head first. 10 deaths with no chance of survival. Those who live must have saved the galaxy in a past life. Tang Ao couldn't help but swallow his saliva and shouted down to the street. We agreed just now. You can't move. Hearing Tang Ao's words, the leading burly man felt a jolt of panic, but his companion stepped forward and roared. Who are you trying to scare? A guy like you. My big brother isn't afraid at all. If you have the guts, jump down and trade your life for his. In 18 years, my big brother will be a hero again. Exactly, another burly man chimed in. If you dare come down and my big brother so much as frowns or steps back, you can call him your dog. The leading burly man gave his 2 brothers a deep look. Truly, they were his good brothers. On the surface, these words praised the leader and belittled Tang Ao, but in essence weren't they roasting the leader over a fire? With his underlings already saying such things, the leading burly man would have no way out, no retreat left. If Tang Ao really jumped from above, what would he do then? He took a deep look at Tang Ao, who was teetering on the edge of the leap, eager to try, and couldn't help swallowing a huge gulp of saliva. Should it be? Would he? You're Tang Ao, a wealthy, powerful, and young super-rich second-generation heir, trading your life for mine. Don't you think it's a loss? The more he thought, the more impossible it seemed, the more he believed Tang Ao was just bluffing. With that thought, the leading burly man took a deep breath, lifted his head with his usual arrogant expression, and pointed his index finger straight at Tang Ao's position, curling it toward himself. Come on over. Tang Ao clearly heard the burly men's words below, and couldn't help but feel a wave of admiration. Now that's a dedicated villain. These guys are so professional. Too bad they've picked the wrong target. I'm a villain just like them. The protagonist isn't here, so no matter how well you act, it's useless. Such dedicated villains are hard to find these days. No, I have to send these guys to Yi Chun. They'll definitely let him pull off a smooth show of superiority. With that thought, Tang Ao gave the burly men below a thumbs up. Since that's the case, he'll jump. I hope this guy doesn't get crushed to death by me. He must survive. Hearing Tang Ao's thoughts, Zhou Linger's mind buzzed, and her heartbeat slowed by half a beat. Tang Ao was actually ready to jump from the building. To save her, he was truly willing to risk his life. Zhou Linger was on the verge of tears, and disregarding everything, she shouted up at the eager Tang Ao. No. Tang Ao, don't do anything foolish. I'm not worth it. A burly man sneered. Little girl, you're so naive. Do you really think this spoiled brat would jump from the 6th floor to save you? Impossible, stop dreaming. Zhou Linger's voice was nearly hoarse. No, don't provoke him anymore. I know Tang Ao. He really dares to jump from the building. He's about to leap. Who's he trying to scare? This lazy good for nothing only fools naive little girls like you. I tell you, if he dares to jump, he'll walk backward from now on. If this second-generation wastrel dares to jump, he'll do a backflip while peeing in front of everyone. The burly men shouted louder and louder. Watching these underlings who loved a good spectacle, the leading burly man's forehead broke out in a fine sheen of cold sweat. He felt like a balloon, and Zhou Linger's words were like needles piercing the fragile corners of his heart, turning his already worried mood even more anxious. This kid, could it be? Really? In the leading burly man's anxious gaze, Tang Ao's body slowly leaned outward. A small step, another small step. Most of Tang Ao's body was now completely exposed to the air. The leading burly man's breathing grew rapid. The underling closest to him comforted, Boss, don't worry. I think this kid is just putting on a show. Rest assured, with all his money, he won't want to die. "Oh, you're so great, so noble." The leading burly man was furious at these words, grabbing the underling and pulling him in front of himself. "From now on you stand right here, not moving an inch. If you dare move, I'll make sure you never walk again." The underling looked up sharply at Tang Ao, who was calculating and measuring from the 6th-floor height, and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. His once arrogant tone shifted to a timid one as he turned to the leading burly man. "Big boss, this isn't right, is it?" "Right, it really isn't." The leading burly man nodded. The underling let out a long sigh of relief and was about to step away from this trouble spot, but the leader added, "None of you are running away. We brothers share fortune and misfortune. All of you come stand here." At that moment, they no longer cared about Sister Hong. The bank card was in their hands, they knew the password, and of course they had Sister Hong's ID card. Even if she ran away now, she'd have to come back to them eventually. As for Zhou Linger, her eyes were already fixed on Tang Ao. Even if someone tried to drive her away with threats, she absolutely refused to leave this place. The underlings all pulled long, bitter faces. "Big boss, this isn't right, is it?" "Yeah, boss, if we're all here. What if someone runs?" "Boss, you know me. I've got the sharpest tongue. Everything I say never comes true. Trust me, he definitely won't dare." Seeing his underlings all cowering, the leading burly man grew even more emboldened. With a grand wave of his hand, he said firmly, "Anyone who doesn't come over, don't blame me for being rude. All of you come here and form a circle around me. They'll see if you still talk so lightly next time. Anyone who doesn't come, if you know the consequences." Tang Ao silently calculated how far outward he needed to jump to precisely land on the burly man without endangering his life. Before he could finish, he was astonished to see the 5 burly men below forming a circle around their leader. Tang Ao was utterly stunned. Damn, were they this united? If he jumped now, would all 5 be wiped out? Should it be? Would it? Blessed by the goddess of idiocy, Aqua, I pray I don't crush these 5 to death when I land. If I jump and kill these guys, not only would I waste a batch of excellent villainous talents, but would I be charged with intentional harm or premeditated murder. Hold on tight, brothers, here I come. Tang Ao. With that, Tang Ao spread his arms, bent his knees, angled his feet 45 degrees downward, and pushed off. His entire body left the security window, fully embracing the blue sky and white clouds. A chorus of gasps erupted from below. Heavens! He really jumped. I didn't expect this guy to be so passionate. I was wrong, I apologize. If you die, please don't haunt me. I was just running my mouth. On the 7th day after your death, I'll burn paper money for you every festival. The burly men below turned pale. Boss. He really jumped. Boss. Let's run, he's a madman aiming right at us. I'm not blind. The lead thug, seeing his terrified underlings, felt his own fear subside, replaced by a sense of vindication. Look at you, all scared out of your wits. Weren't you just acting tough? A scar the size of a bowl on my head. Stand your ground. Boss, it's too dangerous, we need to save ourselves. Boss, he's already at the 3rd floor, if we don't leave now it'll be too late. Boss, forgive me, I want to live. One lackey abandoned the lead thug, darting away at incredible speed. Once the first fled, a second and third followed. In the blink of an eye, the 4 underlings beside the lead thug muttered a quick apology and bolted. The lead thug stared at Tang Ao, who was drawing closer, and shut his eyes in fury. Fairweather brothers. They swore to share life and death, to walk through fire without flinching, but when it comes down to it, not one can be trusted. With that thought, the lead thug's face twisted with grief and rage. Then, he swiftly stepped back. Life is more important than face. Lose face, and you might win it back, or lose your life. And it's truly lost. No. Amid Zhou Linger's heart-wrenching cries, Tang Ao crashed heavily to the ground. With a dull thud, the solid marble tiles and his body met in an intimate embrace. Dust billowed. The lead thug closest to Tang Ao was filled with dread. If he had run 2 seconds later, he would have been pinned beneath Tang Ao, his life forfeit. Tang Ao, why are you so foolish? I'm not worth it, not worth your sacrifice. Zhou Linger was the first to rush over and check on Tang Ao. The bystanders wore expressions of regret. Falling from the 6th floor without any protection, landing face first. It was practically a death sentence. The 4 surviving lackeys were pale with horror, staring at Tang Ao in disbelief. Madman. He's a complete madman. How dare he? What a fool! I can't believe he's lived this long. The world's full of oddballs. Do I never do something so stupid? Boss, are you okay? Let's get out of here. No point staying, the cops might show up. The lead thug slapped away the lackey's hand that tried to pat his shoulder. Get your filthy hand off me. The lead thug then stood menacingly before his underlings. You lot remember what you just said. The 4 lackeys hung their heads in shame. Boss. We were just trying to survive, right? Besides, you ran too, boss. Do unto others. The lead thug's face stiffened and his anger flared. He raised his hand and smacked the speaking lackey on the head. They'll give you do unto others. You're all sly old foxes. Who do you think you're fooling with your cultured talk? Recalling the bold claims he had made before, Tang Ao jumped. The lead thug's cheeks burned with embarrassment. But the more he thought, the angrier he got. He pointed sternly at one lackey. You said you'd walk backward from now on. If I ever catch you walking forward, I'll beat you every time. And you said you do a backflip while peeing. Do it now? Flip and piss. If you can, I'll break all 3 of your legs. As for you. The lead thug glared at the first lackey he had pulled forward. Remember what I told you. Will you do it yourself, or should I help? This was the first lackey the lead thug had grabbed, and the first to run after seeing Tang Ao jump. Hearing this, the lackey was terrified. Boss. Don't call me boss, I don't have such a disgraceful lackey. The lead thug delivered a fierce slap. Go buy a wheelchair. I won't break your legs, but from now on you'll live like a cripple. No walking, only using the wheelchair. After disciplining his men, the lead thug turned his gaze to Tang Ao, who lay motionless on the ground. This guy. I respect him. Listen up, all of you, from now on. Any news about this Yi Chun character, report to me immediately. If Tang Ao fears him, he'll come after us for sure. We need to strike first. The lackeys nodded frantically. The lead thug pointed at Hong Jia. Take this bitch back and get that card. We're finally going to withdraw the 10 million we've put in over the years. Cheer up, damn it. One lackey glanced at Zhou Linger, who was kneeling before Tang Ao, sobbing. Boss, what about this girl? She could be our new cash cow. The lead thug cracked him on the head. What nonsense are you spouting? Didn't you see Mr. Tang jumped from the 6th floor for her? What's the most important thing in our line of work? Is it trust? Another crack on the head. At least you've learned something after all these years. With that, the lead thug watched the lackey perform a backflip, then left with his men and Hong Jia. After hitting the ground, Tang Ao passed out. Shaken awake by Zhou Linger, he heard the system's voice. Neo's coffin lid activated. Health decreased by 30. Host advised to enhance appearance as soon as possible. Health had dropped by 30, but his waist didn't ache, his legs didn't hurt, just a bit of a headache. What a great ability. On the other side of the ocean, at the headquarters of Zhou's pharmaceutical, an assistant frantically knocked on the chairman's office door. Father Zhou, lounging in a rocking chair with his legs crossed, looked at the breathless assistant. What's all this panic? Where's your composure? Chairman, something terrible has happened. What could have you so flustered? Zhou Sr. knew his assistant's demeanor all too well. If it weren't a matter of utmost urgency, he wouldn't be in such a state. Even during the 5 consecutive stock market circuit breakers days earlier, the assistant hadn't lost his composure like this. At this thought, Zhou Sr.'s expression turned gravely solemn. Zhou's pharmaceutical was likely on the brink of a major crisis. The assistant, gasping for breath, stammered, Chairman, Zhou's. Our subsidiary Zhou's Special Efficacy Company, after the new drug launch. The stock has plummeted, nearly hitting the daily limit just now. Zhou's Special Efficacy. That name sounds familiar. Zhou Sr. pinched his chin, pondering briefly, then looked at the assistant with confusion. Aside from this, have any of our other great Zhou Pharmaceutical Group companies been affected? The assistant shook his head. No, all 20-plus companies under great Zhou performed strongly in today's market, with the overall market cap rising 5% from last month. Hearing this, Zhou Sr. let out a long sigh of relief. I thought it was something major. A single subsidiary hitting the daily limit. Why would such a trivial matter get you so worked up? The assistant paused, then reminded him, Chairman, Zhou's Special Efficacy. Think carefully. You asked me to monitor this company specifically and report any issues immediately. Zhou Sr. froze, his eyes narrowing slowly. The assistant dared not even breathe lest he disturb the chairman's thoughts. Zhou Sr. said gravely, Is this the Zhou's Special Efficacy that Shower mentioned yesterday? Did its stock really plummet as she said? The assistant nodded vigorously, and it happened right after our subsidiary launched a new drug. Normally, a new drug release would boost our stock by at least 5%, but now it's falling instead of rising, nearly hitting the daily limit within an hour. This is highly abnormal. Zhou Sr.'s eyes narrowed further. So you mean that brat Tang Ao might have actually guessed right this time? The assistant nodded, then shook his head. Chairman, I don't know. Zhou Sr. couldn't help but look up at his long-serving assistant. It was the first time the assistant had frankly admitted. However, I think this is more likely a coincidence. Even without our headquarters' attention, Zhou's Special Efficacy has substantial financial resources. According to feedback from the subsidiary, they've initiated an emergency buyback, and the stock price is expected to recover soon. Hearing this, Zhou Sr.'s face darkened. Do you remember what Shower told me on the phone? That brat Tang Ao said Zhou's Special Efficacy stock would drop directly by 30%. You're the expert in market analysis. How likely do you think that is? The new drug launch for Zhou's Special Efficacy went smoothly with no negative press backed by authoritative medical journals. At this moment, a large number of retail investors must be entering. The assistant looked at Zhou Sr., confidence growing in his eyes. With great Zhou's financial strength, soft power, and brand reputation, after a comprehensive multi-angle analysis, I believe the probability of this happening is 0. No competitor in the market has the ability to suppress Zhou's Special Efficacy stock by 30%. Not even Tang's group run by that brat Tang Ao. Based on my professional estimation, within at most an hour, our Zhou's Special Efficacy stock price will recover and might even hit the daily limit. Hearing this, Zhou Sr.'s narrowed eyes gradually opened. After all these years, the assistant's judgments had never failed. That brat Tang Ao is really lucky. If Zhou's special efficacy stock doesn't drop by 30%, then Shower must have been deceived by him. When that happens, he'll demand an explanation from the Tang family. Meanwhile, in the hospital's break room, Dr. Chen stared at the stock of Zhou's special efficacy on his phone, his heart pounding violently. Just moments ago, the stock had plunged by 10%. The entire pharmaceutical sector was nearly celebrating, and retail investors who got wind of the news began spreading the word. In the past 5 minutes, Dr. Chen had received over a dozen calls, each friend urging him to buy the stock at the bottom before it was too late. Opportunities to get rich in a lifetime are rare. From the calls, Dr. Chen learned that 2 of his friends had even borrowed from loan sharks to leverage their purchases of Zhou's special efficacy stock. It was either luxury mansions and fancy cars, or the rooftop and the lake bottom. A single thought could lead to heaven or hell. Dr. Chen was also tempted. Having just sold his funds, he had a sum of hot money, but it hadn't arrived yet. Against his better judgment, swayed by repeated calls from friends who invested together, he borrowed $0 from his best buddy, promising to repay once the fund money came through tomorrow. Because he had sold in time, the recent stock crash hadn't affected him, saving him a loss of nearly $200. Perhaps good deeds truly beget good fortune. A message arrived from his girlfriend of many years. Her family urged them to arrange a meeting between both sets of parents next week. The betrothal gift was negotiable given their long relationship and Dr. Chen's good character, which had won over his future in-laws. But there was the matter of the house. Her family had set their sights on a school district property requiring a down payment of a full $500. Knowing how difficult things were for him, his girlfriend had transferred $100 to his bank account, her entire savings since starting work. Combined with his own frugally saved $200, Dr. Chen now had only $300, still a gap of $200 to reach the $500 mark. His retired parents had nearly exhausted their savings, putting him through university, graduate school, and a doctorate. Even if they withdrew their pension, they could only scrape together another $100. 100,000. He was still short by 100,000. And before next week, he had to gather the money or his girlfriend's family might lose patience. Any further delay, and she would become an elderly mother. Against his better judgment, Dr. Chen opened the stock trading app and frowned deeply before the Zhou's special efficacy. Friends all said the stock would rise skyrocket even. But Tang Ao's voice echoed in Dr. Chen's mind. The new drug under Deshou Pharmaceuticals, Zhou's special elixir, has issues. The stock price will plummet. His finger hovered over the buy button, and Dr. Chen hesitated. Just then a call came in. Dr. Chen mechanically pressed the answer button. Old Chen, it's me, your old Li. How about buying Zhou's special elixir stock as I mentioned? Just a minute ago, the stock rose a full percentage point. On the other end, old Li was Dr. Chen's longtime friend, a brother from the same dormitory bunk bed, who always thought of each other first when something good came up. Dr. Chen hesitated and replied truthfully, sorry, I am still hesitating. Now old Li's voice grew especially urgent. I'm telling you, if you don't buy the dip now, it'll be too late. You know my father-in-law, right? He's already an associate professor at our school. Just now he poured millions of relocation compensation into it. Don't you know how sharp his market instincts are? He's an associate professor of economics. If he's all in, it means this is definitely reliable. But I still suspect will Zhou's special elixir stock continue to plummet. Dr. Chen's words made old Li stomp his feet in frustration. Old Chen, opportunity knocks but once. You can't hesitate on matters like this. In life, there are only a few chances to change your fate. Miss them and you'll regret it for a lifetime. Do you think? Could there be a problem with Zhou's special elixir's new drug? The press conference is over. There's absolutely no way the new drug could have issues. I'm telling you, starting today, the new drug will be fully launched. Zhou's special elixir stock has already hit bottom and rebounded. If you don't want to buy. Old Li now wished he could fly to Dr. Chen's side and operate for him. He knew how badly his close friend needed money. If not absolutely certain, he wouldn't have made this call. Tell you what, how much money do you have? Lend it all to me, and he'll buy for you. If we profit, we split 80-20. You get 80, I get 20. If we lose, he'll cover every cent of your loss. Hearing his close friend's words, Dr. Chen was deeply moved. Friends like this were rare in a lifetime. He now felt an impulse to unhesitatingly throw all his $300 into buying Zhou's special elixir stock. But Tang Ao's words still lingered in Dr. Chen's ears. After thinking it over, he voiced his concerns. I heard from Tang Ao of the Tang family that Zhou's special elixir's new drug will have problems and the stock will crash. Old Li, maybe we should be cautious. The Tang family. Tang Ao. Old Li's voice shot up an octave. That spoiled rich kid who can't even catch Lin Ruoxue and hasn't grown up yet. First of all, the Tang family isn't even in the pharmaceutical business. Secondly, you believe the words of such a degenerate, brainless rich kid. But Zhou Chao of Deshou Pharmaceutical is his fiancée. The news from him shouldn't be wrong. Old Chen. Anyone can brag. Everyone in Longquan knows he used every dirty trick to chase Lin Ruoxue. He's a scumbag who'll stop at nothing. Zhou Chao of Deshou Pharmaceutical is so intelligent and outstanding. How could she stoop to marry a playboy like Tang Ao? Only I appreciate your kindness. But this time, Tang Ao's words were like a thorn deeply embedded in Dr. Chen's heart. This time I'm afraid I'll have to let you down. The stock market is too deep. I want to take a gamble. After careful consideration, I'll take out 10000 and short Zhou's special elixir. Why? Old Li on the other end was so frantic he nearly threw his phone. In his eyes, his close friend had lost his mind, throwing real money down the drain. I remember our teacher said that when even the cleaning lady next door starts thinking buying stocks can make money, it means the stock has big problems. Just now I got over a dozen calls. A friend of mine whose mother works as a cleaner at the hospital has already poured all her savings into buying Zhou's special elixir stock. Oldly, I advise you to be cautious too. With that, Dr. Chen hung up and threw every cent of his 100 into the market. On the other end, Oldly cursed angrily, sending warm regards to Tang Ao's ancestors for 18 generations. Opposite to buying stocks is short selling. When you buy stocks, you profit if the price rises and lose if it falls. But with short selling, you lose when the stock rises and profit when it falls. After completing this operation, Dr. Chen thought it over and invested the remaining 200 as well, all in short positions. Because he needed the money to marry his girlfriend, the 200 he had saved only had value if he could use it. If he couldn't scrape together the down payment before next week, he and his girlfriend would likely break up. By then, even if someone gave him $1 million for free, it would mean nothing to Dr. Chen. Dr. Chen now felt like that person online. Once someone desperately needed 500 to treat his girlfriend's illness. Later he saw that post online and donated 200 yuan. That person returned the money with a note. Thank you for being willing to give me money. I once really needed that 500, but now I no longer do. Dr. Chen didn't want to one day say such words himself. He didn't want to gamble, but now he had to. In the middle of the road, Zhou Qiaoer slammed on the brakes, sharply startling Lin Ruoxue. Zhou Qiaoer picked up her ringing phone, staring intently at the trend chart of Zhou's special elixir's stock price on the screen, her expression indescribably vivid. Tang Ao's words had come true. Seeing Zhou Qiaoer's triumphant look, Lin Ruoxue in the passenger seat couldn't help asking, what happened? None of your business, Zhou Qiaoer replied, coldly glancing at Lin Ruoxue. If not for Tang Ao's task to send Lin Ruoxue home, she would have kicked her out of the car long ago. But it does have a little to do with you. Lin Ruoxue, I hereby declare war on you, Yi Chun, and the organizations and companies you control behind the scenes. I will never allow you and Yi Chun to harm Tang Ao. Lin Ruoxue's breath caught, her eyes widening in disbelief. She knew Zhou Qiaoer held some hostility toward her, but why would Zhou Qiaoer think she, Lin Ruoxue, would collude with Yi Chun to harm Tang Ao? Just then, both Zhou Qiaoer's and Lin Ruoxue's phones rang simultaneously. Different people conveyed similar news. Tang Ao jumped from the hospital building, the 6th floor. Tang Ao is dead. Hurry back to the hospital. You can still see him while he's warm. In the Tang residence, both Father Tang and Mother Tang's phones rang simultaneously. Hello, are you Tang Ao's father? I regret to inform you that your son climbed to the 6th floor of the hospital and jumped off. There is no hope left. Hello, are you Tang Ao's mother? Your son has committed suicide in the hospital. Father Tang stumbled, shattering an antique vase worth 300 million that he had bought at auction. Mother Tang's face went pale, and she fainted from the shock. Without even glancing at the broken shards, Father Tang's eyes turned bloodshot as he picked up Mother Tang and rushed outside. Elsewhere, Li Shiyun, seeing Yi Chun being respectfully escorted out of the police station after yet another arrest, wrote her resignation in a fit of anger. As she arrived at the door of the chief's office to process the paperwork, she heard the chief's astonished voice from inside. What did you say? That Tang Ao from the Tang family climbed to the 6th floor of the hospital and jumped. Is this news reliable? It can't be, but why would he do this? Where is Tang Ao's body now? At the office door, Li Shiyun's resignation papers scattered on the floor, and her mind felt as if struck by a hammer, buzzing and dizzy. Leaning against the wall, Li Shiyun took several deep breaths, her eyes brimming with tears. Two passing colleagues were stunned. Was this the same iron-willed woman who had once subdued a thug over 100 pounds heavier than her, without flinching even when her arm was broken? What could have happened to make Li Shiyun so distraught? Even if the police station had been blown up by some reckless thug, her reaction would be no more intense than this. Forgetting her scattered resignation papers, Li Shiyun sprinted out of the station, mounted a police motorcycle, and without a word turned on the siren. In Longquan City, 2 cars and a police motorcycle sped toward the hospital at incredible speeds, so fast that even the traffic cameras couldn't capture them clearly. At the hospital entrance, 2 staff members stared coldly at Tang Ao, who lay in Zhou Linger's arms. They had all witnessed Tang Ao's fall from the 6th floor. Several doctors who arrived on the scene could only sigh, none daring to approach. Given the height and the marble tiles cracked by Tang Ao's impact, everyone was certain the young man was beyond saving, with no hope for resuscitation. Zhou Linger wept until her tears ran dry and her voice went hoarse, but in the end she could only watch helplessly as the staff carried Tang Ao on a stretcher to the morgue, following numbly behind. The screech of brakes rang out at the hospital entrance. Zhou Qiao, Lin Ruoxue, Father Tang, Mother Tang, and Li Shiyun arrived simultaneously. They got out of their vehicles at almost the same moment, and in unison shouted the same question, "Where is Tang Ao?" Tang Ao. Seeing the 5 people rushing in with frantic and fierce expressions, the nurse at the hospital entrance was nearly terrified. The 5 exchanged glances with Father Tang and Mother Tang's eyes full of complexity. They immediately recognized Zhou Qiao and Lin Ruoxue, but this Li Shiyun. They were meeting for the first time. That son of theirs known as a good-for-nothing spoiled rich brat. He certainly had a way with women. Whether it was Li Shiyun, Lin Ruoxue, or Zhou Qiao, each face bore the marks of grief and sorrow, clearly showing they all cared deeply for Tang Ao. But why would Tang Ao do something so foolish? In the morgue, Tang Ao slowly regained consciousness, hearing Dr. Chen's weary voice filled with regret. "Miss Zhou, please accept my condolences. From that height on the 6th floor he is beyond any hope of resuscitation." Zhou Linger sobbed, even louder. Listening to her hoarse cries, Tang Ao felt a strange sensation in his heart. Not pain, but a faint, inexplicable joy. This was, "Zhou Linger is grieving for me. Is this what it feels like to be cared for? How wonderful, but I'm just a villain whose ashes will be dug up and scattered by the protagonist after death, though I've temporarily stolen some of his spotlight. In the end, everything belongs to the protagonist Yichun, and merely an usurper." Zhou Linger's sobbing stopped abruptly. Her long eyelashes still glistened with teardrops, and her eyes widened with surprise as she looked at Tang Ao. Hearing Zhou Linger stop crying, Dr. Chen sighed regretfully. "Life and death are fated. Don't be too sad, Miss Zhou. Let the departed rest in peace. If your boyfriend were still alive, he surely wouldn't want to see you like this." Tang Ao slowly raised his hand. "Doctor, I think I still have a chance. Maybe I can be saved." A chill wind swept through, sending goosebumps across Dr. Chen's body. Having witnessed countless partings of life and death, this was only the second time since his first encounter with a cadaver in medical school that he felt such spine-tingling terror. What a calamity! A corpse has come back to life. The dead man who jumped from the 6th floor is raising his arm and speaking. Dr. Chen's scalp went numb. Seeing Tang Ao's raised arm, his heart pounded, as if he had just completed a 5-kilometer cross-country sprint. An unprecedented urge to flee the morgue surged within him, yet his legs felt as heavy as lead, unable to move. After years of practice, Dr. Chen was utterly petrified in that moment. Zhou Linger watched Tang Ao slowly sit up from the bed, her heart filled with both shock and joy. Her tears, which had just stopped, burst forth again as she threw herself onto his chest, sobbing loudly. "Thank goodness. You're still alive. Thank goodness." Zhou Linger wrapped her arms tightly around Tang Ao, hugging him so hard he could barely breathe. Just then a sorrowful cry came from the morgue entrance. "Xiao Ao, mommy is here." Tang Ao's heart tightened. He followed the sound with his gaze. Zhou Qiao, Lin Ruoxue, Li Shiyun, Father Tang, and Mother Tang. All 5 wore the same anxious and grieving expressions as they ran toward him. About 10 meters away from Tang Ao, the 5 stopped in unison as if they had prearranged it. Tang Ao didn't move, staring blankly at his parents and the 3 leading ladies. Mother Tang looked at Tang Ao and burst into tears toward the doctor. "Doctor, why did my son do this? He's dead, but his eyes want close. There must be something he couldn't let go of, right?" The doctor stared blankly at Mother Tang. At that moment, the confusion in his mind was even deeper than hers. Since studying medicine, he had never felt so mentally inadequate. Tang Ao looked at Zhou Linger in his arms, then at the worried faces of Zhou Qiao, Lin Ruoxue, and Li Shiyun, and couldn't help but stiffen a hem. "Mom, I'm actually still warm." Tang Ao's words left everyone present except for Zhou Linger utterly stunned. Zhou Linger, immersed in surprise upon hearing the word mom in Tang Ao's speech, sprang up from his embrace like a startled rabbit, standing awkwardly in place, her face full of embarrassment as she looked at Tang's parents and the other 3 women. After recognizing Zhou Qiao's face, Zhou Linger's expression shifted dramatically. Although they hadn't seen each other for years, during her mother's severe illness, she had repeatedly contemplated seeking help from Zhou Linger's family. Through relatives, Zhou Linger had even managed to obtain Zhou Qiao's phone number and seen her photos online. However, due to her mother's resolute opposition, even threatening to take her own life, Zhou Linger abandoned the idea of seeking help from Zhou Qiao. When Tang Ao was in trouble, why did Zhou Qiao seem even more anxious than herself? Seeing that Tang Ao was still alive, Zhou Qiao was so moved that she covered her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes. Disregarding the presence of Tang Ao's parents, she rushed towards him recklessly and forcefully pressed his head into her embrace. Soft. Inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from Zhou Qiao, Tang Ao felt so blissful he could almost suffocate. "No, I must not succumb to this tender trap. My parents are watching now, though I need to pull myself together and separate from Zhou Qiao." Zhou Qiao's face flushed, yet she still clung tightly to Tang Ao, unwilling to let go. After hearing the news of Tang Ao's suicide attempt, she felt as if her entire being had shattered, losing all direction in life. Now knowing he was alive, she was the happiest and most exhilarated among everyone present, even more so than Tang's parents. Zhou Linger gazed at Zhou Qiao with a complex expression. As a woman, she could discern Zhou Qiao's affection for Tang Ao and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She was fully aware of how outstanding her cousin Zhou Qiao was. Setting aside the conflict between their families, Zhou Linger genuinely admired Zhou Qiao. Tang Ao came from a good family, had excellent character, was handsome and kind-hearted, and was also exceptionally talented. Zhou Linger looked at Lin Ruoxue and Li Shiyun, then at Tang's parents, who exuded an elite aura, and couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. She felt she had nothing to offer except her looks, unable even to gather the funds for her mother's medical expenses. Zhou Linger had never felt so inadequate. She even doubted her worthiness to be Tang Ao's personal maid, let alone his girlfriend. Li Shiyun looked at Zhou Qiao with a jealous gaze, her eyes full of envy. She too wished she could hold Tang Ao tightly in her arms, feeling his warmth, his breath, and his heartbeat. As Zhou Qiao rushed towards Tang Ao, Li Shiyun also took a small step in his direction. Meanwhile, Lin Ruoxue, upon seeing that Tang Ao was unharmed, let out a long sigh of relief. Her gaze first swept over Zhou Linger. Youthful and radiant, exuding a strong aura of vitality, she was in no way inferior to Lin Ruoxue in terms of appearance. Such a girl had just been holding Tang Ao, her eyes swollen from crying. Only a woman truly understands another woman's heart. Lin Ruoxue could sense that Zhou Linger had feelings for Tang Ao. As for Zhou Qiao, there was no need to mention it. She had already openly declared war on Lin Ruoxue in the car for Tang Ao's sake. Clearly, Zhou Qiao was also deeply fond of Tang Ao. And then there was Li Shiyun. Anxiety, sorrow, worry, and the surprise of seeing Tang Ao were all etched on her face. Lin Ruoxue could clearly see the jealousy in Li Shiyun's eyes when Zhou Qiao held Tang Ao in her arms. It was very strong. Both Zhou Qiao and Li Shiyun were undeniably stunning beauties, surpassing Lin Ruoxue in both appearance and figure. These three gorgeous women were all deeply infatuated with Tang Ao. An unprecedented sense of crisis surged into Lin Ruoxue's heart. Tang Ao clearly had no shortage of admirers. The man she had repeatedly rejected could easily find a woman better than her to be by his side if he chose to give up on her. "It's so good that you're okay," Li Shiyun said as she walked over to Tang Ao, taking his hand and secretly wiping away the tears at the corner of her eyes. Tang's parents finally snapped out of the shock of their son's return from the dead, supporting each other as they approached Tang Ao. Zhou Qiao, understanding the situation, released Tang Ao and placed him in his mother's care. Tang's mother tremblingly reached out her hand to Tang Ao's nose, felt his breath, and wept tears of joy. "Boo-hoo, you're alive, you're really alive. This can't be a final burst of lucidity before the end, can it?" Dr. Chen pondered for a long time, scratching his head in bewilderment, unable to comprehend why Tang Ao could now sit up and speak on his own. This was the sixth floor, and he had fallen face first, yet now there were no visible wounds or swelling on his face. This had far exceeded his understanding, and he was momentarily at a loss for words in response to Tang's mother's question. Tang's mother suddenly slapped her own mouth. "What nonsense am I talking? My son is blessed by fortune, he's destined for great things. How could he possibly die? Mom, I'm fine, I'm perfectly fine." Seeing his mother slap herself, Tang Ao felt a pang of distress. "If you don't believe me, look, I can stand up on my own right now." As he spoke, Tang Ao got up from the bed, and to prove he was unharmed, immediately performed a split. At the entrance of the morgue, a group of chief physicians and medical experts arrived upon hearing the news. Watching Tang Ao doing the splits, their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Especially the doctors who had witnessed Tang Ao's fall, they couldn't help but rub their eyes. "Heavens, are my eyes deceiving me? He's still alive and can even do the splits. A miracle. This is a miracle. The two patients who jumped from the 5th floor of our building died on the spot. How did he survive and look so healthy? Heavens, what are you all doing? Hurry up and take him for an examination. His body is in a dangerous state now. That was the 6th floor, this is no joke." After saying this, the group of experts and doctors quickly surged forward, forcibly pressing Tang Ao onto a hospital bed. Two elderly experts with white hair and beards, barely able to straighten their backs, personally lifted Tang Ao's bed onto their shoulders. They insisted on conducting the examination themselves. "Damn, his cardiopulmonary functions are completely normal. Blast it, not a single bone in his body is broken. It's absolutely incredible. He has no internal injuries, not even a scratch on his skin, and his brain shows no signs of a concussion. It's as if he saved all of humanity in his past life. Young Master Tang, do you know why your body is in this state? If it were anyone else, their body would be cold by now." Tang Ao stroked his hair and gave a simple smile. "To be honest, you probably won't believe me, but it's mainly because of my good looks and handsomeness. For someone less attractive, this kind of thing would definitely lead to disaster." The foreheads of the dozen or so experts and doctors collectively creased with dark lines. Tang Ao's explanation left them utterly speechless. What kind of joke was this? Could being handsome really allow someone to fall from the 6th floor without a scratch? All the doctors were filled with disbelief, assuming Tang Ao was joking. They repeatedly watched the surveillance footage of his fall, trying to find some clue. At the door of the ward after receiving the news that Tang Ao's physical condition was completely normal, the group, who had just finished watching the surveillance video of his fall, finally breathed a collective sigh of relief. Tang Ao walked out of the examination room with firm steps. Tang's mother looked at the four relieved young women, then fixed her gaze on Tang Ao. "Xiaoyao, aren't you going to introduce these friends of yours to your old parents?" With just a single glance, Tang Ao immediately understood his mother's implication. A misunderstanding. Tang's mother had definitely misunderstood. Good heavens, this kind of thing can't be casually speculated. Rash thoughts would lead to major trouble. Apart from Zhou Qiaoer, these three women are all Yi Chen's destined harem women the protagonist is determined to possess. I wouldn't dare touch any of these three women. Tang Ao's inner thoughts left the four women momentarily stunned. Zhou Qiaoer beamed with joy. Indeed, in Tang Ao's heart, she was the most special and important existence. Zhou Linger's face displayed visible disappointment, her gaze, toward Zhou Qiaoer, filled with envy. Lin Ruoxue and Li Shiyun both wore cold expressions, and Tang Ao vaguely felt a chill creeping down his spine. Steeling himself, Tang Ao pointed at Zhou Qiaoer and said, "Mom, are you confused? Don't you remember Zhou Qiaoer?" Tang's mother's face suddenly turned frosty as she grabbed Tang Ao's ear. "Don't try to play dumb. Confess honestly. Who are these three young ladies? And what is your relationship with them?" Tang's mother's question made Lin Ruoxue and the other two raise their heads to look at Tang Ao, a hint of anticipation in their eyes. Meanwhile, Zhou Qiaoer looked at Tang's mother with a cheerful expression. "Auntie, they're all good friends of Tang Ao." When they heard he was in trouble, they were even more worried and anxious than I was. "Wow, Zhou Qiaoer, what are you trying to do? Are you hinting to my mom that my relationship with these three women is anything but simple? You can eat whatever you like, but you can't just say whatever comes to mind." Lin Ruoxue sighed. "I wouldn't want her even if she were paid for. As for Zhou Linger, she's just a college student who hasn't experienced the world's dangers. I'm not as beastly as Yi Chun and Li Shiyun. How should I know why she suddenly showed up? According to the script, she should already have developed a deep bond with Yi Chun." The remark about not wanting her even if she were paid for made Lin Ruoxue exude a chill potent enough to frighten a stray dog 50 meters away. Zhou Linger hung her head, clutching her chest with eyes full of grievance and regret. For the first time, she felt ashamed and regretful for being young and still in college. As for Li Shiyun, she was already pondering how to shove Tang Ao's foot into her armpit. How dare he call her part of Yi Chen's harem and claim she had a deep bond with him? What kind of international joke was this, eh? Having personally witnessed solid evidence of Yi Chun being politely escorted out of the police station, twice the justice-driven, Li Shiyun now wished she could tear Yi Chun limb from limb and bring him to justice. "Qiaoer, why are you still being so formal?" Tang's mother's eyes sharpened as she took Zhou Qiaoer's hand and shot Tang Ao a fierce glare. "How can you still call me Andy? From now on, you're not allowed to call me that anymore. Call me Mom, understand?" Tang Ao's heart jolted. Lin Ruoxue, Li Shiyun, and Zhou Linger all stared wide-eyed in shock at Tang's mother and Zhou Qiaoer. That simple sentence struck like a bombshell, turning their minds to mush. As expected of my own mother, she sure knows how to drive the point home. With just one form of address, she's made her stance crystal clear. To these three women, the Tang family only recognizes Zhou Qiaoer as the future daughter-in-law. As for other women, none of them stand a chance. This is an outright dismissal. Truly my own mother. She's done a great service in steering the plot back on track. With a glint of excitement in his eyes, Tang Ao watched as Zhou Qiaoer nodded shyly. Tang's mother furrowed her brows and pretended to be annoyed. "A nod doesn't count. Come on, call me first, let me hear it." Zhou Qiaoer blushed, casting a shy glance at Tang's mother before taking a deep breath and saying, "Mom, yes." Tang's mother instantly broke into a radiant smile, unable to contain her joy. Her gaze at Zhou Qiaoer grew more and more satisfied and affectionate. Seeing the three women's eyes wide as saucers, Tang Ao was overjoyed. This is a killing blow. A perfect killing blow. This is the chance to re-establish my villain persona. Mom, even if Zhou Qiaoer is the most suitable and beloved person for me in the whole world, I absolutely cannot be with her. Tang Ao puffed out his chest and pointed at Lin Ruoxue with full confidence. "Mom, I've made up my mind. I'm coming clean. Look closely. This is Lin Ruoxue. She is the woman I love most in this life, the only woman I will ever truly love. Aside from Lin Ruoxue, I will never marry any other woman. Even if you try to force things between Zhou Qiaoer and me, she can only have my body, never my heart. You unfilial wretch." Seeing his mother tremble with rage at his words, Tang Ao sighed inwardly. "Mom, just bear with it. Zhou Qiaoer may be wonderful, but she can't get too involved with our family or me. Otherwise, if she ends up as Yi Chen's enemy, she won't meet a good end. As for Lin Ruoxue, even though I don't like her, if I don't pursue her and act like her devoted follower, the plot won't move forward. Your son is like a man in Chao's camp with his heart in Han's. Only by enduring humiliation can I smoothly complete the storyline and reach the happy ending. Tang Ao, you bastard." Lin Ruoxue stomped her foot hard, leaving those words behind as she turned and strode away. She had actually been heartbroken when she heard Tang Ao had jumped from a building, but now she realized she was nothing more than a meaningless tool in his eyes. Tang Ao frowned, staring at Lin Ruoxue's retreating figure. That's right, this is exactly the effect I wanted. I'm truly an outstanding actor. Now Lin Ruoxue must be utterly disgusted with me. Zhou Qiao. Huh, why is she smiling so happily? Is my resolve not clear enough? Zhou Qiao, give up. It's impossible for me to like you. I hope you'll have some self-respect and book a flight home right now. If word gets out that you're hanging around the Tang family day in and day out with my reputation, who would dare marry you? If you won't marry me. Zhou Qiao walked slowly up to Tang Ao, took his right hand, and placed it over her heart. With deep emotion she said, then I, Zhou Qiao, will never marry anyone in this life. Tang Ao's jaw nearly dropped. Gritting his teeth he said, Zhou Qiao, are you deaf? Do I have to spell it out? I hate you. Seeing you makes me sick and want to vomit. Even if all the women in the world died out, I, Tang Ao, would never set my eyes on you. Even if you lay naked in my bed, I wouldn't have any reaction to you. This is truly a moment of tormenting the one you love. But Zhou Qiao, I hope you won't be foolish anymore. Otherwise you and your Zhou family behind you will be doomed beyond redemption. Tang Ao closed his eyes tightly, bracing himself for the slap that a villain's beloved would surely deliver. But much to Tang Ao's astonishment, Zhou Qiao wasn't angry at all. Instead she pulled him into a tight embrace, pressed her lips to his earlobe, and whispered in a voice only they could hear. Then, shall we test your reaction tonight, how about that? Zhou Qiao said, extending her delicate tongue to gently lick Tang Ao's earlobe. As if struck by lightning, Tang Ao's entire body went numb, all his strength drained away in an instant. What was Zhou Qiao, you vixen? Lin Ruoxue finally returned to normal, becoming aloof and keeping me at arm's length, but now Zhou Qiao is starting to act increasingly strange. Even after being scolded like this, she hasn't gotten angry or lost her temper. Where exactly did things go wrong? Is my acting really that terrible? Tang Ao couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt about life. Just then Lin Ruoxue, who was nearly disappearing at the end of the corridor, suddenly turned her head, revealing a radiant smile, as if she had just won 5 million. Tang Ao, you've confessed 99 times. If you confess to me just once more, I'll unconditionally agree to be your girlfriend, and for the rest of my life, whether in poverty or wealth, no matter what you do to betray me, I'll always cling to you. With that, Lin Ruoxue's figure vanished at the end of the corridor. At the corner she clutched her chest and slowly crouched down. The more she endured, the angrier she grew. Lin Ruoxue had been infuriated by Tang Ao's inner thoughts, and she refused to remain merely a tool. If Tang Ao continued to treat Lin Ruoxue as a tool, he would surely still show her kindness and confess to her. So Lin Ruoxue decided to turn the tables now, and she had just declared this in front of everyone. Either Tang Ao abandons his detestable plan, stops using Lin Ruoxue as a tool, and stops pursuing her. If you dare to chase I, Lin Ruoxue will dare to say yes. Better to die with honor than live in disgrace. These words also made Tang Ao's parents clutch their chests tightly. When had their son become so popular? Hadn't everyone said Lin Ruoxue hated Tang Ao like a cat hates water? Hadn't everyone said Tang Ao's pursuit of Lin Ruoxue had become a joke among all the residents of Longquan City? Now Tang Ao had actually won Lin Ruoxue over. How did he manage that? And how did he get Zhou Qiao to be so devoted to him? Lin Ruoxue's words just now were practically stepping on Zhou Qiao's face, declaring war on her. And just now Tang Ao said such harsh, excessive, and outrageous things. Even Tang Ao's mother, who was also a woman, felt uncomfortable hearing it, and wished she could give Tang Ao the biggest slap he deserved. But Zhou Qiao wasn't angry. Instead, she gave Tang Ao a tight, intimate hug, and whispered in his ear. And now, after Lin Ruoxue's words, Zhou Qiao didn't get angry at Tang Ao at all. Instead, she looked at him with a seductive expression, her eyes full of confidence. Tang Ao's father rubbed his temples and couldn't help sighing, these young people. I really can't understand them anymore. Tang Ao's father said, looking at Tang Ao with a gleam of pride in his eyes, lowering his voice to mutter to himself. Truly, each generation surpasses the last. My son is capable. I knew it since he was a child. In matters of the heart, he really is my son. Back in my day, I was also. Tang Ao's mother interrupted, pinching a roll of flesh on Tang Ao's father's waist with her fingers, squeezing hard. Old man, what were you saying about your younger days? Tang Ao's father shook his head like a rattle drum. Wife, don't make a scene, the kids are watching. You know exactly what I was like back then, don't you? Oh, back then you swore to me that I was your first love, that you'd never touched another woman before me. But I'm starting to feel. You're lying to me. Tang Ao's mother's eyes were full of disbelief. Wife, I swear I've never touched another woman in my life. Seeing his earnest expression, Tang Ao's mother nodded in satisfaction. Tang Ao couldn't help but snicker on the side. If I remember correctly, this old man of mine was quite the heartbreaker in his youth, and he still has an illegitimate daughter studying abroad who hasn't returned. But he probably never dreamed that that illegitimate daughter would join Yi Chen's organization overseas and play a key role in destroying the Tang family. A truly filial daughter. If we follow the original plot with me and that illegitimate sister would be a pair of truly filial children. But I recall the original story explained that from a physical perspective, no matter how tightly two objects are pressed together, there's always a gap between them. That means, from a physical standpoint, my dad never even touched my mom, so he could say that with a straight face. Zhou Qiao couldn't help but burst out laughing. She went to Tang Ao's mother's side and quietly repeated Tang Ao's remarks about the physical angle. Tang Ao's mother flew into a rage. "Oh, so that's it, Tang. My son told me according to your logic you've never even touched me, have you?" Tang Ao's father panicked and waved his hands, but his guilty eyes completely betrayed him. Years of marital understanding told Tang Ao's mother that she was right. She flew into a fury, and a sharp glare from her made Tang Ao's father's knees go weak. He was in for a rough time at home tonight. Tang Ao's father cast a resentful look at Tang Ao. "Son, you're setting me up." Tang Ao frowned, sensing something was off. "What's going on?" "I only thought about it in my head. I never told anyone. Would I do something so unfilial? What good would it do me?" It must have been Zhou Qiao who said it. But how did she know? Tang Ao was utterly baffled. Tang Ao's mother looked at him with disappointment. "Xiao Ao, tell Mom, will you still chase that Lin Ruoxue from now on?" "Mom, don't worry. Your son isn't stupid." Tang Ao patted his chest and said calmly under his mother's approving gaze, "Lin Ruoxue's meaning is crystal clear. Isn't she just asking me to propose to her? Mom, she rejected me 98 times in a row. Last night, after the 99th confession was accepted, she went home and backed out. I remember all of that." Tang Ao's mother nodded with relief. Her usually frivolous son was finally analyzing his situation seriously and quite thoroughly at that. It seemed her son had truly grown up. Tang Ao's mother asked with some concern, "Xiao Youyu, you're not planning to get revenge on her, are you?" "What a ridiculous joke. Although she's hurt and rejected me time and again, am I, Tang Ao, such a petty, vengeful person?" Tang Ao's father interjected, puzzled. "Then what do you plan to do?" "Stop seeing Lin Ruoxue altogether. As a loyal simp, I naturally choose to forgive her." While Tang Ao had finally figured it out. He even knew his behavior was simping. He was definitely their biological son. Tang Ao's father and mother silently chanted in their hearts, biological. They only had this one son. If they killed him, he'd be gone for good. Just then Li Shiyun, who had been silently observing all along, slowly spoke, uttering words that made Tang Ao's jaw drop. "Auntie, this is the marriage contract between Tang Ao and me." Li Shiyun pulled a crumpled, yellowed slip of paper from her pocket and carefully smoothed it out. Tang Ao leaned in to look, instantly dumbfounded. The handwriting on the paper was childish, but it was clearly recognizable as Tang Ao's own scrawl. Crooked, uneven, and painfully ugly. The content on the slip was simple: once Li Shiyun became a righteous police officer who vanquished villains, Tang Ao would ride on a rainbow-hued cloud to marry her. At the bottom, not only were Tang Ao and Li Shiyun's names signed, but above the slanted signatures were their inky black thumbprints. Tang Ao furrowed his brow, glancing from his right index finger to the fingerprint on the signature, then back to his finger. The print on the marriage contract was smaller than his finger, but the whorls were an exact match. He checked the date on the contract. It was from his middle school years. Considering the paper's texture, yellowing, and handwriting style, this contract was genuine. Tang Ao was at a loss. This wasn't in the original novel's plot at all. As a key female lead in the story, Li Shiyun initially had feelings for Tang Ao, but according to the original plot, as her bond with Yi Qin deepened, she had no further interaction with Tang Ao. When Tang Ao's family was ruined by Yi Qin's schemes, Li Shiyun did save his life, once, though the hack author never explained why. Now it was clear. Tang Ao and Li Shiyun had secretly pledged themselves to each other years ago. This perfectly explained why in the original story Li Shiyun defied Yi Qin's will to save Tang Ao's life. In other words, Li Shiyun was Tang Ao's true childhood sweetheart. She became a police officer, a beacon of positivity, not only because of the inspiring Tang Ao she knew back then, but also because the marriage contract bore his promise: if she became a righteous police officer, he would marry her. Heavens, this is a battle of childhood sweethearts. But by all logic, childhood sweethearts always lose to the sudden arrival. Why does it have to be this way for me? I, Tang Ao, am clearly not the protagonist. In those novels and anime, the hero always chooses the newcomer, the chance encounter, abandoning the childhood sweetheart for the female lead. And I'm just a villain. Woe is me, this damned plot. Why must I forsake my childhood sweethearts, Zhou Qiao and Li Shiyun, to be utterly devoted to Lin Ruoxue, whom I barely know? I can't understand it, I just can't. Hearing Tang Ao's inner thoughts, Zhou Qiao and Li Shiyun looked up in unison, their eyes filled with him. During Tang Ao's examination, Li Shiyun had learned why he jumped from the hospital building. It was to save Zhou Linger and Sister Hong, who were trapped by thugs. Climbing floor by floor along the security bars to the 6th floor, then wrestling with his thoughts for so long. That courage, that daring, Li Shiyun felt humbled. It only reinforced her belief that Tang Ao had never changed. He was still the righteous dragon-slaying youth, his eyes full of light and faith, just as when he made that vow with her. Tang Ao was still the Tang Ao she had always loved, his heart unchanged. Tang's mother stared at Li Shiyun for a long moment, then suddenly covered her mouth. You are Li Shiyun, the only daughter of the ancient martial arts Li family from Longquan City. Li Shiyun frowned then nodded and shook her head. The day they stopped me from becoming a police officer, I declared myself cut off from the Li family. Tang's mother took a long while to digest this. She gazed at her son at a loss for words. Just 2 days ago she had been fretting over her son's lack of direction, his foolish pursuit of Lin Ruoxue, without a girlfriend. And now, Zhou Qiao, Lin Ruoxue, and Li Shiyun all had come to him asking him to marry them. Most importantly, Zhou Qiao, Lin Ruoxue, and Li Shiyun were all exceptional women whom outsiders would say Tang Ao could never deserve. Tang's mother had never dared to dream that today her son would be simultaneously pursued by 3 such women. If someone had told her this before she saw it with her own eyes, she would have flown into a rage thinking they were mocking her son as useless and pathetic. But this was really happening. Suppressing her shock, Tang's mother cleared her throat and pointed to the contract. "Miss Li, what do you mean? Could you elaborate?" Li Shiyun carefully took the contract from Tang's mother, folding it precisely along the original creases. As she did, she said, "Auntie, I hope you can give me a fair chance. My love for Tang Ao is second to none." Zhou Qiao had declared herself, Lin Ruoxue had declared herself, and now Li Shiyun had too. Tang's father and mother were almost faint with happiness. They had guessed yesterday that their son was playing a grand game, and this only confirmed it. Tang Ao was orchestrating a master plan that only he could understand. Behind Zhou Qiao was the Zhou family, a world-class dynasty rivaling the Tangs. Behind Lin Ruoxue was the Lin family. On the surface the weakest, but she had single-handedly held the fractured Lin family together, her skill and capability obvious to all. As for Li Shiyun, the Li family, a mysterious ancient martial arts clan, might not match the Tangs in wealth, but in heritage and influence, they far surpassed dynasties like the Tangs and Zhous. The greatest joy for parents hoping their son would become a dragon is discovering he already is one. Tang's father and mother had already guessed Tang Ao was exceptional, but now they realized their imagination had been too limited. He was far more outstanding than they had ever thought. If Tang Ao heard this, he would vehemently protest. He had done nothing at all, merely trying to play the part of a humble villain. Faced with Li Shiyun's request, Tang's mother was also at a loss. She feared her firm decision might interfere with her son Tang Ao's plans and ruin his great scheme. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. After hesitating for a long time, she finally sighed regretfully. "Your father is right. The world of you young people. We old folks can no longer understand this matter. Let you young people decide for yourselves. Your uncle and I have urgent matters to attend to, so we'll be off now." With that, Tang's mother grabbed Tang's father by the waist and hurried out of the hospital. Today was truly a double blessing. Their son Tang Ao was unharmed, and 3 such outstanding women were pursuing him. This was no time for parents to get in the way. In an instant, only Tang Ao, Zhou Qiao, Li Shiyun, and Zhou Linger remained in the hospital corridor. Li Shiyun stared at Tang Ao, her eyes full of anticipation. "Tang Ao, do I still have a chance?" Tang Ao's heart jolted with a sudden shock, as if the nursery rhyme "Little White Boat" echoed in his ears. A chill ran down his spine as he looked at Li Shiyun. "You're not going to invite me to climb a mountain, are you?" Li Shiyun's face flushed crimson in an instant, and her gaze at Tang Ao held not only astonishment, but also 7 parts of delighted surprise. "You? How could you know?" As Li Shiyun spoke, her voice faded, and her eyes reddened with a hint of grievance sigh. "I thought you had already forgotten." Tang Ao's mind quivered. "A promise." Li Shiyun nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice, her hands intertwined. This coy, girlish demeanor would surely drop the jaws of her colleagues who knew her as the epitome of violence, toughness, and impartiality. A veritable iron-willed tomboy, more masculine than any man. Since becoming a police officer, Li Shiyun had never shown such a delicate side, not even during meritorious awards or when receiving banners from the public. Her face always remained stern, never a smile. Only in front of Tang Ao did she unreservedly reveal her gentle, touching femininity. "Tomorrow is my 24th birthday. You said no matter how busy you are or how far away, you'd always come to my birthday party on time. Yesterday, I thought you had completely forgotten. I never expected you not only remembered my birthday, but also secretly found out that my party is at the Li family's old mansion in the mountains." Li Shiyun felt as if she were being swept away by a torrent of love. She longed to rush over and hold Tang Ao tightly in her arms, to embrace him closely, admiring flowers, the moon, and the stars, discussing poetry and philosophy. In that instant, Li Shiyun had already envisioned the couple's urn she would choose with Tang Ao a century later. Tang Ao frowned, gazing at the blissful Li Shiyun at a loss for words. But Li Shiyun's words flowed freely, her spirits high. "Don't worry, I've already told our grandfather that at my birthday party you'll be the most honored guest. You can come without an invitation or notice, free to enter the Li family's old mansion." Beside them, Zhou Qiao's frown deepened, her brows nearly knitting together. With the marriage contract and the talk of chances and the mention of the most honored guest, even a fool could see that Li Shiyun was vying for her man. And this after Tang's mother had already declared Zhou Qiao and Tang Ao a couple. Even a clay figurine has a temper, let alone Zhou Qiao, a woman of immense pride. Not just Tang Ao, a person she genuinely adored, but even a toy bear or a toy watch she would never yield to Li Shiyun. Honey, why haven't you introduced me to such a good friend? Zhou Qiaoer said subtly, pulling Tang Ao's right arm into her embrace like a lovesick couple. Looking at Zhou Qiaoer, whose face was tender but eyes blazed with killing intent, and then at Li Shiyun, who had instantly entered battle mode. With a pout, Tang Ao's heart screamed that something was wrong. This isn't right. The story's not going as planned. At Li Shiyun's birthday party, it should be Yichun who gets free access to the Li family's old mansion, not me. No one understood the value and benefits of free access to the Li family's old mansion better than Tang Ao, who knew the plot. In an inconspicuous small courtyard of the Li family's old mansion lay Yichun's key item. There Yichun won the favor of the century-old recluse, the Li family's ancestor, and learned the legendary technique, Nine Heavens' thunderous kick, which made him invincible with no enemy surviving its strike. During their conversation, Yichun learned that the Nine Heavens' thunderous kick was merely one of the Li ancestor's weaker martial arts. The ancestor possessed a true ultimate move, Wildfowl Fist, which Yichun repeatedly begged for, but was refused. It was forever sealed with the ancestor's death, becoming the novel's greatest regret. Until his death, the Li ancestor was the world's combat ceiling. Yichun only became unrivaled after his passing. Tomorrow is a crucial day. I must attend this birthday party. These heroines are rebelling one by one. If I don't go, who knows what mess they'll stir up. I need to keep the scene in check for Yichun. Thinking thus, Tang Ao nodded to Li Shiyun. Don't worry, they'll definitely be at your birthday party tomorrow. With Tang Ao's confirmation, Li Shiyun beamed with joy, especially upon hearing that Yichun would also attend, her heart racing with excitement. Yichun, a scoundrel who constantly crossed Li Shiyun's bottom line. Without bringing Yichun to justice, Li Shiyun felt she hadn't fulfilled the marriage contract's requirement of being a righteous police officer who eliminates violence. If Yichun dared to show up, she would publicly expose his beastly facade and apprehend him at the Li family estate, so she could stand confidently beside Tang Ao and declare that she had met the contract's demands. Don't worry, brother Tang Ao, I'll do my best, Li Shiyun said, pulling Tang Ao's other arm into her embrace like Zhou Qiaoer. Oh, and those bullies who wronged you. I've already recorded and reported them for filing. He'll personally bring them to justice soon. As a police officer, this was Li Shiyun's greatest pride, and she firmly believed Tang Ao would admire her for upholding justice. Tang Ao paused, thinking of those rare villainous talents, and quickly waved his hand. There's no rush, no rush. Heaven's justice has a cycle, it won't spare any evildoer. The arrest can wait. Tang Ao didn't want these villains caught by Li Shiyun before they could serve as Yichun's stepping stones. These words made Li Shiyun blush. Brother Tang Ao, are you worried? I'll overwork myself. Don't worry, I'm in great shape. And rest assured, I'll listen to you and take care of myself. I can also take good care of and protect you. Tang Ao sighed inwardly. What a fine girl, wasted on Yichun. What kind of man could truly deserve Li Shiyun? Whoever marries her will feel incredibly secure. In a situation like today, she could easily pin those 5 thugs to the ground in no time. Zhou Qiaoer watched Tang Ao with envious thoughts made her heart ache with jealousy, but she didn't know how to voice it. If she revealed that she could hear Tang Ao's thoughts, he might avoid her. But seeing Li Shiyun holding Tang Ao even tighter and more intimately than she did, Zhou Qiaoer felt utterly unsettled. The more she endured, the angrier she grew. The more she backed down, the greater the loss. Tang Ao was hers. No one could take Tang Ao away from Zhou Qiaoer. Honey, have you stopped loving me? Zhou Qiaoer's tears fell like pearls from a broken string, large and unstoppable. I was just talking to you, and you completely ignored me, paid me no attention. I'm so sad, boo-hoo. Seeing Zhou Qiaoer's tear-streaked fragile beauty, Tang Ao's heart melted. Qiaoer, you're so confused. What man wouldn't be enchanted by a girl like you? I truly didn't mean to ignore you. It's just that the information overload left me stunned. Zhou Qiaoer, you deserve better, truly. There's no need to cling to me. As for the plot, I'll find a way to take on your role as the super-villainess myself. With that thought, Tang Ao pulled his arm free from Zhou Qiaoer's embrace and said coldly, Zhou Qiaoer, we're both adults. Can't you see for yourself whether I like you or not? We might have had some intimate moments, but you were the one who initiated them. And you, Li Shiyun, listen up. I, Tang Ao, am no gentleman. If I ever get bored of you, you'll have no one to cry to. After hearing Tang Ao's words, Li Shiyun felt even more joyful and confident. She clung tighter to Tang Ao and playfully stuck her tongue out at Zhou Qiaoer. In her eyes, Tang Ao and Zhou Qiaoer's bond was merely based on parental arrangements, while hers with Tang Ao was sealed in black and white, a marriage contract recognized by all. Tang's mother, leaving with his father, signaled their stance. Clearly, they wouldn't force Tang Ao to marry anyone. Happiness was something one had to fight for. As for Zhou Qiaoer, all her pride was fleeting. Though Tang Ao seemed to harbor some fondness for her, Li Shiyun could hear his inner thoughts, and she couldn't. Tang Ao had already explicitly rejected Zhou Qiaoer with his words. Moreover, at my birthday banquet tomorrow, Tang Ao was set to meet my parents. You, Zhou Qiaoer, might have arrived at the Tang residence, but Tang Ao has never formally met your family. But I, Li Shiyun, am different. I've already met Tang Ao's parents officially today, and tomorrow Tang Ao will meet my parents and all my elders. This wave is in my favor overwhelmingly so. As my gaming colleagues would say, this is like having a dragon riding on your face. A guaranteed win even if you roll your face on the keyboard. Contrary to Tang Ao and Li Xian's expectations after hearing Tang Ao's icy words, Zhou Qiao smiled instead of getting angry. Tang Ao, I Zhou Qiao, swear to the heavens that I will marry no one but you. To me you are the best man in the world. This blatant confession left both Tang Ao and Li Xian momentarily stunned. Then Zhou Qiao added an even bolder remark. Tang Ao, are you scared? If you want to toy with my feelings, then go ahead. Bring it on. Being toyed with by you. I'd love it. After thinking for a long while, Li Xian couldn't find better words to counter Zhou Qiao's declaration, so she echoed reluctantly. Me too. But why is this happening? After hearing what I said, shouldn't a normal woman slap me and call me a scumbag? What's wrong with Zhou Qiao and Li Xian? This is truly like snot flowing upward, completely against them. Just then Li Xian's phone buzzed with a text message from her colleague asking if she really intended to resign. After reading the message, Li Xian suddenly remembered that her resignation letter was still scattered outside the leader's office. Damn it. She had acted out of anger and impulse without thinking it through. If the leader got angry and approved her resignation, it would be disastrous. If she actually quit, she wouldn't be able to personally bring to justice the thugs who drove Tang Ao to jump off the building. Besides, her marriage contract stated that to be with Tang Ao, she must first be a police officer. With that thought, Li Xian quickly smiled and bid Tang Ao farewell. After walking out of his sight with feigned composure, she sprinted like lightning to her car and sped off toward the police station. Seeing Zhou Qiao's eyes filled entirely with his reflection, Tang Ao let out a long sigh. He knew that Zhou Qiao's heart was already completely shaped by him. Under these circumstances, no matter what he said, she wouldn't leave him. He'll just take it one step at a time. As long as the plot doesn't collapse, I Tang Ao swear I'll protect you with all my might. I really don't understand what's so great about me. Both Zhou Qiao and Li Xian seem to like me immensely, even though I've always acted rude and terrible. Zhou Qiao gently covered her mouth, afraid of letting out a chuckle. Fool, you really do act rude and terrible. If I couldn't hear your true thoughts, you'd have fooled me. But since fate has given me the chance to hear your heart, and granted you a second chance, I Zhou Qiao will stay by your side, and help you defy destiny. If Tang Ao ever heard Zhou Qiao's thoughts, he'd probably go crazy. Defy destiny. Change fate. What destiny? What fate? Just stick to the plot, improve your kidney function, finish the story, get the system reward, the 7-colored flower, and the rest of life will be smooth sailing. Tang Ao just wanted to play his part as a laid-back villain sidekick, helping the protagonist show off. Fine, do whatever you want. You already know my stance. In the end, you'll only hurt yourself. Tang Ao helplessly shrugged at Zhou Qiao, then turned to look at Zhou Linger. If Zhou Linger knew that the woman in front of me is her dear cousin Zhou Qiao, I wonder what she'd think. They're about the same age, both carrying similar blood from the Zhou family, yet their lives are worlds apart. One in heaven, the other on earth. If I recall correctly, the families of Zhou Qiao and Zhou Linger once started a business together as brothers. Due to disagreements over the company's direction, Zhou Linger's family was ousted. Her father took to drinking and gambling after being cast out, squandering all their savings before dying of depression. Her mother couldn't even afford life-saving funds in critical times. Gambling truly ruins lives. I Tang Ao swear to be forever at odds with gambling and drugs. Tang Ao's inner thoughts made Zhou Qiao's body tremble violently. Zhou Linger, the frail, exhausted girl in front of her, who had nearly been bullied by those thugs, was her cousin Zhou Linger. Every time Father Zhou got drunk, he would mutter about how he had wronged his elder brother and his family. Over the years, Zhou Qiao's family had sent substantial sums through various channels to Zhou Linger's family, but Zhou Linger's mother was fiercely proud, and Zhou Linger was even more so. None of the money sent had ever been touched by Zhou Linger or her mother. To make their stance clear, they had personally burned the bank card used to receive the payments. Over the years, that card had received over 10 billion in cash, and even as a demand deposit, the interest alone would have been enough to support dozens of families for a lifetime. And it was precisely from this that one could see just how deep the resentment ran between Zhou Linger's family and Zhou Qiao's. Sensing Zhou Qiao's gaze upon her, Zhou Linger's heart gave a sudden jolt. At that moment, a woman's strong intuition gave birth to a thought so fantastical it surprised even herself. Could it be that Zhou Qiao, like her, could also hear Tang Ao's thoughts? Otherwise, why had Zhou Qiao never cast her gaze toward Zhou Linger before this particular thought from Tang Ao, only to look over immediately after? Zhou Qiao nodded at Tang Ao, then walked step by step to Zhou Linger. Who are you, and what is your relationship with Tang Ao? Zhou Linger scrutinized her for a long time, but could detect no emotional fluctuation in Zhou Qiao's eyes. She shook her head, casting aside the fantastical notion. Only the three of them, herself, Zhou Qiao, and Tang Ao, remained here now. And Tang Ao had made the mad leap from the building to save Zhou Linger. Fortunately, his fortune was great, and he was unharmed. It was only natural for Zhou Qiao to notice Zhou Linger. She must be overthinking things. If Tang Ao knew about this, he would surely give Zhou Qiaoer a thumbs up, truly the #1 female antagonist, a master of feigning ignorance. But Zhou Linger was different, naive and inexperienced. She never considered this. She stepped back half a pace and called out to Tang Ao, "I will repay those medical expenses." Tang Ao was taken aback and quickly shook his head. Medical expenses? What medical expenses? Don't be ridiculous. I, Tang Ao, am not a philanthropist. Go ahead and check. It wasn't me who paid your medical bills. Tang Ao secretly congratulated himself. How clever of me. Luckily, I made sure to change the name on the payment receipt to Yi Chun, or this plotline would have fallen apart. When Zhou Linger investigates and finds Yi Chun's name, she'll develop a good impression of him and smoothly advance the story. This is a win-win situation. In the original plot, Yi Chun wouldn't bring the money until the day after tomorrow, but Zhou Linger's mother would miss the optimal treatment window. Now that I've paid, I can keep the plot intact and save her mother. Zhou Qiaoer suddenly understood. So this was the important matter Tang Ao had mentioned before the class reunion when he asked her to take Lin Ruoxue home. What a man Zhou Qiaoer had set her sights on. At that moment, she felt as though Tang Ao was radiating brilliance. I will repay that 500,000 with interest. Zhou Linger shouted, even louder, tears of gratitude welling in her eyes. Besides her mother, no one had ever been this kind to her. Good heavens, why are you shouting so loudly? Can't you understand what I'm saying? That medical bill has nothing to do with me. Tang Ao wished he could pry open Zhou Linger's skull to see what was inside. How could a perfectly good girl fail to grasp his words? Zhou Linger gave Tang Ao a deep look, cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Qiaoer, and left without looking back. Tang Ao shrugged helplessly. What a strange girl. Watching Zhou Linger's retreating figure, Zhou Qiaoer furrowed her brow. Is she in dire need of money? Is her mother ill? Very ill. Saying this, she moved to follow Zhou Linger. The matter of sending compensation to Zhou Linger's family had been handled by Zhou Qiaoer herself. She had confirmed repeatedly that the receiving account was indeed under Zhou Linger's mother's name. A mere 500,000. Over the years, the daily interest alone from that card exceeded 500,000. Could something have gone wrong? That shouldn't be. Tang Ao saw Zhou Qiaoer's intent and quickly grabbed her. How should I know? She's no kin of yours. Why meddle so much? Come home with me. Why ask so many questions? She's no relative of yours. Come home with me. Why bother asking? Zhou Linger may not recognize you, but her mother would spot you in an instant. Given the years of resentment, it wouldn't be strange if Zhou Linger's mother jumped out of bed and spun 360 degrees to slap you across the face. From what I know of the plot, Zhou Linger's family will never forgive yours. If not for her mother's sudden illness, they could live well on their own. Sending money to them isn't warming a cold heart. It's an insult to their dignity. There's no way they'd ever use that money. Zhou Qiaoer's frown deepened. Uncharacteristically, she shook off Tang Ao's hand and chased after Zhou Linger before her figure vanished entirely. Damn it, shouldn't Zhou Qiaoer be obedient to me now? What's going on? Why did she shake me off? That's not like your character. Fearing something might go wrong, Tang Ao, full of confusion, followed Zhou Qiaoer's steps. At the hospital room door, Zhou Qiaoer stopped deliberately, not daring to enter. Through the translucent glass, both Tang Ao and Zhou Qiaoer could see Zhou Linger's mother lying on the bed, receiving in for drip. Zhou Linger was patiently peeling an apple, while her mother stared at the empty neighboring bed, the light in her eyes growing dimmer by the moment. Mom, have an apple. Facing the peeled apple offered by Zhou Linger, her mother reached out and grabbed her daughter's arm. I heard from Dr. Chun. The medical expenses have been raised. Zhou Linger nodded emphatically. Yes, they're all set. You can have the surgery tomorrow, Mom. After it's done, you'll be completely better, just like everyone else. But her words only angered her mother. With a fierce grip, Zhou Linger's lips trembled and the apple fell to the floor. Zhou Linger's mother rasped loudly. Have you forgotten what I said? A person lives for pride. With the very least, one must have backbone. Have all these years of schooling gone to waste? I'm not having this surgery. Take me home. I'd rather die standing than live on my knees, or your father will condemn me from the grave. A surge of grievance, sorrow, and anxiety overwhelmed her, compounded by the pain in her arm, causing Zhou Linger to burst into tears. Mom, please don't be like this. I never touched a cent from that card. Linger, since when did you learn to lie? Do you think I don't know our family's situation? Without that card, where would you get 500,000? Mom, it's true. A very, very good friend lent me the money. I promised him I'd repay it as soon as possible. Zhou's mother's eyes were filled with utter disbelief. A good friend. Why haven't I heard of him? 500,000 isn't something that falls from the sky. If you're so capable, get someone to send another 500,000 right now. Before she could finish, Tang Ao spotted a familiar figure rushing toward the hospital ward. Wasn't that Zhang San? Why was there a large bruise on his forehead? And his knees were covered in dust. It looked like he had been kneeling and kowtowing to someone. Upon seeing Tang Ao at the ward entrance, Zhang San paused, then disdainfully spat on the ground. Mr. Tang, you'd better watch yourself. With that, Zhang San held his head high, shot Tang Ao a contemptuous glare, and hurried into the ward. A series of bewildered question marks seemed to float above Tang Ao's head. Something was off. Just 2 hours ago at the hospital, Zhang San had been calling him young Master Tang with the utmost deference. How had he suddenly switched to the dismissive Mr. Tang? Such a drastic change. What had happened to him? Tang Ao couldn't help but feel puzzled by the stark contrast in the man's attitude. It was like dealing with a completely different person. What had Yi Chen done to Zhang San? Zhang San had come to apologize to Yi Chen. After finding out Yi Chen's location, he had stormed off with his most trusted underlings, following Yi Chen into a narrow alley. But as soon as they finished their threats, a sea of men in suits emerged from nowhere in the alley, kneeling in unison before Yi Chen. "We welcome the Dragon King." Hearing this, seeing the smirk curling up to Yi Chen's temples, Zhang San's body began to tremble uncontrollably. A closer look at the men kneeling behind Yi Chen made his crotch feel warm. At the forefront were the representatives of Longquan City's 4 great families, Zhao Qian's son and Li. The old patriarch of Lin's Pharmaceutical, leaning on his cane, knelt with a face full of excitement ahead of the 4 families. Further back, the dense crowd of kneeling figures were all prominent figures in Longquan City, each commanding a vast corporate empire. Except for the chairman of the Tang Group, almost every entrepreneur of significant scale in Longquan City was now kneeling on the ground in trepidation. The Dragon King. The smirking Dragon King. Having climbed his way up from nothing in the underworld, Zhang San had long heard of the Dragon King's fearsome reputation. But he never imagined that a mere bodyguard like Yi Chen could be the Dragon King. It was only at this moment that he truly understood what Tang Ao meant by giving him a great opportunity. With his meager assets, Zhang San didn't even qualify to stand alongside the big shots behind Yi Chen. It was also at this moment that he fully grasped the meaning behind Tang Ao's words, "Guys like us can't compete with him." Are you kidding me? This was the Dragon King, whose mere stomp could shake the entire world. Compared to the Dragon King, Yi Chen, Tang Ao was nothing. As a shrewd businessman, Zhang San immediately launched into his act. He slapped his own underlings one by one, then knelt down and began kowtowing furiously. The asphalt was hard, the blows painful, and soon his forehead was covered in bruises. Yi Chen glanced at Zhang San. After Zhang San had sworn his loyalty, Yi Chen, growing impatient, assigned him the simplest task to get rid of him. As long as Zhang San went to the hospital and settled Zhou Linger's 500,000 medical bill, Yi Chen would let bygones be bygones and spare his life. After dismissing Zhang San, Yi Chen had important matters to discuss with these entrepreneurs. The Dragon King's Hall was about to make its move against Great Zhou Pharmaceuticals. This was a crucial decision for Yi Chen. Although the Dragon King's Hall was renowned and immensely powerful, it had always faced one major problem: a lack of funds. Even the cleverest housewife can't cook a meal without rice. As the Dragon King's Hall grew, its financial strain increased daily. Today, launching a commercial strike against Zhou's special spirit company under Great Zhou Pharmaceuticals. If this war without gunpowder was won, the Dragon King's Hall would carve a new path in the business world, and a steady stream of cash flow would resolve its greatest constraint. After expressing his endless gratitude, Zhang San rushed to the hospital. But at the payment counter, a nurse told him that Zhou Linger's mother's medical fees had already been paid. "Which blind fool dared to steal my job?" When the nurse said the payer was Yi Chen, Zhang San's face turned the color of a fly that had just crawled out of a cesspit. He immediately pulled out a dozen 100 yuan bills from his wallet, shoved them into her hand without explanation, and urged her to forget everything he had just said. That was the Dragon King. Failing to complete the task would bring huge trouble. Since Yi Chen had ordered the 500,000 medical bill to be settled, giving Zhou Linger the 500,000 directly could also count as completing the mission. So after his exchange with Tang Ao, Zhang San strode straight into the ward. Just at that moment, Zhou Linger's mother was mid-sentence. 500,000 isn't something that falls from the sky. If you're so capable, get someone to send another 500,000 right now. What a coincidence. A pillow just when you're about to fall asleep. When luck strikes, nothing can stop it. The lyrics of Good Luck seemed to ring through Zhang San's mind. "Auntie, I'm late. I'm here to bring you money. 500,000. Just give me your bank account number, and I'll transfer it to you right away," Zhang San said excitedly. Zhou Linger, her mother, and everyone else in the ward turned to stare at him. "You? Who are you? Have you mistaken me for someone else? I don't know you." Zhou Linger's mother shook her head, assuming Zhang San was in the wrong place. Zhang San panicked and quickly asked Zhou Linger, "Are you Zhou Linger?" Zhou Linger nodded. "And are you Zhou Linger's mother?" Zhou Linger's mother also nodded. Zhou Linger asked in confusion, "Do we know each other?" Zhang San slapped his thigh in excitement. "Then I've got the right people. You don't know me, but I know you." Zhang San grew more and more agitated, his face turning as red as a pig's liver. "Please give me your bank account number quickly, and he'll make the transfer." Zhou Linger and her mother exchanged bewildered glances. What was wrong with this man? Zhou's mother stared at Zhang San, her expression growing increasingly cold. "Please leave immediately. We would rather die than accept the dirty money of your Zhou family." Zhou Linger's mother suddenly issued an eviction order. All the patients in the ward let out a synchronized sigh. Everyone in the same ward knew exactly how difficult things were for Zhou Linger and her mother. Zhang San looked at Zhou Linger's mother with utter confusion, saying pitifully, Zhou family. Which Zhou family? My dear ancestor, my living ancestor, my surname isn't even Zhou. Zhou Linger's mother was taken aback. Judging by Zhang San's innocent and aggrieved expression, her previous words seemed somewhat hasty. So it wasn't the Zhou family that sent you? Zhang San shook his head vigorously. Of course not. It was Mr. Yichen who sent me. Mr. Yichen said Zhou Linger is his best friend. When he heard you were ill and urgently needed money, he arranged for me to come and help. After hearing this, Zhou Linger's mother gazed deeply at Zhou Linger. This girl. She really hadn't lied to her. Zhou Linger's mother took Zhou Linger's hand, her face full of apology. Linger, I'm sorry. Mom just misunderstood you. I never imagined you could make such a wealthy friend as Yichen. Zhang San grew more excited as he listened. Wasn't this settled perfectly? He had already eagerly pulled out his phone, ready to process the transfer online. As expected of the protagonist, Yichen recruiting underlings this fast. It seems Zhang San has completely become Yichen's loyal follower. This move was truly cunning. Without even showing up personally, he left an excellent impression on Zhou Linger's mother. Now that the money is accepted, when Yichen visits in person next time, it'll be like a mother-in-law doting on her son-in-law more and more. Hearing Tang Ao's voice, Zhou Linger's heart tightened, followed by a surge of inexplicable emotion and excitement. Tang Ao was standing right at the door. Instead of leaving the hospital directly with Zhou Qiaoer, he had silently followed and watched over her. Zhou Linger now had an urge to rush out of the ward and embrace Tang Ao tightly. Since her mother fell ill, she had never felt this safe. It was a strange sensation, as if with Tang Ao standing there, even if the sky fell, it wouldn't be a big deal. Zhou Linger took a deep breath, suppressing the impulse to dash out, and looked at Zhang San with a cold expression. You can leave. Zhou Linger would rather die than accept Yichen's dirty money. As she spoke, her tone, demeanor, and expression were identical to her mother's earlier refusal of the Zhou family's money. Truly a mother-daughter pair. Damn it, Zhou Linger, what are you doing? This is money sent by your future husband. How can you refuse it? Zhou Linger lifted her head and turned her back directly, giving Zhang San no chance to continue the conversation. Ancestor. You are my dear ancestor. You must accept this money, or I won't be able to explain to Mr. Yichen. Zhang San was frantic. He could clearly feel he was kissing up to someone who didn't care, and he had no idea what the problem was. Yichen was the Dragon King, and this Zhou Linger dared to defy the Dragon King's will. If he couldn't handle such a small task, what would the chickens think? What would the ducks think? What would his underlings think? Most crucially, what would Yichen think of him? No, this money had to be given today. Zhang San put himself in Zhou Linger's shoes and thought for a while, roughly understanding her concerns. She must have strong self-esteem, worried that accepting the money would make her feel inferior before Yichen, hence her resistance. As expected of the Dragon King, Yichen, his taste was truly picky. Rest assured, this money comes with no strings attached. I can sign an agreement. This is a voluntary gift to you. No one will use it to coerce you into anything in the future. You can rest easy. After saying this, Zhang San looked at Zhou Linger with a smug expression. In his view, Yichen had already paid the 500 yuan medical fee for Zhou Linger, which meant she wasn't resistant to Yichen. Or rather, to Yichen's money. Zhang San had no idea that if Yichen had indeed paid the surgery fee, Zhou Linger would return every cent without hesitation. She would only find Yichen disgusting, and his money even more so. Now in Zhang San's eyes, after saying this, Zhou Linger had no reason to refuse him anymore. Just as he prepared to accept Zhou Linger and her mother's apologies and gratitude, Zhou Linger's words struck him like a thunderbolt, leaving him utterly stunned. Say no more. I will never take your money. But why you? Zhang San felt his mind couldn't keep up. He suspected that between him and Zhou Linger, one of them must have a problem with their head. Setting aside facts and all external factors, just focusing on the matter at hand. Zhang San had already laid it out so clearly. It was essentially giving Zhou Linger 500 yuan for free, with no conditions attached. Free. There was no reason. It shouldn't be. Why would Zhou Linger refuse? Zhang San couldn't understand. He even thought he might be dreaming, as only in dreams could such abnormal situations occur. Enough. Stop talking. Since my daughter doesn't want it, you should leave. Zhou Linger's mother didn't know what had happened between Zhou Linger and Yichen, but a mother knows her daughter best. Since Zhou Linger spoke this way, it showed her hostility toward Yichen ran deep. It wasn't hard to guess that Yichen was a suitor of Zhou Linger, and Zhou Linger didn't like him. As a mother, of course, she had to stand by her daughter. Moreover, seeing Zhou Linger's words and actions, now her mother felt deeply gratified. Her daughter hadn't been crushed by reality, hadn't knelt before money. Faced with a suitor offering 500 yuan for free, few young women could refuse. But her daughter Zhou Linger could be so decisive and unhesitating, not even blinking when she said no. Damn it, you mother-daughter pair are truly something. This is a matter of life and death. Why wouldn't you accept free medical expenses? The nosy auntie in the neighboring bed couldn't stand it any longer. Girl, nothing is real now except money in hand. Even if you weren't sick and didn't need the cash, if someone offered my daughter 500 yuan for free, and she dared to refuse in front of me, I'd tear her mouth apart. Hearing the auntie's words aimed at her daughter, Zhou Linger's mother stiffened. If you think it's such a good deal, have your daughter take it. The man is still here. Your daughter is wonderful, far better than my Linger. Seeing Zhang Sen wouldn't even look at her after hearing Zhou Linger's mother's words, the auntie was stunned into silence. The subtext in Zhou Linger's mother's words was obvious. If she continued, she'd start exposing the auntie's shortcomings. Zhou Linger's mother clearly knew that the auntie's unfilial eldest daughter was already married. Since her illness, not only had she refused to pay medical bills, she hadn't even visited once. On the phone, she had bluntly said she hoped her mother would die soon to save on expenses. The younger daughter was just a 3-year-old child now being cared for by relatives. A dog bites Lu Dongbin. She muttered and fell silent, retreating to her bed to avoid provoking Zhou Linger's mother further. Zhou Linger has such a good mother. If only my future mother-in-law were half as upright as Zhou Linger's mother. Inside the ward, a hint of joy appeared on Zhou Linger's face. Outside the ward, Tang Ao couldn't help but sigh. Watching Zhang San's dejected retreat, Zhou Qiaoer beside Tang Ao discreetly tightened her grip on her phone. It felt like it was time to call home. Meanwhile, on the other side of the planet, thousands of kilometers across the ocean, in the chairman's office of Dazhou Pharmaceutical, an urgent video conference was underway. Since starting his business, Zhou's father had never felt so panicked. Chairman, the situation is clear now. Someone must be orchestrating this behind the scenes, targeting us. Zhou's special spirit has already poured all 10 billion in liquid capital, yet the stock price still can't be stabilized. Before Zhou's father on the large display screen, the general manager of Zhou's special spirit wore a grim expression, while the other branch general managers also furrowed their brows. Who has the audacity to make a move against our Zhou's Pharmaceutical? The general manager of the Italian branch slammed his hand on the desk. We're in the open, there in the dark. Isn't it just a contest of wealth? If they had been sneaky and we hadn't noticed, fine. But now that we know, why back down? Let's fight back with all we've got. We can't do that. The general manager of the Japanese branch stroked his mustache, shaking his head rapidly. The great Zhou Pharmaceutical Group may have substantial wealth, but since the other side dared to act, they must have come prepared. One misstep could drag the entire great Zhou Pharmaceutical into the abyss. The general manager of Zhou's special spirit frowned. So you mean we should just watch Zhou's special spirit be crushed to death by them? I didn't say that. What if Zhou's special spirit can pull through on its own? All these branches started from the same point, but Zhou's special spirit has degenerated into this state. I think the value of assistance is minimal. The general manager of the British branch cleared his throat and said, rationally speaking, we have no preparation at all. Although our foundation is solid, mobilizing cash flow is difficult. One move affects the whole. But we still need to help. I don't recommend diverting too much funds. In my view, each company can spare at most 1 billion from our current resources. We can't do that. The general manager of Zhou's special spirit grew anxious. Our 10 billion went down the drain. To survive this crisis and win this business war, we need at least 100 billion in funds. The general manager of the Russian branch shook his head regretfully. 100 billion. If we had started preparing yesterday, we could have easily scraped together not just 100 billion, but 200 billion. But look at the time now. Mobilizing such a massive fund requires at least a day. Exactly, you can't be so selfish thinking only of your own company. You have to consider us too. We're not like you. You were about to release a new drug, and the headquarters allocated a large sum for you to come up with 10 billion. But we're in normal operations with tight cash flow. Enough. Zhou's father's single word instantly silenced the room. All the branch general managers fixed their eyes on him, knowing he was the ultimate head of the great Zhou Pharmaceutical. Zhou's father's heart was now filled with regret. Time. The Russian branch general manager was right. In such an emergency, even a giant like the great Zhou Pharmaceutical Group would need at least a day's preparation to mobilize 100 billion in cash flow. And a day ago, Zhou Qiaoer had already called Zhou's father to warn him to prepare early. If he had listened to her yesterday and started preparing, he could have mobilized not just 100 billion, but 1 trillion right now. But after hearing that this news came from Tang Ao, no one, including Zhou's father, believed it. More precisely, none of them trusted Tang Ao. And that was precisely why the situation had become so difficult to handle. After cutting off the manager's words, Zhou's father remained silent for a long time. The atmosphere grew awkward. The general manager of Zhou's special spirit watched the stock price steadily drop, feeling as if his heart were being stabbed. Today was supposed to be a joyful day, the new drug launch. He had hoped the stock price would soar, allowing him to reward employees and turn his fortunes around within the Zhou's Pharmaceutical Group. Who would have thought it would come to this? Devastating, heartbreaking. The general manager of Zhou's special spirit felt his heart bleeding. With reddened eyes, he pleaded almost desperately, it's hopeless. If this continues, Zhou's special spirit will be completely finished. Chairman Zhou, I beg you to make a decision soon. Beside Zhou's father, the assistant, who had been silent for a long time, fell to his knees. Although the chairman hadn't said a word to him, or even glanced at him, the assistant now felt his cheeks burning with shame. Yesterday, when Zhou Qiaoer called to inform Zhou's father, it was this assistant who confidently insisted based on his professional analysis that such an event would never happen. It was he who repeatedly dismissed the credibility of Tang Ao's words. Though the primary fault lay with Zhou's father, the assistant too was inexcusable. Tears welled in his eyes as he lamented this matter. Perhaps we should consult Miss Zhou Qiaoer. I think she might be able to ask Mr. Tang Ao for a better solution. Zhou's father let out a long sigh, glanced at the young assistant, and pulled out his phone from the desk. Let's leave it at that for now. On the display screen, the branch general managers were all stunned. They knew Zhou Qiaoer, young, beautiful, decisive, and even more capable than Chairman Zhou. But who was this Mr. Tang Ao that even Zhou Qiaoer had to seek his advice? The general managers racked their brains, but couldn't recall any business titan named Tang Ao. The Japanese branch general manager spoke up in surprise. Chairman Zhou, may I ask if this Mr. Tang Ao is the only son of the Tang Group's chairman? Zhou's father nodded without hesitation, sighing as he dialed. If only I had listened to him earlier. The general managers suddenly understood, then stood dumbfounded. That Tang Ao, isn't he just a worthless prodigal son? I heard he even said something outrageous like his own mother was angered to death by him. Exactly, Chairman, you must be mistaken. What does Tang Ao know? With his background, he chased a small company's president for 99 days without success. Someone like that knows how to do business. He's just an immature brat. Chairman, this matter. Better listen to Miss Qiaoer's opinion. Zhou's father furrowed his brow, and the general managers on the screen immediately fell silent. On the other side of the world, Zhou Qiaoer had just picked up her phone to make a call when the screen lit up with her father's incoming call. Why would father suddenly call her? Could it be? Zhou Qiaoer cast a deep glance at Tang Ao, grabbed his hand, and forcefully pulled him to a secluded corner of the hospital before answering the phone. Given the gravity of the matter, she feared the conversation might be overheard by Yi Chen's people, so she exercised extreme caution. Only after confirming that no one else was around besides Tang Ao and herself did she slowly press the answer button. As soon as she answered, Zhou's father's deep voice reached her ears. Qiaoer, father was wrong. Hearing Father Zhou's words, Zhou Qiaoer's heart jolted. Dad, what happened? Tang Ao looked at her with confusion. Since she hadn't put the call on speaker, he hadn't heard Father Zhou's apology. However, from her addressing him as Dad, Tang Ao roughly guessed what was unfolding. A new plot point seems to have arrived, he thought. It appears Yi Chun has finally made a move on Great Zhou Pharmaceutical. Qiaoer, your father regrets it. Regrets letting my prejudice against Tang Ao cloud my judgment. Now the stock price of Zhou's special spirit has crashed, and 1 billion yuan poured in has had no effect. Zhou Qiaoer's brow furrowed tightly. What? 1 billion yuan with no effect? How much capital can our Zhou family mobilize now? On the other end, Father Zhou had the call on speaker. Hearing her inquiry, the general managers began reporting their situations, for in their eyes Zhou Qiaoer had proven her dominance in Great Zhou Pharmaceutical surpassed her father's. Our branch in Great Eagle Country can mobilize 200 million. The general manager of the Great Bear Country branch gritted his teeth and clutched his chest. Our Great Bear branch can mobilize 210 million. Our Sakura Country branch can offer 100 million. Soon the assistant concluded the tally. Miss Qiaoer, we can currently mobilize a total of 4.6 billion. This figure startled even Father Zhou, who silently marveled at his daughter's exceptional capability. Had he as chairman made the call instead of Zhou Qiaoer, those general managers would have complained of poverty, and scraping together 2 billion would have been fortunate. Yet with a single word from Zhou Qiaoer, they had gathered 4.6 billion. Father Zhou felt no anger. Instead, he was overjoyed. The day his daughter fully took over Great Zhou Pharmaceutical, he believed the company's cohesion and competitiveness would only grow stronger. 4.6 billion. Hold on. Zhou Qiaoer set down the phone and looked earnestly at Tang Ao. Tang Ao, our Zhou's special spirit under Great Zhou Pharmaceutical has been ambushed, stock price plummeting. We've just poured in 1 billion with no effect. We can scrape together 4.6 billion now. I want your opinion. Tang Ao's eyes widened. Good heavens, I'm just a carefree playboy. How would I know about such things? Though he said this, his heart couldn't help but think. Yi Chun is going to make a killing off Zhou's special spirit this time. The plan is flawless, and he's lined up all enterprises in Longquan City except the Tang family as backup. Even if you double it to 10 billion, it's useless. He's itching for Great Zhou Pharmaceutical to pour in more money. I just don't know how much the stock has dropped, or I could have my dad secretly buy in and make a profit. On the other end, with the call on speaker, all the general managers heard Tang Ao's words clearly. Immediately they erupted. See, what did I say? Asking him is useless. Miss Zhou Qiaoer, just give the order. Tell us what to do. We all trust you. Don't ask him anymore. He understands nothing. Miss Zhou Qiaoer, in this critical moment we need your judgment and instructions. Hearing Tang Ao's inner thoughts and the manager's complaints, Zhou Qiaoer's face darkened as she asked, tell me, how much has Zhou's special spirit stock dropped? The responsible manager quickly replied, it's fallen a full 15% from the opening price, and it's still dropping. Our Zhou's special spirit is listed on a special exchange. It won't hit the limit until a 40% drop. 15% drop. Tang Ao, what do you think? How low could the stock possibly go? Tang Ao was even more bewildered. Zhou Qiao, are you okay? Asking me about this. She nodded earnestly. I just want to know what you think. What's going on, he thought. Why is Zhou Qiao asking me this? Could she have discovered I've restarted the plot? No. If she knew, she'd be aware that I never agreed to be with her even when Yichen killed me at the end, and she wouldn't be chasing after me so desperately now. Is it possible? Zhou Qiao is out of options and just trying her luck with me. Only 15 points, still far from Yichen's target bottom line. With this thought, Tang Ao deliberately bluffed, knowing it hadn't hit the floor. I think it should start rising now. On the other end, the general managers bristled upon hearing his answer. Nonsense. With my decade of experience, if we don't inject capital, it'll drop at least another 10 points. Not dropping would be a miracle. Rising. That's pure fantasy. He knows nothing. Miss Chower, stop asking that, Tang Ao. He's unworthy of participating in a meeting like ours. Everyone's silence. Amid the clamor, the general manager of Zhou's special spirit suddenly exclaimed, It's rising. It's rising. It really is rising. A full point. Just now it rose a full point. Instantly, dozens of general managers stared at the stock panel in shock, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. This is too coincidental. A blind squirrel finding a nut. The great Eagle Branch manager, clutching his hair in excitement, said, My God, why is it rising? Could it be? The other side is cashing out. Miss Zhou Qiao, I suggest we invest all our funds immediately. We have a great chance to profit. My great Eagle Branch can raise its contribution to 500 million. My great Bear Branch can raise its contribution to 510 million. My Sakura Branch, 300 million. Instantly, the branch managers who had been pleading poverty moments ago now transformed into wealthy landlords at the prospect of profit. Zhou Qiao's father's gaze grew deep. With the scale expanding, these branches were showing problems. Zhou Qiao also looked at Tang Ao in astonishment. It rose a point just now. Damn, I was just talking nonsense. Tang Ao said, almost in tears. Zhou Qiao, I really don't understand any of this. She nodded solemnly, her eyes full of skepticism. I believe you. I fully believe you know nothing about this. As she spoke, Zhou Qiao leaned closer to Tang Ao until he could clearly feel the warm breath from her nostrils. Suddenly, Tang Ao's entire body tensed up. Then what do you think the lowest point Zhou's special spirit can hit today, eh? How the hell would I know? Seeing Tang Ao stumble back in shock, Zhou Qiao couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Zhou Qiao is getting bolder by the day, and we're out in public. What if someone walks by? Even if no one does, what about a stray cat or dog? According to the original plot, Yichen's bottom line should be 35%. Once the drop hits that point, he'll start harvesting, buying frantically to drive the price up, then suddenly dump everything when it rises by 35%, finally crashing Zhou's special spirit to the daily limit. At that time, no matter how much money Great Zhou Pharmaceutical pours in, they'll lose it all. They'd just be making a wedding dress for Yichen. Zhou Qiao shot Tang Ao a grateful glance, then began issuing orders into her phone. Now, stop all stock buyback operations. Meanwhile, at the most luxurious 5-star hotel in the Dragon Kingdom, now under complete lockdown, Yichen stood at the center of the lobby, surrounded by all the prominent entrepreneurs of Longquan City, except the Tang family. Today you will witness history, and this is my gift to you all. Yichen lifted his chin, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The feeling of being the center of attention was something he had long missed. Today I, Yichen, pledge on the reputation the Dragon King Hall has built over the years. As long as you listen to me and follow my commands, everyone here can join me in reaping a fortune. Dragon King, rest assured. Even if this is about helping us make money, I wouldn't hesitate to lose everything for you. Dragon King, after this is done, I am willing to hand over 90% of the profits to you. Please don't refuse. Dragon King, an old bone like me. Ruoxue's temper. You know it well. Something urgent must have happened on her end, otherwise she wouldn't ignore even my words. You understand, Lin's Pharmaceutical is her domain now. This old bone of mine has already. Yichen furrowed his brow slightly. He had originally planned to use this occasion to provoke Lin Ruoxue, to show her just how formidable her bodyguard truly was, and to change her poor impression of him. He had no intention of asking the Lin family for money. The Lin family's assets were the smallest and most insignificant among all the enterprises present. If not for his connection to Lin Ruoxue, Old Master Lin wouldn't even have the right to stand here. Even though Lin Ruoxue hadn't come, Yichen still helped Lin Ruoxue's grandfather up from the ground with a kind expression. Grandpa Lin, what are you saying? Ruoxue will be my woman sooner or later. Do I, Yichen, really need the paltry funds from Lin's Pharmaceutical? Old Master Lin nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. At Yichen's words he laughed so hard that a front tooth popped out of his mouth. This comical scene drew no ridicule. On the contrary, everyone present looked at Old Master Lin with envy. It felt like Fan Jin's success in the imperial exam. Those who watched his madness felt more jealousy and resentment than pity. The Lin family truly raised a fine granddaughter. Dragon King, I have a pair of twin granddaughters who have just come of age and haven't even held a boy's hand yet. Would you like to consider them? Dragon King, my granddaughter, was just born yesterday. Would you care to take a look in a couple of years? Enough. Yichen frowned, and the entire room fell into dead silence. I invited you all here today not to discuss this. I now order you to gather every penny you can get and join me in suppressing Zhou's special spirit stock price until I say stop. No one is allowed to act on their own or withdraw early or else. Watching the stock price, which had begun to rise, slowly start falling again, Yichen's smirk grew more pronounced. At this point, Great Zhou Pharmaceutical couldn't afford to sit idly by. They might even seek help from their partners to bail them out. The more money they poured into the rescue, the more Yichen would profit. The bigger the commotion, the more retail investors would flood the market, expanding the pool of funds and allowing Yichen to reap even greater gains. He was confident that through this bloodless battle, he could squeeze over 50 billion from Great Zhou Pharmaceutical and other retail investors. Once he had the money, Tang Ao, your Tang family, will be the first to be carved up. They'll turn you from a rich second generation into a downtrodden one, from a mansion into a sewer. At the hospital, Dr. Chen's phone rang incessantly. They were all calls from his good friends who had lost heavily in the plunge of Zhou's special spirit stock. Only Dr. Chen, having followed Tang Ao's advice to short Zhou's special spirit, had made 100,000 yuan in just half an hour. And now, as the stock price continued to fall, he kept earning. Dr. Chen even took an hour off to focus on the stock market in his office. Every percentage point fluctuation meant tens of thousands in profit or loss. The steadily declining stock curve kept Dr. Chen's heart tightly clenched. He even felt the urge to borrow money and leverage his trades. But after calming down, he resisted. This was an opportunity given by heaven. This was an opportunity given by Tang Ao. Once Zhou's special spirit stock dropped by 30%, Dr. Chen had already made 200,000 yuan. The money in hand was now enough to meet his girlfriend's family's demands. Dr. Chen closed his eyes, ending his roller coaster ride, staring at the 500,000 yuan in his bank account and the still falling stock price. He turned off his phone, feeling no regret in his heart. One must not be too greedy. He excitedly called his girlfriend, saying he would visit his in-laws next week with the money. After hanging up, Dr. Chen calmed down and began meticulously planning Zhou Linger's mother's surgery. Across the ocean, in the conference room of Great Zhou Pharmaceuticals headquarters, as Zhou's special spirit stock price began to fall again, a pall of gloom settled over the room. Miss Chao, aren't we going to step in? If we don't act now, Zhou's special spirit will hit the daily limit and be forced to delist. Miss Chao, what are you waiting for? We can't just sit here and wait for death. Using the excuse of going to the restroom, Zhou Chao slipped away from Tang Ao and stared anxiously at the stock price of Zhou's special spirit on her phone screen. It had now dropped 34%. Just one more percentage point to go. Wait for my command. As it hit 35%, Zhou Chao slammed her hand down and shouted, "Throw in all the funds. Buy Zhou's special spirit stock, now." The head of the Sakura country branch panicked. "Miss Zhou, you can't be reckless. This isn't 6 billion anymore. It's a full 20 billion. Miss Zhou Chao, please think carefully. If we throw this money in and lose it, our cash flow will be in serious trouble." Faced with Zhou Chao's orders, most of the branch general managers hesitated. Zhou Chao was so anxious she wanted to curse. How could they falter at such a critical moment? Zhou Chao urged, "Buy immediately. I will bear all consequences. This is an order." The general manager of the Sakura country branch was the first to jump out. "Miss Chao, I believe you are not being rational right now. There is no indication that the other party has ceased suppressing our stock price. If we go all in and they suddenly launch a surprise attack on our other branches, we won't even have a chance to defend ourselves." The general manager of the Great Eagle country branch also promptly expressed his stance, seconded. "Miss Zhou Chao, this is gambling. I think you might be in a romantic state and unable to make a calm and composed judgment. This directive. As the general manager, I am responsible for the livelihoods of tens of thousands of people in the company. I cannot accept your proposal." In an instant, more than half of the branch general managers voiced their opposition, one after another, not a single one standing up to support Zhou Chao's decision. Zhou Chao's father, whose back was slightly hunched, slowly straightened himself up. Until today, he had believed that Zhou Chao had fully mastered the Leviathan that was Great Zhou Pharmaceuticals. He had even been contemplating retirement, wondering where he would go to help take care of his granddaughter after Chao got married and had children. But now it seemed these general managers dared to openly unite against the decisions of their father and daughter, despite Zhou Chao and her father being the true owners of the entire Great Zhou Pharmaceuticals. The tree desires stillness, but the wind will not cease. The branches under Great Zhou Pharmaceuticals had long been disunited in spirit, and the group headquarters' control over them had weakened to an alarmingly dangerous level. "Cowards, you are all a bunch of cowards." Amidst Zhou father's terrifyingly cold gaze, the head of the Great Bear country branch filled the screen with his face. "My Great Bear country branch's 600 million has already been Allen right now." After a moment of silence, the meeting room was flooded with mocking voices. "Idiot. Fool, the Great Bear branch won't last a few more days. It's one thing for Miss Chower to be irrational, but you are an adult. Following her so irrationally. If all the branch managers under Great Zhou Pharmaceuticals were like you, the company would be doomed. Fine, you are all just wonderful. Zhou Chower's father slammed his fist on the table in fury. Meeting adjourned. With that, Zhou father ended the meeting without giving them a chance to speak. Through the phone, Zhou Chower could fully sense the anger that was practically overflowing from her father. Chower, I really didn't expect that our Great Zhou Pharmaceuticals internal situation would have become like this. Zhou Chower hummed softly in response, don't worry. Our company's stock price has hit rock bottom now. It will soon rebound sharply before plummeting again. These general managers give me the feeling of why does your majesty wish to rebel? They are gradually slipping out of control. However, they have exposed themselves too early. Zhou Chower's small fists clenched tightly. Once this crisis was over, there would definitely be a thorough reckoning. Zhou father's eyes slowly narrowed, shooting out a sharp hawk-like glint. By the way, Chower, tell me the truth. Who is really behind the scheme against our Zhou's special elixir? Did Tang Ao really tell you about this? Of course it was Tang Ao. Dad, you have no idea how outstanding Tang Ao truly is. As Zhou Chower spoke, her eyes suddenly lit up. Tang Ao, that's right. We can ask Tang Ao for help with this. Chower, one must be wary of others. Asking the Tang family for help. It's easy to invite a wolf into the house. Watching the gradually rebounding stock of Zhou's special elixir, Zhou Chower's eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Dad, Tang Ao is more reliable than anyone in the world. If Tang Ao cannot be trusted, then there is no one in this world left to trust. With that, Zhou Chower directly hung up on her father. In the meeting room, Zhou father suddenly stood up from his chair. Chower had actually hung up on him. Chower had actually said that brat Tang Ao was more reliable than anyone in the world. This anyone in the world seemed to include Zhou father himself. It was over. His own tender, beautiful cabbage had been rooted up by Tang Ao, that white pig. His little cotton-padded jacket was completely turned inside out. Compared to the crisis facing Great Zhou Pharmaceuticals, the fact that Zhou Chower was utterly devoted and unreservedly trusted Tang Ao was what pained Zhou father the most. He even began to suspect whether this incident was orchestrated by Tang Ao or by the Tang family. If not, how could Tang Ao possibly know that Zhou's special elixir would be targeted today? No. He couldn't just let his precious daughter be manipulated by Tang Ao like this. Zhou father picked up his phone and immediately called Zhou Chower back. Hello, the subscriber you are dialing is on another call. Please try again later, sorry. Damn it. Who was Chower calling? Just then the assistant suddenly shouted, it's rising. Our Zhou's special elixir just now rose by a full 3 percentage points, and it's still climbing. Zhou father's eyes narrowed even deeper. He dialed an old friend Tang Ao's father. The number you have dialed is on another call. Zhou father pressed the end button heavily. Indeed, his daughter Zhou Chower was now on the phone with that old fox Tang Ao's father. Meanwhile, on the other side, after ending the call with Zhou Chower, Tang father looked at his wife with a grave expression. Dear, what do you make of this? I think Chower wouldn't deceive us. She's intelligent and kind-hearted. Most importantly, I think this is likely Xiao Ao's intention. Tang mother's eyes also gradually narrowed. Worst-case scenario is spending 50 billion for an excellent daughter-in-law like Chower, a loss. Tang father had a sudden epiphany. Since it was his son's intention, then he must decisively take action. He immediately initiated an emergency meeting via a remote call. The Tang family was different from the Zhou family. The Tang family's main business was all in the Dragon Kingdom, so they didn't have the Zhou family's problem of being too far from the center of power. Within the Tang Corporation, it was essentially Tang father's one-man rule. No one had ever dared to openly question Tang father's decisions, whether right or wrong. Most importantly, the Tang Corporation was preparing to launch a major project. Pulling out a mere 50 billion in cash was not a difficult feat for Tang Pharmaceuticals. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Chower realized her clothes were soaked through with sweat, and her hair was damp, making her look somewhat disheveled. She simply smoothed her hair, struggled to stand up. Her legs had gone numb from sitting on the toilet seat for so long. As soon as she walked out of the bathroom, Zhou Chower heard Tang Ao's thoughts. Taking a full hour and a half in the bathroom, Zhou Chower must have some secret ailment. Indeed, no matter how beautiful and charming a fairy maiden might be, she still has to answer nature's call. A full hour and a half. Either she's constipated, or she's suffering from hemorrhoids. Watching Zhou Chower limp toward him, her face pale, Tang Ao grew more certain of his speculation. With an expression that screamed, I've seen through you, he looked at her and said, feeling better? Zhou Chower panted heavily with rage. At that moment, Tang Ao's inner thoughts made her want to curse out loud. You're the one who's constipated. You're the one with hemorrhoids. As Zhou Chower glared at him with a look that could kill from sheer embarrassment, Tang Ao grabbed her arm. Zhou Chower, how about this? I'll give you a gift. A gift? Zhou Chower looked at Tang Ao in surprise. This guy, had he finally wised up? A flicker of joy and anticipation stirred within her. Tang Ao said nothing more, and Zhou Chower heard no trace of his inner thoughts. All she felt was his large hand holding hers tightly, warm and firm. If only she could be held like this forever. Tang Ao led Zhou Qiaoer straight into a small pharmacy near the hospital. As a young female clerk greeted them warmly, Zhou Qiaoer frowned, sensing something amiss. This wasn't simple. Tang Ao, why are we at the pharmacy? To buy a gift, of course. Tang Ao's face wore a mischievous grin. A woman's intuition told Zhou Qiaoer that he was mocking her. May I ask what you need? Is something wrong? A bold, cringeworthy guess formed in Zhou Qiaoer's mind, one that could socially annihilate her. Suddenly she reached out, trying to cover Tang Ao's mouth. But she was too late. Tang Ao opened his mouth. Well, give me a box of glycerin enema and a tube of hemorrhoid cream. The young female clerk froze. This was the first time she had seen a man bring his girlfriend to buy such medicine without batting an eye, announcing the names with such unwavering confidence. For young people these days, whether it's hemorrhoids or constipation, especially in front of the opposite sex, shouldn't it be something utterly shameful and hard to talk about? The clerk silently gave him a thumbs up in her mind. Zhou Qiaoer kept her head down, desperately hiding her embarrassment. Thank goodness. At least Tang Ao hadn't told the clerk that the medicine was for her. If he had, she would have fainted from sheer mortification. But just as Tang Ao was about to pay, the clerk had to ask, "Excuse me, are you buying this for yourself? We also have some auxiliary medications." Tang Ao's face instantly turned awkward. He waved his hands frantically, explaining, No, it's not for me. What are you thinking? If it were for me, I'd at least wear a Ultraman Tiga mask to come here. It's for a friend. A friend of mine has a little problem. Zhou Qiaoer's heart tightened. The urge to flee grew stronger and stronger. She clenched Tang Ao's hand tighter and tighter. It seems Zhou Qiaoer is really in pain. She's gripping me so hard. Dazhou Pharmaceutical is a major medical group. Can't they even solve a small problem like this? No, Zhou Qiaoer must be too shy to talk about it. That's why she's let it drag on to this state. Was Tang Ao actually worried about her health? Amidst the tension, embarrassment, and shame, a hint of joy mingled. All these emotions tangled together, making Zhou Qiaoer feel like she was falling apart. For a moment, Zhou Qiaoer's mind went blank, losing the ability to think. All she wanted was for Tang Ao to pay and get out of there as fast as possible. But heaven had other plans. It was like how a mother always remembers something undone just before leaving. A father suddenly needs the bathroom at the doorstep, and a student only remembers their untouched summer homework on the last day of vacation. The more urgent the situation, the more unexpected problems arise. Oh, so it's for your friend. The clerk's face lit up with understanding. She had thought Tang Ao was at least a social butterfly, but beneath his tough exterior lay a shy heart. This friend you mentioned, is it actually you? Tang Ao's scalp tingled. He shook his head vigorously. I'm in perfect health. It's not me. Zhou Qiaoer suddenly held her breath. He wouldn't, would he? He wouldn't actually say in front of her that the medicine was for her, would he? No way, no way. Tang Ao didn't continue, and Zhou Qiaoer breathed a temporary sigh of relief. But the clerk persisted, pulling out another box of medicine. Sir, avoiding medical advice is not wise. Only when you describe your symptoms can we recommend the right medication so you can recover as quickly as possible. The clerk patted the name tag on her chest. Rest assured, we are professionals with proper qualifications. For common ailments like hemorrhoids, our diagnosis is no worse than a hospital outpatient doctor's. Tang Ao nodded in agreement. Listen to that, a healer's heart. Zhou Qiaoer, you should listen carefully. What she said is so reasonable. You ought to understand such a simple truth. Tang Ao's gaze and inner thoughts made Zhou Qiaoer feel as if needles were pricking her all over. Staying in the pharmacy felt suffocating. Impatiently she urged, all right, well, just take these two. Please ring us up quickly. Zhou Qiaoer, running away like this won't solve anything. You. Zhou Qiaoer already knew what Tang Ao was about to say. You're the one who's constipated and has hemorrhoids. Don't pin it on me. She lifted her head, shot him a fierce glare, and strode out of the pharmacy without looking back. Relief. Outside the pharmacy, the sky cleared, the moonlight brightened, and even the air smelled sweet. Zhou Qiaoer let out a grateful sigh, catching snatches of conversation between Tang Ao and the clerk. No, I really don't. 9 out of 10 men have hemorrhoids, sir. Please don't hide it anymore. If you keep this up, your girlfriend will get angry. I bought this medicine for her. You misunderstand. Sir, do you mean that you and your girlfriend have the same condition? Could you describe it in more detail? Oh heavens, I've never had this before. How would I know? Outside the pharmacy, Zhou Qiaoer watched Tang Ao stammering in his agitation and covered her mouth with a light laugh. Even as the moonlight grew hazy and the night deepened, Zhou Qiaoer, standing at the pharmacy entrance, radiated an irresistible charm. Across the street, a 300-pound heavyweight woman viciously slapped her young handsome boyfriend on the head. Where are your eyes wandering? You can't even buy a steel wool without messing it up? Useless. In the middle of the road, 4 or 5 cars screeched to a halt, one even crashing into a fire hydrant. Sir, I sincerely suggest. I don't accept your suggestion. Tang Ao fled the pharmacy with a box of hemorrhoid cream and a box of glycerin enema, returning to Zhou Qiaoer. Seeing his face half red, half white as he handed her the bag of medicine, Zhou Qiaoer blushed and found herself in a dilemma. This medicine, should she take it or not? If she took it, wouldn't that confirm she had hemorrhoids and constipation? But if she didn't? This was Tang Ao's first gift to her. I'm not sick, I don't need any of this. Zhou Qiaoer, a mix of shame and indignation, ultimately chose to slap the 2 boxes of mortifying medicine Tang Ao offered onto the ground, twisting her hips and leaving without looking back. Tang Ao gazed at Zhou Qiaoer's retreating figure, then at the medicine on the floor, and a sudden realization dawned upon him. What I did was absolutely brilliant. Though I acted out of pure goodwill for Zhou Qiaoer, the outcome was unexpectedly rewarding. Who gives a girl something like this as a gift, and even says it's for her right in front of the shop assistant? It's already generous of Zhou Qiaoer not to have kicked me to the sky. But Zhou Qiaoer must be furious now. This is truly a blessing in disguise. Though my intentions were good, the result was bad. And for Zhou Qiaoer, wasn't a bad outcome exactly what I wanted. Tang Ao inwardly gloated, ignoring the medicine bag on the floor and not chasing after the fleeing Zhou Qiaoer. Instead, he hailed a taxi and headed home. What Tang Ao didn't know was that within 5 minutes of his departure, Zhou Qiaoer head bowed and panting rushed back swiftly. She snatched the medicine bag from the ground, gently patted off the dust, and hastily stuffed it along with the bag into her small purse. You jerk, the first gift you give me is something like this. When our children grow up, I'll make sure to mock you in front of them. In the taxi, the driver with a curly brown perm and airbangs looking about Tang Ao's age chatted animatedly. Bro, how do you find a ride in my car? Tang Ao, already accustomed to the driver's familiarity, replied perfunctorily, it's okay. Okay. Bro, do you know how much I spent on this car, including modifications? The driver said excitedly, holding up 2 fingers, a full 2 million. I'm telling you, the ride and driving experience here rival luxury cars worth tens of millions. The driver waited in vain for Tang Ao's exclamation or shocked expression. Seeing Tang Ao's utterly impassive face, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. Is that so? But honestly, the experience. It's actually just average. Objectively speaking, Tang Ao was making a fair comparison with his Bugatti Veyron. In terms of both thrust and comfort, it fell far short. The driver pouted in dissatisfaction, his anticipated boast falling flat, and being met with Tang Ao's critique souring his mood. What do you know? Countless people have ridden in my car, and none have said a bad word. You just don't know quality. Oh. Tang Ao nodded indifferently, saying nothing more, but the driver perked up again. Do you know who my father is? My. Tang Ao looked at the driver with surprise. Good heavens, are you trying to compare fathers with me? Across all of Longquan City, aside from Yichun, who could outmatch the Tang group in a father comparison contest? He'll tell you and it'll shock you. My father is Li Gang, the future heir of the Li family. Tang Ao suddenly understood. Li Gang, huh? Isn't he Li Xian's biological father? Then Tang Ao immediately discerned the identity of the person before him. Li Shiyun had only one younger brother, Li Mao. True to his name, Li Mao had been rude to others since childhood, a playboy similar to Tang Ao's own character. However, this Li Mao was discourteous to everyone except his elder sister Li Shiyun. Whoever dared to mess with Li Shiyun, he would instantly transform into a fierce little wolf dog charging in to bite them. In the original story's plot, after Li Shiyun got together with Yi Chun, Li Mao became Yi Chen's ultimate loyal henchman, doing his every bidding. At tomorrow's birthday banquet for Li Shiyun, Li Mao was a key figure driving the plot forward. So you're Li Mao. Li Mao glanced at Tang Ao with pride, puffing out his chest, his face brimming with arrogance and smugness. At least you have some insight. Now do you realize how clueless you are? Tang Ao nodded with mock seriousness, barely suppressing a laugh. Then do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. You might misunderstand seeing me drive a taxi, but I've always been low-key, Li Mao said, blowing a cocky puff of air at his bangs. But what you see is just the surface. Oh. Tang Ao looked at Li Mao with keen interest, finding him more and more amusing. This was a perfect villain template. It was a waste for him to be the protagonist, Yi Chen's lackey. The reason I drive a taxi is for freedom. I drive when I want and stop when I want. I earn some cash while often picking up pretty girls. Let me tell you, the thing I hate most is being ordered around. Even if my own fatherly gang commands me to do something, I've never listened. Is that so? Tang Ao nodded deeply, then couldn't resist teasing him. Turn left about 100 meters ahead, then pull over. Huh. Li Mao shot Tang Ao a puzzled glance, but still turned left, drove 100 meters, slowed down, pulled over, and shifted into neutral. All in one smooth motion. What do you want? Feeling carsick? A meaningful smile curled at the corner of Tang Ao's mouth. No, it's nothing. Let's keep going. Huh. Li Mao was stunned for a moment, but as he started moving again, the realization suddenly struck him. He slammed the brakes hard and raged. You bastard. How dare you take advantage of me, Li Mao? Do you have a death wish? Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. In front of me, Li Mao, even a dragon must coil, even a tiger must crouch. Even Lin Ruoxue from the underworld would have to buy a couple of raw melons from me before leaving. Sensing the thick tension in the air, Tang Ao said calmly, my name is Tang Ao. In the original stories setting among the rich second-generation circle of Longquan City, Tang Ao had considerable fame for his former reckless spending. Especially with his status as the top playboy of the country, even Li Mao, rude as he was, had to behave himself. I don't care what your name is. Tang Ao. Holy crap. Li Mao slapped the steering wheel hard, and the horn blared like a ship's foghorn dam. I didn't recognize you just now, but it really is you, Tang Ao. Li Mao was so excited that drool dripped from the corner of his mouth. He grabbed a tissue to wipe it away, his face a picture of foolish adoration. Tang Ao felt goosebumps all over. Good heavens, that look wasn't one playboy giving another playboy respect. It was more like a stunningly beautiful woman, disheveled and reluctant, yet yielding, laid before Li Mao. Damn, could Li Mao have a taste for men. What Tang Ao never expected was that Li Mao, after holding it in for a long time, finally blurted out a title that left Tang Ao utterly stunned. Brother-in-law. Holy cow. Tang Ao was so startled, he yanked open the car door. What the hell, had Li Mao lost his mind? Why, for no reason at all, would he call him brother-in-law? Li Shiyun and Yi Chen were the real couple. What did that have to do with Tang Ao? Seeing this, Li Mao quickly unbuckled his seatbelt, pressed one hand firmly on Tang Ao, as if afraid he might escape, and leaned over to close the car door with the other. Brother-in-law, don't be scared. I, Li Mao, bow to neither heaven nor earth, nor to Jesus. In this whole world, the only person I truly admire is you, my brother-in-law. Under Tang Ao's utterly shocked gaze, Li Mao humbled himself completely and poured out everything Tang Ao wanted to know. Brother-in-law, you might not realize it, but in the entire circle of rich second-generation playboys, you are our undisputed leader. As he spoke, Li Mao's eyes brimmed with envy. Let's not even mention my sister Li Shiyun. She's been talking about you non-stop since school, even in her dreams. And Lin Ruoxue. I won't go into that either. They all used to laugh at you for being dumped 99 times, but now they can't laugh anymore. Ever since they saw the news, especially that photo, my brothers realized you're a true big shot. Lin Ruoxue, that millennial ice queen, you've managed to melt her. Now all those who once mocked you, brother-in-law, have had their faces thoroughly slapped. As he spoke, Li Mao pulled out a photo, the one from today in the one-duck private room, showing Lin Ruoxue protectively shielding Tang Ao. Anyone with eyes could see that Lin Ruoxue deeply cared for Tang Ao. Where did this photo come from? A reporter took it, brother-in-law. Now the whole Longquan city knows through your relentless pursuit Lin Ruoxue has completely fallen. Everyone understands you were playing a long game, and now the tables have turned. You caught Lin Ruoxue, but you're not taking her back. You're teaching her a lesson. Now it's Lin Ruoxue chasing after you. Li Mao spoke with such animation as if he were Tang Ao himself. And then there's Zhou Qiaoer, quiet as ever. Brother-in-law, you've even won her over. Lin Ruoxue, my sister Li Shiyun, Zhou Qiaoer. Each one is the dream girl of every playboy like us. And you, brother-in-law, with one move you've landed all three. Li Mao's words made Tang Ao's heart grow increasingly uneasy. Stop. Hold it right there. This is getting more and more ridiculous. How could Lin Ruoxue and Li Shiyun possibly like me? Brother-in-law, don't be modest. The whole of Longquan City knows about it. As for the idea that Lin Ruoxue and Li Shiyun liked him, Tang Ao didn't believe it for a second. According to the original story, they were both part of Yi Chen's harem. Moreover, Tang Ao had never done anything decent in front of Lin Ruoxue or Li Shiyun. Lin Ruoxue despised sycophants the most, and Tang Ao had prided himself on being the ultimate sycophant in her presence. If anything, Lin Ruoxue should be the person in the world who hated Tang Ao the most. As for Li Shiyun, there was no need to even mention her. She abhorred evil and detested any lawless behavior, and just last night, she had caught Tang Ao red-handed at Shangshan Ruoxue. If someone said Zhou Qiaoer liked Tang Ao, he would admit it. After all, that was the setting. But if they said Lin Ruoxue and Li Shiyun could ever like Tang Ao, Tang Ao deep in his heart absolutely did not believe it. It was simply impossible. He was quite confident in his acting skills. With that thought, Tang Ao shook his head solemnly. As the person you're talking about, I suggest you download the National Anti-Fraud Center app. These are all rumors from outside. Don't believe them, don't spread them. Rumors can't be trusted. Also, I am not, and will never be your brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, things have come to this. I understand, I completely understand. After all, with three such beautiful women at once, I'd say the same thing if I were you. Don't worry, brother-in-law, as long as my sister is the main wife, I don't mind you finding me a few more sisters. Damn it, are you insane? Tang Ao was utterly dumbfounded. This was like forcing mud onto a wall. This wouldn't do. He couldn't keep talking to him. Tang Ao made a swift decision, got out of the car, and sprinted away with lightning speed. Watching Tang Ao's fleeing figure, Li Mao couldn't help but give a thumbs up. As expected of my brother-in-law, what a physique. Even the most professional athletes I've seen couldn't run as fast as my brother-in-law just did. Brother-in-law, see you tomorrow. Tomorrow. Li Mao will give you a surprise no matter what. As he spoke, Li Mao's eyes suddenly turned fierce. Good brother-in-law, I hope you understand what I just said. My sister Li Shiyun. You have to marry her, and only her. As long as my sister is willing, I don't care if you have flings outside. But this flag of my sister's must be firmly planted at home, or else. As he watched the gradually recovering stock prices, Yi Chen's mouth almost curled up to the moon. The sustained plunge had drawn in a large number of retail investors. With this move, he was confident of making at least 50 billion. Dragon King, according to our intelligence, apart from the initial 1 billion invested by Zhou's special elixir. There's only the 500 million injected by the Great Bear Country branch after the recent rebound. Should we guide them a bit more? Yi-Chen shook his head smugly, a hint of regret curling his lips. If he had known Dazhou Pharmaceuticals was so useless, the temporarily pooled funds from the Dragon King's Hall alone would have been enough to devour Zhou's special elixir, that fat piece of meat. Now while feasting, he also had to share the spoils with these newly gathered entrepreneurs. Fortunately, the incident was sudden, and these people had limited liquid cash on hand, totaling only about 10 to 20 billion. By using this opportunity to forge a good connection with them, Yi-Chen's future operations in Longquan City would be much smoother. Guide, now is the time for harvesting. The less they invest, the better for us. Listen up, everyone. This opportunity comes only once. If you're slow and miss out on profits, Yi-Chen won't be responsible. Now throw in all your funds and buy up Zhou's special elixir stocks in bulk. With a grand wave of Yi-Chen's hand, the entrepreneurs who had been waiting eagerly lunged like hungry wolves into the market. Just then the Zhao family's agent suddenly exclaimed in shock, "What's going on? Why can't I buy any of Zhou's special elixir stocks? Heavens, this is madness. Who swept up all the Zhou's special elixir stocks with such a massive hand? Are they insane? At least leave us a little. I can't buy any either. What bastard did this? We've only just started." Chaos. The situation had descended into total chaos. Dragon King, something's wrong. Half of our Dragon King's Hall funds haven't even entered the market yet, and all the Zhou's special elixir stocks on the market have already been swept clean. Yi-Chen's face turned blacker than charcoal. Find out. Who dares to steal the fruits of my labor? Impossible. Even at the current stock price, buying out all the outstanding shares of Zhou's special spirit would require at least 40 billion in funds. Where did Great Zhou Pharmaceutical muster such capital? Dragon King, the stock price is soaring even faster now, up a full 15% in just 2 minutes. Our Dragon King Hall still has over 3 billion in funds that shorted the bottom, and we haven't managed to pull out in time. Now they've been forcibly liquidated. Yi-Chen's face turned ashen in an instant. Forced liquidation meant over 3 billion in funds had vanished into thin air. At the critical moment of reaping the harvest in the prime season of a bountiful yield, Yi-Chen had suddenly lost a full 3 billion. Yi-Chen's face was livid. In the entire hotel lobby, no one dared to breathe loudly, fearing they might provoke the wrath of this god of slaughter. Who the hell is it? Haven't you found out yet? We have news. It's the Tang Group. Tang Ao. Yi-Chen grabbed the teacup from the table and crushed it in his hand. We'll see about that. Life and death are fated. Everyone proceed according to plan. As long as the stock price rises, more and more people will cash out and leave, no matter how wealthy the Tang Group is. There's absolutely no way they can sustain this. Yi-Chen took a deep breath. As the Dragon King, this loss had not yet thrown him into disarray. He quickly regained his composure. Remember everyone, our target price is a 125% increase. Once it reaches a 25% gain, immediately sell off all our stock. Furious as he was, the bulk of the Dragon King Hall's funds had already entered the market. A mere 3 billion loss could quickly be recouped. It was like a wheat field Yi-Chen had sown, watered, fertilized, and tended it. Just as it was time to harvest, the Tang family barged in. The crops in the field were finite. The more the Tang Group snatched, the less Yi-Chen could reap. Nevertheless, the Tang Group's involvement only accelerated the pace and efficiency of the harvest. It didn't change the fact of the harvest itself. In other words, the Tang Group's entry merely hastened the execution of Yi-Chen's plan. The majority of the Dragon King Hall's funds under Yi-Chen had long since been used to buy Zhou's special spirit stock at the bottom. As long as Zhou's special spirit stock kept rising, Yi-Chen would profit. Half an hour later, Zhou's special spirit stock had surged an astonishing 100%. At the headquarters of Zhou's pharmaceutical group, Father Zhou received meeting requests from the general managers of various subsidiaries. This was the first time since Great Zhou Pharmaceuticals' founding that a meeting had been initiated from the bottom up. Father Zhou snorted coldly and connected the conference call. The general manager of the Great Eagle Country branch was the first to speak, his head hanging low. "Chairman, I was wrong. I've let you down, and I've let Miss Zhou shower down. My arrogance cost us dearly. Punish me." Next, the general manager of the Sakura Country branch bowed deeply in apology. "I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please punish me." In an instant, the meeting became a grand stage for confessions. Father Zhou understood perfectly what was on their minds. Zhou's special spirit hadn't hit the daily limit or been delisted. Instead, its stock price had doubled and was still surging, seemingly poised to break past a 200% increase. Amid the chorus of apologies, Father Zhou didn't even lift his eyelids. All these years he had been raising a pack of ambitious wolves. This tactic of sparing the many to punish the few was well played. In the short term, replacing 1 or 2 subsidiary general managers wouldn't cause much trouble, but replacing them all at once would plunge the entire Zhou's pharmaceutical group into extreme danger. These general managers were all betting that Father Zhou wouldn't dare risk firing them all at once or alienating them completely. But having built Great Zhou Pharmaceutical from scratch into such a colossal conglomerate, was Father Zhou really someone to be trifled with? Your recklessness has cost the group tens of billions in potential profits. I will now implement lateral transfers at the corporate level. The transfer orders will reach you in an hour. If the subsidiary you take over fails to achieve a profit growth of over 30% within a year, pack your bags and leave. Instantly, the general managers' faces fell into gloom. Chairman, you might as well just fire us outright. At the level of Great Zhou Pharmaceutical, the fastest annual profit growth is only about 20%. Reaching 30% is utterly impossible. Exactly, Chairman. If that's the case, I'll write my resignation right now. I quit. Same here. Father Zhou's eyes narrowed, a sharp glint shooting from his pupils. Of course, if anyone can achieve over 30% profit growth at their new subsidiary, he'll grant them half of that subsidiary's original shares. Considering special circumstances, the general manager of the Great Bear Country branch doesn't need to transfer, and there will be no penalty, even if the profit target isn't met. In that moment, the entire meeting room seemed to freeze in time. The general manager's breathing grew ragged, and a few clutched their chests, gasping. A subsidiary general manager might sound impressive and wield considerable power, but in essence, they were just high-level hired hands. Original shares were a different story. Whoever got the original shares became the company's owner, turning the tables completely. Half the original shares meant they could stand shoulder to shoulder with Chairman Zhou in that subsidiary. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to change their fate. Only they knew how tempting this additional condition was. If it were just a lateral transfer, they'd all have to start from scratch, potentially being sidelined at the new company. The conflict would instantly shift from being between the general managers and Chairman Zhou to becoming an internal struggle among the general managers themselves. After all, before heading to the new company, who wouldn't want to bring along their most trusted people to boost performance? Once at the new company again for performance's sake, who wouldn't want to retain the existing talent? Each of these general managers was a seasoned veteran. They saw through this simple logic perfectly. But there was no choice. Chairman Zhou's offer was simply too generous. This carrot was just too tempting. Even if they choked on it, they had to take a bite. Opportunities to change one's destiny were few and far between. I agree. No problem on my end either. I fully support the chairman's proposal. Additionally, after taking up my new post, I voluntarily take a 90% pay cut for the first year. In my first year at the new company, I'll take a salary of just $1. Chairman Zhou, can the profits we earn from now until we assume our new posts count toward the new subsidiary's profits? The general manager of the Sakura Country branch narrowed his eyes, just like Father Zhou. Father Zhou thought for a moment and nodded. Let's count them provisionally. Knowing full well what schemes they were cooking up, he added, but if there are losses, they'll also be recorded under the new subsidiary's books. Now tell me, what are you planning? In an instant, the general managers grew excited one by one, leaving the meeting to begin their deployments. Especially the general managers of the Great Eagle Country and Sakura Country branches, who secretly established a private communication. The current stock price increase is 100%. According to the Dragon King's plan, we want exit until it hits 125%. That bastard Zhou has no idea we can achieve a 30% profit before we even transfer. Ha. The Zhou family is shooting themselves in the foot, trying to mess with the Dragon King. He's still green. Once we get our original shares, our status in the Dragon King Hall will skyrocket. After ending the video conference, the assistant burst into the meeting room panting, Chairman, we've found out who's behind the attack on our Zhou's special spirit subsidiary. It's the Dragon King Hall. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Father Zhou was so shocked his heart nearly leaped out of his throat. How is this possible? Rumor has it that Tang Ao is just a playboy. Even if he were serious, he's so young, the same age as Chiao. How could he be the Dragon King of the Dragon King Hall? Zhou's father abruptly slumped into the chair which had accompanied him for less than half a year, creaking in protest. His assistant's reaction was even more extreme, recalling how he had belittled Tang Ao when asked for his opinion. Such a man was actually the Dragon King. Either Tang Ao's acting was so superb that he with his poor judgment had completely missed it, or Zhou's father had made a mistake. He dismissed the second option first. On matters of such gravity, Zhou's father had never erred in all these years. The assistant felt as if all his strength had been drained away, collapsing limply to the ground. Tang Ao, the Dragon King. Tang Ao, the Dragon King. Tang Ao, the Dragon King. Ahem. Look at you, scared out of your wits like a frightened bird. Zhou's father shot the assistant a disdainful glance, then issued his latest order. Investigate every record of Tang Ao from birth to today, the more detailed the better. Right. The assistant scrambled with hands and feet like a carp that had flopped from a pond onto concrete, struggling for a long time without managing to stand. Zhou's father turned his back, refusing to witness this disheartening scene. To contend with the Dragon King Hall, Zhou's father couldn't help but weigh his options, repeatedly asking himself in his heart whether he was truly qualified, whether his Great Zhou Pharmaceutical was truly up to the task. On the other side, in the hotel lobby, watching the Zhou's special spirit stock price surge by 100%, Yi Chun stood tall and proud, his chest thrust out. Today was a day to witness history. From this day forward, the Dragon King Hall's vast power, but empty coffers would be a thing of the past. A great mountain that had weighed upon the Dragon King Hall, a peak that had pressed on Yi Chen's heart for years, was now, as Yi Chen joyfully awaited the stock price to reach his target, already plotting in his mind how to win Lin Ruoxue back from Tang Ao and strip Tang Ao of everything he owned. The family agents around him suddenly burst into excited shouts. I bought it. I bought it. A full 50 million. Though I entered late, I can still make a tidy profit. I bought some too. Playing small is boring with such a sure bet, and the Dragon King here to back us up. I leveraged 200 million with 10 times margin. Your 10 times margin is nothing. I only put in 10 million, but I used 50 times leverage. I'll earn more than you. Hearing the excited shouts around him, Yi Chen didn't dwell on it, and waved his hand saying, look at you all so easily impressed. Calm down. There's nothing to get worked up about. Everything is going according to my plan, otherwise I wouldn't have called you all here today. The price had reached a high point, and most retail investors, having met their profit expectations, began to exit. A normal occurrence. As long as the price continued to rise, these profit takers would scramble to re-enter, waiting for Yi Chen's harvest. The Dragon King is truly prescient. Following the Dragon King, I'll never have to worry about my next meal. Dragon King, am with you for life. Even if you ask me to hide a grenade in my pants, I'll do it without hesitation. Listening to the flattery and pledges of loyalty from the family agents, Yi Chen felt an indescribable pleasure and satisfaction. Being fawned over felt so good. Amidst his enjoyment, Yi Chen couldn't help but think of Tang Ao, gritting his teeth and saying, Tang Ao, I hope you're greedy and don't exit too soon. As long as you stay in, it'll make you truly understand what warmth means. Lin Ruoxue's grandfather watched Yi Chen excitedly. Tang Ao's persistent pursuit of Lin Ruoxue had been a constant worry. Hearing Yi Chen's words, he quickly asked, since the Dragon King has spoken, does this mean the Tang group will soon be finished? Grandfather Lin, how many times must I tell you? Your granddaughter Lin Ruoxue will definitely be my wife in the future. Just call me Yi Chen from now on. But how can that be? Grandfather Lin was flattered, his old face flushing red like a monkey's rear. There must be a distinction between superior and inferior. You are the Dragon King. Let's just keep it separate. They'll take the liberty of calling you Grandfather Lin, and you can call me young friend Yi Chen. The term Dragon King, coming from your lips, makes me want to cough. Fine, fine, fine. Grandfather Lin felt as if he were a calf on a swing, swinging between pride and ecstasy. He looked at Yi Chen tentatively and said, young friend Yi Chen. Grandfather Lin. That single address made Grandfather Lin's hunched back straighten instantly. He was immensely grateful to have such a granddaughter as Lin Ruoxue, who could capture the heart of the mighty Dragon King. The Lin family's future is boundless. They're destined to become the premier family of Longquan City. Grandfather Lin, I the Zhao family extend our congratulations in advance. I the Sun family will send gifts tomorrow morning. Please don't turn us away. What's the use of having sons? Damn it, why don't I have a granddaughter like Lin Ruoxue? Grandfather Lin, I kneel before you. When that wastrel from the Tang family pursued your granddaughter Lin Ruoxue, I said some unkind things behind your back. Today I apologize. Tang Ao, compared to the Dragon King, Tang Ao is nothing. Let me treat you to a meal to make amends. Amidst the chorus of congratulations, Grandfather Lin felt a bit lightheaded. In Longquan City, the head of the Zhao family, second only to the Tangs, addressed him as Grandfather Lin. The head of the Sun family, no less powerful than the Zhao, promised to deliver gifts the next morning. Everyone else looked up to the Lin family with envy. As the head of an obscure minor family, Grandfather Lin would have needed to book an appointment at least a year in advance just to meet these people. Now they were scrambling to schedule meetings with him. All of this was thanks to his granddaughter Lin Ruoxue and the Dragon King Yi Chen, who had fallen for her. Grandfather Lin finally understood the saying, when one person attains enlightenment, even his chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. Now even if he passed a loud, foul-smelling fart in public, many would clap and declare it fragrant. In contrast, Tang Ao, the Tang family, they were nothing. Not even worthy of carrying the shoes of his excellent grandson-in-law Yi Chen. Amidst the laughter and joy, the head of a small family suddenly pointed at his phone screen in panic. Everyone is frantically buying, but this Zhou's special spirit stock seems to have stalled. His words were immediately met with a rebuke. What nonsense are you spouting? It's only risen by 101%, still 24 percentage points short of the Dragon King's promised 125. How could it stall? With the Dragon King backing this, who in the world can compete? You must be too nervous. Damn. My phone must be broken. This lousy iPhone is showing Zhou's special spirit stock dropping by 1%. Once I make money from this, I'll get my old man to buy me a 7747 titanium phone. Instantly, everyone in the room stopped talking and pulled out their devices to carefully check the Zhou's special spirit stock. It really had dropped by 1%. Yi Chen's face darkened instantly as he looked at the agents around him, their eyes burning with greed. He quickly spoke, my abilities you all know well. This is merely a minor fluctuation to lure retail investors into the market. There's no need for alarm. These fluctuations now are all for your greater profit. The moment he spoke, the scene fell silent once more. The agents nodded in conviction. However, Yichen secretly pulled his most trusted subordinate aside, his face grim. What's really going on? It's the Tang Group. They've started to dump their shares. They're frantically selling off their stocks. Tang Ao. Yichen's face turned extremely ugly. How much idle capital does the Dragon King Hall have left? Dragon King, we don't have a single cent left. Perhaps. Damn it, why is Tang Ao so lucky? If only he had sold a bit later. If we had dumped before him, he'd be the one in trouble now. Yichen clenched his fists in frustration, glancing at the agents from various families. His earlier words were merely to placate them. Once they started selling too, it would be difficult for his Dragon King Hall to maximize profits from the stock. Every man for himself, and the devil take the hindmost. This was the creed Yichen had always believed in. Without a moment's hesitation, Yichen decisively said, "Sell off all of the Dragon King Hall shares of Zhou's special spirit. Dump them." The subordinate looked reluctantly at the agents in the hall. What about these people? Some of them leveraged dozens of times. Business is a battlefield. Besides, what do their losses have to do with me? Yichen's eyes were filled with cold indifference. At this moment, he and his Dragon King Hall had already secured a sure profit, but the Tang family's Tang Group, Tang Ao, was making even more. Everyone was manipulating the market, but the profits went mostly to those who seized the initiative first. Most of the fruits of victory had been plucked by the Tang family, leaving the Dragon King Hall with only scraps. And for all this, Yichen could only blame luck. Tang Ao's luck was simply too good, so good that Yichen began to suspect if Tang Ao had seen the script of life in advance. I understand. The subordinate nodded and immediately relayed Yichen's orders. 5 minutes later, the entire hotel lobby erupted into chaos. Dragon King, what's going on? Why hasn't Zhou's special spirit stock recovered in the last 10 minutes? Instead, it's dropped 12%. Dragon King, is this all part of your plan? I've used leverage. If it drops more than 15%, they'll be forced to liquidate. Has something gone wrong? At this critical moment, Old Master Lin stepped forward. What's there to panic about? Young friend, Yichen just said it. This is normal fluctuation. How else would we attract retail investors and reap the profits? Old Master Lin's words calmed the scene once more. No one dared to question further. They all stared intently at the electronic display, waiting for the curve to hit bottom and rebound. Yichen watched them coldly without uttering a single word. He knew that in at most 10 minutes these people would turn from friends into foes. Even many of those who had recklessly leveraged dozens of times would be on the rooftop tonight, seeking a new beginning. Sure enough, 5 minutes later, Zhou's special spirit stock had plummeted a staggering 40%. It was an unprecedented and unmatched crash. Dozens of people in the room sat on the floor, their eyes red. One man mustered the courage to approach Yichen. Dragon King, I need you to explain what's happening. I leveraged 50 times, and now I've been forced to liquidate. Not only did I lose every cent of my 10 million principal, but I'm also saddled with 500 million in debt. Without even lifting his head, Yichen said coldly, risk and reward go hand in hand. Do I really need to explain such a simple principle to you? Yichen, the man enraged by Yichen's words, snapped. You're ruining my family. Even if I sell all my assets, I can't pay off this debt. Oh, so what do you want me to do? Dragon King, you called us to invest. Now, if you don't help us, we're all doomed to utter ruin. A playful smile crossed Yichen's face. You mean you want me to cover your losses? Hey. Immediately, a dozen people who had lost money due to leverage spoke in unison, their eyes filled with hope. Exactly. Saving one life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. Dragon King, I apologize for my greed. I knew the Dragon King wouldn't abandon us. Yichen's subordinate nodded to him, signaling that all of the Dragon King Hall shares had been successfully cashed out. This meant that Yichen's Dragon King Hall had earned over 10 billion from this scheme. But at this moment, there was no smile on Yichen's face. Instead, his expression was unprecedentedly grim. Seeing the crowd's rising anger, the subordinate stepped forward with a fierce look. Tisk tisk, the Dragon King never said he would bear your losses. We're all adults here. You should learn to take responsibility for your own mistakes. Yichen, aren't you afraid? Well, fight to the death. If anyone doesn't want to leave with dignity, my Dragon King Hall is always ready to teach them some manners. That goes for you, for the Tang family too. Yichen will make Tang Ao wish he were dead. The Tang family will fall from grace before long. With those words, Yichen swept out of the hall, making his way grandly toward the hotel lobby entrance. For a moment, no one dared to speak loudly. Everyone knew well what the name Dragon King Hall meant. No target of the Dragon King Hall had ever come to a good end. Yichen had made it clear that he didn't care about their fate. At this point, anyone with half a brain could see that Yichen's plan seemed to have collapsed. And the reason for the collapse pointed squarely at the Tang family. When had the Tang family become so formidable? The esteemed Dragon King, the renowned Dragon King Hall, had meticulously orchestrated a scheme only to have it shattered by a mere Tang family. Before this, everyone present had believed that the insignificant Tang family was nothing more than a mantis trying to stop a chariot before the Dragon King Hall. But now, Just then the head of the Sun family, clinging to a last shred of hope, looked at Yi Chun. Dragon King Kinzhou's special spirit stock still rise to 125%. Yi Chun turned his head, sweeping his gaze across the room. His pride remained undiminished. His powerful aura pressed down on everyone, making it hard to breathe. With great confidence, Yi Chun declared, "Yes, of course it can." Does the Dragon King still have a hidden move? Yi Chun's words instantly rekindled hope in the hearts of the vast majority present. They had not used leverage, and no matter how much the market had plummeted, as long as they did not sell, they would not incur substantial losses. If the stocks rebounded, they could still make a significant profit. The ones losing money were those arrogant fools who leveraged their positions. The head of the Zhao family, his face dark, voiced his doubts loudly before everyone. "Dragon King, does this mean you are about to initiate the next step? Yet I've heard that aside from the Tang Group, the mysterious organization holding the most shares has already sold off all its stock in Zhou's special spirit." This statement caused an immediate uproar. The previously unobstructed passage out of the hotel lobby was instantly blocked by representatives from various families. Aside from the Tang Group, the organization holding the most shares could only be the Dragon King Hall. The implication of these words was that Yi Chun's Dragon King Hall had already exited and abandoned them. This also meant that Yi Chun likely had no intention of caring about their fate any longer. He probably had no more tricks up his sleeve. In an instant, Yi Chun was directly cornered by these high-ranking family representatives in the hotel lobby. Moments ago, he was surrounded like the moon by stars. Now he was still surrounded, but these stars were now menacing, utterly devoid of their previous humility. These people demanded an explanation from Yi Chun. Gazing at the accusatory faces before him, Yi Chun's heart was a mix of emotions. All of this was because of Tang Ao. The adulation and accolades that should have been his vanished in an instant. The families that should have clung tightly to the Dragon King Hall now stood on the verge of opposition. The head of the Sun family, one of the four great families, stepped forward. Clinging to a last thread of hope, he asked, "Mr. Yi Chun, a few billion yuan is nothing to the Sun family, but I am very curious about your next move. Do you plan to re-enter the market and boost the stock price?" Yi Chun shook his head coldly. "Re-enter? That is impossible, Mr. Sun. I believe you can see that retail investors have lost confidence in Zhou's special spirit stock. Even if I threw in 100 billion now, it would be futile." Even the usually composed head of the Zhao family grew frantic upon hearing this. "Then why did you just promise that Zhou's special spirit stock would definitely rise by 125%? As long as Zhou's special spirit doesn't go bankrupt, don't you think its stock could appreciate by over 125%? In 10 years, virtually all subsidiaries of Dazhou Pharmaceuticals have seen their stock prices double." Yi Chun's words plunged everyone's hearts into the abyss. It was over. Everything was over. Yi Chun truly had no intention of helping them. Zhou's special spirit stock had no chance of recovering its value in the short term. From bottom fishing to being the bag holder at the peak, from heaven to hell, it had only taken a few short minutes. Some lost control, their faces pale as they fainted on the spot. Others, completely irrational, blocked Yi Chun's path, refusing to let him leave. "How can you fob us off and harm us like this? Does your conscience not ache? We all have hearts of flesh. How can you be so selfish? You called us here to help. Is the Dragon King Hall's reputation so worthless? A person cannot, at least should not, be this selfish. The Dragon King Hall has raked in a fortune, but what about us? Are we supposed to live on air?" Although Yi Chun's expression was grim, he showed no sign of backing down. In his eyes, these people and the families behind them were mere ants. Once the Dragon King Hall grew strong, he would kick them aside without a second thought. Expecting Yi Chun to compensate them for their losses was absolutely impossible. "I never forced any of you to participate in this investment. And as for stocks, as long as you don't sell, you won't lose money. Think of it as a 10-year fixed deposit in a bank. In 10 years, it might even yield higher interest." Having said this, Yi Chun swung his sleeve with force, sending a gust of wind that knocked over the dozen or so people blocking his way. The entire room was stunned. It was then that everyone realized Yi Chun was not only the Dragon King of the Dragon King Hall, but also its most formidable fighter. If it came to a fight, all of them together would be no match for Yi Chun. As he stepped over them without looking back, he declared, "I will say this one last time, if anyone does not want dignity, the Dragon King Hall is always ready to grant it. Before trying to take money from the Dragon King Hall, you'd best weigh your own worth." After these words, the entire lobby fell into a deathly silence. This was Yi Chun's ultimatum. The term 3.5 caddies referred to the weight of a human head. Yi Chun had completely burned bridges, openly defying them. With the Dragon King openly refusing responsibility, these people found themselves helpless against Yi Chun. If they resorted to force, the Dragon King Hall's combat prowess was unrivaled, known worldwide as the best. If they tried other means, there were simply no other means available. They had no choice but to accept their misfortune. As Yi Chun and his subordinates made a graceful exit, no one dared to breathe too loudly. After Yi Chun left, everyone's gaze turned unanimously to Old Master Lin. "Lin, this debt must be recorded against the Lin family. Right? All our losses must be repaid by the Lin family. or else your Lin family will have no place in Longquan City or the entire Dragon Kingdom. This sudden turn of events left old Master Lin on the verge of tears. What a mess this was. However, he quickly composed himself, tapping his cane. Everyone, my granddaughter Lin Ruoxue is the future wife of the Dragon King. Surely you don't think the Dragon King will abandon this old bones and the Lin family. Instantly most people calmed down. Seeing this, old Master Lin couldn't help but feel smug. This grandson-in-law Yi Chun was truly wonderful. Even in this situation, just invoking his name made these people, though furious enough to spit blood, dare not touch him. Old Master Lin felt an unprecedented exhilaration. The feeling of bullying others through power was incredibly satisfying. However, some agents who had used leverage and were at the end of their rope grew reedy at his words. This old dog is nothing but a bully. We can't defeat the Dragon King Yi Chun, but we can deal with you. Brothers, before we head to the rooftop, let's vent this anger. Under old Master Lin's terrified gaze, a barrage of fists descended upon him like raindrops. Just as he reached his doorstep, Tang Ao heard the system's voice in his mind. Congratulations to the host for completing this round of the storyline, receiving a cash reward of 4,399. Huh. Tang Ao frowned, puzzled. I haven't done anything. I haven't even seen Yi Chun since leaving Ihaya. When did I complete the storyline? What's going on? Is the system glitching? Have you evolved to complete storylines on your own? Congratulations, host. You have received a reward, renal function 10. The divine medicine has expired and the renal function boost has been reduced to 1. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward, eternal secret. Eternal secret, all your critical secrets will be hidden at the quantum level. Skill description, when in doubt, quantum mechanics. The mysterious power from the east. Current host status, renal function 57, appearance 90, stamina 30, health value 100. Listening to the cascade of system notifications echoing in his mind, Tang Ao was dazed by this sudden, overwhelming fortune. Not only had he inexplicably passed through some storyline, but he had also acquired a divine skill once more. Eternal secret. Just the name alone sounded incredibly formidable, although it seemed to be of little practical use. But upon further reflection, with this ability, he would never have to worry about his browser history being discovered and leaked by others after an accident, would he? Would he no longer have to fear his private adult videos being exposed when he took his computer for repairs? This ability should be named the Light of Edison. Moreover, this was hiding at the quantum level. What exactly quantum mechanics was, Tang Ao had no clue, but the mere term sounded incredibly impressive. Furthermore, what excited Tang Ao the most was that his renal function had unprecedentedly reached 57. Only 3 more seconds away from hitting a full minute. Although it was but 1,000th of his past lives' prowess, it was still enough to bring joy to the current Tang Ao. After the elation subsided, Tang Ao asked in confusion, system, what storyline did I just complete? He waited for a long time, but received no reply. Indeed, the system must have a bug. Having done nothing, and yet freeloaded the system's rewards, this feeling of lying flat while someone delivers food to your mouth was truly wonderful. System, I hope you keep up the good work and don't let me down. You're already a mature system. The best thing would be to directly gift me a 7-colored flower, and with one wish, send me back to my original world to do as I please. Tang Ao knocked on the door of his home. Suddenly he felt his feet leave the ground. His sharp intellect quickly took command. Steadying himself, Tang Ao saw that it was his cheap father, who was as ecstatic as a child who had just acquired a magical light stick, his face brimming with an almost overflowing smile. My precious son, you have given your father a huge surprise. Xiao Ao, I've already arranged it. From now on, whatever orders you give in our Tang Corporation, those people must execute them without hesitation. Anyone who dares defy my son's command will pack their bags and get out. Huh. Surprise. Me. For you. When? Tang Ao looked at his cheap father in confusion, then turned to his mother standing by the sofa. The expression on his mother's face was identical to his father's. The joy and pride on their faces only deepened Tang Ao's bewilderment. Tang Ao couldn't help but replay his actions of the past 2 days in his mind. Nothing wrong. The plot was proceeding exactly as it should. He had never created any surprises for his parents. Except Zhou Qiaoer. His father's embrace was far too tight, nearly squeezing the breath out of Tang Ao. A father's love was like a landslide. Fortunately, his father's untrained body quickly tired, and after spinning several times, he breathlessly set the 100+ Tang Ao down on the ground. Tang Ao could finally breathe, freely gasping for fresh air. But unexpectedly, his father slapped him heavily on the shoulder, and the sudden force sent Tang Ao tumbling to the ground. His father quickly helped him up and spoke with a tender gaze and tone that sent a chill down Tang Ao's spine. Xiao Yao, stop pretending. Mom and Dad are the ones who love you most in this world. We know how hard you've been working. Rest assured, from today onward we will fully support your decisions. Go ahead and take charge of the company. Tang Ao rubbed his eyes. This wasn't a dream. But this wasn't right. According to the original setting, his parents would rather give the Tang Corporation to Zhou Qiaoer than to him, and their stance on Tang Ao taking over the company was almost unshakably negative. How had their attitude made a 100-day tigree turn today, becoming so agreeable? Unless Zhou Qiaoer, in Tang Ao's view, his parents would only hand over the Tang Corporation to one person, Zhou Qiaoer. For them to utter such words today meant they must have concluded that Zhou Qiaoer and Tang Ao were already together. Otherwise, they would never be so assured. Tang Ao had a sudden epiphany confirming his suspicion. Dad, Mom, did Zhou Qiaoer say something to you? She's not right. What she said can't be trusted. His mother feigned displeasure and said, child, don't wrong Qiaoer. She didn't say anything at all. It's all plain to see. Xiaoyo, we saw it yesterday. Don't hide it from us anymore, okay? Hearing this, Tang Ao was thoroughly convinced of his guess. That Zhou Qiaoer, in her desperation to be with him, had gone so far as to distort the truth and fabricate the fact that they were together. Dad, Mom, you must keep your eyes open and not be deceived by. Before Tang Ao could finish, both his parents nodded in unison. Xiaoyo, say no more. We as your parents understand it all. You've been too clever keeping even us in the dark all these years. It must have been hard on you. Xiaoyo, rest assured, from now on, no matter what you do, I will support you with all my might. Tang Ao was momentarily speechless, staring at his parents, whose faces were full of loving kindness and even tears of emotion. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. All right, think whatever you want. Tang Ao shrugged helplessly, quickly bid his parents farewell, and rushed toward his room. Meanwhile, in the room, Zhou Qiaoer was on a call with the general manager of the Bear Country branch. Miss Zhou, I'm truly grateful to you. Thanks to you, our Bear Country branch managed to cash out at the peak. Now the general managers of other branches are green with envy, calling me one after another to ask if I had some insider information. But how would I know any inside scoop? I just followed your instructions, Miss Zhou. I understand. Tang Ao will be home soon. If there's nothing else, hang up. It's so late, and I'm afraid Tang Ao might misunderstand. On the other end of the line, the Bear Country branch general manager's phone slipped from his hand and clattered to the floor, ending the call abruptly. Tang Ao, the future heir of Great Zhou Pharmaceuticals, the most outstanding and brilliant woman in the world, was actually in the same house as that guy named Tang Ao. The Tang family and the Zhou family. Oh my heavens. The Bear Country chairman was utterly stunned, taking a long time to recover from the shock. He racked his brains, but couldn't figure out what was so special about that Tang Ao to have captivated Zhou Qiaoer like this. To be honest, even Tang Ao himself couldn't fathom it. He believed his every action was hurting Zhou Qiaoer's heart and pushing her away, but the actual effect. Not only was there no effect, but Zhou Qiaoer had become even more devoted to him. No sooner had Zhou Qiaoer finished speaking than Tang Ao, he pushed the door open and looked at her with an expression that said, I knew it. Zhou Qiaoer, what are you afraid I might misunderstand? Tang Ao heard nothing of what the general manager of the Bear Country said, but Zhou Qiaoer's words, it's so late for a call, I'm afraid Tang Ao might misunderstand, were heard loud and clear. A flicker of panic crossed Zhou Qiaoer's face. Tang Ao's sudden entrance, coupled with his words, truly startled her. Zhou Qiaoer felt a twinge of guilt. All of today's events had unfolded because she had overheard Tang Ao's thoughts and foreseen Yi Chen's actions. Without Tang Ao, she could never have responded so precisely to such an unexpected turn of events. Tang Ao was the true hero, deserving of the highest credit. That very night, after Zhou Qiaoer returned to the Tang residence, Tang's parents convened an emergency meeting of the Tang group in her presence. During the meeting, they explicitly decreed that henceforth the commands of both Tang Ao and Zhou Qiaoer must be followed without question. This was the treatment reserved for family. And this too was all thanks to Tang Ao. Zhou Qiaoer had always worried that Tang Ao might one day discover her ability to hear his thoughts. In her view, a man's little secrets were like his private savings, something every man needed to have. Once a wife discovered her husband's little secrets, he would often become irritable, potentially leading to irreparable damage to their bond. This was something Zhou Qiaoer wished to avoid. Her voice was barely louder than a mosquito's buzz as she weakly murmured, It's nothing. Zhou Qiaoer's reaction only confirmed Tang Ao's suspicions. Indeed, if not for a guilty conscience, she would never speak so softly. I knew it. Zhou Qiaoer, stop pretending. I know everything now. Seeing the anger in Tang Ao's stern gaze, Zhou Qiaoer felt a jolt of terror. In all her life, she had never been so at a loss. Growing more flustered, she looked at him with a hint of grievance. You know everything. Tang Ao pressed on, of course. Do you think you could hide something like this from me? It's over. He truly knew everything. He must despise and loathe her now, probably wishing to cast her out of the house this instant. Zhou Qiaoer felt as though she had plummeted into an abyss, her world drained of all color, turning bleak and gray. She burst into tears. For as long as she could remember, even in her worst moments, she had never wept like this. Tang Ao, please don't send me away. I can't bear to leave you, Wowo. I truly love you. What's going on? Zhou Qiaoer is actually crying. Is it really worth crying over just being caught lying to my parents that we've already consummated our relationship? This shouldn't be happening. According to the script, Zhou Qiaoer isn't this fragile. She should be holding her head high and proudly telling me, yes, I did it. Go ahead and make it real if you dare. Zhou Qiaoer was startled. Oh heavens. She and Tang Ao had been talking across different dimensions. The stone that had been weighing on her heart finally settled. She couldn't help but reach out and pull him into a tight embrace. You jerk, you scared me to death. Why didn't you knock before entering my room? Tang Ao suddenly understood, so it was my sudden opening of the door that scared her. No wonder. I thought Zhou Qiao had completely lost it. It's understandable. After all, she's a girl, and I barged in without even knocking. It's normal for her to be scared into tears. With this thought, Tang Ao allowed himself a brief moment of enjoyment before pushing Zhou Qiao away, acting with a hint of cold detachment. He put on a stern expression and said coldly, you don't like that I didn't knock. Then you'd better go back to the Zhou family. I, Tang Ao, have never had the habit of knocking in my own home. Seeing Zhou Qiao's tearful eyes, a pang of pain struck his heart. Damn it, why does seeing her cry like this hurt so much? Could I be losing my mind too? Tang Ao, wake up. You still have a great mission to accomplish. You can't afford to be confused. Tang Ao put on an even harsher expression, intensifying his tone. Today, I didn't knock. Tomorrow, the day after, and every day from now on, whether you're bathing, changing clothes, or even attending to your physiological needs, I, Tang Ao, will walk in without knocking. Zhou Qiao's face flushed crimson. How could Tang Ao speak such embarrassing words so seriously? Thinking of how she had been scared to tears by him just moments ago, she felt a surge of anger. She straightened her back and declared, fine. You have the guts to say it, but do you have the guts to do it? They'll change clothes and take a bath right here in front of you. Do you dare to watch? As she spoke, Zhou Qiao immediately took off her jacket, revealing a lace-trimmed inner layer. Her two alluring mounds seemed ready to burst forth, and Tang Ao's eyes went wide. And next, Zhou Qiao began to unfasten her pants. Oh heavens! Zhou Qiao has completely lost it in her fury. If I keep watching, what will become of me? What if things get out of hand, and I can't control myself? Tang Ao instinctively wanted to flee, but Zhou Qiao grew even more emboldened. Don't be a coward. Tang Ao, if you have the guts, make our relationship real right now. Otherwise I'll cling to you for the rest of my life. Heavens, are you even being reasonable? If I make it real, doesn't that still mean you're clinging to me? Zhou Qiao was a mix of shame and anger. Her emotions already in turmoil, she lost all reason and lunged at Tang Ao. You're always thinking of the good things. Hey, talk is fine, but don't grab my pants. Tang Ao clutched his clothes tightly, dodged into his own room, slammed the door shut, and locked it. Bang, bang, bang. Open up. Open the door. You have the nerve to say those things, so have the nerve to open up. Don't hide inside and stay silent. Come out. Weren't you going to watch me bathe, change clothes, and even attend to my needs? Come out and watch. Hearing Zhou Qiao's voice through the door, Tang Ao was utterly dumbfounded. Zhou Qiao, what exactly do you see in me? It'll change, I swear. Your nose, your eyes, your ears, your fingers, every inch of your skin. I love it all. Tang Ao, let me tell you, I've made up my mind. You're the one for me. If I'm guilty of a crime, let the law punish me. What a disaster. Tang Ao was on the verge of breaking down. He should never have started talking to Zhou Qiao when he came back tonight. Now she had him cornered at his door. It took a full 10+ minutes for Zhou Qiao to calm down. Tang Ao let out a long sigh and went to the bathroom for a shower. Wrapped in a towel, he had just stepped out when he heard the mechanical sound of his door lock turning. Oh heavens! Fortunately, because Tang Ao had locked it, the door remained unopened. Then he heard his mother's voice from behind the door. Xiao Ao, why did you lock the door in your own home? Tang Ao let out a long sigh of relief, wrapped the bath towel tightly around himself, and cautiously opened the door. Tang's mother stood with a bowl of soup, smiling warmly at Tang Ao. Xiao, hurry, drink this goji berry and ginseng soup while it's hot to nourish your body. Seeing the bowl half filled with goji berries, Tang Ao looked at his mother with confusion. What was going on? Why put so many goji berries? Could it be that his mother knew about his 57-second predicament? Impossible. No one in the world knew about that except Tang Ao himself. Or perhaps, it must be that his mother had learned about his visit to Lin Ruoxue last night and worried that he had drained himself with wine and women. Yes, that had to be it. Thinking this, Tang Ao felt a hint of emotion, raised the bowl, and drank it all in one gulp, leaving not a single goji berry behind. Drink slowly, don't choke. There's more in the pot if you want. Enough, Mom, it's delicious. Tang Ao handed the bowl back to his mother while glancing toward Zhou Qiao's room only to find it empty. Huh, it's so late, where's Zhou Qiao? Tang's mother looked at him meaningfully. She said it was too hot to sleep and went out for some fresh air. Too hot. Tang Ao suddenly recalled his earlier conversation with Zhou Qiao. His body, which had just cooled down after a shower, began to heat up again. Reasonable. Damn reasonable. Feeling awkward under his mother's gaze, she deftly changed the subject. Xiaoyo, I don't care about other things, but I just want to know. Among the 4 girls I saw today, which one do you really like? Of course I like. Tang Ao instinctively wanted to say Lin Ruoxue. For someone like him, who was focused on completing the plot, this was a no-brainer. But his mother interrupted him. Xiaoyo, it's fine if you hide other things from us. After all, you were born into such a poor family like ours. We understand your situation and why you conceal yourself, but when it comes to your lifelong matters, please, I beg you not to deceive me, okay? A monthly allowance of over 10 million, a luxurious Simmons bed spanning 300 square meters worth tens of millions, a family business worth hundreds of billions. In his mother's eyes this was called such a poor family. Heavens, if this was poor, then what family in the world could be considered good? Tang Ao looked at his mother's earnest gaze and felt a pang in his heart. A mother's love knows no bounds. From her perspective, Tang Ao couldn't bear to keep deceiving her. Xiaoyou, I just want to hear it. I won't interfere, I promise. If you don't tell me, I won't be able to sleep. Seeing the sorrow and guilt in his mother's eyes, Tang Ao was momentarily speechless. He took a deep breath and said, honestly, if I had a choice. Only children make choices. I want them all. In his heart he added, but I have no choice now. I'm just a supporting villain, not the protagonist. From the start this story doomed me to not even deserve Zhou Qiao, let alone the other three, who belong to Yi Chen's harem. Besides, I only have 57 seconds. Even if my heart is willing, my body can't deliver. They wouldn't be happy with me. My son has grown up and has his own thoughts. His mother's eyes widened, then lit up with joy as she patted his shoulder. Good. Well done. You're truly my son with such high aspirations. Whatever you choose, I'll support you unconditionally. This matter, I'll keep it a secret for you. With that she took the bowl and left with light cheerful steps, her inner joy plain for Tang Ao to see. He shook his head, glanced deeply at Zhou Qiao's empty bed, and closed the door. Looking out at the dark night, Tang Ao lay comfortably on his 300 square meter Simmons bed. It's so late, Zhou Qiao sure is bold to go out for air. Even I, a grown man, wouldn't dare go out alone at night. I've heard that some bad people target loners at night to steal their kidneys without even using anesthesia. Zhou Qiao is practically asking for trouble. Tossing and turning in bed, he couldn't sleep. He waited a long time, but heard no sound of her door opening or closing. The night grew deeper. Grabbing his clothes, Tang Ao walked out of his room. Zhou Qiao, you'd better not be in trouble. I'm just ensuring the plot stays on track, not because I'm worried about her. He told himself this as he opened the villa's front door. What met his eyes was Zhou Qiao's gaze, shimmering brighter than the moonlight. Startled, Tang Ao slammed the door shut, then cracked it open to peer through the gap. Damn, Zhou Qiao, what are you doing standing at my door in the middle of the night? Her eyes were full of tenderness. Though she couldn't hear his conversation with his mother standing at the door, she had caught every word of his inner thoughts. She lowered her head shyly. I forgot my keys. And I didn't want to knock and disturb our parents' rest. Get this straight, they're my parents. Tang Ao said, leaving the door ajar as he backed away 4 or 5 steps. If she made any move, he'd bolt back to his room and lock the door. After a full 3 minutes, the door remained unopened. Tang Ao asked suspiciously, what are you doing? Why aren't you coming in? My legs are numb, I can't move. Zhou Qiao bit her lip. Maybe you could carry me. Dream on. Tang Ao refused firmly. I'm going back to sleep. Come in when your legs work. He turned and headed for his room. Achoo! Achoo! Zhou Qiao sneezed twice loudly. Oh gosh, this girl is going to catch a cold. Living as a guest in someone else's home and not taking care of herself. Running outside in the middle of the night, now she's sneezing. If she stands there any longer, she'll get sick. Forget it, I might as well carry her back. If she falls ill, how can the plot move forward tomorrow? Tang Ao's steps gradually turned around. The door swung wide open. Zhou Qiao was only in her pajamas, and a gentle breeze carried a faint, refreshing fragrance. Tang Ao couldn't help but shiver. This wind. Something felt off. It's summer, and tonight isn't cold at all. I'm even feeling hot in just this thin clothes. There's something wrong with Zhou Qiao. His eyes darted as he pointed at her feet. There's a mouse under you. Instantly she screamed, and like a nimble rabbit darted behind him in the blink of an eye. Help! Just as I suspected. Tang Ao shook her off and fled back to his room as fast as he could. Zhou Qiao stood there showing no sign of panic, covering her mouth with a soft laugh. She had heard all his inner thoughts clearly, so she knew he was testing her. But she was willing to play along. In the master bedroom, Tang's mother's excitement turned to fury as she entered. Old Tang, do you know what your son just told me? Startled awake, Tang's father rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked at her blankly. Xiao Ao said you like Zhou Qiao. Tang's mother was stunned, and so was Tang's father. Mother Tang gasped, covering her mouth in shock. She had intended to say Xiao Ao said he wants all 4 girls. But instead the words that escaped her lips were about Father Tang liking Zhou Qiao. What was happening? Meanwhile, as Mimi lay in bed drifting into dreams, Tang Ao's mind suddenly echoed with the system's voice, eternal secret activated. Tang Ao jolted awake with a start. Huh? What the heck just activated? Seeing no response from the system, Tang Ao closed his eyes again, ready to resume his sweet dream. After a dozen seconds, just as he was about to slip back into slumber, eternal secret activated. Damn it, can't a guy get some sleep? Over in the master bedroom, Mother Tang grew frantic. That's not what I meant. I meant to say, Xiao Ao told me that you also love Zhou Qiao, and you want her to be Xiao Ao's stepmother. Aunt. Father Tang leaped out of the covers in terror, staring at his wife. Wife, what nonsense are you spouting? Xiao is the daughter-in-law we've chosen. How could I possibly want her to be Xiao Ao's stepmother? Mother Tang felt on the verge of collapse, watching her terrified husband, tears threatening to spill. She had meant to reveal their son Tang Ao's secret of wanting them all, but every time she spoke it came out as something utterly unrelated. Absurd, utterly absurd. Seeing Father Tang's horrified expression, Mother Tang quickly said, "I must be too tired, dear. I didn't mean that, don't be afraid." All night long Father Tang tossed, and turned unable to sleep a wink. As for Tang Ao, he never heard from the system again, and slept soundly through the night. On the other side of the ocean, dawn had broken. Father Zhou, exhausted from an all-nighter, stretched wearily, and took the report handed to him by his assistant. Chairman, the general managers of the Sakura and Eagle country branches have poured all their liquid funds into Zhou's special spirit stocks, resulting in losses exceeding 60%. Based on last year's operating profit, the loss has surpassed 30% of annual profits. As for other country branches, they've also suffered varying degrees of losses, mostly under 20%. Father Zhou nodded impassively. The assistant couldn't help but feel puzzled. Chairman, did you foresee this? Did you know they would lose money? Father Zhou nodded again. The assistant stared at him in amazement. Chairman, I don't understand. Why didn't you stop them? This is tens of billions. Without this, no one would take over Zhou's special spirit stocks, and that branch would be finished with no chance of recovery. This is the bitter fruit of 20 years of mismanagement. Father Zhou let out a long sigh. For every winner there must be a loser. At this critical juncture, the gains from losses far outweighed the gains from profits. That was called vision. Back in the day, Father Zhou had relied on his foresight to become the richest man by losing money at key moments. The assistant nodded sagely, having followed Father Zhou for years and instantly grasping his logic. Chairman, Zhou, you're as cunning as ever. This move not only weeds out the troublemakers, but also saves Zhou's special spirit from delisting in the crisis. Brilliant. The assistant's flattery did nothing to ease Father Zhou's furrowed brow. He asked coldly, "What have you found out about?" The assistant quickly pulled a slip of paper from his pocket. "I was just about to report. According to our investigation, he was born in Longquan City and has never left it a single step in his life. 3 months before Miss Zhou Qiao arrived in Longquan City, aside from frantically pursuing Lin Ruoxue 99 times like a madman, he displayed no unusual behavior. His life is like a sheet of gold leaf, materially extravagant. But according to reliable sources, he's still a virgin and has never set foot in any disreputable places." Lin Ruoxue once accepted Tang Ao's courtship, but rejected him again due to a misunderstanding. The assistant said, his fists clenching in frustration. What's most infuriating is that when Miss Zhou Qiao made advances toward him, he repeatedly refused without hesitation, as if he didn't even want her throwing herself at him. After pondering for 2 minutes, Father Zhou slowly spoke. "So you're saying, based on his background, Tang Ao is as clean as a blank slate?" The assistant nodded emphatically. "A man like that, I believe, can't possibly be the Dragon King." Father Zhou gazed at the assistant with deep eyes and said flatly, "You said something similar yesterday." The assistant's body trembled. "Could it be? Chairman has my analysis. Failed again." Father Zhou took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. "Use your head. If you were such a top-tier rich second generation with no worries about food or clothing and extravagant material conditions, would you stay cooped up in tiny Longquan City for over 20 years without ever leaving?" The assistant shook his head firmly. "I'd probably travel the world in my private jet or do something exciting and thrilling. But based on the information you just gave, he hasn't even been to disreputable places. Do you still think this background is normal?" The assistant slapped his forehead. "No, it's definitely not normal. Could it be that his background was deliberately fabricated for outsiders to see? It must be. That incident, the misunderstanding, was orchestrated by the Dragon King's palace." Father Zhou stood up from his chair, gazing eastward. "This Tang Ao is deliberately disguising himself. He timed his mad pursuit of Lin Ruoxue to coincide with Qiao's arrival in Longquan City. A masterful play of playing hard to get. Qiao has already caught his eye. What a Dragon King hiding so deep." The assistant's eyes widened. By now Father Zhou's words had completely convinced him. As he pondered Tang Ao's background further, it seemed increasingly abnormal. This background had to be fake. Otherwise, how could a rich second generation with billions in allowance and a reputation as a playboy still be a virgin after over 20 years? Tang Ao is really the Dragon King. Then isn't Miss Zhou Qiao in danger at the Tang family? Father Zhou shook his head and waved his hand. "His target isn't Qiao, it's our Dayo Pharmaceutical. The Dragon King Hall has set its sights on this lucrative prize. As long as I hold control over Dayo Pharmaceutical, Qiao won't be in danger." As he spoke, a cunning smile crept across his face. He's undoubtedly pleased with himself for hiding his identity and quietly amassing wealth, but little does he dream that his painstaking concealment is something I see through at a single glance. The assistant finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Chairman, what should we do now?" Then anxiety crept back into his voice. "But it's the Dragon King Hall we're up against. Can our Dayo Pharmaceutical truly stand a chance?" Father Zhou shook his head. "If we hadn't known that the Dragon King was Tang Ao, it would have been nearly impossible. But now, I have at least a 50% chance of prevailing over the Dragon King Hall." Witnessing Father Zhou's confident demeanor, the assistant felt a sense of bewilderment. Their chairman seemed to have shed years in an instant. Should we inform Miss Zhou Qiao about this? Father Zhou shook his head again. No need. The less Qiao and knows the safer shall be. It's clear that the Dragon King Tang Ao has no real interest in Qiao herself. If he did, do you think anyone in Longquan City could stop him? Early the next morning, a frantic knocking echoed from the door of Yi Chen's hotel room. Having only recently returned to Longquan City, he hadn't yet found a permanent residence and was temporarily staying at the hotel. Yi Chen opened the door cautiously only to find 5 burly men standing before him. If Tang Ao had been present, he would have clapped with delight. These 5 brutes were the very ones who had cornered Zhou Qiao and Sister Hong the day before forcibly taking Sister Hong away after Tang Ao's rooftop threat. One of them looked Yi Chen up and down before disdainfully spitting his cigarette butt at him. Yi Chen frowned, and the butt, as if deflected by an unseen force, curved in midair and bounced back onto the man's leg, burning a small hole in his trousers. The man flew into a rage, glaring fiercely at Yi Chen. So you're Yi Chen, huh? Who are you people? I don't think we've met. Yi Chen couldn't fathom why someone would come looking for trouble at his hotel. Before getting to the bottom of the matter, Yi Chen had no intention of acting rashly. Another man, visibly impatient, pulled an iron rod from behind his back. Stop with the bullshit. Just tell us if you're Yi Chen or not. Yi Chen's brow furrowed at the sight of the weapon. It was clear they were here to cause trouble, but he didn't know any of them. Yi Chen said calmly, I am Yi Chen. What business do you have with me? Thought you'd have 3 heads and 6 arms. Nothing much, we just don't like waiting. Rather than have you come to us, we'd rather beat you down now. Boys, get him. Instantly, the 5 brutes brandished pliers, screwdrivers, cleavers, and scissors as they charged at Yi Chen. The nearest one swung the iron rod with full force, aiming for his head. Yi Chen remained expressionless. After a night's rest, his strength had already recovered by 30%. Dealing with these ordinary men was more than enough. He raised his arm and punched out, meeting the iron rod with a resounding thud. The rod flew backward from the man's grip, a deep fist imprint embedded where it had struck. The brute who had held the rod was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing into the airborne rod before slamming heavily against the wall, unconscious and motionless. The remaining 4 were stunned by the sight. Was this even human? How could he be so powerful? They stood frozen, utterly intimidated by Yi Chen's strength. Yi Chen remained calm, watching them silently. He needed to know who had sent such pathetic lackeys after him. The lead brute was the first to snap out of it, hastily raising his screwdriver with both hands. Actually, I'm an appliance repairman. I came to check your room's appliances. As a repairman, carrying a screwdriver is perfectly reasonable, isn't it? His underlings quickly followed suit. As a barber making house calls, carrying scissors is reasonable too, right? As a mechanic, having pliers on hand is normal, isn't it? As a chef, a cleaver is essential. I'm here to ask what you'd like for breakfast. Do I look like a fool? The 4 brutes shook their heads in unison. Not at all. You're the smartest person we've ever met, smarter than the wisest of sages. Enough. Yi Chen stomped his foot, sending a cloud of dust billowing from the soft hotel carpet, making the 4 men cough and cover their noses. Who sent you? Realizing they couldn't fool him, the lead brute hung his head and confessed obediently. It was Tang Ao. He said you'd. Tang Ao. Yi Chen's fists clenched again, his bones cracking audibly. This was it. They had bitten off more than they could chew. The 4 men's legs gave way in terror as they dropped to their knees. Spare us, please. Well, never dare again. They bowed their heads, bracing for a severe beating. They feared they might lose half their lives here today. But to their surprise, Yi Chen didn't strike them further. Instead, he calmed down quickly. You lot know the ins and outs of Longquan City well. He wanted to recruit them. The brutes perked up immediately. Absolutely. There's nothing in Longquan City we can't handle. Our reputation on the streets is fearsome. Even the toughest thugs bow their heads when they see our boss. Seeing that Yi Chen showed no displeasure, the lead brute seized the opportunity. Boss, we can see you're a real man. How about we throw in our lot with you? Well, follow your every command. We'll go east if you say east, and we'll never go against you. Yi Chen pondered for a moment. Having just arrived in Longquan City, he had intended to build his own power base. Having local guides would make things twice as efficient. Moreover, Tang Ao had sent these 5 men. If Tang Ao had chosen them, they must have some extraordinary qualities. With that thought, Yi Chen readily agreed. He had the 4 men drag their unconscious comrade into the room for treatment. These 5 would be the first step in Yi Chen's expansion in Longquan City, a crucial beginning for building his own influence. The 4 brutes called him boss with utmost familiarity. Boss, from now on we're counting on you to have our backs. Boss, have a cigarette. Boss, you. Just as Yi Chen was basking in their flattery, the door was kicked open and a squad of police officers filed in. Hands up. Get on your knees with your hands on your heads. The valiant Li Shiyun glared coldly at Yi Chen and his group. Yi Chen organizing a criminal gang. What do you have to say for yourself this time? Yi Chen looked incredulously at Li Shiyun and the armed officers, then back at the 5 brutes kneeling obediently with their hands on their heads. He was utterly dumbfounded. He erupted in fury. Tang Ao, you've schemed against me again. If it weren't for these men being sent by Tang Ao, Yi Chen would never have accepted them as his underlings. Little did Yi Chun expect that Tang Ao had calculated he would take them in deliberately, setting such a deep trap for him. He thought Tang Ao was on the first level, but unexpectedly Tang Ao was playing on a whole different plane. Meanwhile, seeing that Yi Chun refused to kneel with his hands behind his head, the leading burly man hurriedly urged, "Boss, don't go head-to-head with the police, you can't win. Better to preserve yourself. Please kneel down." This cry of boss further enraged Li Shi and Yi Chun. Your past misdeeds were bad enough, but now you refuse to repent, gathering people to force women into illegal activities and coercing Tang Ao into jumping from the 6th floor, nearly costing him his life. This time, Li Shiyun will surely bring you heinous villain to justice. Yi Chun was utterly bewildered. When had he ever gathered people to force women into illegal activities? When had he ever driven Tang Ao to jump from a building? How could he be completely unaware of these matters? Could it be? This must be a setup by Tang Ao. Tang Ao, Yi Chun will never coexist under the same sky with you. Today was Li Shiyun's 24th birthday. It was a momentous day for Li Shiyun. As everyone knows, turning 24 is a milestone in life akin to the tribulation transcendence in cultivation novels. Originally, she had been given the day off. However, upon hearing that there were leads on the 5 burly men who had abducted Sister Hong, recalling Zhou Linger's tearful plea to save her, and remembering that these very men had driven Tang Ao to jump, Li Shiyun gritted her teeth and personally led the operation. She planned to catch the criminals and rescue Sister Hong before returning to her birthday banquet. To her utter surprise, today's visit brought an unexpected bonus. Yi Chun was the boss of these 5 burly men. This time the situation was even worse with more solid evidence. She finally had the chance to punish Yi Chun herself. By punishing him, she could confidently produce her marriage contract with Tang Ao and be with him openly. With this thought, Li Shiyun's righteous indignation nearly overflowed as she waved her hand. Take all 6 criminals away. As Yi Chun was led away, his eyes seemed to harbor a wild beast ready to devour. Within a single day, he had been arrested 3 times. And every time it was because of Tang Ao. Meanwhile, Tang Ao, who had just woken up, sneezed twice on his spring mattress. Who's cursing me behind my back? Tang Ao rubbed his nose, went to the bathroom, placed a mirror on the floor, and kowtowed to himself several times. He did this to distinguish himself from superstitious practices. As a staunch materialist, he would never bow to any ghosts or gods. Thus he could only bow to himself. Tang Ao, oh Tang Ao, bless me to smoothly get through the plot today and avoid any more trouble. After washing up and dressing neatly, he opened his door only to find Zhou Qiao not in her room. Upon opening her door, he saw Father Tang with 2 huge dark circles under his eyes looked at Tang Ao with a pitiful expression. "Xiao Ao, last night. What did you and your mother talk about?" Tang Ao shook his head without thinking. "Nothing much." "Then why does your mother say I like Zhou Qiao?" "Huh?" Tang Ao looked at his father in confusion. "Though I didn't say anything like that last night. Don't you and my mother both like Zhou Qiao and want to matchmake her as your daughter-in-law?" "That's not what I mean." Father Tang paused, waving his hands. "I mean that kind of like." "Huh?" Tang Ao was startled. "Damn, Dad, you're playing too wild. Zhou Qiao could be your daughter, and you. I don't." Father Tang grew anxious. In over 20 years of raising Tang Ao, this was the first time he wanted to give him a beating. "Your mother said you said it." "I never said such a thing." Tang Ao shook his head repeatedly, and Father Tang eyed him suspiciously. "Xiao Ao, tell me the truth, did you say it?" "Really not." Seeing Tang Ao's certainty, Father Tang's doubts deepened. "But your mother said that. Have you been getting close to some aunt lately, making Mom jealous?" Father Tang slapped his forehead. "Damn, why didn't I think of that? Recently my old classmate called me for a long time, saying her daughter Anna would arrive in Dragon Country in half a month, and asked me to take good care of her. And also, catch up on old times." Anna. Tang Ao was shocked the 5th major female lead was appearing so soon. According to the plot, she should have come to Dragon Country a year later. Why was she so early? The plot was moving a bit fast, but it's fine, there's still a month left, no big deal. Soon Tang Ao spotted a key point in his father's words. "Your old classmate, is she female?" Father Tang scratched his hair awkwardly. "Actually, she was my first love." Tang Ao suddenly understood. "Dad, you're really something. I remember Anna's mother was a princess." Father Tang's eyes widened. "How do you know that?" "I only recently found out when we reconnected that she became a princess." "Where did you hear that?" Tang Ao smirked proudly. "I have my sources." In truth, he thought to himself, I've read the script. That's how it was written in the script, but it never mentioned that Anna's princess mother was once a couple with his balding father. What kind of divine settings were hidden in the script? Father Tang suddenly beamed with joy, patting Tang Ao's shoulder approvingly. "You rascal, you've really grown up." Under Tang Ao's bewildered gaze, Father Tang said seriously, "Xiao Ao, I know you must be planning something big. If you need your father's help, just tell me." "Huh? Big plan? What big plan? Are you misunderstanding something?" "I'm just a salted fish waiting to be slaughtered." Father Tang looked at Tang Ao with great satisfaction. Ever since confirming that his son had been disguising himself, he found him more and more endearing. All right, Dad understands, I get it all. Just remember, if anything comes up you can't handle, come to your father anytime. Even if you tear a hole in the sky, he'll find a way to bear it for you. Upon arriving at the dining room, Tang Ao found it empty, yet the table was laden with steaming hot breakfast. Just as he wondered where his family had gone, Zhou Qiao approached him gracefully adorned in a magnificent gown. Her attire was a resplendent purple, and around her neck hung a diamond necklace at the center of which dangled a diamond the size of a goose egg. Zhou Qiao's hair cascaded like a waterfall, and each step she took was exquisitely elegant. For a moment Tang Ao was utterly mesmerized. Even the legendary beauties who could make fish sink and geese fall were far inferior to Zhou Qiao at this moment. Zhou Qiao seemed like a celestial maiden stepping out of a classical painting, every gesture and movement breathtakingly beautiful. Tang Ao took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, finally regaining his composure. When he looked at Zhou Qiao again, he was stunned. This outfit and this necklace. Why did they look so familiar? Zhou Qiao, why are you wearing my mother's most treasured clothes and her heirloom necklace? Take them off immediately. This attire was crafted by the world's top designer, over 3 years worth over 100 million. This diamond necklace was one of a kind, with just the goose egg-sized diamond valued at over 1 billion. Oh, don't I look good in this? As she spoke, Zhou Qiao had already reached Tang Ao. He felt an invisible force constrict his throat, and faced with her, he found himself unable to breathe. He involuntarily stepped back. These are my mother's most cherished possessions, she won't even let me touch them. Once I accidentally bumped into the box holding her clothes and necklace, and she deducted over 100,000 from my allowance. She's never cut my allowance for any other reason. Ignoring his warning, Zhou Qiao drew closer, repeating, "You haven't told me yet. Do I look good?" Catching the faint fragrance emanating from her, Tang Ao found himself backed against the wall. She boldly pressed one hand against the wall, firmly cornering him. Heavens! She had him cornered. Tang Ao felt his heart pound uncontrollably. If this continued, it would lead to content for paying members. Zhou Qiao! Tang Ao exclaimed loudly. Look at the breakfast on the table. This is the Tang family dining room. My parents could walk in at any moment. Are you sure you want to be this thrilling? His words made Zhou Qiao blush, but seeing his shy demeanor only deepened her fondness and stirred an inexplicable intense impulse. Since we're pursuing thrills, let's go all the way. Heavens! Is she going to kiss me? Should I dodge or play along? Playing along wouldn't fit my persona, would it? This mischievous little vixen. Tang Ao's inner thoughts made Zhou Qiao smile even more radiant. Dear, why are you crouching at the dining room door instead of going in? Came Tang Ao's father's puzzled voice from the entrance. Zhou Qiao's face flushed to the tips of her ears, and she sprang back from the wall, as if shocked, retreating several steps. You, Mr. Tang, from today on we're sleeping in separate beds. Tang Ao's mother trembled with rage. She had been watching through the crack in the door at the most crucial moment, a knowing smile already spreading across her face, only to have everything ruined by one sentence from her husband. Bewildered, Tang Ao's father saw her fury and assumed it was about his call to his first love. Dear, don't be angry. I admit I was wrong. I shouldn't have hidden the call from my first love or delayed confessing until now. Please stop being mad. First love? Tang Ao's mother's voice shot up by more than 10 decibels, clear enough for Tang Ao and Zhou Qiao in the dining room to hear. Mr. Tang, when you proposed you swore I was your first love and you'd never had a girlfriend before. Before Tang Ao's father could think, a sharp pain shot through his ear. That boy Tang Ao was no good. When trouble came, he really threw his father under the bus. His wife had no idea about the call to his first love. Tell me the truth. Who is this first love? What's her name? When did you date? Why did you break up? When did you contact her again? If you don't come clean today, I'll pack my bags and go back to my parents' house. Don't be like this. Let's talk in our room. The kids are here. It's not good for them to hear this. Mr. Tang, if you don't explain yourself, you're done for. As their voices faded, Tang Ao knew he and Zhou Qiao would have to eat the breakfast meant for 4, just the two of them. Having grown up in a large family and experienced hunger, Tang Ao hated waste more than anything. So he ended up finishing 3 portions of breakfast himself, even scraping clean the half bowl of porridge Zhou Qiao had left. Zhou Qiao was utterly stunned by the sight. Even though Tang Ao's monthly allowance exceeded Zhou Qiao's yearly one, he was incredibly frugal. No spoiled rich kid would ever do what Tang Ao just did. Zhou Qiao was right about him. Tang Ao is the best in the world in character and everything else. And he actually ate my leftovers, even though he used his own chopsticks. That bowl had been used by me. That meant just now Zhou Qiao and Tang Ao had indirectly kissed. She blushed watching him let out a long, satisfied burp. I'm heading out. I might be back late. Longquan City is big, so be careful when you go out. As he spoke, Tang Ao froze. Did I just sound like I care about Zhou Qiao? Damn it, as a proper villain, how could I speak without thinking? I need to fix this fast. I mean, don't die out there. Otherwise the Zhou family will be hard to explain to, and they'll have to attend your funeral and give a gift, which is a loss for the Tang family. To Tang Ao's utter surprise, instead of getting angry after his deliberately harsh words, Zhou Qiao put on a pitiful expression. Oh dear, is Longquan City really that dangerous? Then I'm even more afraid to go out alone. Tang Ao will stick with you today. With you by my side, I'll be the safest person in the world. Tang Ao inwardly screamed that something was wrong. Damn it, loose lip sync shifts. Why can't I control my mouth? Tang Ao shook his head repeatedly. Don't be ridiculous. I'm only going to offer my congratulations. You don't even know them. If you came it would be awkward. Who says I don't know them? Hearing the hint in Tang Ao's words that he intended to leave her behind and attend the birthday alone, Zhou Qiao fixed him with a steady stare. Li Shiyun, your middle school classmate and childhood companion. Didn't she become a police officer because of you? Tang Ao looked resolute and shook his head. You only learned all of this yesterday. They don't know you, and besides you don't even have an invitation. The Li family is strict. Without an invitation you won't be allowed in. Zhou Qiao curled a self-satisfied smile and produced a crimson envelope from the folds of her skirt. I heard that while I'm in Longquan City, the Li family sent an invitation overnight. You don't suppose? I went out so late last night just for a walk, do you? If it weren't important I wouldn't be out at that hour. Tang Ao had no time to ponder her words. He looked at the invitation in her hand, and at the finery she wore, especially the dazzling diamond at her throat. Zhou Qiao had clearly planned this. She had decided last night that she would accompany Tang Ao to Li Xian's birthday, and her entire outfit must have been approved by Tang's mother, otherwise Tang's mother could not have been listening at the door a moment ago. Beautiful women are cunning creatures, Tang Ao thought, an uneasy prickle crawling up his spine. He even imagined the moment she arrived at the Li residence, and every eye in the room swung to her like a spotlight. Unfortunately for him, Zhou Qiao had an invitation of her own, and she was dressed to the nines. She was clearly prepared. No matter what excuse Tang Ao found to refuse, Zhou Qiao would have an answer ready to overturn it. Zhou Qiao was near perfect in her thoroughness. She never left a detail unattended. Since refusal was impossible, Tang Ao resigned himself and handed her the keys to his Bugatti Veyron. To be fair, Zhou Qiao's driving was the best Tang Ao had ever encountered. If he were holding a cup full of coffee, it would remain unspilled no matter how long she drove. Riding in a car driven by her was a rare pleasure. Tang Ao drifted into a vague sleep. In his dream, Li Shiyun fed him peanuts. Lin Ruoxue knelt pitifully on a durian, apologizing to him repeatedly. Zhou Linger washed his feet, and then Zhou Qiao suddenly sprang out of nowhere, seized his face, and tried to bite him. Nightmare, he thought, jolting awake. The dream had been terrifying, though his whole body seemed to flame. This was the kind of treatment reserved for protagonists in novels. Before he could dwell further on the dream, a warm breath brushed his right earlobe. What were you dreaming about? You were smiling so happily. It was Zhou Qiao's voice, and a chill of gooseflesh ran over him. Tang Ao opened his eyes to find Zhou Qiao, who should have been at the wheel, suddenly leaning over him. Her left hand rested on his chest, her right on his abdomen. Both hands wandered within quiet fingers. He sucked in a startled breath and shoved her away. Zhou Qiao, you're behaving indecently. If you don't stop, they'll scream. Instead of anger, she offered a coquettish smile and lightly touched her lips with her tongue. Really? Is there such a delightful thing? Tang Ao frowned and looked out the car window. Row upon row of shops lined the street, and vendors had set up stall after stall. Without exception, every table was piled with all manner of antiquities. He realized immediately where they were: the antique quarter. As the largest antique market in Longquan City, and indeed in all of Longhua, it hosted the most extensive and intricate trade in relics. Rumors of fortune-changing finds lured more and more buyers and sellers each year, and the market had become by far the busiest place in Longquan City. Foot traffic was so great that 5 tea houses on the street each took in hundreds of thousands in revenue daily. If Tang Ao were to shout, the rumor that Zhou Qiao had overrun him, and that their relationship was a done deal, would spread across Longquan City by tonight. Tang Ao looked at Zhou Qiao in puzzlement. Why did you bring me to a place like this? We're still dozens of li away from the Li residence. Zhou Qiao scolded him lightly. Of course, to buy a gift. You can't go to someone's birthday empty-handed. A gift? Couldn't you just pick some roadside wildflowers? Zhou Qiao assumed Tang Ao was joking. People on the street were already casting curious glances at the pair in the car. Her cheeks flushed, and she tugged him out of the vehicle. Surveying the glittering array, Tang Ao asked, do you know antiques? Zhou Qiao shook her head. Not a thing. Never studied them. Then why bring me here? To have us pick clean like fat sheep. She huffed softly and led him to the first vendor. Boss, how much for all of these? Which piece? All of it. Tang Ao and the stallholder stared at one another in bewilderment, as Zhou Qiao smiled and said, children only do multiple choice. I'm taking everything. Swipe the card. Tang Ao shivered inwardly. A familiar phrase stirred in his mind. He thought of the recklessness of such splurging and of how few genuine treasures the market actually held. This little stall offered items without prices, yet demanded a high sum. Buying all of it would be foolish, the sort of vanity tax that left one poorer for no good reason. The stallholder, half expecting trouble, nevertheless produced a POS machine when he saw Zhou Qiao's elegant attire. 800,000. Are you sure? Zhou Qiao smiled inwardly, shook her head, and abruptly withdrew the bank card she had extended. Forget it. I don't want them anymore. The vendor swore under his breath. Tang Ao, still baffled, followed Zhou Qiao to the next stall. She regarded the scattered wares and asked Tang Ao, what do you think of these? Tang Ao glanced up and saw a white teapot. In his mind it flashed like a prop from a story, a unique, 3,000-year-old, translucent white jade teapot, the kind of orphan treasure a protagonist named Yi Chun might have stumbled upon, an irreplaceable relic that could sway the favor of the Li family's elder. He could not allow Zhou Chao to buy that. Deciding to steer her away from trouble, Tang Ao pointed to a porcelain plate displayed at the center of a neighboring stall. That plate is beautiful. It must be valuable. Let's buy that first. Urged by Tang Ao, Zhou Chao handed over the bank card in her hand. I fancy the items on your stall. He'll take them all. What was Zhou Chao doing? She had just been here moments ago. Why this sudden move again? She's just messing with you out of boredom, shouted the first stall owner, casting a resentful glance at Zhou Chao. He had thought today would bring a fortune, only for Zhou Chao to back out. The more he thought about it, the angrier he grew. Just when you name a price and try to swipe her card, she suddenly says she doesn't want it. The stall owner before Zhou Chao furrowed his brow. Miss, are you sure you want to buy out everything on my stall? Zhou Chao nodded firmly, eyeing her opulent gown, clearly no ordinary attire, and the Bugatti key fob hanging at Tang Ao's waist. The stall owner swallowed hard. All right, everything here cost me about 400,000 to source. Swipe 500,000 and it's all yours. Zhou Chao's heart leaped with joy as she extended the card. Tang Ao's heart jolted, and he interjected, Chao, even with money to burn you can't throw it away like this. I doubt all this stuff is worth 10,000. 400,000 is highway robbery. Let's walk away. Aside from the teapot, Tang Ao had no clue about the true value of the rest. His claim that it didn't exceed 10,000 was merely alarmist. Hearing this, the stall owner's heart sank. He's dealing with a connoisseur. These items were bought from movers and second-hand dealers, dirt cheap. Head gambled on fleecing Zhou Chao despite the risk of being played. But what if the deal went through? He never believed his stall held anything valuable. Having haunted Antique Street for ages, he knew treasure hunting was like winning the lottery. Oh, 9 in a million chance. They thrived on one-time deals with hopeful customers. These were called one-shot deals because after paying a premium and realizing the items were worthless, customers rarely returned. So, for first-time buyers, you had to fleece them mercilessly. It was the unspoken rule of Antique Street. At Tang Ao's words, Zhou Chao's brows knitted. The stall owner bowed politely to Tang Ao. Sir, that's not fair. In our trade, we respect the principle of seeing, but not revealing, a willing buyer and seller. Once a deal is struck, there's no going back. That's how lucky ones strike it rich, through bargains. As for price, it varies with each person. We can negotiate. Seeing Zhou Chao's reaction, Tang Ao rejoiced inwardly. See, he's not an honest man. A stall like this with sky-high prices can't possibly have genuine goods. Let's check out that plate instead. I really took a liking to it. Tang Ao tried to pull Zhou Chao away, but she seemed rooted to the spot, unmovable. His heart sank, sensing trouble, and he played his trump card. Zhou Chao, if you don't leave now, I'll never speak to you again. Humph, knowing your situation, saying this should make you eager to win me over. Obediently follow. The stall owner suddenly understood. Clearly Tang Ao and Zhou Chao were in a quarrel. What does a woman do when she's angry? Impulse shopping. And the man had try everything to appease her. This deal had potential. He had to make Zhou Chao feel she was getting a bargain. The stall owner, unwilling to let it slip, quickly interjected. As for the price, we can talk. How about you name a price and we'll discuss it? Tang Ao tugged again, but Zhou Chao remained still. Fine then. Tang Ao decided to disrupt the deal. You quoted 400,000. He'll knock off a zero and offer 40,000 to rile you up. 40,000 still seemed high. These old foxes might hit cost. Tang Ao pondered and knocked off another zero. If he offered low enough, the other would surely get furious and kick them out, ruining the deal. In that case, he'll offer 4,000. The stall owner gritted his teeth and nodded without hesitation. Deal. Tang Ao was dumbfounded. Zhou Chao stared in shock. Was this even possible? While they were still stunned, the stall owner deftly packed up all his goods. The first item he grabbed was the priceless glazed white jade teapot. In the blink of an eye, he had everything neatly bundled and piled before them. Cash card or mobile payment? Tang Ao pinched his thigh hard. Ouch. This wasn't a dream. What was this guy up to? Bewildered, Tang Ao asked. Wait, did you mishear? I said 4,000, not 40,000. The stall owner shook his head with a pained expression. I heard you right. 4,000 it is. Mainly because the lady fancies these items and you strike me as a distinguished gentleman destined for fortune. Frankly, at 4,000, he'll lose half my cost. But I want to befriend you. Do come back and patronize my stall. Huh. As Tang Ao gaped, Zhou Chao unhesitatingly handed over the card. Staring at the receipt after a successful swipe, Tang Ao pinched his thigh again. This really wasn't a dream. Zhou Chao covered her mouth, giggling. Leave the stuff here for now. He'll send someone to pick it up later. Thanks. The stall owner nodded mournfully. Do come back often or he'll take a huge loss this time. Don't worry, Zhou Chao said, pulling Tang Ao toward the stall with the plate. He liked her heart brimming with joy. What should have cost 400,000? Thanks to Tang Ao's brilliant assist, she got it for a mere 4,000. A steal. Tang Ao was on the verge of tears. He never imagined slashing the price to the bone would still seal the deal. Once they were far off, the stall owner finally burst into laughter, showing every tooth. The cleaning worker couldn't help asking, "Did you eat bee poop? Why so happy today?" "You don't get it. I just made a cool profit of 3,900. All today's goods came from a recycling dump. Haha, I'm buying 2 bottles of booze tonight. One to drink, one to pour on the ground." Meanwhile, at a new stall ahead, Tang Ao spotted something familiar. Holy crap, what are the odds? Isn't that the nine-tailed fox tea pet made of the same material as the He's jade? How did I run into it again? Damn fate, you're messing with me. I just pointed randomly. Why so precise? Before Zhou Qiao notices, I need to buy that plate and scram. This nine-tailed fox tea pet must be saved for Yichun. If she snatches these key mission items, what will Yichun use to win over the Leaf family's elder? Tang Ao made up his mind on the spot. Buy the plates and leave quickly. That nine-tailed fox tea pet was unbearably cute, and if Zhou Qiao saw it, she'd likely fall for it. The longer he stayed, the more dangerous it got. With this thought, Tang Ao quickly pointed at the 2 white jade plates at the top of the stall. "Boss, how much for these plates?" To Tang Ao's surprise, the stall owner shook his head decisively. "Not for sale, no matter the price. These plates are my family heirloom." Tang Ao furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. If they're not for sale, why put them out? If they're really your heirloom, you'd at least put them in a glass case, right?" Hearing this, the stall owner wore a look of profound grief. "This isn't just a plate, it's the father who gave me life and raised me. When my father was 8, he lost his life trying to snatch this plate back from criminals. Whenever I see it, I feel his presence beside me." Tang Ao stared intently at the stall owner, his eyes full of disbelief. "Your father died at 8, so were you born from a stone?" Tang Ao's words left the stall owner speechless for a long moment. This story was clearly just made up. Trying to fool me. He's obviously out to swindle me. Who said it was my biological father? I meant my godfather. This plate means the world to me. The stall owner's eyes darted as he patched up the loophole, and continued, "But I can see you genuinely like this plate, and yet it represents my beloved kin. How about this? Add a bit more, and he'll sell it to you for 8,000. Do you think I'm stupid?" Tang Ao said, pulling Zhou Qiao to leave, but she unexpectedly spoke up. "Fine, 8,000 it is." The stall owner, who was about to lower the price, rejoiced inwardly, and swiftly packed the plates, handing them to Zhou Qiao in under 10 seconds, card, Alipay, or cash. Tang Ao stared at Zhou Qiao, pondering for a long while before finally understanding. She must have thought, "I really like those plates because of my acting, so she bought them decisively. Well, it's bought now, I can afford this little loss. As long as Zhou Qiao doesn't buy that nine-tailed fox tea pet, it's fine." Just as Tang Ao was savoring this thought, he saw Zhou Qiao had no intention of paying. Instead, she turned her gaze to the stall, her heart seemingly melted as she excitedly pointed, "Wow, this thing is so beautiful, it looks so exquisite." Zhou Qiao's finger pointed unerringly at the crucial nine-tailed fox tea pet. The stall owner holding the POS machine was growing anxious. He had hundreds more of those plates in his warehouse. Each one cost only 5 yuan. Selling those 2 plates to Zhou Qiao for 8,000 was more profitable than robbery. As a long-time stallholder here, he could clearly see that Tang Ao had no interest in anything on his stall and was reluctant about the 8,000 yuan purchase. The key to this deal lay with the woman, Zhou Qiao. The stall owner, beaming, carefully picked up the nine-tailed fox tea pet and handed it to Zhou Qiao. "You have excellent taste. Look at the carving and the material. This is at least a treasure from the Priming dynasty. Its value is immeasurable, a rare and priceless gem." The stall owner spoke with such conviction as if it were true. Any discerning bystander could see he was fooling Tang Ao and Zhou Qiao with such low-level tactics, only capable of deceiving young people like them. But Tang Ao knew deep down that every word the stall owner said was true. Not only was it true, but it was also a gross underestimation. This nine-tailed fox tea pet dated back several hundred years before the Priming dynasty, over 2 millennia ago. It was a true priceless treasure. Seeing Zhou Qiao's eyes practically glued to the tea pet, Tang Ao quickly interjected, "This doesn't look like Priming to me, it looks more like pre-yesterday. How could something thousands of years old have no patina at all?" The stall owner's face stiffened, sensing trouble. His earlier spiel was pure hype. Whatever Zhou Qiao fancied on his stall had tout as Priming to boost its value. And most items on this little stall were indeed fresh out of the factory just 2 days ago, like the 2 plates now packed up. As for this nine-tailed fox tea pet, had picked it up from an old woman in the countryside for a mere 20 yuan. And just as Tang Ao said, the tea pet had no patina at all. It never gathered dust, even after sitting for ages. The stall owner had tried various methods to artificially age it all, in vain. He grew desperate. This deal for the 2 plates alone netted him a staggering 7,900 a month's income from his usual stall. This deal had to go through. Clenching his teeth, the stall owner wrapped up the nine-tailed fox tea pet as well. "How about this? Since we're all out here, let's be friends. You've taken a liking to my plate, so I'll throw in this tea pet as a bonus for you too. This is a true priceless treasure. You can display it in your cabinet for a decade, and it won't gather a speck of dust. Final take it. Before Tang Ao could speak, Zhou Qiaoer had already handed over her bank card. The stall owner, fearing they might change their minds, swiftly swiped the card and handed over the goods. I'm sure you know the rule here. Buy and leave no returns. Zhou Qiaoer was overjoyed, while the stall owner, watching her leave, was so excited he jumped for joy. He pulled out his phone, snapped a photo of Tang Ao and Zhou Qiaoer's backs, and sent it to the antique street vendors group. This couple, dumb loaded, loves tea pets. Come fleece them fast. The buyer felt they'd scored big. The seller felt they'd made a killing. Only Tang Ao grieved inwardly. Watching the nine-tailed fox tea pet in Zhou Qiaoer's hands, he felt bitter. Human joys and sorrows are not shared. The surrounding vendors, seeing Tang Ao and Zhou Qiaoer, began hawking vigorously, while Tang Ao only found it noisy. Qiaoer, we've bought enough. How about we head back? Let's browse a bit more, but it's still early. Zhou Qiaoer held Tang Ao's hand tightly, and he found he couldn't break free at all. Women's shopping urges are terrifying. What's gotten into Zhou Qiaoer today? She's so lucky. She should be losing her shirt, but she struck gold twice in a row. Is this what they call a blessed one? So envious. Woe, isn't that the pearl jade, white jade tiger? Let's go. I can't let Zhou Qiaoer see this. Boss, how much for this jade tiger? 3,000. I've got another one here. It's a pair. He'll throw both in if you want. He'll take them. Watching the pearl jade white jade tiger and the pearl jade white jade lion in Zhou Qiaoer's hands, Tang Ao was stunned. What kind of divine luck was this? 3,000 for two. This pearl jade white jade lion was a bargain even the protagonist Yi Chun couldn't snag, yet here, it was in Zhou Qiaoer's hands for a pittance. When did Zhou Qiaoer develop such an eye? Watching the growing collection of precious tea pets in her hands, Tang Ao was beside himself with anxiety. After a stroll through the antique street, the 5 tea pets and 1 teapot that Yi Chun used to curry favor with the Li family ancestor were now all swept up by Zhou Qiaoer. Just as Zhou Qiaoer and Tang Ao were about to leave amid the warm send-off from the crowd of vendors, they reached the entrance of the antique street. A white-bearded old man blocked their path. Tang Ao's heart leaped with joy. In the world of novels, white-bearded old men are all hidden masters. Tang Ao scrutinized the white-bearded old man before him from head to toe, his conviction growing stronger. His beard was snow-white, yet his back was remarkably straight without a hint of a stoop. Though his attire seemed simple, he carried no unpleasant odor, and his beard and hair were impeccably neat, without a single strand out of place. Heaven must have seen Zhou Qiaoer's bargain hunting disrupting the plot, and couldn't help but intervene. Characters like this usually serve the protagonist. How many protagonists have gained golden fingers or peerless inheritances from buying jade pendants or other items from such figures? Heaven, you finally sent someone to save the day. Zhou Qiaoer, feel the power of the Dao Ha. Tang Ao was thrilled, but Zhou Qiaoer grew alert, instinctively clutching her belongings and hiding behind him. The white-bearded old man wasted no time and got straight to the point. Young friends, you have good eyes. Among the chaotic antiques market, you two are the youngest I've seen to find genuine treasures, and you've found the most valuable ones. Hearing this, Tang Ao's heart brimmed with joy. Indeed, his judgment was spot on. This was a hidden master. Without hesitation, Tang Ao replied, "We were planning to give these as gifts anyway. If you like them, I'll make the call and give them all to you." As he spoke, Tang Ao handed over the pearl jade and white tiger along with the pearl jade and white lion tea pets. The old man's expression stiffened, his gaze filled with surprise. Setting everything else aside, either of these 2 tea pets would be snatched up by wealthy tycoons at exorbitant prices in the market. Tang Ao acted as if these items were as common as cabbages, giving them away to a stranger for free. Zhou Qiaoer's face tightened. She had planned to offer these to the Li family's ancestor under Tang Ao's name. They couldn't be given away like this. Zhou Qiaoer shot Tang Ao an angry glance and snatched back the 2 tea pets. "These are our gifts for the Li family. How can you just give them away?" The old man narrowed his eyes, looking at them meaningfully. "Interesting. Young man, since your girlfriend is unwilling, I won't take what's not mine, though I'm fond of them. But I find your forthright character increasingly appealing. What is your relationship with this young lady?" Tang Ao frowned while Zhou Qiaoer fixed her gaze on him, her eyes full of anticipation. Tang Ao paused, completely baffled by the old man's question, but answered honestly, "Nothing special. Our elders want to pair us up, but in this day and age that's just absurd." "Oh, then do you like this girl? Could heaven have sent this old man to test me?" "Rest assured, heaven, I, Tang Ao, will follow the plot without deviation." Tang Ao shook his head firmly. "Of course not. In this life, I, Tang Ao, will only love Lin Ruoxue. Even if I die and turn to ashes, they'll all be shaped by my love for her. What a jinx. Once I finish the plot, I'll wish for Zhou Qiaoer to go home with me as my wife. Who would love that lunatic Lin Ruoxue?" Zhou Qiaoer's face flushed, and she gently tugged at Tang Ao's sleeve, her heart sweeter than honey. She silently clenched her fists, vowing to grow stronger. So what if he was a Dragon King? So what if there was a Dragon King palace? Once she was powerful, she'd crush them. This trip to the Li family was the perfect opportunity. To defy the Dragon King, she'd start by stealing his signature move, 9 Heavens Thunderbolt double kick. Lin Ruoxue. That girl from the Lin family. She's truly fortunate. The white-bearded old man patted Tang Ao's shoulder approvingly. Young man, I like your spirit. Want to learn martial arts from me? Huh? Tang Ao was stunned. Shouldn't you be maintaining the plot? I'm a villain. Learn martial arts for what? To beat up the protagonist. Yi Chun was the ceiling of combat prowess in this book. Besides, Tang Ao already had the divine skill super rebound, so no one could threaten his life. Learn martial arts. He'll never learn martial arts, not in this lifetime. Old man, I can tell you're no ordinary person, but you've got the wrong guy. Tang Ao just drift through life living day by day. After saying this, Tang Ao quickly added, if you really want a disciple, there's a guy named Yi Chun. Teach him everything, and he'll surely carry on your legacy. Yi Chun? Isn't he your arch-rival? The white-bearded old man stared at Tang Ao, his gaze growing deeper. Interesting. Young man, you're very interesting. I like you more and more. We'll meet again soon, and then you can reconsider. This old man knew a lot. Tang Ao felt goosebumps under his stare. Fortunately, after gently patting Tang Ao's shoulder, the old man strode into the antiques market without another word to him or Zhou Qiaoer. Strange fellow. Tang Ao couldn't grasp the old man's purpose. If he was after the tea-pets, Tang Ao had offered them for free. Even if Zhou Qiaoer objected, she wouldn't defy him if the old man insisted. But the old man shifted the conversation to Tang Ao's personal life, and even wanted to teach him martial arts, promising a quick reunion. Mysterious and unfathomable, only one thing was certain: the old man was knowledgeable, capable, bore no ill will toward Tang Ao, and wasn't greedy. Meanwhile, this time, Yi Chun was truly innocent. After the truth was pieced together from the 5 thugs, Yi Chun was respectfully escorted out of the police station along with a sobbing woman, Sister Hong. She clutched her bank card, thanking Li Shiyun profusely, crying like a waterfall. In the past 2 days, Yi Chun had almost memorized the police station's layout and the officers. Before leaving, Li Shiyun even gave him a vicious threat. How infuriating. This woman kept targeting him for no reason. Yi Chun couldn't understand why Li Shiyun saw him as a thorn in her side, but he sensed it wasn't just personal. It seemed linked to Tang Ao. Damn it, now wasn't the time to deal with Li Shiyun and Tang Ao. Once he finished his urgent matters, Yi Chun vowed to bring that hedgehog Li Shiyun into his harem. The stronger-willed the woman, the more she ignited his desire to conquer. The sun was glaring. Checking his watch, it was already 10 in the morning. If not for being dragged to the police station early, Yi Chun would have bought gifts at the antiques market and headed to the Li family's birthday banquet, visiting their ancestor. Today the Li family is hosting a banquet, and the once enclosed and mysterious Li family has finally opened its doors. As the Dragon King, obtaining an invitation is not difficult. Yi Chun's goal is the old ancestor of the Li family. According to reliable information from the Dragon King Palace, the old ancestor's strength is unfathomable, and the techniques he masters are what Yi Chun urgently needs. Moreover, the old ancestor is quite dissatisfied with the younger generation of the Li family, as none of them have received his true teachings. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. According to reliable news, the old ancestor of the Li family is a tea enthusiast. With confidence, Yi Chun took a taxi to the antique street. As the esteemed Dragon King, he has a profound understanding of antiques, and can discern their authenticity and value at a glance. He is confident that he can find gold amidst the sand. Soon Yi Chun arrived at the antique street, brimming with confidence. His gaze swept across the stalls, and he quickly spotted a unique, glazed white jade teapot that the second stall owner had neatly packed on the ground. What a treasure! This is a precious artifact with a history of at least 3,000 years. He didn't expect to encounter such a rarity as soon as he arrived at the antique street. Today's fortune seems to be quite good. If this were given to the old ancestor of the Li family, it would surely win his favor. Without hesitation, Yi Chun walked over and asked boss how much for this teapot. The stall owner glanced deeply at him and replied, sorry, this piece has already been sold. Sold? Yi Chun thought it was a pity. The smile on the stall owner's face was hard to conceal. Some fool. No, I mean a boss bought out my whole stall. You might want to check elsewhere. When was that? Yi Chun furrowed his brow. Just a little over an hour ago. It's a good day today. A little over an hour ago. Yi Chun repeated, clenching his fists fiercely. If it weren't for being caught by Li Shiyun, he should have arrived at the antique street over 2 hours ago. In such a prominent position, such a good teapot would surely be seen at first glance. How infuriating. Someone else got there first. Yi Chun took a deep breath and with a stern expression walked into the antique street, passing by stall after stall. After walking around, Yi Chun felt like he could explode with anger. In the vast antique street, there wasn't even a single antique teapot that caught his eye. Didn't they say that the antique street is the largest antique treasure trove in the world? Now that Yi Chun has taken a stroll, not a single stall had a decent teapot. It seems that the rumors are ultimately unreliable. Yi Chun's face darkened as he entered the most lavishly decorated antique store at the center of the street. The items in this store have been appraised by experts, making it nearly impossible to find a bargain. After a long search, Yi Chun finally found a teapot that was barely acceptable, but it was far inferior to the unique glazed white jade teapot he had just seen. Upon seeing the price tag, goodness, 300 million. Yi Chun maintained a calm expression and continued forward. He soon spotted 2 white jade dragon and phoenix tea pets with a history of over 1,000 years. Goodness, 500 million. These items are incredibly expensive. If it weren't for the significant profit he made just yesterday, Yi-chun would definitely not consider it. After circling the antique street twice, Yi-chun could no longer find anything worth his attention. In the end, gritting his teeth, he reluctantly spent 800 million to buy a teapot and 2 tea pets. Before leaving the antique street, Yi-chun took a deep look at the person coming to collect the unique, glazed white jade teapot, and secretly noted the person's license plate number. He then made a phone call. "Help me check this license plate number, Cheong B, 1234567. The voice on the other end quickly replied, "Dragon King, this is the Tang family's car from Longquan City." Yi-chun's heart jolted, and the image of Tang Ao flashed in his mind. Tang family. Which Tang family? Dragon King, there is only one Tang family in Longquan City, and that's the one Tang Ao belongs to. Tang Ao. Again, it's Tang Ao. Yi-chun faintly saw Tang Ao in his mind, giving him the finger, and then started dancing wildly. "My head hurts. Tang Ao. Yi-chun will definitely consume your flesh and drink your blood." After saying this fierce remark, Yi-chun with a fierce expression hailed a taxi. Just as Yi-chun left, an old man with a white beard appeared at the spot where Yi-chun had just been. He frowned slightly and said, "The illustrious Dragon King of the Dragon King Palace turns out to be a selfish and petty person, while that Tang Ao, whose reputation is not great, is not only broad-minded with good character, but also a top-notch talent. It seems my granddaughter's vision is indeed like mine." As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man in formal attire respectfully bowed and said, "Ancestor, my unfilial daughter Li Xian's 24th birthday banquet will start at 12 o'clock sharp. We should be on our way." The speaker is none other than Li Xian's father, who has been estranged from her for many years. And this old man with a white beard is none other than the old ancestor of the Li family, whom Yi-chun has been yearning for. "You have a good daughter. Her judgment of character is better than yours." Li Xian's father's expression stiffened, and he was greatly shocked. This was the first time in many years that the old ancestor of the Li family had praised someone so highly. "This Tang Ao is unexpectedly extraordinary. So compared to my son Li Mao, how does this Tang Ao measure up? He falls far short." The old ancestor of the Li family shook his head, and Li Xian's father was overjoyed. "Ancestor, I didn't expect Li Mao to be rated so highly in your eyes. What I said was that Li Mao is far behind when compared to Tang Ao." "Oh." Li Xian's father was filled with disbelief. "Ancestor, I don't understand. A person like Tang Ao with such thin arms and legs, my son Li Mao could easily knock him down with a single finger." "Oh." The old ancestor of the Li family chuckled coldly. "Can your son, Li Mao, be so magnanimous as to recommend an opportunity for his enemy? Can he be so generous as to give a rare treasure worth over 1 billion to a complete stranger? This Tang Ao may appear weak and frail, but his physical condition is far superior to that of an ordinary person. His potential is comparable to that of a 3-year-old child. With his character and temperament, I dare not say how far he can develop with just a little training, but he will certainly surpass the Dragon King Yi-chun." Li Xian's father was filled with astonishment. Since he could remember, the old ancestor of the Li family had never given such an outstanding evaluation of anyone. What kind of monster is this Tang Ao that even the esteemed Dragon King Yi-chun cannot compare to him? Fortunately, such a person is not their enemy, but rather the one Li Shiyun has always liked. Initially, Li Xian's father was firmly opposed to her deep affection for Tang Ao, but now it seems such a rare genius should not only not be opposed in this marriage proposal, but should rather be strongly supported. It is a pity. Tang Ao has made it clear that he only loves Lin Ruoxue. However, it is well known that Lin Ruoxue does not like Tang Ao at all. Tang Ao and Li Shiyun are childhood sweethearts. This matter has potential. Li Xian's father was filled with excitement, and his view of his rebellious daughter Li Shiyun improved greatly. If Tang Ao heard this, he would probably laugh so hard his back teeth would fall out. In Tang Ao's eyes, this was the greatest joke and misunderstanding under heaven. His magnanimity stemmed from self-awareness, his openness from believing the Li family's ancestor was sent by the heavenly Tao to maintain the plot. As for why his physical condition was so good, this could all be credited to the stretch leg and stare-eye pill. In the taxi, Yi-chun remembered something, opened his phone, and dialed a number. "Zhang-san, how is the matter I assigned you progressing?" Dragon King." Suddenly receiving Yi-chun's call, Zhang-san broke out in a cold sweat. He dared not admit failure, nor could he lie to Yi-chun, so he reluctantly told a partial truth. "At the hospital payment desk, the 5 surgical fee for Zhou Linger's mother was written under your name." "Well done. Tang Ao, you snatched the teapot I wanted from under my nose, but you never imagined I would pay Zhou Linger's surgery fee before you. Starting with Zhou Linger, I Yi-chun swear to take everything Tang Ao possesses, whether women, money, or anything else." Yi-chun hung up the phone with satisfaction, secretly thinking that after leaving the Li family today, it was time to visit Zhou Linger at the hospital. The thought of that night, when Zhou Linger accused him of being a hooligan, still made him furious. In Yi-chun's eyes, Zhou Linger was a woman who sold herself to the highest bidder. Now that the surgery fee bore his name, she naturally had to obey his every command. Yichen eagerly anticipated the scene where upon his appearance, Zhou Linger would docilely kneel leashed like a dog and lick his toes. He would repay the humiliation he suffered that night at Zhou Linger's hands 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Meanwhile, Lin Ruoxue, dressed in luxurious attire, was eagerly preparing to attend Li Xian's birthday banquet when she received a call from the company's vice president. President, something terrible has happened. The 4 partners we had already secured deals with are all demanding to terminate the agreements, including the agency rights for the new drug Zhou's special spirit under Dazhou Pharmaceuticals. What? Lin Ruoxue was stunned. The companies with which she had recently reached tentative agreements were all crucial to Lin's Pharmaceuticals, especially the agency rights for Zhou's special spirit. To secure the deal, Lin Ruoxue had slept only 4 hours a night for an entire month. And now they wanted to back out. Why? What reason did they give? President, they gave no reason and were very firm. Additionally, over a dozen of our long-term partners have indicated they will not renew contracts after this month and will never cooperate with Lin's Pharmaceuticals again. The vice president's voice was choked with tears. This was a matter of life and death for Lin's Pharmaceuticals. Lin Ruoxue's face turned pale. Someone was targeting their company. Lin's Pharmaceuticals had fewer than 20 long-term partners, and 12 contracts were expiring soon, accounting for at least 2/3 of the company's orders. If all 12 partners left, Lin's Pharmaceuticals might go bankrupt. This was a matter of the company's very survival. Lin Ruoxue dared not dwell on it, and quickly searched her contacts for the CEO of the company she considered closest. Hello, I'm Lin Ruoxue, president of Lin's Pharmaceuticals. May I ask? Lin Ruoxue, I know what you're after. Don't say any more. Our cooperation has been good, but please let us go. Let's part amicably. The other party hung up without giving her a chance to speak. When Lin Ruoxue tried again, no one answered. Refusing to give up, Lin Ruoxue dialed another partner. Hello, I'm Lin Ruoxue, president of Lin's Pharmaceuticals. I. Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the busy tone, Lin Ruoxue was dumbfounded. This partner had previously begged Lin's Pharmaceuticals for cooperation, visiting her company over 30 times. Lin Ruoxue had reluctantly agreed only after being pestered endlessly. Now he hung up before she could finish a single sentence. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. Lin Ruoxue panicked. Compared to attending the banquet at the Li family, the crisis at Lin's Pharmaceuticals was far more urgent. She rushed to the company, where every employee's face bore an expression of despair. The entire lobby was shrouded in gloom, with some already discussing how much severance pay they would receive if the company went under. The situation was far more severe than she had imagined. Who was targeting Lin's Pharmaceuticals? Meanwhile, Zhou Qiaoer and Tang Ao were still on the road. The scenery was beautiful, and seeing Tang Ao asleep in the passenger seat, Zhou Qiaoer instinctively slowed down. After more than an hour's drive, Tang Ao and Zhou Qiaoer finally arrived. The Li family's ancestral home was on a hillside, but with modern transportation, the asphalt road extended all the way to their doorstep. Tang Ao stretched and looked out the window. The Li family's gate was exceptionally grand, flanked by 2 black dragons that inspired awe. What surprised Tang Ao most was that most of the Li family members were standing respectfully at the gate, as if awaiting a great figure. The man at the forefront was none other than Li Yifeng, the current head of the Li family, and Li Xian's grandfather. Heavens, this grand reception must be for the Dragon King Yichun. Only he could make the entire Li family come out to greet him. The protagonist truly enjoys special treatment. Glancing at the precious tea pet in the car, Tang Ao breathed a sigh of relief. With Yichen's status and power as the Dragon King, picking up some other valuable tea sets in the antique street shouldn't be a problem. Coupled with the Li family's high regard for him, today's plot seems very stable. At the Li family gate, seeing Tang Ao's Bugatti Veyron, Li Mao stepped forward and said to Li Yifeng, "Grandfather, this is Tang Ao's car." Li Yifeng scrutinized Tang Ao through the car window and frowned slightly. This is the genius Li Shiyun is hopelessly in love with, and the ancestor holds in awe. He looks no different from an ordinary playboy, and why is there a woman in the car? Head of the family, I've interacted with Tang Ao. What you see is merely his facade, a deliberate disguise. In reality, he is deeply calculating, and even I cannot see through him. The woman driving for him is Zhou Qiaoer, the daughter of the chairman of Dazhou Pharmaceutical Group, a formidable businesswoman acknowledged by all as her father's equal. Yet even she is utterly devoted to Tang Ao, though he has always resisted her. Nonetheless, she remains one of my sister Li Xian's strongest rivals. Li Yifeng nodded thoughtfully. As Tang Ao's car stopped, he took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Everyone be on your best behavior. This is a talent valued by the ancestor. If anyone causes him to feel slighted, I will show no leniency." Just as Li Yifeng finished speaking, a taxi appeared in everyone's view, arrogantly pulling up in front of the Li family gate, right before all the family members. Watching Yichen step out of the taxi and stride arrogantly toward the Li family, Tang Ao, who had just alighted from his car, felt a pang of envy. Is this the gait of a big shot? I love it. I wonder when Tang Ao can walk with such a defiant, swaggering stride. If I'm not mistaken, Yichen is about to start showing off. I must play my part as the perfect foil. Yi Chun strutted over to the Li family with an exceedingly arrogant gait. Seeing that even Li Yifeng, the family head, had personally come out to greet him, he felt an indescribable joy. Just you wait, little one. Today I'll show you the influence of me, the Dragon King Yi Chun. Tang Ao, you'll soon realize what a terrifying existence you've provoked. Yi Chun pursed his lips. Though overjoyed inside, he forced a displeased expression and declared loudly, "This is far too grand. I, Yi Chun, have always pursued humility. Although I know your welcome comes from good intentions, this display is too ostentatious. I dislike it." Li Yifeng looked at Yi Chun, then at Tang Ao in the distance, who wore a look of amusement. His brow furrowed deeply. "Who are you?" Yi Chun froze, and the Li family members behind Li Yifeng were equally taken aback, murmuring among themselves, "Has this man lost his mind? Does he not know we are awaiting a distinguished guest? To cause trouble at a time like this, is he tired of living? This man, he's asking for trouble. Why choose this moment when the honored guest is about to arrive to court disaster? He's about to face a world of pain." Tang Ao, hearing the Li family's whispers, sensed something amiss. Could it be these Li family members aren't here to welcome Yi Chun? Impossible. In all of Longquan City, there's no one more distinguished than Yi Chun. Yi Chun's face darkened. "I am Yi Chun. Aren't you here to welcome me?" Yi Chun. Li Yifeng frowned again. From Yi Chun's arrogant tone and posture, he seemed to wield considerable power. Though inwardly displeased as the Li family's leader, Li Yifeng decided to restrain himself until he understood the true situation. Li Yifeng turned to his family. "Does anyone here know this Mr. Yi Chun?" A long silence followed. Yi Chun was left standing alone, his fists clenched tightly. "Shame. A profound shame. I, the esteemed Dragon King Yi Chun, stand before you, yet you offer no warm welcome or apologetic smiles. Instead, Li Yifeng ignores me and asks the family if they know Yi Chun." Rage blazed in his heart. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. These people were not here to welcome him at all. The true honored guest must be someone else. If that were the case, his earlier demeanor and words. How embarrassing, utterly embarrassing. Yi Chun shook his head, dispelling the absurd notion. Impossible. It must be a communication error within the Li family. They don't know Yi Chun is the Dragon King of the Dragon King Hall. In all of Longquan City, the only one who could command the Li family's full turnout is me, the Dragon King Yi Chun. While Yi Chun was lost in thought, a Li family member whispered into Li Yifeng's ear. "Yi Chun is the bodyguard of the Lin Pharmaceutical CEO. A bodyguard?" Li Yifeng's voice shot up several octaves. "Are you certain he's just a bodyguard?" The sudden outburst startled the informant. "Patriarch, please let me finish. This Yi Chun is not as simple as he appears." Yi Chun's face began to show a hint of smugness. He was ready to flash a crooked smile. Meanwhile, Tang Ao was beside himself with excitement. Here it comes, the classic face-slapping scene is about to begin. Through this misunderstanding, they'll achieve the effect of suppression before release. The worse Yi Chun is mocked and humiliated now, the more satisfying his Dragon King identity reveal will be. Frankly, who still watches this kind of trope? It's so cliché. Zhou Qiaoer looked at the smug Yi Chun and the expectant Tang Ao. At this moment, her sharp mind sensed something amiss. Yesterday's incident with Zhou's special elixir had caused a huge uproar. Every major family in Longquan City cursed Yi Chun's long-extinguished ancestors behind his back. The Li family had participated in the action against Zhou's special elixir, but they had only sent a minor figure to the scene with a meager investment of a few million. If the Li family had truly turned out en masse for Yi Chun, it would be impossible for the family head not to know who he was. In Zhou Qiaoer's view, there was only one explanation. These Li family members were not here for Yi Chun. After careful consideration, Zhou Qiaoer whispered into Tang Ao's ear. "I think Yi Chun is about to embarrass himself." "What a joke." Tang Ao confidently dismissed her view, lowering his voice. "I bet 50 cents he won't embarrass himself. In fact, you'll be shocked by the Li family's reaction." "Fine." Zhou Qiaoer smiled. Just then the Li family member whispered something to Li Yifeng. He nodded thoughtfully, cast a deep glance at Tang Ao, standing nearby, and forced a professional smile. "So it's you. My apologies, but our Li family's humble abode cannot accommodate a figure as grand as you today. Good that you know. This matter isn't your fault. Ignorance is forgivable, so I can still pardon your rudeness." Yi Chun's lips curled upward, his words dripping with smugness. Then he realized something was off. "Wait, what did you just say?" Li Mao stepped forward with disdain. "Mister, you stop humiliating yourself. Do we need to sever ties? The Li family does not welcome you today." Yi Chun trembled with rage. Even though they now knew his Dragon King identity, they still issued a dismissal. Unforgivable. He had assumed they were waiting for him. Without that foundation, reflecting on his recent behavior, he looked as ridiculous as a clown. He felt the urge to turn and leave, but he couldn't accept it. Yi Chun clenched his fists so tightly that crimson blood dripped from between his fingers. "You must know who I am and what my identity is. I want to know." "What?" As the family head, Li Yifeng bowed politely. "My sincerest apologies, Mr. Yi Chun. The Li family has a very important guest today. He dislikes you greatly. If I were to invite you in, my honored guest would be displeased. See, I told you I was right." Zhou Qiaoer covered her mouth with a stifled laugh. Remember to give me 50 cents. You give 50, I give 50, and we can make a whole. Tang Ao was inwardly crushed and confused. This script is all wrong. It's gone completely off the rails. Heavens, has the Li family lost their minds? This is the Dragon King Yichun. Not only do they not welcome him with smiles, but they actually shut him out so disrespectfully. I don't understand. Who is this great figure the Li family is welcoming that they would slap the Dragon King Yichun in the face for them? Could it be another supreme villain is about to make an early appearance? Upon hearing this, Yichun turned his head and cast a glance at Tang Ao. It couldn't be him, could it? Impossible. Although the Tang family was wealthy, the Li family had always been aloof and looked down upon these nouveau riches. In terms of strength, they were far inferior to the deeply rooted Li family. Tang Ao was certain that there was absolutely no way he would be welcomed with such grandeur. But in this small Longquan city, he hadn't heard of any important figure arriving recently. Seeing the disdainful attitude of the Li family towards him, Yichun's lungs were about to burst with rage. Who is it? Tell me, or I, Yichun, will stay here and wait until this honored guest who dislikes me shows up. Yichun, you swindled my Li family out of over 7 million in funds. We haven't settled accounts with you, and we've even kindly advised you to leave. That's already the height of benevolence. Now you dare to question us. You should take a good look at yourself in the mirror. Do you think the Li family is some obscure little clan? With your measly skills, a single sneeze from our Li family ancestor would have you prostrate on the ground, playing the rogue at the Li family's doorstep. Are you even worthy? Yichun felt like a balloon that was fully inflated and about to burst. You? Fine. The Li family. Very well. I, Yichun, only want one name today. Tell me, who have I lost to? Li Yifeng cast a contemptuous glance at Yichun. Yichun's performance was truly disappointing. The Dragon King of the Dragon King Hall, not only arrogant and conceited, but also so impatient, utterly lacking in restraint. It was clear he was not cut out for great things. He really wondered how Yichun had managed to become the Dragon King of the Dragon King Hall. He seemed nothing more than a figurehead. Since that's the case, then I shall grant your wish. Li Yifeng, without looking aside, clasped his hands and bowed deeply towards the direction where Tang Ao stood. Seeing this, the Li family members followed suit one by one. Yichun turned his head, his eyes wide open, in the direction where the Li family bowed. There were only Tang Ao and Zhou Qiaoer. Yichun went mad. Are you treating me like a fool? There's no one over there. Zhou Qiaoer looked at Tang Ao, who was equally puzzled, and she had already figured out the situation. The honored guest the Li family spoke of. It must be Tang Ao. A woman's intuition told her that this matter was inextricably linked to Tang Ao's childhood sweetheart Li Shiyun. Zhou Qiaoer suddenly felt a deep sense of crisis. She still remembered how resolute Li Shiyun had been the day before when she produced the marriage contract in front of Tang's parents. Meanwhile, Tang Ao, watching the Li family bowing towards him abruptly, turned to Zhou Qiaoer. Heavens. There's no one else here but me and Zhou Qiao. I, Tang Ao, am nothing but a complete wastrel, morally bankrupt, of bad character, and utterly depraved. These people can't possibly be here for me. That only leaves Zhou Qiaoer. Does Zhou Qiaoer have such a big face with the Li family? Wow, since when? I don't remember this part in the plot. Could it be that some outstanding junior of the Li family has taken a fancy to Zhou Qiaoer? Zhou Qiaoer looked at Tang Ao and felt utterly speechless. For the Li family, whether it was the Tang family or the Zhou family, they were all the same nouveau riche clans. Even if Zhou's father had come in person, he would never have received such a grand reception. Zhou Qiaoer even felt the urge to tell Tang Ao directly to stop belittling himself. These people were here for him. Mr. Tang Ao, please stop watching the show. The entire Li family has been waiting here for you for a long time. What's going on? What the hell is happening? Are you kidding me? Tang Ao was completely stunned. What virtues do I, Tang Ao, possess to deserve such a grand welcome from the Li family? Is there some mistake? I don't recall this part in the plot. Tang Ao. Yichun couldn't help but let out a long howl to the heavens, beating his chest and stamping his feet in fury. His face turned pale with rage, and he struggled to catch his breath for a long time. Under the gaze of the crowd, a sweet taste rose in Yichun's throat, and he spat a large mouthful of blood onto the ground. His entire body looked like that of a terminal cancer patient. His skin morbidly pale, and he seemed as if a gust of wind could blow him over. Fine. Excellent. Tang Ao, you are truly remarkable. Remember this, all of you, remember it. 30 years on the east side of the river, 30 years on the west. The humiliation I suffer today, I, Yichun, will repay 100-fold in the future. With that, Yichun pulled from his pocket a teapot worth 300 million. This was the precious teapot I originally intended to gift to the Li family ancestor, purchased for a full 300 million. Rather shatter a jade than preserve a tile. The more he thought about it, the angrier he grew. Better to hurt the enemy 1,000 and harm himself 10,000. Yichun had made up his mind to spite others at his own expense. As he spoke, he slammed the teapot heavily onto the ground. Watching the shattered teapot, Tang Ao's heart ached sharply. What was smashed wasn't a teapot, but crisp banknotes. 300 million. That wasn't 3 yuan. It was a full 300 million. The Li family members were also stunned, and most of them wore expressions of regret. As an ancient martial arts clan, they had little involvement in worldly affairs, so naturally their funds were relatively tight. The entire Li family were martial artists, and when it came to making money or doing business, it could only be said that they were utterly clueless. In recent years, especially the Li family had mainly relied on their deep heritage and the presence of their ancestor to attract wealthy people who came to learn martial arts, squeezing some educational fees out of them. This had become the Li family's main source of income. The several million that were trapped in Zhou's special spirit just yesterday amounted to several years of the Li family's savings. 300 million would be enough to cover the expenses of the entire Li family for 10 years. And if Yi Chun had been allowed in, he would have willingly presented the teapot worth 300 million. Li Yifeng, the family head, showed a hint of regret on his face, but remained resolute. Mr. Yi Chun, please step aside and don't block the path of our honored guest, Mr. Tang Ao. Li Yifeng's words were like a bucket of oil poured onto the blazing fire in Yi Chun's heart, causing the flames to flare up even more fiercely. Especially the phrase, don't block the path of our honored guest, Mr. Tang Ao, which infuriated Yi Chun to the point of near madness. Losing all reason, he pulled out a teapot worth 500 million. This is a white jade dragon phoenix teapot used by nobility over 1,000 years ago, worth 500 million. It was also meant to be a gift for the Li family ancestor. With that, Yi Chun tossed the two teapots into the air, clenched his right fist with all his might, and smashed them into dust with a bang. Hiss! Among the Li family members, some began to gasp in shock. Li Yifeng's expression turned extremely grim. Yi Chun's actions had effectively put Li Yifeng as the family head on the spot. It was almost a blatant message to the Li family, because Li Yifeng chose Tang Ao over Yi Chun. The Li family has suffered a loss of 800 million for nothing. 800 million. Everyone in the Li family, including Li Yifeng, was somewhat tempted. After all, this was a gift with no strings attached. With Yi Chun causing such a stir, a portion of the Li family would inevitably blame Li Yifeng. As soon as the Li family encountered even a hint of financial difficulty, today's incident would become an excuse for some to attack Li Yifeng. Tang Ao, standing by, was utterly astonished as expected of the protagonist so rich, waving his hand to destroy 800 million. The Li family must be regretting it now. The protagonist is the protagonist. Even in such a moment, he can find a way to turn the tables and slap faces. Please wait. At this delicate moment, Zhou Qiaoer's eyes darted, and she stepped forward to speak loudly. My fiancé, Tang Ao, and I have also prepared a small gift for the Li family ancestor. The words my fiancé Tang Ao were emphasized particularly heavily by Zhou Qiaoer. Zhou Qiaoer, speaking as she moved, was the first to unwrap the packaging and took out the nine-tailed fox teapot. Li Mao stepped forward, accepted the teapot with both hands, and presented it to Li Yifeng. Li Yifeng turned it over and over in his hands, once, twice, 3 times. His eyes widened more and more. Beside him, Yi Chun, who had just calmed down, also cast his gaze over. With just one look, Yi Chun couldn't help but gasp sharply. This. How is this possible? This is actually made of the same material as the husher by. Li Yifeng cast a discreet glance at the Li family members behind him, then raised the nine-tailed fox teapot high. Miss Zhou, this is a treasure worth at least 1 billion. Are you truly giving it to our Li family? Li Yifeng's words instantly made every Li family member's eyes go wide. This tiny toy-like teapot was actually worth 1 billion. What a grand gesture, an unequivocally grand gesture. And Li Yifeng's gaze toward Zhou Qiaoer and Tang Ao immediately softened. These two youngsters were very sensible. With this nine-tailed fox teapot sent by Zhou Qiaoer, and no one in the Li family could ever again criticize what had happened today. The tea set and teapot worth 800 million that Yi Chun had just smashed could no longer cause any harm to the Li family or Li Yifeng. Smashed in vain. Yi Chun's mood, which had only just slightly eased, once again became extremely gloomy. Staring at the fragments all over the floor, Yi Chun's heart bled. 800 million. That was a full 800 million. If it were all withdrawn from the bank in cash, it could fill a small lake. And Yi Chun's 800 million had not even made a splash. It was not only wasted, but he couldn't even seek compensation from anyone. At this moment, he had even been completely reduced to a backdrop. Tang Ao, fortunes change, let's. Yi Chun was about to leave as he spoke, but Zhou Qiaoer interrupted him and continued. This is not a gift for your Li family. I heard that Tang Ao's classmate Li Shiyun is celebrating her 24th birthday today, so I specially prepared this as a birthday present for her. Upon hearing this, Li Yifeng and the Li family members all showed expressions of disappointment. The Li family knew that Li Shiyun's ideals were incompatible with theirs. If not for her 24th birthday today, Li Shiyun would not have returned to the Li family in 3 years. The Li family's philosophy was to devote themselves to cultivation in seclusion, secluded from worldly affairs, and to pursue martial arts mastery single-mindedly. But Li Shiyun firmly believed that practicing martial arts was for the purpose of eliminating bullies and upholding justice. Practicing martial arts for its own sake was meaningless. Of course, since we are visiting for the first time, we couldn't possibly only bring a gift for our old classmate. This pair of teapots is for you. As she spoke, Zhou Qiaoer took out the pearl and white jade tiger and the pearl and white jade lion from the packaging box. Yi Chen's eyes were fixed. He couldn't understand where Tang Ao and Zhou Qiaoer had managed to find these rare treasures. These were items recorded only in historical documents. Was this the world of the wealthy? Was this the joy of the rich? The more Yi Chen looked at himself, the more he felt like a clown. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. A complete defeat. In today's confrontation with Tang Ao, Yi Chen had lost utterly. The 3 tea-pets Zhou Qiaoer had presented so far were each worth over $1 billion, each a unique, priceless treasure with no market equivalent. Especially this pair of lion and tiger. If taken individually, each would be worth slightly less than the 9-tailed fox tea-pet just presented, but if taken as a pair. At an auction, these 2 tea-pets would fetch at least $2.5 billion. Hearing that it was for himself, Li Yifeng steadied his gaze and quickly stopped Li Mao, who was about to step forward and present the gift. Others might not see the value of this pair of lion and tiger, but as the head of the Li family, he recognized its immense worth at a glance. Li Mao had been practicing martial arts since childhood and was rough-handed. What if he accidentally damaged it? This was a personal gift for him. Without argument, Li Yifeng shoved the 9-tailed fox tea-pet into Li Mao's hand, stepped forward, and personally took the pearl and white jade lion and the pearl and white jade tiger from Zhou Qiaoer. The more he looked, the more he liked them. The more he looked, the more excited he became. Good, excellent. As a martial artist, Li Yifeng regretted not having studied more. For a moment, he couldn't find the right words to describe his feelings, so he simply said good 3 times, each time louder and more resonant than the last. Seeing that the situation was irreversible and watching Yi Chen disheartened and ready to slink away, Tang Ao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Alas, how did things come to this? I don't understand which step went wrong. How did a perfectly good show-off scene fall apart so completely? If Yi Chen knew these things were bought from the antique street for just over 10,000 yuan, he would probably faint from anger on the spot. These were all supposed to be his great bargains. Tang Ao's thoughts made Zhou Qiaoer's eyes light up. If they could anger Yi Chen to death today, wouldn't that mean no more trouble afterward? Uncle Li, these gifts are just carefully selected items I picked out from the antique street with Tang Ao's help. I also have 2 more tea-pets and a teapot for the Li family's ancestor. All 6 items together cost less than 1,000 yuan, so please don't stand on ceremony and just accept them. To achieve a better effect of angering Yi Chen, Zhou Qiaoer deliberately said less than 1,000 instead of over 10,000. As her words fell, every member of the Li family turned their gaze to Tang Ao. Even Li Yifeng, as the family head, couldn't help but rub his eyes and re-evaluate Tang Ao. These rare treasures worth billions were actually bargains picked up from the antique street with Tang Ao's help. As a native of Longchuan, even though the Li family had been in seclusion for years, they had heard of it. Li Yifeng, as the family head, knew best how deep the waters of the antique street were. Every year, the rumors of people finding great bargains and achieving financial freedom were like those who won millions in the lottery, mostly self-staged performances to attract more visitors. Unexpectedly, there really were treasures in the antique street, and Zhou Qiaoer and Tang Ao had found them at such a low price. Hearing this, Yi Chen's muscles instantly tensed, every cell in his body trembling uncontrollably. The antique street. Just over 1,000 yuan. If only Yi Chen had arrived just an hour earlier. If only Yi Chen hadn't been mistakenly taken to the police station early that morning. Suddenly, a terrifying suspicion dawned on Yi Chen. All of this seemed to have been prearranged by Tang Ao. Those 5 burly men were led by Tang Ao to knock on his door. And just after Yi Chen had taken those men as his underlings, Li Shiyun brought a large group of police officers to arrest him, causing him to arrive at the antique street 2 hours late. Meanwhile, Tang Ao had already beaten him to it, sweeping up all the good items, and now humiliated him in front of the Li family. The more Yi Chen thought about it, the more he believed it was all Tang Ao's design. Such deep scheming. At this moment, Yi Chen's heart was filled with shock. This man must not be allowed to live. Damn it. Zhou Qiaoer, when did you start lying without even a draft? I didn't do that. No, don't talk nonsense. These things were all things you insisted on buying. I was actually against it the whole time. Seeing the blazing fury almost shooting from Yi Chen's eyes, Tang Ao felt a vague sense of foreboding. Yi Chen seemed to harbor murderous intent toward him. Tang Ao began to panic. He wasn't worried about being killed by Yi Chen, or rather he feared that with his super rebound, if Yi Chen struck too fiercely, he might end up killing himself. That can't happen. If the protagonist dies, the plot would collapse beyond even the author's recognition. Moreover, if Yi Chen were gone, he wouldn't learn the 9 heavens thunderbolt kick, his combat power would plummet, and how could he ever dominate the world? Watching Yi Chen's wrathful, hate-filled expression, the disdainful looks from the Li family, and Zhou Qiaoer's smug gaze, Tang Ao felt he could no longer remain passive. He cleared his throat. Everyone, do you have some misunderstanding about me, Tang Ao? Tang Ao's words instantly tensed the previously joyous atmosphere. Li Yifeng looked at Tang Ao gravely. Any discerning person could see Tang Ao was displeased. This was the esteemed guest whom the Li family's ancestor valued, and had emphasized must be treated well. He was also the benefactor who had brought so many valuable gifts to the Li family. After a moment of thought, Li Yifeng had a sudden realization. He fully understood Tang Ao's meaning. Tang Ao was speaking with hidden implications, subtly criticizing the Li family. Li Yifeng immediately said apologetically, "Young Master Tang Zhou, I'm truly sorry for making you stand outside so long and having you stared at by that wretched thing." Hearing the term wretched thing, Yi Chen's veins bulged on his face, hands, arms, and all over his body. Life has many firsts. But as the Dragon King of the Dragon King Hall being humiliated to this extent while the other party knew his identity, Yi Chen had never experienced this before, and he never would again. The Li family members voluntarily split into two lines, clearing the path into the Li residence, each looking at Tang Ao and Zhou Qiaoer with utmost respect. Tang Ao shook his head repeatedly. "That's not what I mean." "My." Even Zhou Qiaoer looked at Tang Ao with confusion. "What I mean is between me, Tang Ao, and that Yi Chen over there has never been any irreconcilable conflict. Naturally, I don't dislike him. If you invite him in, I won't be unhappy either." Tang Ao's words made everyone in the Li family widen their eyes in astonishment. Even Li Yifeng was stunned by Tang Ao's statement. No irreconcilable conflict. Though the Li family lived in seclusion, every prominent family in Longquan City knew that Dragon King Yi Chen had repeatedly declared his irreconcilable enmity with Tang Ao. He had repeatedly expressed his hostility toward Tang Ao in public. And as everyone knew, Tang Ao was pursuing Lin Ruoxue. For Yi Chen, the esteemed Dragon King, to stoop to being a mere bodyguard, anyone with a functioning mind could see it was to win Lin Ruoxue over. Furthermore, the Tang family and the Dragon King Hall had just experienced a business conflict ending in a resounding victory for the Tang family. And now today, bringing so many valuable gifts, Yi Chen's face had been ground into pulp. Whether from an emotional, organizational, or personal interest standpoint, Tang Ao and Yi Chen were irreconcilable mortal enemies. Yet Tang Ao insisted there was no conflict between them. This was truly a case of pointing at a deer and calling it a horse that everyone understood. By saying this now, Tang Ao was as contradictory as pointing at a white swan and claiming it was a black duck. For a moment, the Li family members couldn't fathom why Tang Ao would say such a thing. It was as if they had fallen under Medusa's spell, standing frozen, unsure how to proceed. Zhou Qiaoer stared at Tang Ao with a complex expression. At that moment, she was the only one who understood what Tang Ao intended. Since that was the case, Zhou Qiaoer knew Tang Ao had made up his mind, and her forceful opposition would be futile. A man must be given face in public. Before Tang Ao could speak, Zhou Qiaoer said firmly and considerately, "Our meaning is simple, mister. Yi Chen has an invitation to the banquet, so naturally there's no reason to refuse him entry. If you Li family, because of us, turn Mr. Yi Chen away, then we too cannot enter the banquet and must take our leave." Tang Ao almost applauded at her words. "Well said, perfectly said. Qiaoer, you understand me. How thoughtful. You are like the worm in my belly. Whoever marries you will be the luckiest person alive. You're the perfect life partner." Zhou Qiaoer's face flushed slightly. Amidst the Li family's stunned silence, Tang Ao declared loudly, "Yes, that's exactly what I mean. If Mr. Yi Chen leaves like this, then I, Tang Ao, will also depart." Yi Chen stared straight at Tang Ao, and Zhou Qiaoer unable to fathom Tang Ao's intentions. The situation had been clear moments ago. Yi Chen's face was practically trampled into the dirt and ground by a millstone. His expulsion from the Li family seemed inevitable, and he had no dignity left to stay. But why would Tang Ao help him? It made no sense. Yi Chen wasn't foolish enough to think Tang Ao wanted to help him enter the Li family to learn skills. In Yi Chen's mind, Tang Ao was surely scheming against him again. Given recent events, especially today, Yi Chen felt their relationship was like that of a dog and Lu Dong being a snake and a farmer a wolf and an old man. Tang Ao must have already planned something more detrimental to Yi Chen within the Li family. It had to be. Yi Chen clenched his fists. At that moment, he desperately wanted to storm off, but missing this opportunity meant it would be virtually impossible to enter the Li family and meet the Li family ancestor again. Now Yi Chen urgently needed to enhance his strength to counter Tang Ao, compared to the precious chance of meeting the Li family ancestor. A little humiliation and disgrace meant nothing. Growth comes only in adversity. Progress arises only from humiliation. Only by enduring what others cannot can one climb step by step to the very top and thoroughly trample the unfathomably powerful Tang Ao underfoot. With that thought, Yi Chen decided to endure. The astonishment on Li Yifeng's face gradually turned to admiration. Such magnanimity at such a young age. The Li family ancestor's judgment was indeed correct. Tang Ao's future prospects were boundless. Among the Li family, Li Yifeng's only son Li Si looked at Tang Ao with disdain and muttered, "This Tang Ao is truly hypocritical. How can he say such things? Does he even believe it himself? If it weren't for his filthy lucre in the Tang family, he'd be nothing. Is the ancestor old and senile? How can such a character deserve such high praise?" Though Li Si's voice was low, most of the Li family heard it clearly. Yi Chun hearing this cast an approving glance at Li Yifeng's son, thinking that at least someone in the Li family had sense. Li Yifeng quickly looked at Tang Ao and Zhou Qiaoer. Seeing they hadn't heard his son's words, he breathed a sigh of relief, then shot a fierce glare. "You rebellious brat. Kneel and apologize to young Master Tang immediately." Suddenly called out by his father in public, Li Si's face was filled with utter disbelief. His voice was low, he had only muttered behind their backs, never saying it to Tang Ao and Zhou Qiaoer's faces. If Li Yifeng had simply turned a blind eye, this matter might have quietly faded away. What could have been smoothed over was instead exposed directly by his father. Wasn't this a public humiliation? As a father, he showed no regard for his son's dignity. Li Si's face was full of defiance. "Did I say anything wrong? Isn't this Tang Ao just some nouveau riche? What's there to show off? I find such types nauseating. In my eyes, he's far inferior to me. Father, have you lost your senses too? Have you forgotten our Li family's consistent stance toward such upstarts? You wretched child, shut your mouth." Li Yifeng's brows trembled with rage. He now wondered if Li Si was truly his own flesh and blood. How could he, a man of wisdom, have fathered such a blockhead? Was young Master Tang flaunting his wealth? Hadn't he heard the man say these gifts were picked up for over 1,000 yuan from the antique street? He was showcasing his skill. At such a young age to possess this level of insight, discernment, and luck. This alone could instantly surpass the vast majority of people. Moreover, Tang Ao's earlier words were clearly demonstrating his magnanimity, his ability to turn conflict into harmony. Such forbearance. Even Li Yifeng, as head of the Li family, couldn't match it if he put himself in Tang Ao's shoes. Such an outstanding individual, yet his hapless son couldn't even see through this superficial display. What was wrong with his brain? Li Mao looked at Li Si as if he were an idiot. Younger brother Li Si apologized to young Master Tang at once. "What you said is completely wrong, you're too impulsive." As the person involved hearing Li Si's words, Tang Ao was almost moved to tears. "Li Si, only you understand me. Among all these people, only you see through my true nature as a villainous rich second generation. The others all look at me as if I were the protagonist. Indeed, truth always resides in the hands of a few. If not for you, I doubt my own acting skills will. I support you." Seeing Li Si being rebuked by his own father and cousin, Tang Ao quickly interjected to clarify. No, I think this brother is absolutely right. Absolutely correct. I, Tang Ao, am truly nothing but a nouveau riche. Without the Tang family, I'm nothing. What he said is an objective fact. Please don't overpraise me. Instead, let me tell you about this Mr. Yi Chun here. His identity is extraordinary." Hearing this, Li Si quickly seized the opportunity and said to Li Yifeng and Li Mao, "You hear that? The man himself admits it. Why should I apologize?" Looking at his foolish son, Li Yifeng was nearly furious to death. To Li Yifeng's ears, Tang Ao's heartfelt words sounded like the complete opposite. A veiled criticism disguised as self-deprecation meant to reproach the Li family. A wise man like Tang Ao was surely giving the Li family a way out to handle the situation themselves. The vast majority of the Li family present shared Li Yifeng's thoughts. Hearing that Li Si was even getting cocky, when the olive branch was handed to him, he didn't know to take it. When a cake was hung around his neck, he starved because he couldn't reach the part behind him. He was an utter fool. Among the Li family, some were already murmuring, "Alas, how did the family head raise such a stupid son? Truly a tiger father begets a dog son. This kid is putting our Li family on the fire. Young man, too young, too simple. Our generation's younger generation raised in a hothouse really can't compare to us old-timers. What a lost generation." Seeing that Li Si showed no sign of repentance, but instead spouted even more outrageous nonsense, Li Yifeng's mouth twisted in anger. He took a deep breath, gently placed the two teapots in his hands on an empty spot over 2 meters away, then strode to Li Si and delivered a resounding slap across his face. A sharp crack echoed. Even Tang Ao, standing over 10 meters away, was momentarily blinded by the force of the slap. Li Si was knocked to the ground, rolling 7 or 8 times. His face visibly swelled into a lump the size of a fist, and after coughing twice, he spat out a bloody front tooth. This could be classified as a level 10 disability. If strangers had clashed and knocked out a tooth, the settlement would be at least 100,000 yuan. Slapping his own son into a cripple with one blow, this Li family head is a ruthless beast. Seeing the blood at the corner of his son's mouth and the bloody tooth on the ground, Li Yifeng's heart ached sharply. This was his own flesh and blood. How could he not feel the pain? But if a son is not taught, the father is at fault. If today, because of Li Si, Tang Ao was driven away, the Li family's ancestor would likely break both their legs if he learned the truth. Looking at Li Si, whose eyes were filled with tears, Li Yifeng closed his eyes and steeled himself. Someone call an ambu. Li Yifeng had intended to call an ambulance to see if the tooth could be saved and reimplanted. But Tang Ao, misunderstanding that Li Yifeng was about to punish Li Si further, quickly interjected. "Family head, Li, what are you doing? Is there no room in this era for a mouth that speaks the truth?" To put it bluntly, I'm not angry at all. Not in the slightest, really. You shouldn't have hit him. Hurry up and call an ambulance to see if the tooth can be replanted. Little did Tang Ao know his sincere words sounded like the exact opposite to Li Yifeng's ears. Especially seeing Tang Ao's furrowed brows, Li Yifeng was further convinced that Tang Ao was still very angry. That slap, just now, hadn't appeased Tang Ao at all. Tang Ao thought the punishment was too light, and was hinting that the tooth should not be saved. Knowing when to relent, and when to be ruthless, Tang Ao, this young man, was terrifyingly shrewd. One should have a son like Tang Ao. Tang Ao, you and my son are close in age, yet how can my wretched son be so inferior to you? Li Yifeng couldn't help but wonder how the Tang family managed to raise such an outstanding descendant. Amid his curiosity, he sighed inwardly. It seemed his son's tooth had no chance of being saved. Li Yifeng closed his eyes tightly and declared loudly, Tang Ao, spare me your hypocrisy. A state has its laws, of family its rules. Li Si, you are now to go to the reflection cliff and meditate on your mistakes. You are not to leave for 3 months. Reflect deeply on your actions today. Li Si was in too much pain to speak, but his eyes burning with hatred glared fixedly at Tang Ao and Li Yifeng. A father knows his son. Li Yifeng sighed inwardly and waved his hand. Someone dragged this reprobate away. And this tooth? Drill a hole in it and hang it at the reflection cliff so he can look at it every day and reflect. Watching Li Si being dragged away with a face full of resentment, Yi Chen's gaze flickered. This might be an opportunity. Tang Ao, for all your cleverness, you'd never imagine what a perfect opportunity you've just handed me, Yi Chen. Very well, since Mr. Tang Ao has said so, then Mr. Yi Chen, please. Yi Chen snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves, and cast a disdainful glance at Tang Ao. Tang Ao, bring out whatever tricks you have left. If I take a single step back today, it'll be your dog. With that, Yi Chen strode into the Li residence. Seeing Yi Chen enter, Tang Ao breathed a long sigh of relief. The storyline was finally preserved. No big deal. Li Yifeng shook his head at the arrogant Yi Chen. To measure the heart of a gentleman with a petty mind, Yi Chen was truly a failure. In Li Yifeng's eyes, Tang Ao had been exceedingly magnanimous, giving Yi Chen a harsh reprimand, yet offering a graceful way out. Yi Chen, however, failed to see this, and instead maliciously misjudged Tang Ao's intentions, hardly deserving the title of a gentleman. A person with such a twisted heart would be banned from martial arts for life in the Li family. Li Mao looked at Tang Ao with excitement. Brother-in-law, we meet again. This address made Zhou Qiaoer's body tremble. The Li family members watched this scene meaningfully. Anyone could see that Zhou Qiaoer and Tang Ao had arrived together, and their gift was presented in both their names. Although Tang Ao, unversed in such matters, saw nothing wrong in the eyes of the older Li family members, it was a clear indication that Tang Ao and Zhou Qiaoer were a couple. Only married couples, or those in a confirmed relationship, would present gifts jointly at a banquet. And now Li Mao's call of brother-in-law only added fuel to the fire. Li Yifeng gazed deeply at Tang Ao, waiting for his reaction. The most important condition for Li Xian's return to the Li family for her 24th birthday banquet was that Tang Ao must be free to enter the Li residence and be treated as the most honored guest. A maiden's heart. Everyone knew Li Xian's feelings for Tang Ao were extraordinary, but with Zhou Qiaoer still clinging to Tang Ao's side, no one dared to break the silence. And now, Zhou Qiaoer tugged at Tang Ao's hand with a puzzled expression. Have you two met before? Before Tang Ao could answer, Li Mao strode forward with open arms. Tang Ao promptly released Zhou Qiaoer's hand and gave Li Mao a bear hug. After the embrace, Li Mao looked at Zhou Qiaoer and spoke in a light tone. So this is the Zhou Qiaoer you mentioned, the one who's been relentlessly pursuing you. She's truly beautiful. Only you, brother-in-law, are so devoted. If it were me, I might not have resisted. Tang Ao paused, recalling everything that had happened since arriving at the Li residence. Then looked at Li Mao with a delighted expression. This kid knew what he was doing. If he didn't clarify things now, the Li family would mistakenly think he and Zhou Qiaoer were already a couple. And just now, from the Li family's reactions, they already saw Tang Ao as the positive protagonist, stealing the spotlight. That was a taboo. He had to firmly establish his villain persona. With this in mind, Tang Ao quickly spoke. Not quite. I, Tang Ao, have always been bold in love and hate. Though it's all the same in the dark, every woman has her own unique flavor. While Lin Ruoxue remains the one I love most in my heart, that doesn't stop me from liking others like your sister Li Shiyun. Tang Ao. As soon as he finished speaking, a joyful shout came from behind. Tang Ao's heart sank, and he turned around in confusion, only to be embraced by an emotional Li Shiyun. I knew it, brother. Tang Ao would never forget me. I knew you've always loved me, always remembered our engagement. Li Shiyun, like a shy younger sister, burrowed into Tang Ao's arms right in front of all the Li family. Tang Ao's words had moved her to tears, though he expressed affection for both Lin Ruoxue and Li Shiyun. The fact that he said it openly before the Li family made Li Shiyun genuinely happy. Damn, when did Li Shiyun show up? I didn't hear a thing. She's really bold, hugging me in front of all these relatives. Now I can't clear my name, even if I jump into the Yellow River. From now on, I, Tang Ao, not only have to maintain my villain and simp persona, but also add a philandering jerk label. But this works too. Now the Li family can fully recognize my villain identity. Tang Ao's inner thoughts startled Li Shiyun. So, it was still for the plot. She couldn't help but feel disappointed, but then she suddenly realized her siblings, uncles, aunts, and even her fatherly gang might all be watching her. And she, in a moment of impulse, was already in Tang Ao's arms. Meanwhile, the Li family erupted into chaos. What a disgrace. These young people. These youngsters. I guess I'm really old. So much wilder than in our day. Sister Li Shiyun, you can't just give yourself away like this. What kind of spell has this man cast on you? First that Lin Ruoxue and now this Zhou Qiaoer by his side. You need to be careful. Li Mao frowned and shouted at the Li family. All of you shut up. Brother Tang Ao and my sister Li Shiyun are a perfect match with a signed engagement. Whether from shyness or other reasons, Li Shiyun's body in Tang Ao's arms grew increasingly hot. Zhou Qiaoer's eyes were fixed on Tang Ao, her face smiling as if she didn't mind, but in reality. Her right hand pinched the flesh at Tang Ao's waist. The pain was excruciating. Zhou Qiaoer is jealous. Why is she jealous? I don't get it. I've repeatedly said I don't like her, only Lin Ruoxue. Why is she still jealous? Zhou Qiaoer's grip tightened. Tang Ao gasped, quickly pushing Li Shiyun away. Only then did Zhou Qiaoer relent, leaning close to his ear and whispering jealously. Was that comfortable? Tang Ao shook his head like a rattledrum. Of course it was comfortable. Though she looks lean and toned, without an ounce of fat, holding her feels amazing. And, though the size is similar, Li Shiyun is definitely softer than Zhou Qiaoer. Instantly Li Shiyun's head sank into her chest. Zhou Qiaoer rolled her eyes at Tang Ao, looking at Li Shiyun with some annoyance, then down at herself. Was it because she exercised more, making it softer? How could she lose to another woman in this? Meanwhile, Li Yifeng cleared his throat, putting on a stern face as he looked at Tang Ao and Li Shiyun. Tang Ao's heart leaped with joy. Looks like the Li family head is about to lay down the law. Huh. Every family has its rules. If I'm not mistaken, Patriarch Li is about to order Li Shiyun to cut ties with me. A young prodigy, Mr. Tang Ao, you are truly a young prodigy with genuine temperament. Since ancient times, heroes have cherished beauties, and I, Li Yifeng, am humbled by your free-spiritedness. Li Shiyun looked up in shock at the family head Li Yifeng. She racked her brains, but could not fathom why the notoriously rigid man who had vehemently opposed her becoming a police officer would utter such words. This was absurd. Years ago, when his son Li Si confessed to 2 girls on the same day, Li Yifeng had him strung up from a tree and beaten half to death. Only the collective pleas of the entire Li family spared him. Yet now, instead of flying into a rage and reprimanding Tang Ao, instead of driving him away from the Li family doorstep, he was lavishing him with praise. Had Li Yifeng taken the wrong medicine today? Tang Ao was utterly stunned. Please just act normal. Don't praise me to death. I'm nothing but a lecher, a thorough scumbag. That's where you're wrong. Li Yifeng shook his head with utmost seriousness. Over the past 1,000 years, which great achiever hasn't had multiple wives and concubines? How could those mundane scoundrels even be worthy of comparison with you? Exactly. Li Mao nodded in hearty agreement. It's not taking responsibility after leading someone on that defines a scumbag. Is young Master Tang the kind of man who shirks responsibility? But I definitely am. Tang Ao nodded promptly, yet before he could admit it, Li Mao interjected. Of course not. Young Master Tang is a man of his word. Years ago, while still in middle school, he privately made a marriage pact with my sister Li Shiyun, and to this day, he remembers to fulfill it. If Brother Tang Ao were a scumbag, then there would be no good men left in this world. Gosh, that left me speechless. The Lis must be crazy. Even after I've behaved so badly, why do they keep fawning over me, as if I'm the protagonist? You're backing the wrong horse. You should be supporting Yi Chun, who just went inside. Tang Ao had no choice but to force a smile and wave his hand. I'm a bit thirsty. Shiyun, why don't you help Mr. Tang Ao inside for some tea? Li Yifeng's eyes sharpened as he emphasized the word help. Mr. Tang Ao, you're in for a treat. Shiyun is the best tea brewer among the younger generation of my Li family. Even our ancestor praised her tea to the skies. Li Shiyun's affection for Tang Ao, coupled with her recent initiative to embrace him, left no room for doubt. Thus Li Yifeng had deliberately replaced the word invite with help, creating more opportunities for physical contact between Li Shiyun and Tang Ao. A truly thoughtful gesture. Zhou Qiaoer watched as Li Shiyun, blushing, took Tang Ao's right hand, her brow furrowing deeper. This was a woman here to steal her man. And she had a written marriage contract with Tang Ao. Now it seemed everyone in the Li family adored Tang Ao. Zhou Qiaoer had thought that her public gift-giving earlier had cemented her status as Tang Ao's future wife in the eyes of the Li family. She never expected that a single remark from Li Mao would turn the situation upside down. The most terrifying part was that even after Tang Ao had uttered such fickle and despicable words, the notoriously strict Li family was not angered but delighted. It seemed this Li Shiyun, Zhou Qiao, would have to take her much more seriously from now on. Brother Tang, yo, come with me this way. We'll take you for some tea. Li Shiyun puffed out her chest, excitedly stuck out her tongue at Zhou Qiaoer in a girlish manner, and pulled Tang Ao to leave. But just as Tang Ao took a step forward with Li Shiyun, a tug came from his left hand. Zhou Qiaoer held tightly to Tang Ao's left hand, standing rooted to the spot. On the right, Li Shiyun, gripping Tang Ao's right hand, had already taken a second step. Tang Ao found himself caught in a dilemma. The tension from both hands grew stronger. Tang Ao's heart wept and his soul trembled. He had no doubt that if they pulled any harder he would be torn in two on the spot, dismembered by two women. The very thought was terrifying. Tang Ao smiled bitterly. Well, I think I can walk on my own. I'm not a child anymore. There's no need to hold or pull me. No way. Zhou Qiaoer and Li Shiyun said in unison, their expressions and tones eerily identical. Your parents watched me take you out of the Tang family. If you get hurt, how will I explain it to them when I go home tonight? Zhou Qiaoer's words made everyone in the Li family frown. The implication was clear. Zhou Qiaoer was already living in the Tang household, which surely meant she had the approval of Tang Ao's parents. If that were the case, Li Shiyun's position was awkward indeed. Though they say a man chases a woman over a mountain and a woman chases a man through a veil, compared to Zhou Qiao, Li Shiyun was falling behind. So what if they live together? Your parents have already seen the marriage contract between Tang Ao and me, and they've tacitly approved. The Li family members all breathed a sigh of relief. Li Mao even discreetly gave Li Shiyun a thumbs up. She had certainly not disgraced the Li family. Watching Li Shiyun and Zhou Qiaoer tugging at him wildly, Tang Ao flung both their hands away. I said I'll walk on my own, and that's final. Not even Jesus can stop me. With that he turned and fled into the Li residence without looking back. So this is a love battlefield. It's terrifying. Now I fully understand why Brother Qing died so miserably back then. Handling two women is this hard, let alone the dozens he had to juggle. Little did Tang Ao expect that the real battlefield was just beginning. Hearing Tang Ao's tone, Zhou Qiaoer couldn't help but roll her eyes at Li Shiyun. Tang Ao was angry. It was all Li Shiyun's fault, otherwise Zhou Qiaoer would never have provoked his ire. Li Shiyun retaliated with a glare of her own. If not for Zhou Qiaoer's interference, Tang Ao would have been comfortably led into the Li residence by her hand, and he wouldn't be angry at her at all. Neither woman was willing to back down. They turned their heads away from each other, one to the left and one to the right, and quickly chased after Tang Ao. The Li family members silently wiped cold sweat from their brows and followed them back to the old Li mansion. In a courtyard paved with bluestone, many guests had gathered, mostly prominent figures from various families. But as soon as he stepped inside, Tang Ao sensed something amiss about the atmosphere. This was Li Shiyun's 24th birthday celebration, a joyous occasion. So why did the courtyard feel more oppressive and somber than a funeral? What was going on? These people shouldn't be so disrespectful to the Li family. At least they should put on a smiling face. Why were they all pulling long faces as if someone owed them money? Tang Ao's mind was filled with confusion. Tang Ao keenly observed that all the ill-intentioned gazes were directed at the same person, Yi Chun. Since Yi Chun had entered this place, he had already become the undisputed focal point of the entire gathering. And ever since Yi Chun took his seat, the guests at his table had successively risen to leave for other spots. A dining table with 8 chairs, yet only Yi Chun remained leisurely cracking sunflower seeds. Tang Ao could clearly see everyone pointing fingers at Yi Chun, but their voices were so low that he couldn't make out a single word. After a brief analysis of the situation before him, Tang Ao reached a conclusion. These people all knew of Yi Chun's identity as the Dragon King. The Dragon King truly commanded a grand presence. Even at a banquet he had a table all to himself. How enviable. It was precisely because Yi Chun had been nearly driven away at the Li family's doorstep earlier, suffering a great loss of face, that these guests were putting on a show of displeasure for the Li family, applying pressure on them. Looking at the two men at the neighboring table whose faces were darker than charcoal as they faced Yi Chun's direction, Tang Ao could tell from their lip movements that they had launched into a stream of profanity, their words heavily laced with maternal references. No wonder Yi Chun is the protagonist. His efficiency is truly remarkable. I knew Yi Chun as the protagonist couldn't be this spineless. He's clearly got an ace up his sleeve. Soon the Li family will have to apologize to him publicly, and maybe even kneel and slap themselves. Hearing Yi Chun's inner thoughts, Zhou Qiaoer couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Tang Ao truly had no idea what was going on, but Zhou Qiaoer knew the situation inside and out. These people present just yesterday had been lured by Yi Chun into having tens of billions of cash tied up in the particularly miraculous stocks of the Zhou family, a loss they wouldn't recover from even in the next decade. Now at the sight of Yi Chun, they were gnashing their teeth in hatred. If not for their fear of Yi Chun's power as the Dragon King, they would have swarmed him and torn him apart alive. Tang Ao looked at Zhou Qiaoer in confusion. What are you laughing at? Zhou Qiaoer's expression stiffened. She wouldn't reveal that she could hear Tang Ao's thoughts. I remembered something funny. At the same time, Tang Ao noticed that Li Shiyun, who had been brimming with excitement, now looked troubled, her gaze frequently darting toward Yi Chun. She had heard Tang Ao's inner thoughts, and unaware of the true situation, Li Shiyun believed what Tang Ao was thinking, instantly becoming anxious. Watching Yi Chun's smug demeanor as he leisurely sipped tea and thinking about how Yi Chun, who had been thrown out of the police station 3 times, and only got into the Li family's door with Tang Ao's help, was now planning to rally these people to pressure the Li family. Li Xian's anger flared uncontrollably. What frustrated her most was that this matter involved the Li family, so she couldn't act rashly, and besides, she had no proper reason or sufficient evidence to arrest Yi Chun. Watching a heinous person gloat before her eyes felt as agonizing as a filial son willing to cut flesh from his own body to feed his mother during a famine, discovering someone dancing wildly while digging up his mother's grave. Could such a thing be tolerated? Although she didn't know why the Li family was treating Tang Ao so well, Yi Chun had only gotten through the Li family's gates because of Tang Ao. If, as Tang Ao's inner voice suggested, Yi Chun rallied these people to cause trouble at the Li family, the Li family's impression of Tang Ao would be severely damaged. Li Shiyun absolutely would not allow this to happen. After much deliberation, she slammed her hand on the table and stormed off toward Yi Chun. But the more she walked, the more something felt off. Passing table after table, Li Shiyun overheard voices. Some people sure have thick skin. The Li family lost a few million too, and they still have the nerve to come to the Li family's banquet. No kidding. He's even bouncing his leg obnoxiously. He swindled me out of over 4 million. I'd love to slap him silly. A man who shakes his leg is poor, a woman who shakes hers is cheap. Someone like him won't even have 4 dishes in this life. But he'll get to eat them soon. At the Li family's banquet, they won't serve less than 4 dishes. Li Shiyun recognized the 4 speakers. They were all prominent entrepreneurs from Longquan City. It seemed they harbored deep hostility toward Yi Chun. They weren't throwing shade at the Li family to embarrass them, but were directing their disdain at Yi Chun. How else could he be the Dragon King? If I were stared at by so many people with such looks, it'd be worse than having a gun pointed at me. I'd have run off long ago. Look at him casually shaking his leg. He's clearly in a great mood. Exactly. If only someone could put him in his place. This Yi Chun. He's too arrogant. Li Xian's pace slowed. The worry on her face gradually faded. About 10 meters from Yi Chen's seat, Li Shiyun stopped. She had reached a conclusion. Yi Chen must have incurred the wrath of the masses, swindling most of the guests present, which had made the atmosphere so tense. There was no way he was pressuring the Li family. With this in mind, Li Shiyun called over a Li family member in charge of refreshments nearby and whispered a few words in her ear. The person glanced deeply at Yi Chun in the distance and hesitated. Is this appropriate? Isn't it a bit too rude? Li Shiyun patted her chest confidently. Don't worry, they'll take responsibility for any consequences. Just do as I say. After giving her instructions, Li Shiyun shot a rather triumphant look at Yi Chun, then eagerly returned to the table where Tang Ao was sitting. At this table, only Tang Ao, Li Shiyun, and Zhou Qiao were seated. The other 5 chairs were empty. In stark contrast to the other tables, the center of this one held an exquisite tea set. Has Li Shiyun been secretly drinking honey? Just now she was furious like a pufferfish pumped full of air, but now she looks so cheerful. Why is she smiling so oddly? I feel like she's just pulled off some prank or is about to do one. Her thoughts exposed by Tang Ao's inner voice, Li Shiyun felt a pang of embarrassment and guilt. She quickly used small tongs to pick up the tea set, soaking in distilled water, arranged it before Tang Ao, then skillfully brewed the tea, pouring the first infusion over the pitch-black teapot. The teapot seemed to be a black swan. The moment the scalding tea touched it, the part in contact turned pure white. As the tea soaked in, more and more of it changed from black to white, until it had completely transformed into a white swan. So this is the joy of raising a teapot for a tea brewer. As Tang Ao pondered, Li Shiyun handed him a cup of tea. Try it while it's hot. This is the family head's treasured pu, usually savored alone in his room, behind closed doors. Just as Tang Ao was about to reach out, he saw 2 slender hands snatch the cup from before him. Zhou Qiao, what did she want? Li Shiyun had clearly placed a steaming cup of tea in front of Zhou Qiao too. Yi Chun completely ignored the strange looks around him, casually nibbling on sunflower seeds, while unabashedly sizing up Zhou Qiao and Li Shiyun. Tang Ao was truly blessed. Both Zhou Qiao and Li Shiyun were stunning beauties, especially Li Shiyun, who outwardly acted like a tigress ready to bite at any moment, yet, before Tang Ao, she surprisingly revealed a very gentle and adorable side. As for Zhou Qiao, there was no need to mention her at this moment. She held up a teacup with both hands and brought it to Tang Ao's lips. Honey open wide. Ah. She was actually going to feed Tang Ao tea. A tingling sensation shot from the soles of his feet all the way to the top of his head. Shameless calling him husband when you're not even married yet. Brother Tang Ao would never marry a woman as brazen as you. Li Shiyun said jealously, her gaze burning as she stared intently at the teacup near Tang Ao's lips. Tang Ao suddenly found himself at a loss for what to do. This cup of tea, he couldn't drink it, nor could he refuse it. Oh heavens, who can save me? This situation is harder to choose than deciding whether to save you or your mom if we both fell into the water. Oh my, this question is too tough. It's beyond the syllabus. Sensing Tang Ao's dilemma, Zhou Qiao freed one hand, pulled Tang Ao's right hand up, placed the teacup into it, leaned over to gently blow on the tea, and then took a small sip herself. It's not hot anymore. Drink it while it's warm. This was brewed specially for you by Li Shiyun, the birthday girl herself. You must finish it all. Staring at the faint lip print on the teacup and then at Zhou Qiaoer's delicate red lips, Tang Ao couldn't help but swallow hard. Was this an indirect kiss? Wow, Zhou Qiao, you're too good at this. With such a fierce offensive, what normal man could resist? Just as Tang Ao was about to drink the tea, Li Shiyun suddenly gasped and snatched the teacup from his hand. Oh, sorry, there was a little bug in the tea leaves. You can't drink this. As she poured the tea over the white swan tea, Pet Li Shiyun spoke, while keeping her eyes locked on Zhou Qiaoer. Zhou Qiaoer's face turned deathly pale in an instant. She covered her chest with both hands and spat twice onto the ground. Then Li Shiyun dumped all the tea leaves from the pot and quickly added, sorry, I was mistaken. This tea leaf just looked like a bug. As she spoke, Li Shiyun put in fresh tea leaves and brewed a new pot, subtly replacing Tang Ao's cup with a clean one. Zhou Qiaoer glared at Li Shiyun, and Tang Ao felt an inexplicable tension in the air, as if gunpowder was starting to smolder. It seemed he had somehow stumbled into a women's war. Meanwhile, watching Zhou Qiaoer and Li Shiyun vie for Tang Ao's favor, Yi Chun felt as if he had been dunked in a vat of vinegar, sourness seeping from head to toe. Envy. This was sheer envy. Two such peerless beauties serving one man at the same time. Even from dozens of meters away, Yi Chun could catch the faint fragrance of tea. This was undoubtedly an extraordinary brew. Even Yi Chun, honored as the Dragon King, had never enjoyed such treatment. Yi Chun watched with growing restlessness, feeling as if cold dog food was being relentlessly shoved into his mouth. The sunflower seeds in his hand suddenly lost their appeal. At the same time, Li Yifeng, the head of the Li family who was leading the Li clan back while greeting guests and approaching Li Shiyun, also witnessed the scene. Seeing Li Shiyun pour out his most precious tea after just one brew without drinking a single sip, his heart clenched painfully. Li Shiyun, you're so impressive, so lofty. This was a rare tea that money couldn't buy. On ordinary days, Li Yifeng would secretly weigh it with a scale and only discard the leaves after dozens of brews when it was completely flavorless. If not for the elder's high regard for Tang Ao today, he would never have gritted his teeth and brought out his tea. What a waste, what a terrible waste. You can squabble over affection all you want, but my tea leaves are innocent. Seeing Li Shiyun grab a generous handful of tea leaves and toss them into the pot, Li Yifeng's heart bled even more. Spendthrift. An utter spendthrift. That single handful was more than what Li Yifeng used in 2 months. At this rate, this pack of tea would be gone in 3 days. Li Yifeng felt an overwhelming urge to rush over, snatch the tea from Li Shiyun's hands, and hide it away. But with so many guests present as the head of the Li family, he had to maintain proper decorum and dared not show any anxiety that might tarnish the family's reputation before the visitors. Under Li Yifeng's anxious gaze, another cup of freshly brewed tea was handed to Tang Ao. Before offering it, Li Shiyun mimicked Zhou Qiaoer's earlier gesture, gently blowing on it, and then taking a small sip. Brother Tang Ao, it's not hot anymore. Drink it while it's warm. Seeing the earnest look in Li Shiyun's eyes, Tang Ao swallowed hard. In a spot unnoticed by both Tang Ao and Li Shiyun, Zhou Qiaoer picked up a small pebble and quietly dropped it into the distilled water, holding the tea utensils. After all this fuss, Tang Ao was indeed a bit thirsty now. But Zhou Qiaoer's gaze pierced him like needles, giving him an odd sense of betrayal, as if drinking this cup of tea would be doing something wrong to Zhou Qiaoer. Yet, Zhou Qiaoer was clearly not his girlfriend. With that thought, Tang Ao reached out to take the cup and was about to gulp it down when Zhou Qiaoer's face turned cold. No, you can't drink it. Huh? Why? Tang Ao looked utterly confused. Zhou Qiaoer pouted slightly and pointed at the glass bowl holding the clean tea set. These utensils aren't clean. A visible small pebble stood out, starkly, glaringly obvious. A little dirt won't hurt. I'm really thirsty now. This boiling hot tea should be fine, Tang Ao said as he prepared to down it in one gulp, but Zhou Qiaoer adamantly blocked him. Some things could be conceded, but principles were non-negotiable. How can you do that? What if you get an upset stomach? Watching Zhou Qiaoer snatch the teacup from Tang Ao's hand and pour the tea over the white swan tea, Pet Li Shiyun's brows knitted together in frustration. She instinctively sensed something was off. Before brewing the tea, she had carefully checked everything. There were no pebbles or any dirt in the container. Though angry inside, Li Shiyun still forced an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, Brother Tang Ao, it was my oversight. As she spoke, Li Shiyun picked up the teapot and poured out both the tea and the leaves. A startled cry came from behind the trio. Li Yifeng realized his loss of composure and quickly feigned calm, though the corner of his mouth couldn't help twitching. Mr. Tang Ao, what do you think of my tea? It smells quite fragrant, but excellent. This is my treasured top-grade tea, though it's nothing compared to the Tang family's collection, so I won't embarrass myself further here. As he spoke, Li Yifeng grabbed the tea canister from the table, sealed it tightly, and pocketed it with lightning speed. Feeling the noticeably lighter weight, his heart bled. This tea would never see the light of day again, not even if the Heavenly King himself came. Li Shiyun shot an angry glare at Zhou Qiaoer. If not for her, Tang Ao would have at least tasted the tea she had brewed with her own hands. Zhou Qiaoer returned the glare with equal defiance, and for a moment neither backed down. Excuse me, I suddenly remembered I left a candle burning in my room. Sorry. Watching Li Yifeng hurry away, Li Shiyun couldn't help but wonder aloud. The Li family has had electricity for ages, and isn't there a strict rule against candles due to fire risks? Li Mao chuckled heartily, pulling a dark green tea canister from his pocket and handing it to Li Shiyun. Li Shiyun gasped as she looked at it. Isn't this the tea personally crafted by the former princess of the Great Eagle Kingdom, locked away in 8 safes by the family head? Li Mao's face broke into a knowing smile. That other tea might suffice for ordinary distinguished guests, but to entertain my brother-in-law, this is the only choice. I'm sure the family head will be delighted when he finds out. Li Yifeng hurried back to his room, diving straight under the bed to lift the 3rd floor tile from the left. The hidden compartment beneath lay empty now save for a rusted key. Impatiently, he twisted the bottom of a tea canister, pulling a bank card from its base. Seeing the card unharmed, Li Yifeng let out a long sigh of relief. This card held the last shred of dignity for a man in this world, his secret stash. The sum was modest, a mere few $100,000, but every cent was soaked in his sweat and effort, the greatest confidence that let him stand tall in this world. He set down the tea canister, thought for a moment, then pulled out the lion tiger tea pet gifted by Tang Ao and Zhou Qiaoer, placing it into the compartment as well. Restoring everything to its original state, Li Yifeng calmed himself and left the room to return to the banquet. No sooner had he stepped back into the venue than he was captivated by a pervasive, exquisite fragrance. As a seasoned tea connoisseur, he knew at once this was a rare, exceptional tea. Following the scent, the patriarch Li Yifeng even forgot to greet the guests. Step by step, he was astonished to discover the aroma wafting from the teapot Li Shiyun had just brewed. Tang Ao blew on a steaming cup, took a sip, and the tea's fragrance exploded in his mouth and nose, delivering an unprecedented jolt to his senses. Was this the joy of the wealthy, savoring tea? Tang Ao's face was lost in rapture as he couldn't resist another sip. Even Zhou Qiaoer, who had been pampered since childhood, was utterly captivated by the tea. One gulp and all expression drained from her face. Seeing Tang Ao and Zhou Qiaoer's reactions, Li Mao couldn't help swallowing hard. Sis, pour me a cup too. Li Shiyun nodded and filled 2 cups. The 4th round brought the same reaction from Li Shiyun and Li Mao, identical to Tang Ao's. Watching the 4 lost in the bliss of tea, Li Yifeng nearby was nearly mad with craving. Yichen, sitting alone at a distant table, caught the scent, and seeing the enraptured group, unconsciously let drool trickle from the corner of his mouth. As the Dragon King, how could Yichen not recognize this? It was the finest, most supreme tea in the world. As the Dragon King of the Dragon King Palace, Yichen had once been fortunate enough to taste a sip at a banquet hosted by the former queen of Great Eagle Country. That flavor was etched into his very bones. But this tea had vanished entirely after the queen's assassination. Even a single used tea leaf could fetch over 300 million at auction. Damn it, this Tang Ao was guzzling cup after cup, treating such a rare tea like cheap street tea, gulping it down without even savoring it. What a boorish man, a sheer waste of heaven's gift. Yichen instantly turned into a sour lemon, his envy radiating so thick it could be smelled from dozens of meters away, even more pungent than the tea's fragrance. Look at that Yichen, he's definitely plotting something. He can't even hold back his drool. Nearby guests saw Yichen's state and wore expressions of utter disgust. What's with Yichen? Like he's been locked up for decades without seeing a woman. I have to warn all the eligible women in my family. No going out as long as Yichen's still in Longquan City. After downing over a dozen cups, Tang Ao finally stopped. He cradled the dark green tea canister in his hands, pinching the distinct leaves to examine them closely. This is truly a rare tea. Honestly, in all my years, this is the finest I've ever tasted. Seeing the dark green canister in Tang Ao's hand, Li Yifeng's heart jolted. That canister, wasn't it identical to the one the former queen of Great Eagle Country had given him locked away in his safe? Could it be that the Tang family, knowing Tang Ao was visiting the Li household, had specifically sent him with this tea from their own stores? He couldn't believe his own tea, secured in 8 layers of locks, had somehow ended up in Tang Ao's hands. For one, no one else could open his safe. Had checked just last night, and his tea was still there. For another, Tang Ao, an outsider, had only been at the Li residence for half an hour. How could he have gotten the tea? Unless his tea had sprouted legs and run to Tang Ao. This tea must be something Tang Ao brought himself. This kid, he knows how things work. Just then Li Mao took a sip of the 9th infusion and frowned. Sis, the flavor's faded. Don't let Mr. Tang drink this batch. The taste's not up to par. With that, Li Mao picked up his cup and poured it over the teapot. Li Yifeng panicked. You wasteful child. He snatched the cup from Li Mao's hand, tipped his head back, and drained it in one gulp. The tea's fragrance was refreshing, bringing him immense comfort. Li Yifeng sighed in pleasure, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the dark green canister in Tang Ao's hand. This canister was a perfect match to his own treasured one. Lucky for him, it was Tang Ao's. Drinking someone else's precious tea was truly satisfying. If it were his own. Just imagining his prized tea being shared openly and gulped down in one go made it hard for Li Yifeng to breathe. Such exquisite tea should be savored slowly sip by sip in the privacy of one's own room. Li Shiyun tensed as she saw Li Yifeng suddenly appear, especially when he fixed his eyes on the canister in Tang Ao's hand. Li Mao's hands clenched together, feeling the air around them turn icy cold. It's over. They've been caught, and in front of everyone. To their utter surprise, Li Yifeng showed no anger at all. Instead, he immediately instructed a family member to fetch a clean, transparent box plopped down beside. Li Shiyun lifted the teapot, shook it to ensure every last drop fell into his cup, and said, "This tea. It is indeed a bit weak." With that, he downed the contents of his cup in one gulp, inwardly praising the pleasure, and addressed Tang Ao. "Mr. Tang, now let me show you my brewing skills." Taking the clean box from the returning family member, Li Yifeng unceremoniously poured the 70 steep tea leaves into it, handling them with extreme care. Casually, he added, "Mr. Tang, do you plan to take these used leaves with you?" Tang Ao didn't understand why the Li patriarch would ask. What host asks a guest to take used tea leaves home? Is this some strangely family custom? It feels like polite refusal. Even steeped such fine tea must be valuable. Surely he doesn't want me to take it. Thinking this, Tang Ao placed the dark green canister in the center of the table and said, "It's lost all flavor. What would I do with it?" Li Yifeng's face lit up with joy. "Excellent. Truly excellent. Mr. Tang is a generous man." With that, Li Yifeng calmly picked up the dark green canister from the table and did something he never imagined he would. He pinched a portion, a full quarter of the canister's contents, and dropped it into the teapot. Li Shiyun's heart leaped into her throat. She had used only a tiny pinch, less than a 20th of the canister. Now a quarter at once. That was utterly extravagant. Was this the same tea-obsessed Li Yifeng who used to count every single leaf? Had the shock of discovering his prized tea being used driven him mad? As Li Yifeng prepared to pour boiling water, Li Shiyun quickly reached out to stop him, gently cautioning. "Patriarch, this tea is your most cherished treasure. Brewing it this way, isn't it a waste?" Li Mao was so nervous, he felt like crawling under the table. He braced himself for the coming storm. Li Yifeng's eyes sharpened. "What do you know?" Seeing the patriarch's anger, even Li Shiyun, who usually had a tense relationship with the Li family, obediently lowered her head. Realizing his lapse, Li Yifeng quickly turned to Tang Ao with an apologetic smile. "I've been in the tea ceremony for over 30 years. Do I need you to teach me how to brew tea? Back when the former queen of the Great Eagle Kingdom hosted a banquet, I was fortunate enough to witness it firsthand. She used exactly this amount of tea leaves, and my measure is almost identical to hers." Hearing this, Tang Ao and the others nodded deeply. Everyone present then watched eagerly as Li Yifeng personally brewed tea for Tang Ao. The entire venue was stunned. "My God, so that's the birthday girl Li Shiyun. I thought she was a girl brought by Tang Ao. Just now Li Shiyun personally brewed tea for Tang Ao and even tried to feed him. I saw it clearly. If there's nothing between them, I'll write my surname backward. Come on, everyone knows your surname is Wang. Isn't it still Wang when reversed? This Tang Ao sounds familiar. Isn't he the guy who confessed to Lin Ruoxue over 90 times and failed? That's him. Beside him is Zhou Qiaoer, the heiress of Great Zhou Pharmaceuticals. She's quite remarkable too. It seems her relationship with Tang Ao is anything but ordinary." The guest discussions grew louder. With Li Yifeng presiding over Tang Ao's side, the chatter was confined to whispers. But on Yi Chen's side, due to the distance, he was suddenly thrust into the center of a gossip storm. "My God, with that bearing that figure and now being personally served tea by the Li family patriarch, if anyone told me he's the Dragon King of the Dragon King Hall, I'd believe it. This Mr. Tang is definitely not the playboy rumored." Even before the Li family patriarch faced with such exquisite tea, he remained neither humble nor arrogant, neither flustered nor impatient. Among the younger generation, those who can achieve this are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, compared to some who still haven't wiped their drool. It's a complete annihilation. Yi Chen unconsciously raised his sleeve to wipe the corner of his mouth, his face growing increasingly cold. They were discussing Tang Ao, yet they had to compare him to Yi Chen. Yi Chen believed he was inferior to Tang Ao in no aspect. If not for Tang Ao's luck and deep scheming that outwitted Yi Chen, it should have been Yi Chen surrounded by admirers. Yi Chen was never a gentleman, and on the contrary, he was a petty man who would repay every grievance. It was precisely this relatively selfish nature that earned him fervent admiration from some readers. But, in many matters, Yi Chen's actions were indeed unprincipled. Even under the protagonist's halo, he was criticized by many. At this moment, Yi Chen stared coldly at everyone discussing and belittling him, memorizing their faces and families. He silently calculated that these people would soon pay a heavy price for their momentary loose tongues. Meanwhile, Li Yifeng's first cup of tea was unquestionably handed to Tang Ao. Tang Ao accepted without ceremony, blew on it, and drank it in one gulp. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed sincerely, "Excellent tea. Excellent craftsmanship. This flavor is absolutely divine." Of course, the tea art is one thing, but the main thing is the quality of the tea. Hearing Tang Ao's praise, Li Yifeng modestly declined, but his back straightened a few notches. He glanced smugly at Li Shiyun, and continued, such tea is only found in heaven, rarely tasted in the mortal world. Being able to brew such fine tea today is a great fortune for me, Li. After his exclamation, Li Yifeng poured tea for several others while saying to Tang Ao, Mr. Tang Ao, thank you so much for today. Tang Ao couldn't help scratching his head. What's wrong with this Li family patriarch? Why is he thanking me? This is clearly his tea, and he brewed it himself. I just spoke my true feelings out of conscience, not flattering him or giving him an out. Why such a special thanks? Maybe it's just the Li family tradition. These ancient families are truly polite. Hearing Tang Ao's inner thoughts, Li Shiyun sensed something was wrong. She had already made it so clear, yet Li Yifeng seemed unaware that the tea was his own treasured stock. Could he have mistaken the tea leaves as not his own, but brought by Tang Ao? No way, no way. Then this misunderstanding would be huge. Li Shiyun couldn't help exchanging a glance with Li Mao. From his eyes she knew they were thinking the same thing. Guiltily they looked at the tea Li Yifeng enthusiastically handed them. Inhaling the refreshing aroma, they suddenly lost all interest and desire to taste it. Zhou Qiaoer watched Li Shiyun, then glanced at Li Mao and then at the exuberant Li Yifeng. The more she looked at Li Yifeng, the more he seemed like a sucker. She couldn't help covering her mouth with a light laugh. The tea she brought to her lips grew more flavorful and sweet with each sip. What excellent tea! Li Yifeng, imitating Tang Ao, drank a cup in one gulp and exclaimed sincerely. Drinking tea like water without counting the cost was truly satisfying. This Tang Ao kid really knew how to appreciate tea. After 30 years of tea ceremony, I never knew this was the most enjoyable way to drink. But, fortunately, this wasn't his own tea. If it were, he would never have had such a satisfying experience. Just as Li Yifeng was brewing the third infusion, he keenly noticed something off about Li Shiyun and Li Mao at the table. Especially Li Shiyun, who hung her head low like a defeated rooster, clearly burdened with worries. Li Yifeng thought for a moment and had a revelation. This junior Li Shiyun must be feeling inferior and guilty because her tea art wasn't as good as his and her brew didn't taste as fine. Sure enough, after struggling for a long time, Li Shiyun lowered her head and said to Li Yifeng, Patriarch, there's something I must tell you. This tea. No need to say it. I can see it all. Li Yifeng waved his hand, cutting off Li Shiyun's words. His heart was filled with delight. He was the first to refill Li Shiyun's cup. Shiyun, you're still young. The tea ceremony, like life, requires time and experience. You're young, so naturally your tea art can't match mine. After the third infusion, Li Yifeng stopped. At the banquet back then, the queen said the flavor starts to fade from the fourth infusion. We can't serve the fourth to guests. Li Mao, bring me the box. Patriarch, that's not what my sister meant. Li Mao grew anxious too. Seeing Li Yifeng about to take new tea leaves from the box, he felt he couldn't let this continue. At the rate Li Yifeng was consuming, the remaining leaves in the box would only last for 3 more rounds at most. He'll be honest with you. This tea. Excellent tea. Before Li Mao could finish, a deep voice approached from afar. Such extraordinary tea. Why wasn't I informed earlier? Do you think this old man's taste buds have failed and am unworthy of such fine tea? With a gust of wind, the Li family's founding ancestor descended through the air, landing right beside Li Yifeng. Instantly everyone in the venue rose to their feet. Even the proud Yi Chun stood up obediently from his seat. Damn it, old man, why are you so impulsive? This is the Li family banquet. Tang Ao couldn't help blurting out at the familiar face. Seeing everyone rise, he thought they were about to punish the old man. Everyone calm down, calm down. He's not a bad person, no threat here. I know him. I apologize for his rudeness on his behalf. Please sit down, okay? In any other setting, Tang Ao would have let it go. But this was the banquet of the ancient martial arts Li family. Tang Ao was genuinely worried that the Li family might strike and kill the old man. To him, this old man might be a key figure for advancing the plot or granting the protagonist a golden finger. If he died at the Li family's hands, the plot might go horribly wrong. The Li family ancestor watched Tang Ao with keen interest, his approval growing even more. As Tang Ao's words fell, the entire crowd turned their gazes toward him in unison. Yi Chun in particular looked at Tang Ao as if he were a fool, his expression one of utter disdain. Speaking insolently, he had completely misunderstood the intent behind everyone rising to bow and had the audacity to address the Li family's patriarch as you old man. Most crucially, Tang Ao even dared to apologize on behalf of the Li family's patriarch in his very presence. Everyone knew the patriarch was eccentric and proud. How could he endure such humiliation? At this thought, a smirk curled at the corner of Yi Chen's lips as he watched Tang Ao and the patriarch with schadenfreude. Tang Ao, you're digging your own grave. No one can save you now. It seems I won't even need to lift a finger. The Li family members were equally stunned, including the patriarch Li Yifeng, who unconsciously held his breath. When the patriarch's wrath descended, no one in the entire world could bear the consequences. As members of the Li family, they knew the patriarch's temperament best. As the universally acknowledged pinnacle of martial prowess, he was strict with himself and even stricter with others. Every person who dared to openly offend him had already returned to dust, not even worthy of an urn. Even if they were of Li blood, the patriarch showed no mercy. The representatives of the great families present began whispering among themselves, truly a fearless calf that doesn't fear a tiger. Today, even if Tang Ao doesn't die, he'll lose half his life. Alas, we thought Tang Ao was clever, but it seems we misjudged him. He's nothing but a complete fool. For the Tang family to produce such an idiot is sheer misfortune. Look, the patriarch's beard is trembling. I've never seen him this angry. I think we should close our eyes. What's coming next? We'll be bloody. Overhearing the guests' murmurs, Zhou Qiaoer abruptly rose from her seat, and without hesitation stepped between Tang Ao and the Li family patriarch. She had no combat prowess. Any random member of the Li family could easily knock her down with a flick of a finger. But she couldn't stand by and watch Tang Ao face danger. Anyone who wished to harm Tang Ao would have to step over her dead body. Li Shiyun reacted even faster. As Zhou Qiaoer placed herself between Tang Ao and the patriarch, Li Shiyun lunged forward and clung tightly to the patriarch's calf. Patriarch Tang Ao doesn't know your identity. He harbors no ill intent toward you. Please don't hurt him. Seeing the patriarch silent and not kicking her away, Li Shiyun quickly added, I invited him here. If you must punish someone, punish me. It has nothing to do with Tang Ao. Tang Ao frowned, finally realizing the situation was far from simple. This old man before him, the one he had met a few hours ago on Antique Street, was actually the Li family patriarch. Oh my god, how is this plot like something out of a novel? What a coincidence. Just thinking about it now makes me cringe with embarrassment. He's the Li family patriarch, and I was trying to protect him. Does he feel humiliated and want to kill me now? This is bad. Tang Ao wasn't worried about his own safety. He feared the patriarch might hit too hard and be killed by super rebound. After all, with those old bones, his physique was certainly not what it used to be. If the Li family patriarch died, the Nine Heavens Thunderbolt Double Stomp would be lost to the world forever. Without learning it, Yi Chun would surely be defeated by the first powerful minor boss in the plot, and the story would stall, unable to move forward. With this in mind, Tang Ao quickly pushed Zhou Qiaoer aside, puffed out his chest, and said, so you're the Li family patriarch. I've been looking for you. Hey, race the deal, hit me with a quarter. No, a tenth of your strength. If I can still stand, you'll call me Big Brother from now on. How about that? Tang Ao had thought this through carefully. The Li family patriarch was the pinnacle of combat power in this novel. A tenth of his strength would be fatal to an ordinary person, but for the patriarch himself, it was mere child's play. If Tang Ao could withstand it, the crisis would be perfectly resolved. As for the Big Brother condition, it was actually Tang Ao's provocation. A man as confident in his abilities as the patriarch would surely think Tang Ao was bragging upon hearing such arrogant words. And the patriarch's reaction aligned perfectly with Tang Ao's expectations. He looked at Tang Ao with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Do you know how many Jin my 10-strength strike amounts to? Tang Ao's heart leaped with joy. Just say whether you dare or not. Are you scared? Tang Ao, don't be impulsive. Li Shiyun was frantic. As a member of the Li family, she knew the patriarch's terror better than anyone. You can't withstand it. Li Yifeng's eyes sharpened as he spoke. Boy, you're too arrogant. At his peak, the patriarch's full-force strike can unleash 20,000 Jin. A tenth is 2,000 Jin. Enough to severely deform even special alloy steel, let alone a human body. No one in this world can endure that. Yi Chun gasped, clutching his chest in shock. He had long heard that the Li family patriarch was the foremost martial artist of the era, but no one had ever provided a concrete numerical measure, nor could anyone fathom the patriarch's true power. But a full-force strike of 20,000 Jin was beyond Yi Chun's wildest dreams. The world's finest professional boxer could only muster a punch of less than 500 Jin. Even a tenth, 2,000 Jin, was something Yi Chun, as the Dragon King, could only achieve after taking special drugs. At his peak, Yi Chun's full-force strike was merely 1,500 Jin, and with that he had never met an opponent. That 1,000 Jin strike could shatter internal organs, even through a bulletproof vest. What effect would a 20,000 Jin strike produce? Yi Chun dared not even imagine. But one thing was certain in his mind: Tang Ao was dead for sure today. Under the tense gaze of everyone, the Li family patriarch laughed heartily and waved his hand calmly. You can't withstand it. Not you nor anyone here. Rest assured, ignorance is not a crime. I rather like you, little one. I won't hold your earlier words against you. Tang Ao finally breathed a long sigh of relief. This old man was reasonable and even acknowledged that ignorance was not a crime. But the patriarch's words left everyone present utterly speechless. Tang Ao's insolence had bordered on slapping the patriarch in the face, yet instead of anger, the patriarch burst into laughter. When had the Li family patriarch become so good-natured? Li Yifeng in particular looked at Tang Ao with envy. Since he could remember, this was the first time he had heard the patriarch praise anyone. Li Shiyun and Zhou Qiaoer both sighed in relief, but no one expected Tang Ao to continue with another shocking remark. Can you withstand it yourself? Me? The patriarch looked at Tang Ao, finding him more and more intriguing. Of course I can. Not just 2,000 Jin. Even 10,000 Jin is no problem for me. 10,000 Jin. Impressive. But you have no idea that I, Tang Ao, possess super rebound. As long as your strike is lethal, it poses no threat to me. Back at Lin Ruoxue, Yi Chun tried to kill me with murderous intent, and super rebound made him spit blood. Tang Ao's inner thoughts left Zhou Qiao stunned. So Tang Ao had such a trump card. No wonder he had been so audacious, even betting that the patriarch would call him Big Brother. Wait, the Li family patriarch calling Tang Ao Big Brother. Glancing at Li Shiyun, who was glaring fiercely at Yi Chun, lost in thought, Zhou Qiao conceived a bold idea. Zhou Qiao's eyes darted with mischief. Really? I don't believe it. The Li family patriarch frowned, his gaze fixed intently on Zhou Qiao, puzzled by her intentions. I'm not belittling you, nor do I doubt that you can deliver a punch with 20,000 gene of force, Zhou Qiao said, unhurriedly stepping to the right as she pulled Tang Ao's hand. What I don't believe is that Tang Ao can't withstand even a tenth of your strength. Good heavens, what's going on here? Why would Zhou Qiao suddenly say that? Logically, she shouldn't know about my super rebound ability to protect myself. Could it be that her love has turned to hate, driving her to madness, and she wants to use the Li family patriarch to cripple me, and then have me all to herself? A forced melon is never sweet, and why not try forcing it first? How do you know I wouldn't be willing if you didn't? Hearing Tang Ao's inner thoughts, Zhou Qiao calmly explained, please don't misunderstand. I'm sure you can see that I know Tang Ao very well. He would never speak so decisively about something he couldn't do. Since he dares to say it, he must have ample confidence. Even if the whole world thinks he can't, I, Zhou Qiao, fully believe he can. Hearing Zhou Qiao's words, Tang Ao couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Does Zhou Qiao really trust me that much? Looks like I'll have to stop boasting in front of her from now on. If I brag about something I can't deliver. For others, boasting costs cigarettes and alcohol, but for me it might cost my life. So I humbly beg you to honor Tang Ao's proposal. If Tang Ao fails to withstand a tenth of your strength, I, Zhou Qiao, am willing to offer all my assets as compensation, and I only ask that the Li family grant me one wish, to be buried together with Tang Ao. Zhou Qiao's words stunned everyone present. Li Shiyun's younger brother Li Mao in particular fixed his gaze on Zhou Qiao, unable to look away. What a fiercely loyal woman. All the distinguished guests present knew well how shrewd and business-savvy Zhou Qiao was. Yet today her words. To believe such an outrageous lie. Truly, love is the deadliest poison in the world. Even someone as clever as Zhou Qiao loses all reason when in love. I'm starting to worry. What if my daughter ends up like this someday? What if some scoundrel deceives her? Let him boast. Now he's trapped in his own web. This Tang Ao. Far from it. Yi Chun was momentarily stunned from a distance, then a wild grin spread across his face. He thought this matter was over, but never expected Zhou Qiao to suddenly step in and turn the tables with her words. Tang Ao, oh Tang Ao, you've brought this upon yourself. How bitter must it be to be ruined by the woman you love? Rest assured, after you're gone, I, Yi Chun, will take good care of the women around you. Staring at Zhou Qiao and Li Shiyun, Yi Chun's gaze grew lecherous. But at that moment, everyone's attention was on Tang Ao, and no one noticed Yi Chun. Among all present, only Li Shiyun and Zhou Qiao showed no trace of worry. Li Shiyun stared at Zhou Qiao, racking her brains. Though this move might only make the Li family patriarch address Tang Ao as Big Brother and bring no real benefit to Tang Ao, what could Zhou Qiao possibly gain from it? What was Zhou Qiao up to? Li Shiyun didn't understand, and neither did Tang Ao. The Li family patriarch glanced at Zhou Qiao in surprise, then looked at Tang Ao's slender frame. Closing his eyes, he probed. Tang Ao was just an ordinary man lacking training. Though his physique was stronger than average and highly adaptable, he knew nothing of martial arts and had never specifically honed his body. With that build, he couldn't withstand even 200 gene of force, let alone 2,000. The Li family patriarch frowned slightly, staring at Tang Ao. Are you sure? He is. Before Tang Ao could answer, Zhou Qiao nodded firmly. You all have a deep misunderstanding of Tang Ao. He's been working hard behind the scenes all along, but outsiders just can't see it. Hearing this, the Li family patriarch began to scrutinize Tang Ao from head to toe anew. He fully believed Zhou Qiao's words, having been certain of it when he saw Tang Ao at the antique street. Could it be that Tang Ao knew some secret technique allowing him to perfectly conceal even his own physical condition? A flicker of doubt crossed the Li family patriarch's face, followed by a surge of eagerness. Since Miss Qiao says so, and she's so close to you, she surely wouldn't set you up. Then, I accept the wager. However, if you lose, I ask for no compensation, just that you don't bring trouble to my Li family. What's wrong with this world? That statement is obviously problematic. I, Tang Ao, have never walked the straight and narrow. My deeds are there for all to see. When have I ever worked hard behind the scenes? I don't even know myself. If outsiders can't see it, neither can I. Actually, I don't know any martial arts at all. Tang Ao spoke the truth, but sensing Tang Ao's desire to back out, Yi Chun, his sworn enemy, was the first to object. Yi Chun refused to accept that. Tang Ao, you don't know martial arts. Then how do you explain the internal injuries you inflicted on me? Yi Chun's words struck like a thunderbolt, echoing in everyone's minds. Heavens, Dragon King Yi Chun was actually injured by Tang Ao. Impossible. How old is Tang Ao? And I've never heard of the Tang family inviting any martial arts master to teach him. Though Yi Chun is despicable, he wouldn't bring up something that isn't true. This Tang Ao. Look, even now hearing that the patriarch truly wants to wager with him, he hasn't even furrowed his brow. He might actually have the confidence. A single stone stirred 1,000 ripples. Listening to the guest's chatter, Yi Chen's smile deepened. Now you have no more excuses to weasel out. Now the Li family patriarch won't hesitate to strike you. Tang Ao prepared to die. Yi Chun was inwardly triumphant. His gaze lingered on Zhou Qiaoer as he pictured Tang Ao being struck dead by the Li family patriarch, with Zhou Qiaoer collapsing in tears clutching Tang Ao's corpse. To have Tang Ao die because of the one who loved him most. What a delicious thought. The Li family patriarch's eyes sharpened. He strode over to Yi Chun and examined his body. There were indeed internal injuries. To injure a dragon king like this. Could it really be Tang Ao's doing? It's all a misunderstanding. Tang Ao's feeble explanations fell on deaf ears. Young Master Tang, please stop being modest. Left with no choice under the personal guidance of Li family head Li Yifeng, Tang Ao stood on an open space a dozen meters from the banquet hall. The Li family patriarch warmed up on the spot, his fierce punches drawing applause from the guests. Young Tang, this punch carries 2,000 jin of force. Here I come, prepare yourself. Tang Ao nodded, took a deep breath, and stood still. Under the tense gaze of all present, the Li family patriarch slowly ambled step by step to Tang Ao, then raised his right fist and gently struck Tang Ao's body. This movement was utterly unimpressive, bearing no resemblance to the effortless grace of flowing water, and even fell short of the vigor of elderly folks scrambling for free eggs at a supermarket promotion. The guests erupted in uproar. Is that it, eh? The Li family patriarch. Not even a running start, just such a light punch. Can it really deliver 2,000 jin of force? Isn't this blatantly holding back? What unknown background does this Tang Ao have that even the Li family patriarch fears him? Fools. Yi Chun couldn't help but curse at the guests' murmurs. You outsiders who don't practice martial arts shouldn't judge the experts. The force of this punch is no less than 2,000 jin. If anything, it's more. Open your eyes wide. Tang Ao is about to be sent flying. The Li family members were solemn. They had never seen their patriarch strike with such seriousness. For dealing with insignificant nobodies, the patriarch only needed to crook a finger and flick a pebble to make them kneel. In over a decade, Tang Ao was the first to enjoy a face-to-face, flesh-to-flesh attack from the patriarch himself. But could Tang Ao truly withstand it? Even Li Yifeng, the family head, felt uneasy. He was already contemplating how to handle the aftermath if Tang Ao perished on the spot, how to dispose of the body and face the Tang family's inquiries. Li Mao's eyes flickered as he stared intently at Tang Ao, searching for any sign of panic. Yet even as the patriarch's fist landed solidly on Tang Ao, his expression and gaze remained composed and unruffled, as if facing nothing more than a trivial matter. For Tang Ao it truly was. As he felt the pressure on his chest, a system voice echoed in his mind. Super rebound triggered. Please ensure your safety, host, and avoid placing yourself in danger. In an instant, the Li family patriarch felt an immense pressure on his own chest. It was as if the punch had struck himself, not Tang Ao. Though the blow carried only 2,000 jin of force, Tang Ao showed no sign of pain. He didn't retreat half a step, not even a hair stirred. For an ordinary martial artist, their entire body would fly back like a kite with a broken string. Feeling the searing pain in his chest, the patriarch incredulously lowered his head to look. His chest was untouched. Tang Ao's hands hung naturally, never moving against him. The patriarch felt as if his fist had slammed into a super-hard alloy steel plate devoid of any reaction from muscle or bone. What was happening? Having practiced martial arts for over a century, this was a first for him. Like a bride on her wedding night, utterly novel. This young man, Tang Ao, is truly a hidden master. With this thought, the patriarch couldn't resist probing Tang Ao's hidden strength, secretly increasing the force of his fist. 3,000 jin. Tang Ao stood unmoved. 4,000 jin. Still no reaction. The force reached 6,000 jin. The patriarch felt a dull ache in his chest and struggled to breathe. At that moment, he fully realized that Tang Ao had used some secret technique to precisely return any force applied to him. It was a positive feedback loop. Most onlookers were baffled, unable to grasp what was happening between them. Only Yi Chun and Li Yifeng could understand the situation. At that moment, Li Yifeng's jaw nearly dropped, his face frozen in stupor as he viciously pinched his arm until it bled. Yi Chun's heart pounded wildly. He could withstand 4,000 jin once and then lie in a hospital for half a year. But 6,000 jin on Tang Ao, who remained expressionless and still. What terrifying power was this? Yi Chun had once believed his martial prowess could dominate this world, but only now did he realize his own horror, and just how strong Tang Ao truly was. Only now did he grasp the vast gap between them. In their past encounters, Tang Ao must have seen him as a fool, playing him like a minor pawn. Tang Ao had always been the chess master, casually manipulating Yi Chun as a piece. Wasn't it so? A profound sense of powerlessness weighed heavily on Yi Chen's heart. My God, what kind of terrifying monster was he fighting against? Is it not over yet? Tang Ao frowned. A full minute had passed, and his legs were starting to ache from standing still. Tang Ao couldn't help but lift a leg to ease the soreness. The Li family patriarch was horrified. This was showing off. A blatant display of skill. It was as if Tang Ao was telling the patriarch, "Old man, you're not up to it. I can take your attacks while standing on one leg." In that case, the patriarch couldn't help saying, "Young man, don't be too arrogant." Upon hearing this, Tang Ao's heart leaped with joy. Wasn't this the dialogue faced by a villain in a TV drama he had once watched? Had the Li family patriarch finally acknowledged him as the villain? Touching beyond words, Tang Ao cheerfully replied, "If not arrogant, can one still be young? The young ought to be bold. Hurry up, I'm hungry. Finish this so we can start the feast." The patriarch paused, his gaze toward Tang Ao growing more appreciative. "Then brace yourself. If you can take this punch, I'll impart all my lifelong martial knowledge to you." Tang Ao's heart sank. What's with this old man? I haven't even moved, and he's getting worked up. I haven't done anything. Why is he like this? Teaching me his life's work. I don't know martial arts. Though puzzled, Tang Ao kindly warned, "Take it easy, sir. Hitting me is fine, but make sure you can handle it yourself, or something big might happen." Good lad, that spine is rare indeed. Interesting, very interesting. With that, the patriarch swiftly retreated over a dozen steps, stamped his feet on the ground, and the entire earth began to tremble. "Oh my God, is it an earthquake? Run, run your head. You fool, this is clearly." The patriarch getting serious. "This punch feels like it's not 2,000 Jin, but 20,000. Can Tang Ao really withstand it?" Yi Chen watched the patriarch intensely, imagining himself in Tang Ao's place. Certain death. That blow would likely shatter every bone, meridian, and organ. Tang Ao was several years younger than Yi Chen. Could he endure this? Yi Chen doubted it. Most present did too. Zhou Qiaoer sensed the danger, her eyes reddening as she pressed her hands to her lips, worry etched across her face. Li Shiyun also panicked. "Patriarch, no." But it was too late. The patriarch's body shot forward like a bullet from a gun, leaving a crater over 2 meters deep where he had stood. "Don't let anything happen. Please don't let anything happen. Tang Ao, you must not be hurt." Under the tense gaze of all present, the Li family ancestor struck Tang Ao's chest with a heavy blow. Super rebound triggered. "Please be cautious, host. System reminder, safety first on all roads. If you can't win a fight, retreat swiftly." The very next second, feeling the immense pressure transmitted to his own chest, the Li family ancestor was seized by great terror. His face turned ashen as if covered in gold leaf, and he felt his internal organs quake. He flew backward even faster than he had charged forward, spewing a mouthful of old blood that scattered across the ground. As the ancestor flew back, Zhou Qiaoer and Li Shiyun both rushed toward Tang Ao, their eyes red and faces filled with anxious concern. They paid no heed to the ancestor crashing into a tree, snapping it in half. A tree so thick it would take 10 people holding hands to encircle, and kicking up a cloud of dust. Tang Ao was stunned. This force must be over 10,000 Jin, right? Is this old man going to die from the rebound? "Tang Ao, are you alright?" Zhou Qiaoer asked, urgently pulling aside the clothes on his chest. Tang Ao shut his eyes tightly. "Zhou Qiao, you can pull all you want, but don't touch. That spot is very sensitive. What could happen to me? Shouldn't someone check on the Li family ancestor? He may have hit me, but he's the real victim here. I don't have a single scratch." Hearing this, Li Shiyun burst into tears, the tears she had held back, now streaming uncontrollably. Only she knew the depth of her earlier worry and fear. Now, knowing Tang Ao was unharmed, she shed all her burdens and hugged him tightly. Zhou Qiaoer, hearing Tang Ao's inner thoughts and seeing his unblemished chest, also couldn't hold back her tears and embraced him closely. Even Li Yifeng, the Li family patriarch, rushed over, looking at Tang Ao with concern. "Mr. Tang Ao, are you alright? Do you feel any discomfort? Should I call an ambulance right now? Tang Ao, are you okay?" Seeing Zhou Qiaoer and Li Shiyun crying while hugging Tang Ao, and Tang Ao unresponsively, Mao also stepped forward to ask with concern. In the blink of an eye, most of the people present, including the Li family, had surrounded Tang Ao in layers. Tang Ao felt his scalp tingle. "I'm fine, really fine. Everyone disperse. I have absolutely no issues." "Impossible. Look at that crater. It's huge. That punch would have killed or half-killed anyone. You must have severe internal injuries. Let's call an ambulance and get you checked." "Right, the recoil knocked down such a thick tree, you couldn't have escaped unscathed. Heavens, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never believe someone could take such a ferocious blow and survive without even a groan. If it were me, I'd have groaned once and never breathed again." Through the dense crowd, Tang Ao even saw Yi Chen kneeling in his direction from afar, though he couldn't recall when. Yi Chen's mind was buzzing. He now felt like a clown. Compared to Tang Ao's strength, his own petty skills amounted to nothing. Reflecting on recent encounters with Tang Ao, Yi Chen grew increasingly convinced that Tang Ao had never taken him seriously. All his tricks, whether silver needles or poison insects, must have seemed like child's play to Tang Ao. Tang Ao had merely been in a good mood, amusing himself by toying with Yi Chen. He had been so foolish, so naive. He had once thought Tang Ao was just lucky, and that killing him would be as easy as crushing an ant. Now everything was reversed. What was this so-called Dragon King but a joke before absolute power? Could it be that he could only bow and scrape, surrendering from now on? Could it? That strength alone gave him the right to toy with me. What utter humiliation. This was the greatest disgrace. Compared to this, even the murder of a father would pale. What am I Yichen even worth? Do you know how much effort I've put in, how many brushes with death I've endured to become who I am today? Yichen will not accept this. Yichen's fists clenched tightly. At that moment his life's goal took a drastic turn. From now on, surpassing and defeating Tang Ao became his sole ambition. Meanwhile, Tang Ao tried repeatedly to explain, but no one would believe him. As the dust in the distance gradually settled, and the Li family ancestor still hadn't emerged, Tang Ao grew anxious. Stop fussing over me. The Li family ancestor is still in the balance. He's an old man of such advanced age. Cough. Cough, cough. As soon as Tang Ao spoke, he heard heavy coughing from afar. The Li family ancestor was in a pitiful state. He was hunched over, his hair, face, and body covered in wood shavings, and his outer robe stained with blood. That was his own blood. As he had flown backward, the Li family ancestor nearly fainted. His internal organs had suffered severe damage. When his fist struck Tang Ao, he was horrified to feel an equally powerful force strike his own chest. This must be Tang Ao's doing. Without lifting a hand or throwing a punch, Tang Ao had unleashed over 20,000 Jin of force and effortlessly neutralized the Li family ancestor's attack. What terrifying power! What did it mean to say a hero is born young? What did it mean that the waves behind drive on those before and the old waves wash up on the shore? What did it mean that there is always someone stronger? Only now did the Li family ancestor truly understand, thinking that he had once considered taking Tang Ao as his disciple. At this moment, the Li family ancestor coughed, painfully, feeling somewhat ridiculous. That last blow had been his full strength with no reservation, yet it had caused Tang Ao no harm, while he himself was severely injured. Tang Ao's strength was unfathomable. Seeing the crowd clustered around Tang Ao, the Li family ancestor felt not anger, but a sense of rightness. Such a prodigious youth deserved to be surrounded like stars around the moon. While desperately regulating his breathing to stay conscious, he watched Tang Ao approach, and the words Tang Ao had spoken earlier echoed in his mind. If you're not arrogant when young, when can you be? Well said indeed. How old was Tang Ao? 24. 25. At that age, the Li family ancestor had only been swinging an axe to chop trees for training, not yet ready for real combat. If he had possessed Tang Ao's strength at that age, he would have been far more arrogant than Tang Ao. If he were Tang Ao, he would have dropped a few humble brag lines, and then leaned back triumphantly. As the Li family ancestor questioned his own existence, Tang Ao hurried over. Ancestor, are you alright? They'll call an ambulance for you. Looking at Tang Ao, who was earnestly making the call, without a trace of arrogance, the Li family ancestor felt a storm surge within. Tang Ao showed no arrogance toward him, an old defeated man, but treated him with respect. This calm, unassuming nature was rare and precious beyond compare. The Li family ancestor waved his hand. It's just a minor injury, no need. As he spoke, a back molar accidentally fell out of his mouth. Everyone present watched tensely. Li Yifeng was dumbfounded. When had the dignified Li family ancestor ever bent his back like this? When had his face ever been so pale? When had his steps ever been so labored? His teeth. For years his teeth had been better cared for than any 17 or 18-year-olds, allowing him to eat heartily. Had that exchange actually knocked out a tooth? The Li family ancestor waved his hand, bowed respectfully to Tang Ao, and licked the gap in his mouth. I'm old and useless. See, even my teeth have finally disobeyed. To be honest, this cavity has troubled me for days. Little brother thanks big brother here. Big brother. The esteemed Li family ancestor actually called Tang Ao big brother. Damn old man, you're older than my great-grandfather who's already buried, and you call me big brother. No, this is absolutely unacceptable. What just happened was merely a jest. Tang Ao waved his hands repeatedly, finding it rather inappropriate to have a centenarian call him big brother. A bet is a bet. Moreover, that strike just now was not merely 2,000 Jin of force, but my full-powered blow, at least 20,000 Jin. Having trained in martial arts for decades, I thought these old bones had glimpsed the celestial secrets yet. Alas, I was a frog at the bottom of a well. The Li family ancestor sighed, deeply straightening his back slightly. If heaven would grant this old man another decade, I would surely have a chance to exchange a single move with you, big brother, without ending up so utterly humiliated. These words sent a shockwave through the entire assembly. Everyone could see that the Li family ancestor's attack was no simple matter. Yet no one anticipated that this martial arts titan, a figure at the very pinnacle of power, could not even ruffle a single strand of Tang Ao's hair with his full force, while he himself was left battered and bruised. He even claimed that given 10 more years, he might manage a single exchange with Tang Ao. Just how formidable must Tang Ao be? Was this man a demon? Even if he had been training in martial arts since the womb, his progress in martial mastery was far too astonishing. Ancestor. Li Shiyun bit her lip softly. She now fully understood why Zhou Qiao had orchestrated this wager. Now that her own ancestor had addressed Tang Ao as big brother by the rules of seniority, wouldn't Li Shiyun, as a great-granddaughter, have to call Tang Ao granduncle? The entire hierarchy would be thrown into chaos. The Li family prized propriety above all else. How could Li Shiyun ever interact with Tang Ao after this? Li Yifeng instantly grasped Li Shiyun's concern. Having witnessed Zhou Qiao's offering of the tea-pet at the entrance and Tang Ao's display, Li Yifeng already held a high opinion of Tang Ao. Now it was clear to everyone that Tang Ao was a martial arts grandmaster far surpassing even the Li family ancestor. This made it even more imperative to cultivate a good relationship with Tang Ao. Such a golden opportunity, if missed, would be regretted for a lifetime. Li Yifeng quickly interjected, "Shiyun, it's fine. From now on you two can address each other separately. You call him granduncle, and he calls you sister Shiyun." Li Mao frowned and shook his head decisively. "That's hardly appropriate. I think it's better to maintain the status quo. He calls sister Shiyun, and she calls him brother Tang Ao." Another Li family member shook his head. "In that case, if the ancestor calls Tang Ao big brother, then what should Shiyun call him? She is the ancestor's great-granddaughter. Ahem, since the ancestor is unharmed, perhaps we should tidy up and serve the dishes first. Let's eat and talk." At Tang Ao's suggestion, everyone nodded and returned to their seats. The Li family ancestor stood still, glaring discontentedly at Li Yifeng, who was just turning back to his seat. Li Yifeng felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively looked back, meeting the ancestor's gaze. One that could almost flay him alive. Something was wrong. Definitely wrong. Had he done something to displease the Li family ancestor? That couldn't be. He had handled everything quite properly and had been attentive to Tang Ao. After the clash, aside from Zhou Qiao and Li Shiyun, he was the first to approach Tang Ao and inquire about his condition. Filled with confusion, Li Yifeng obediently moved closer to the Li family ancestor. The ancestor grabbed him by the ear and whispered, "The youngsters are too young to see I'm badly injured, but you ignored me too." What? The Li family ancestor was gravely wounded. Li Yifeng's brows knitted into a tight knot, his eyes filled with shock and fury as he glared at Tang Ao, who was casually returning to his seat. How dare he? For a moment's anger he injured you. He'll gather the men and drive him out. He had thought the ancestor had only suffered minor scratches, nothing serious. Fool. The Li family ancestor tightened his grip, causing Li Yifeng to gasp sharply. "This is all my own doing. Big brother warned me to consider whether I could withstand the consequences before attacking him. I broke my word and increased the force to 20,000 Jin. Now I can't even walk from the injury. It's my own fault. I can't blame my big brother." Li Yifeng's jaw dropped as he gasped for air, his mind struggling to keep up. The Li family ancestor had been struck so hard by Tang Ao that he couldn't even walk. His own ancestor was now calling Tang Ao my big brother repeatedly, as if it had become natural. Good heavens, what was happening to the world? Was this young man Tang Ao so incredibly formidable? Didn't you say it was just a minor injury? And that tooth, just now, was it knocked out by Tang Ao? But I didn't even see him strike. You know the answer. Have you ever seen a single decayed tooth in my mouth? The Li family ancestor tightened his grip again, making Li Yifeng wince in pain. Then why did you say you were fine just now? And why claim it was a rotten tooth you'd been wanting to pull out? Li Yifeng's mind was slow to catch on. The ancestor coughed in irritation. With so many people around, you may not care about face, but the Li family does. Li Yifeng finally understood. Ancestor will call an ambulance and arrange for someone to take you down the mountain. Let the ambulance meet you at the foot. The Li family ancestor shook his head, his eyes fixed intently on Tang Ao. On such an important occasion, if I leave now, it will inevitably breed suspicion. Others might not see through it, but that young man Tang Ao certainly will. How can I face him in the future? But, ancestor, your health is paramount. It's fine. The Li family ancestor waved his hand. Forget the ambulance. Have a doctor come to the house. I hope I can hold out until the guests are seen off. Help me over. I want to sit at the same table as Tang Ao. There are some martial arts matters I need to consult with him. Li Yifeng keenly caught the word consult. The esteemed Li family ancestor, who for decades had only received visitors seeking his guidance, uttering the word consult was unprecedented. Li Yifeng nodded solemnly, summoned a Li family member to arrange everything, and slowly helped the ancestor over to Yi Chen's side. The bewildered Li family member rubbed his eyes in disbelief, only to be kicked in the backside by Li Yifeng, sending him tumbling. "Hurry up." The Li family member scrambled to his feet and dashed off. Like an ordinary old man, the ancestor was helped to the table, where he found Li Shiyun seated on Yi Chen's left and Zhou Qiao on his right. He hesitated, a troubled look on his face. Everyone knew that Tang Ao had come to the Li family banquet only for Li Shiyun's sake. Displacing her would be inappropriate. And Zhou Qiao, she was Tang Ao's guest, so displacing her was even more out of the question. The Li family ancestor glanced at Li Mao, who seemed preoccupied. Clenching his fists in reluctance, Li Mao rose from his seat. Most of the guests present were fixated on every move of the Li family ancestor, and Tang Ao still reeling from the shock of their earlier confrontation. As Li Mao stood up, the host, the Li family ancestor, did not immediately sit down. Instead, he respectfully addressed Tang Ao. "Big brother, would it be acceptable if I sit here?" At these words, the entire banquet hall fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared at the ancestor of the Li family in disbelief. If today's events were ever recounted, they would surely be dismissed as a dream. Who could have imagined that the venerable and formidable ancestor of the Li family would, at a banquet held for a younger generation, ask a young man in his 20s for permission to sit beside him? This was the Li family. Tang Ao was merely a guest visiting for the first time. Even if foreign heads of state had arrived en masse, would they be worthy of such words from the Li family's ancestor? Tang Ao, the man in question, stared wide-eyed at the old man before him, whose hair still bore traces of wood shavings. "Good heavens, you're the host here. Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? Are the Li family members being overly polite and accommodating?" As I recall in the original story, the Li family were all brutes who resorted to fists at the slightest disagreement, always adhering to the principle of convincing through force. Although I've had little contact with them. Why do the Li family members I see now feel completely different? Seeing Tang Ao nod, the ancestor of the Li family sat down solemnly. Li Yifeng glanced at Li Mao, who obediently moved one seat further away. In Li Mao's eyes, the earlier shock had been replaced by a fierce fighting spirit. He needed to become stronger. He craved strength urgently. As the most outstanding of the Li family's younger generation, he had always been confident in his abilities. Before today's confrontation between Tang Ao and the ancestor, he had firmly believed he could easily knock Tang Ao to the ground. But now, he was still far from Tang Ao's level. What if one day his sister Li Shiyun suffered any grievance at Tang Ao's hands, or if Tang Ao found another love? As her younger brother, he wouldn't even be able to stand up for her. That would never do. Absolutely not. His sister Li Shiyun must never be bullied by anyone, not even Tang Ao. From today onward, he would redouble his efforts. With everything settled, the Li family began serving plates of exquisite dishes. During the wait for the food, Li Yifeng held a cup of tea that had gone cold and oversteeped, a troubled expression on his face. This tea was already cold. According to custom, it should be discarded and a fresh pot brewed. But this tea had only been steeped twice. This was a rare tea that money couldn't buy, a treasure to be savored sparingly. Most importantly, in Li Yifeng's eyes, this was Tang Ao's tea. After much deliberation, Li Yifeng spoke hesitantly. "Tang Ao, great uncle, should we pour this tea away?" Tang Ao frowned. The ancestor of the Li family shot Li Yifeng a sharp glare. Li Yifeng's heart sank. He had clearly said the wrong thing. As expected, he had misspoken. Li Yifeng quickly corrected himself. "Great uncle, I was presumptuous. This tea is so precious, and I even considered wasting it. An unforgivable thought. When the wine arrives, I'll punish myself with 3 cups. What's wrong with this guy? This is your own tea. Why ask me how to handle it? What does it have to do with me? Good heavens, why do I always get the feeling he thinks this tea belongs to me? It must be an illusion. Who would fail to recognize their own treasured tea? That's not what I meant. The tea is in your hands, handle it as you normally would. There's no need to ask for my opinion. Besides," Tang Ao glanced at Zhou Qiaoer, who was covering her mouth to stifle a laugh, and continued, "And please don't call me great uncle. It feels awkward. We didn't make any bet, so just call me what you used to." "How can that be?" Li Yifeng shook his head firmly. "The ancestor himself has to address you as big brother. If I still called you Mr. Tang Ao, wouldn't that disrupt the generational hierarchy and take advantage of the ancestor?" His reasoning was so sound that Tang Ao was momentarily at a loss for words. The ancestor of the Li family shot Li Yifeng a sidelong glance, a sound of displeasure escaping his throat. The meaning was clear to Li Yifeng. "You're displeasing Tang Ao. Displeasing my big brother means displeasing me." Since becoming the head of the Li family, Li Yifeng hadn't experienced the need to read someone's expression in years. At this moment, it felt as if time had flowed backward to decades ago, when he was a powerless junior of the Li family, his heart timid, his back bent. This feeling, if it were any other time or any other person, it would have been utterly unbearable. It was like someone accustomed to light could no longer endure the darkness. But today, facing Tang Ao, Li Yifeng chose to endure. He endured with heartfelt submission. Not only was he convinced, but he felt no discomfort whatsoever. All because this was Tang Ao, the one who had gifted him a tea pet worth billions, the one who had severely wounded the Li family's ancestor. Li Yifeng nodded heavily and asked with bated breath, "Then brother Tang Ao, since this tea has already gone cold, how about we distribute a cup to each table of guests, letting them savor this rare delight?" Tang Ao nodded. The address brother Tang Ao made the atmosphere around him feel much more normal. Seeing Tang Ao's brow relax, Li Yifeng let out a long sigh of relief. For some reason, his heart felt light and joyful. Tang Ao truly lived up to his reputation as a scion of a wealthy family, so magnanimous. Cups of tea were delivered to the guests' tables, and the attendees erupted into a frenzy, each vying for a taste. Though they were all prominent figures from various families, at this moment they resembled starving refugees scrambling for relief grained faces flushed with contention. Those who managed to sip the tea declared it exquisite. These dignitaries who would normally not give a second glance to food touched by another's hand now showed no disdain for cups already used by others. They picked them up and drank without hesitation, afraid that a moment's delay would mean missing out. At this moment, perhaps only the unconscious curling of their little fingers while savoring the tea preserved the last vestiges of their elegance. Some even stood on their chairs ecstatic like victorious generals upon finding a sesame's eyes tea leaf in their mouths. Yet, amidst this fervor, only one person stood out, his face ashen. Yichen sat alone at a table, but did not receive the treatment afforded to others. Throughout the banquet hall, only Yichen's table was not served the tea personally brewed by Li Yifeng. On the contrary, the Li family brought Yichen a cup of scalding hot tea. Its aroma was unmistakable. It was the cheapest green tea, costing just a few yuan a box from the market. What infuriated Yichen most was that his cup was filled to the brim, so full that the slightest breath would cause the tea to spill over. A full cup of tea shows disrespect, while a full cup of wine shows respect. Yichen understood this principle all too well. Every other table received cold tea, while his table was served boiling hot tea poured to the brim by a junior of the Li family. The Li family was trying to drive him away. This must be Tang Ao's doing. Yichen closed his eyes tightly, smelling the green tea before him, then catching the refreshing aroma wafting from other tables. Yichen took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the rage in his heart. For now he could not leave. He still had important matters to attend to. He had yet to inquire about the Nine Heavens Thunderbolt footwork. Before coming, he had done thorough research on the Li family ancestors' preferences. If he couldn't find a chance to speak privately with the ancestor, Yichen would be unwilling to give up. Soon the guest tables were laden with 9 dishes and 1 soup, filled with rare mountain delicacies seldom seen in daily life. A feast like this would cost at least over 100,000 yuan outside. The guests quickly noticed an anomaly. Hey look, Yichen's table is still empty. Not even a dish, and now there's not even a cup of drinkable water. Wait, look, why is his tea still full and steaming? It's different from ours. What a display of veiled sarcasm. Yichen's lips were deathly pale, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. It was not from the cold, but sheer rage. At that moment, Yichen felt as if thousands of ants were crawling over him, gnawing from the inside out. This was partly because of Tang Ao and Li Xian's specific instructions to the Li family. But more importantly, the Li family had always despised Yichen. Setting aside the millions he had swindled from them yesterday, he had smashed a teapot and teapots worth nearly $1 billion at the Li family's doorstep, right in front of everyone. Yichen's current plight was entirely his own doing. Tang Ao's presence merely acted as a catalyst. Even if Tang Ao hadn't shown up today, the Li family would never have treated Yichen kindly. Moreover, if Tang Ao hadn't spoken up, Yichen wouldn't have even been allowed through the Li family's gates today. Just before the feast began, Li Xian's father Li Gang finally appeared. At the mere sight of him, Li Xian's eyes reddened. It had been over 3 years since she had last seen her father after their falling out over her decision to become a police officer. Now in his middle age, Li Gang's hair was peppered with gray, already half white. He stared at his daughter for a long moment, took a deep breath, and then spoke in a cold, formal tone. After announcing the start of the meal, Li Gang left directly, without a single word, to Li Shiyun. Even Tang Ao, an outsider, sensed something was wrong. Especially the deep, meaningful look Li Gang gave him before leaving. A gaze entirely different from the rest of the Li family, practically shouting dislike, without uttering a word. Tang Ao felt a chill run down his spine from that glare and unprecedented tension rising within him. What a terrifying look. Is this the legendary "a man is gentle, but a father is tough"? Li Gang must despise me now, because Li Shiyun insisted on becoming a police officer under my influence. In his eyes I'm nothing but the pig that ruined his cabbage. But this is probably an international norm. Fathers rarely like their sons-in-law from the start. Li Shiyun instinctively tightened her grip on Tang Ao's hand. Zhou Qiaoer keenly noticed this subtle movement, and listening to Tang Ao's inner thoughts, her expression grew increasingly grave. Was Tang Ao already thinking of himself as the Li family's son-in-law? If this continued, things would become terrifying. Zhou Qiaoer leaned close to Tang Ao's ear and whispered, "Tang Ao, are you falling for Li Shiyun?" Hearing those words from Zhou Qiaoer, Tang Ao jolted. What a ridiculous notion. Following her gaze, especially noticing that he and Li Shiyun were interlacing fingers, Tang Ao's heart skipped a beat as he quickly withdrew his hand. What are you thinking? I am always faithful in matters of the heart. My feelings for Lin Ruoxue cannot be changed by you or Li Shiyun. Besides Lin Ruoxue, I will never love another woman. Though Tang Ao's voice was low, everyone at the table heard him clearly. Li Mao's eyes snapped toward him, the chill in them sending a shiver down Tang Ao's spine. This gaze was even more terrifying than Li Gang's. Don't glare at me like that. According to the plot, your sister Li Shiyun and Lin Ruoxue both end up as Yichen's harem. I have nothing to do with it. Go glare at Yichen, will you? But speaking of which, Li Mao is a devoted sister Khan in the story, the only one from her family to slap Yichen in the face for mistreating Li Shiyun. A true madman. Unfortunately, this offended Yichen, who later tricked him abroad, had his tendons severed, and he vanished without a trace. Yi Chun is truly ruthless to those who cross him. For such a person to be the protagonist. Unbelievable. Li Shiyun trembled, snapping her gaze from Li Mao to the distant Yi Chun. Suddenly she slammed the table and stood up. I don't like that man. I've hinted and warned him many times, but he's still shamelessly clinging on. Someone throw him out of the Li family. The entire hall erupted in shock, everyone staring at Li Shiyun in disbelief. Li Yifeng waved his hands frantically at her. Shiyun, calm down. This is the person, Mr. Long. No, Mr. Tang Ao himself allowed into our home. The Li family patriarch narrowed his eyes, glancing at the astonished Tang Ao, then at Yi Chun, who slowly rose from his seat, with a face blacker than charcoal. In the distance, Yi Chun stood up in fury, casting a venomous glare at Li Shiyun before fixing his eyes on Tang Ao. In his mind, ever since entering the Li family, everything, from being isolated at a separate table to the insult of a full cup of tea to having no food served at his table while others mocked him, had culminated in Li Shiyun publicly ordering him out. This series of calculated moves must have been orchestrated by Tang Ao. Though he had mentally prepared himself before entering the Li residence, Yi Chun was still seething with rage. The most absurd part was that despite knowing who was behind it all, he couldn't defeat Tang Ao in a fight. Seeing Li Yifeng's troubled expression, the Li family patriarch waved his hand. Shiyun, sit down. A guest is a guest. How can we drive someone away like this? He then added with veiled sarcasm, but some people really lack social awareness. Even a pig would have sensed the awkward atmosphere and left by now. No need to get angry over such people. The room burst into laughter. Everyone knew the patriarch was referring to Yi Chun. At that moment, Yi Chun felt a burning pain not just on his face, but in every cell of his body. Today at the Li family, he had completely lost face for the Dragon King Palace and himself. More accurately, the patriarch had practically called him worse than a pig by name. Yi Chun could no longer contain his fury. He pushed back his chair, ready to slam the table and leave. Just then, the Li family patriarch suddenly pulled out a tattered old book from his bosom, silencing the crowd once more. Brother, this is my family's ancestral technique, the Nine Heavens Thunderbolt Kick. It contains annotations from all previous holders. I was wrong earlier for using 20,000 gene of force without warning. Please accept this as my apology. Yi Chun's heart felt as if it were being wrung dry like a towel. The Nine Heavens Thunderbolt Kick. This was exactly what he had been yearning for. The patriarch had deliberately brought it out. He knew full well that the only reason Yi Chun, as the Dragon King, had stooped to buy nearly $1 billion in gifts and endured so much humiliation to visit the Li family was to obtain this very technique. Every member of the Li family present found their breaths growing ragged, their eyes fixed unwaveringly on the ancient book the Li clan ancestor had produced. Their gazes gleamed with the same predatory intensity as a weasel eyeing a chick. Li Yifeng, the family head, was so startled that he shot up from his chair and dropped directly to his knees. Ancestor, I urge you to think thrice. This matter cannot be taken lightly. Others might not grasp the sheer power of the Nine Heavens Thunderbolt Kick, but Li Yifeng, as the family head, knew it all too well. Not for any other reason, but because he had studied it. Though he had only scratched the surface without mastering it, even that meager fragment had allowed him to defeat countless rivals within the Li family and ascend to his position. He had always hoped that one day his son Li Si would get the chance to acquire this book to study and contemplate it under his guidance, then stand out among his peers and take over the reins after his own retirement. If this book were gifted to Tang Ao, now his son Li Si would have nothing left to hope for. With this thought, Li Yifeng's gaze grew even more resolute, and he added with measured gravity, Ancestor, this Nine Heavens Thunderbolt Kick is a secret art that even few of us Li family members are qualified to examine. Though Tang Ao is a peerless prodigy, after all, his surname is Tang, not Li. That poses no problem. Once Tang Ao marries me, won't he become a Li family member? Li Shiyun's words were astonishing, but the Li clan ancestor furrowed his brow sharply. Li Yifeng, are you trying to teach me how to act? Li Yifeng's heart chilled as he realized he had misspoken and incurred the ancestor's wrath. Since becoming the Li family head over a decade ago, this was the first time the ancestor had addressed him by his full name. Li Yifeng quickly tried to remedy the situation. Ancestor, I say this for the sake of the Li family. Even if it angers you, I must speak out. I believe we could perhaps produce a copy of this book for Tang Ao, but handing it over directly would be a grave loss for our Li family. I am not yet senile. The Li clan ancestor snorted coldly, and without further argument, forcibly pressed the martial arts manual of the Nine Heavens Thunderbolt Kick into Tang Ao's hands. The Li family's ancestral rule forbids copying any family martial arts manual, lest it fall into the wrong hands. Surely you don't want me to betray our ancestors. Li Yifeng remained kneeling on the ground, neither rising nor arguing further. His posture alone conveyed his stance, firm opposition to gifting the martial arts manual to Tang Ao. The Li clan ancestor had made himself clear he would not go against ancestral decisions. This manual was destined to be given. The Li family members could only swallow hard repeatedly. The family head openly defying the ancestor was a clash among titans. Moreover, Tang Ao was a terrifying existence, even more formidable than their ancestor. Judging by Tang Ao's expression upon receiving the manual, he might not even value it. They had no intention of putting themselves at risk. Gazing at the worn martial arts manual in his hands, Tang Ao flipped through a couple of pages and felt utterly dismayed. This is the protagonist, Yi Chen's technique. Why give it to me? It's a good thing, but I don't know martial arts at all. It's like fitting glasses on a blind man or headphones on a deaf man. No matter how good it is, I can't use it. If I take it, not only would I be stealing Yi Chen's technique, but this book would end up either propping up a table leg or covering instant noodles. With my monthly allowance of 10 million, if a table's uneven, I just toss it and get a new one. As for instant noodles, he'll probably never get to eat them in this lifetime. What a headache. This thing is useless to me. Maybe I can only use it as toilet paper. This book looks really old. With paper this rough, it'd be too stiff even for that. No way, absolutely no way I can accept it. Upon hearing Tang Ao's inner thoughts, Zhou Qiaoer's smile grew even more radiant. In this clash with Li Shiyun, she had the upper hand. Meanwhile, Li Shiyun lowered her head in slight grievance. Her Li family was an ancient martial arts clan, and their most precious possessions were these martial arts manuals. Yet even the Nine Heavens Thunderbolt kick, as valuable as it was, seemed worthless in Tang Ao's eyes. If she were to marry Tang Ao one day, she wouldn't even have a dowry he would like. The more Li Shiyun thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, and her eyes reddened. On the other side, Yi Chen was in agony from every cell of his being. He longed to rush forward, kick Tang Ao aside, and take his place. To marry a beauty like Li Shiyun and acquire the peerless martial technique, Nine Heavens Thunderbolt kick. This wasn't just a pie falling from the sky, it was a mountain of gold. If he knew that Tang Ao was thinking the manual was too stiff even for toilet paper, Yi Chen would have been so furious he'd bash his head against the ground until he died. Seeing Tang Ao casually close the manual after flipping a few pages, the Li clan ancestor asked excitedly, "Big brother, do you like this manual?" Tang Ao shook his head honestly. "It's a good book, but I have no use for it. Why don't you consider giving it to Yi Chen?" At these words, the entire hall fell into dead silence, so quiet that a pin dropping could be heard. Yi Chen, the one in question, desperately wanted to accept on the spot, yet how could Tang Ao be so kind? There must be some grand conspiracy behind this. If he agreed, heaven knew what humiliation Tang Ao would inflict upon him. "Tang Ao, I, Yi Chen, am not without dignity. Just you wait. One day I will return." With these words, Yi Chen felt an overwhelming oppression in his heart. He grabbed the scalding teacup from the table, hurled it to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Tea splattered everywhere, and his heart was as shattered as the ceramic shards wounded to the core by Tang Ao. With resolute steps, he gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. Watching Yi Chen depart, a large question mark formed on Tang Ao's forehead. Confused and somewhat irritated, he thought, what's wrong with this guy? I kindly offer him a martial arts manual, and he gets angry and smashes a cup. Yi Chen, what's gotten into you? This is the most crucial thing for you in this plot. Don't you see your own situation? I'm giving it to you for free. Why can't you just seize the opportunity? How is the story supposed to develop now? You're just asking to get crushed by some minor boss later on, you foolish protagonist. Seeing Yi Chen storm off in anger, both Li Shiyun and Zhou Qiaoer breathed a collective sigh of relief. Though the manual was still returned to the Li clan ancestor, at least that detestable Yi Chen hadn't gotten his hands on it, as Tang Ao's inner thoughts had suggested. Unexpectedly, the Li clan ancestor also tossed the manual disdainfully in front of Li Yifeng.